Chapter 1. Where am I? Is it dawn already? Time to rise. I have an early class at 8. If I don't hurry, I won't snag a seat at the back. Jilin groggily opened his eyes, but instead of the familiar blue plush toy, he was greeted by dukest bluegrass. Glancing at the towering trees around him, he looked down at his own recognizable short sleeves and pants. So, where exactly did that group of rascals leave me? He murmured as he stood up. Reflecting on the atmosphere of his dorm and the glorious achievements they had shared, Jilin could not help but suspect that those mischievous friends were playing a prank on him. Although the trees here were excessively tall and the ground was adorned with unfamiliar flora, especially that striking bluegrass, he did recall a vast forest behind his school. It wasn't unusual for him to be oblivious to this area, as he had always enjoyed exploring. Not to mention, he had seen black flowers before, albeit only through his phone. A gentle breeze swept by, and the morning air was still rather chilly, causing goosebumps to rise on Jilin's exposed arms. Feeling the coolness, he couldn't help but think of his roommates, planning to return to share a paternal touch of care. So, which way should I go? That's a conundrum. As for arriving late to class, he trusted that his friends would cover for Hema basic expectation of friendship. After pondering for a while without any direction in mind, he remembered his phone could provide his location. At the very least, he could discern the cardinal directions. However, as he patted down his body and searched within a 5-meter radius, he realized, to his dismay, that his phone was nowhere to be found. Logically, even if they were playing a prank, it was just theta prank. They wouldn't take my phone, and I could have sworn I heard something calling. I've never heard of any large animals on campus. Bending low, Jilin cautiously moved towards the source of the sound. As he approached, his movements grew increasingly delicate. The surroundings began to appear disheveled, as if a tumultuous event had recently transpired. He even spotted deep claw marks on a tree that he could encircle with his arms. The ground bore traces of trampled flowers and signs that suggested something heavy had been dragged. What on earth could have made these marks? If I encounter them, I fear I would be swiftly overwhelmed. Jilin fell into contemplation. Now that he had seen these signs, he was uncertain whether to press onward and discover what entity was flaunting its powers. Yet, as a mere scholar without any means of defense, he worried that continuing would jeopardize his safety. Quietly now, no shooting. He turned around and stealthily made his way back. However, Jilin did not retrace his steps entirely, for he now understood he was no longer on campus, and returning held little purpose. Although he was unclear about his current situation, ensuring his survival had become his utmost priority. Once Jilin departed, the area fell silent once more. Rustle, rustle. The rustling of the underbrush signified the arrival of a new visitor. A magnificent tiger head emerged from the thicket, its jaws clenching the 7-inch length of a snake. Following closely, the imposing body of the tiger also broke free from the foliage, dragging the serpent's form along with it. This tiger stood an impressive 5 feet tall and stretched over 10 feet in length, its coat a striking white. What was particularly astonishing were the golden stripes adorning its body and the royal emblem upon its head, which shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. Although some patches of its fur appeared weathered and yellowed, a faint, sweet metallic scent lingered in the air. The bloodstains on its face and paws, while somewhat marring its sacred aura, added an air of ferocity to its presence. The snake, clutched in the tiger's mouth, was over twice the tiger's length, its body of vivid emerald hue, with a triangular tongue and eyes reminiscent of dull rubies. Any master in this field would undoubtedly recognize both the tiger and the snake, the gung-metal tiger and the mandrake snake. The gung-metal tiger, having successfully captured its prey, was preparing to retreat to a secluded spot for a hearty meal, having exerted considerable effort to subdue the mandrake snake. However, its keen nose detected an unusual scent, reminiscent yet distinct from the two-legged beast that had previously sought to hunt it. While earlier it had sensed the raw stench of blood during the hunt, this time it was more akin to a diluted version of that scent. The tiger's gaze fixated on the direction from which Jilin had approached, lingering for a while before it turned away and vanished into the vast sea of trees. Within its not-so-bright mind, it pondered the sequence of events. First, a hearty meal, and then another meal. After all, I, the tiger, am the ruler of this territory. At this moment, Jilin remained blissfully unaware that he had caught the attention of the tiger. He treaded cautiously through the underbrush, fearful of being discovered and mistaken for a mere snack. As the temperature rose around him, Jilin's stomach began its symphony of hunger. Throughout his journey, he had taken great care to avoid any disturbances, resulting in him traversing nearly double the distance he originally intended. I'm so hungry. I remember not feeling this famished, even when I skipped breakfast before. Damn it, physical labor surely consumes more energy than mental labor, he lamented. Pausing, Lin surveyed his surroundings, hoping to find some fruit to satiate his hunger. It was then that he noticed a stark white object in the colorful environment, standing out conspicuously. As he approached, he discerned that it was a human femur. Upon this discovery, his brow furrowed, and he pursed his lips. What on earth is going on here? Human bones are appearing now. He considered that anyone who had ventured here alongside him must have brought supplies, perhaps something he could utilize. Thus, Lin began to search the area. Before long, he stumbled upon several other bones, some relatively intact, like the femur, while others were shattered, such as skull fragments. Ultimately, he discovered a somewhat complete skeleton beneath a large tree not far away. Nearby, within the thicket, he found a short knife, about a foot long, that had begun to rust. No further treasures awaited him. Lin gazed at the short blade in his hand. Although he had commenced his endeavors, it would suffice for chopping some wood. Armed with the knife, he approached the clear stream where he had previously sought the gentleman. The brook was crystal clear, and no more than 2 meters wide it reached up to his thighs. Within the waters, he spotted several fish, approximately 3 fingers wide. Perhaps due to the infrequent visits from hunters, these fish had evaded the treacheries of mankind. Lin easily captured 3, weighing roughly 2 pounds. Observing the now barren stream, he felt no greed. He carried the 3 fish back to the vicinity of the gentleman's skeletal remains. Holding the fish before him, Lin fell into contemplation. How shall I prepare this creature? Raw. Leaning closer, he was met with a pungent fishy odor that instantly dawned him with a mask of distress. What should I do if I cannot bring myself to eat it? Glancing at the knife in his hand and the nearby dry branches, an idea suddenly sparked in his mind. I have a dream. No, an idea. Indeed, a bold notion. Chapter 2. An encounter. The setting sun lazily reclined on the horizon, casting a drowsy gaze upon the world below. The great star forest was thus cloaked in a warm, orange hue. Everything appeared so serene. Yet, Lin found himself unable to revel in the beauty of the moment. His attention was firmly fixed upon the fire pit, or more precisely, the fish sizzling beside it. As he watched the oil bubble and hiss, he felt a deep gratitude for the 2 men who stood at the pinnacle of the food chain. More than that, he felt fortunate for his keen interest in wilderness survival. Having watched most of their videos, if not all, he was well acquainted with various fire-starting methods, such as using a magnifying glass or friction. However, the technique that left the most profound impression on him was that of the Iroquois. After painstakingly carving a small hole in a stick with his short knife, Lin dedicated a fraction of his time and a small piece of his pant leg, ultimately managing to kindle a fire by dusk. While the fish roasted, he gathered ample firewood around him to prevent the flames from extinguishing during the night, as warmth and the deterrence of wild beasts would be essential. However, Lin found it peculiar that he had not observed many signs of animal activity nearby. Logically, such a vast forest should be teeming with species. Yet, apart from the fish in the stream and the occasional sighting of a few wild chickens, he had seen no other creatures, aside from the strange sound from earlier that morning. Nevertheless, it is for the best. The scarcity of animals indicates that this area may be relatively safe for me, as lower risk is preferable. As the aroma from the fire grew increasingly tantalizing, Lin's stomach rumbled with anticipation. Estimating that the fish was nearly ready, he reached for it, just as a thought struck him. Holding the roasted fish by its 3 wooden skewers which he had labored to secure, he silently intoned, O Lord Jehovah of the 3 pure ones, Guanyin of the southern sea, Sol of the north, Athena of the west, and Odin of the north, countless deities omitted here, and little gourd of gold, may you bless me with safe passage home. Amen. With a cross drawn upon his chest, he paused, feeling that something was amiss. After a moment of contemplation, he bowed thrice in each of the 4 cardinal directions. Ah, this feels right. Perhaps only the Western deities can hear this cross, but with these 3 bows, the Eastern gods should also take notice. My amalgamation of Eastern and Western prayers is truly a mass communication. I have thus secured an invincible position in the realm of mysticism. Having completed this series of gestures, the gnawing hunger intensified. Gazing at the fish in his hand, now growing cold, Lin took a decisive bite. A peculiar flavor surged through him, so potent and novel that it brought tears to his eyes. In that moment, he could not help but let out a cry to the heavens, exclaiming, How foul! Tui! Lin quickly spat out the fish flesh, pointing at the remnants on the ground, his countenance twisted with disdain as he reflected on the hardships endured for that single bite. I have never encountered such a brazen fish. You even deserve my efforts, you wretched creature. After releasing his frustrations, Lin sat down, panting heavily as hunger swept over him once more. In the heat of anger, he had not felt it, but now, seated, the sensation returned. Looking at the remaining fish, he sighed and began to eat slowly. After nearly half an hour of labor, he finally finished one fish, but the two remaining were beyond his capacity. With the taste of fish still lingering unpleasantly in his mouth, Jilin hastily rinsed with warm water from the side. Regarding the source of the warm water, he could only express gratitude. Thank you, divine providence, for saving my life. Lying beside the campfire, Jilin was overwhelmed with reflections on the peculiarities of the day, the unpalatable fish, and the harsh realities of being at the top of the food. Chained as dusk descended, the moon seemed to have wandered off, leaving the stars to shine exceptionally bright. Mesmerized by the twinkling celestial lights, Jilin unconsciously placed his hands behind his head. Though he felt that curling up with his arms around his knees would better suit his current solitude, for that would evoke a sense of being alone in the vastness. Yet, to behold such a beautiful starry sky, one must tilt their head back, and that would be quite tiresome. Thus, he concluded, I prefer this carefree posture. The flickering campfire beside him was not particularly robust. Although the light provided a sense of security, darkness sometimes offered a comforting embrace. Jilin relished this. The fire's glow illuminated only his face, the warmth never overwhelming. In this tranquil setting, a wave of homesickness washed over him. He longed for his small bed, his mother's not-so-beautiful face, his father's not-so-agreeate temperament, and even the not-so-delicious meals at home. It was curious, despite having lived for nearly 20 years in that humble abode of less than 100 square meters, he had never yearned for it quite like this. Perhaps it was mere sentimentality, he mused. Tomorrow, he would seek higher ground and devise a way to return. Upon his return, he vowed to request a few days off to truly enjoy the comforts of home. As for whether it would be granted, Jilin chuckled. Not even Jesus could keep me here, I mean it. The campfire gradually diminished, dwindling until only charcoal remained, and Jilin was unaware of when he had closed his eyes. The soft sound of his snoring intertwined with the faint chirping of insects, creating the dominant melody of this small realm. Awakened by the chill, Jilin, guided by the light of the moon that had emerged unbeknownst to him, resolved to rekindle the fire. Armed with past experience and readily available tools, he felt confident that he could accomplish this task swiftly. However, just as Jilin grasped the tools and prepared to begin, an inexplicable sense of unease washed over him. He soon sensed that something was amiss. The surroundings were unnaturally silent, devoid of any sound, and eerie stillness enveloped the air. Though he was uncertain whether the insects only chirped at midnight, in this unfamiliar environment, the instinctual wariness of any creature was heightened, causing Jilin's heartbeat to quicken. His eyes darted anxiously around him. Suddenly, Jilin slowly lowered his body and began to retreat, his eyes fixed firmly ahead. In front of him, a pair of red eyes stood out starkly in the darkness. After retreating a few steps, Jilin realized that the distance between him and those eyes had not decreased. He confirmed that this creature's target was indeed him. Thinking of this, Jilin turned and ran. Just as he turned, the owner of those eyes stepped out from the shadows, and by the light of the moon, Jilin saw a massive tiger head emerge from the darkness. Fortunately, the moon was particularly large that night. Although the surroundings were not as bright as during the day, the moonlight was sufficient for Jilin to escape. The golden tiger was a bit angry. After eating a snake earlier, it took a nap and woke up hungry again in the evening. However, all the larger soul beasts around had already been eaten by it, and those smaller soul beasts could not fill its belly. Catching multiple would be a waste of time. As for going to another area, it felt too tiring. At that moment, it suddenly remembered the scent it had caught earlier that day and instantly decided on its dinner. Although the scent had faded, the golden tiger could still track it down with its keen sense of smell. So it began searching for Jilin, following the trail. However, because Jilin had changed direction at a ditch on his way back, and the scent near the water source was patchy, the golden tiger could only find the place where Jilin had awakened. Instantly, the golden tiger felt frustrated. There was nothing it could do but hope to find some late-night snack on the way back. But after going in circles, the golden tiger found nothing at all. As it felt its stomach grow increasingly hungry, its temper worsened. At that moment, the golden tiger caught a whiff of that strange scent again, and it was very strong. The golden tiger was pleased and decided to take good care of Jilin. Chapter 3. The escaped Jilin was running under the moonlight. If it weren't for the panic on his face, this could have been a beautiful memory for him to recall in his old age. However, at this moment, Jilin did not want such memories. With the moonlight, he could roughly see the condition of the road, and thought he should be able to outrun the tiger behind him. So he could only hope to use the surrounding big trees, wishing that King Sheen could save him by circling around a pillar, or at least buy him some time. Then, Jilin ran towards the densely wooded area, occasionally changing direction. As he darted left and right, the sounds behind him gradually diminished, and a wave of joy surged in his heart. The tension that had been hanging over him began to ease. Thinking about his performance tonight, he couldn't help but feel a bit proud. If he could perform like this over 1,000 meters, would he still need to worry about failing? How ridiculous. This should get him into the national team. Whoosh! A sharp sound pierced through the air from behind, and a sharp pain shot through his leg, causing Jilin, who had been running for over 10 minutes, to fall to the ground. He rolled a few times before finally stopping when he crashed into a tree. Bang! Jilin felt as if someone had punched him in the chest with small fists, a tightness making it hard to breathe. And it was fine as long as he kept moving, but once he stopped, it felt like there was a fire burning in his lungs. He had to gasp for air to alleviate the aftereffects of a long run. Just as he was about to stand up, a sharp pain shot through his right leg, forcing Jilin to sit back down on the ground. He looked at his leg, blood flowing freely from 3 wounds. Seeing this, Jilin forced a bitter smile. He knew his own situation, and tonight he would likely meet his end here. Soft, subtle footsteps approached from the front. Jilin tightened his grip on the short blade that had never left his hand, his gaze fixed on the shadow walking towards him under the moonlight. He resolved that even if he were to die, he would at least bite back. Damn it, if he had known this would be the outcome, he should have charged in with a slide tackle the moment they met. At least then he could die with some honor. Gung Jinhu closed the distance to Jilin, and it was hard to imagine that such a large figure was making so little noise, moving with the grace of an excellent dancer, so gentle and elegant. In the entire world, it seemed that only Jilin's heavy breathing could be heard as he faced the mastermind who had toyed with him. It would be a lie to say he wasn't afraid, but Jilin knew that even if he bowed down to it, it wouldn't let him go. Moreover, he had never been his back to anyone except his parents. At this moment, Gung Jinhu wasn't focused on the 2-legged beast holding the iron object. Instead, it fixed its gaze intently on the shadow, to Jilin's right, its forelimbs slightly bent, lowering its head a bit. Jilin also noticed the movements of the tiger in front of him. He knew that he wasn't in a position to command it, so he followed the tiger's gaze to the right. Under the watchful eyes of both man and tiger, a dark shadow slowly emerged. When it fully stepped out, Jilin realized it was a completely black giant scorpion. Upon seeing this scorpion, Jilin was stunned, as he had never seen such a large scorpion before. Damn, what kind of monster is this? Are there really scorpions this big on Earth? Those pincers could probably crush me. It's no wonder Jilin was so surprised. The tiger in front of him was the largest he had ever seen, and this scorpion was even bigger overall. And it's a scorpion. While it could be explained how a tiger could grow so large, a scorpion grown to such a size is just outrageous. Could it be that some biological laboratory's experiment accidentally escaped? Jilin complained, but the next moment he became excited. These 2 guys clearly were not on the same side, and judging by their postures, it seemed they were about to fight. At that time, he could take advantage of the situation like a fisherman benefiting from the clam and the snipe fighting. Especially that tiger, if it didn't get a sliding tackle from him. Jilin would write the character for Sun upside down. The black Xian scorpion felt very frustrated. It was clearly minding its own business at home, but suddenly felt an aura erupt from the nearby dead tiger. Usually, when soul beasts release such an aura, it's meant to intimidate other soul beasts, signaling their arrival. The black Xian scorpion didn't want to get involved. After all, it was someone else's business on their own territory. However, that aura was coming towards it, which made the black Xian scorpion a bit angry. If you want to come, just come. Can't you do it quietly? Why make such a big show? If you just barged into my territory safely, how would I, the black Xian scorpion, survive in the soul beast world? The Gung Jin tiger also didn't expect that it had released its aura to warn other soul beasts not to touch its prey. But Jilin inadvertently stumbled into the black Xian scorpion's territory, and it momentarily forgot to retract its aura, thus attracting the black Xian scorpion. However, the Gung Jin tiger was not worried, because it was confident it could defeat or even kill the black Xian scorpion. As for Jilin had just food. The atmosphere grew tense as the 2 dominant figures faced off, both sides staring intently at each other, neither making a move first. Suddenly, they both charged at each other simultaneously, getting closer and closer. The black Xian scorpion struck first, its scorpion hook shooting toward the tiger like a black bullet. The Gung Jin tiger remained calm, leaping upward just before the hook was about to strike, its tiger claws glinting in the moonlight. Aiming for the connection point between the scorpion's tail and body, the black Xian scorpion's most vulnerable spot. Whoosh! A sound of breaking air came from below as the hook rapidly retracted and lifted, its speed even faster than before. Just as the hook was about to hit, The tiger surprisingly managed to exert force in midair, as if being flipped aside by invisible hands, narrowly avoiding the deadly hook. The Gungjin tiger also lost its aim, and as it brushed past the black Xian scorpion, it extended its claws, striking its body and sparking a shower of sparks. Everything happened too quickly, all within a few seconds. Watching their movements, Jilin couldn't help but give himself a light slap. Damn, how could I dare to think of a sliding tackle? Luckily, I'm more cautious. Just as Jilin was talking to himself, the black Xian scorpion quickly turned around to look at the tiger that had just landed. That previous clash made both sides realize that simple hand-to-hand combat couldn't gain an advantage over the other. So, they began to expand their power simultaneously. The black Xian scorpion's hook glowed with eerie light, while energy gathered in the Gungjin tiger's mouth. A second later, two beams of light, one black and one white, shot out simultaneously. Jilin watched the two beams of light grappling with each other, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. He originally thought it was a mysterious organization that had been thrown into that unknown primitive forest, but it turned out he had crossed into a different world with extraordinary powers. At that moment, all the confusion, fear, excitement, and various emotions in Jilin's heart condensed into a single exclamation. What the hell? The confrontation between the two sides was not affected by Jilin's words. The intensity of their battle increased, and the area of impact expanded. A small tree not far from the center of the clash snapped, and a faint white light emerged from it, gradually forming a white halo. Seeing this white halo, Jilin recalled something and began to have some guesses about this world. White halo, 10-year soul ring, Douluo continent, hiss. At this moment, Jilin felt the ground beneath him trembling slightly, and at the same time, an indescribable sense of heart palpitation enveloped him. This fear was something Jilin had never experienced before, making it impossible for him to muster even a hint of resistance. Even under the threat of that tiger, he could still run, which showed just how powerful this opponent was. Meanwhile, the Gungjin tiger and the black Xian scorpion had long since disappeared. Jilin could not forget their expressions when they fled, especially that Gungjin tiger. Since it had chased Jilin, he never expected to see such an expression on its face, one of genuine fear, more profound than his own. If I can survive, one day I will make that tiger show such an expression because of me. With that thought, Jilin leaned against the tree behind him, closed his eyes, and awaited his fate. Under the dual influence of fear and his leg injury, Jilin, already exhausted, could muster no strength at all. So be it. The tremors grew stronger, and Jilin had already resigned himself to death. However, the imagined death did not come. The tremors began to weaken. Opening his eyes in confusion, he saw a huge pit less than 5 meters away and some fallen trees. Wanting to know what was happening, Jilin struggled to prop himself against the tree and stood up, limping over to the pit. The short distance drained Jilin of all his strength, making him breathe heavily as he leaned against a nearby tree, looking towards the source of the tremors. The sky had begun to brighten slightly, and Jilin saw that the source of the tremors was a gigantic gorilla. A Titan giant ape? Watching the Titan giant ape's retreating figure and the white, yellow, and purple soul rings behind it, these soul rings adorned the path carved out by the Titan giant ape. Under the dimly lit sky, this simple yet magnificent kingly path deeply shocked Jilin. A surge of heroism welled up from his heart. Jilin smiled, laughing joyfully and boldly. How magnificent! Jilin's laughter gradually stopped, and at that moment, the sun peeked out from a corner, casting sunlight on Jilin's dirt-stained face. Jilin closed his eyes, tilted his head slightly back, and enjoyed this long-lost warmth. Is this what it feels like to be alive? He took a deep breath, not exhaling immediately, and after a long while, he slowly let it out. It's so good. Chapter 4 On the road. Jilin looked at the ginseng in front of him, a faint smile appearing on his pale face. After being inadvertently saved by the Titan great ape, Jilin realized he had lost too much blood, leaving him weak all over. He gritted his teeth and cut a few strips of cloth from his clothes, then tied the uncut part together to bandage himself briefly before following the path opened by the Titan great ape. As for how he knew he was heading out, Jilin noted that the trees in that direction were shorter, while the trees on the other side were towering and several times taller. It was obvious which way to go. He hoped to leverage the Titan great ape's presence to intimidate the soul beasts of the Douluo forest. After all, Jilin currently had little power to resist. Even a carnivorous soul beast could easily take his life. After walking along the path for a while, Jilin discovered a ginseng plant and stopped to dig it up, hoping it would help with his injuries. The path was indeed effective. During this journey, and while digging for ginseng, Jilin didn't see a single living soul beast, although there were plenty of dead ones, most of which had turned into mush, with only a few leaving behind partial corpses. Fortunately, Jilin had dug up some medicinal herbs, including ginseng, with his grandfather in the mountains when he was young. Otherwise, he wouldn't have recognized it. Looking at the ginseng in his hand, which was about 3 inches long and 2 fingers wide, Jilin didn't hesitate. After wiping it slightly, he began to chew on it. The taste was bitter, and Jilin had never eaten anything like it before, almost gagging. However, he knew that good medicine is often bitter. So he forced himself to endure the taste and continued chewing. Perhaps due to his adaptation, Jilin found the bitterness not as unbearable as before, and even detected a hint of sweetness. Once the ginseng was swallowed, Jilin immediately felt a warm current rising from his stomach, spreading throughout his body, and the pain in his legs seemed to lessen significantly. This sensation prompted Jilin to quickly swallow the remaining ginseng, resulting in an even stronger wave of warmth that made the pallor of his face fade somewhat, revealing a hint of redness. Feeling the changes in his body, Jilin also noticed his unusual digestive ability, but couldn't determine the reason behind it. Since he couldn't figure it out, he decided not to dwell on it. After all, it wasn't a bad thing. At that moment, his stomach began to signal its need for food, and Jilin's gaze fell on the upper half of a pig-like soul beast beside the path. Although it only had the upper body left, it was still quite substantial for Jilin. Estimating that the pig had weighed at least 1,000 pounds in life, Jilin noted its long tusks, indicating it must have been a dominant creature in the forest. Well, the Titan great ape had saved him a lot of trouble. Jilin took his knife and cut off a small piece of tenderloin, weighing about 10 pounds. Drawing from his previous experience, Jilin easily started a fire and roasted half of the tenderloin over it. He wrapped the remaining meat in large leaves, dug a pit not far away, and buried it. Afterward, he took his knife and walked further away, hoping to find more ginseng while avoiding any soul beast that might be attracted by the smell. After all, he still didn't know how effective the Titan great ape's intimidation really was, so it was better to be cautious. Within a radius of 500 meters, Jilin indeed found 3 more ginseng plants, 2 of which were similar to the first, while the last one was slightly larger, about 3 fingers wide. After eating the larger one, Jilin intended to continue, but he felt a cool sensation in his nose. When he touched it, he realized he had a nosebleed. Jilin remembered that after being seriously ill as a child, he was only given light food, not rich meats. He had asked why, and the elders at home said it was because one cannot gain strength from excessive supplementation. It seemed that this could also be applied to his current situation. He had likely overdone it, so he decided to save the other 2 ginseng for later. Before he knew it, dusk had arrived, and Jilin cautiously made his way back to the camp, tightly gripping the dirty short blade he had used to dig for ginseng. As he approached the camp, his anxiety grew. Although he hadn't heard anything unusual, he wasn't yet at ease. He carefully searched around the camp and found no traces of soul beasts, which relieved him before he returned to the campsite. The campfire had long since gone out. Even the charcoal was extinguished. The meat was untouched since he left. Jilin took the meat down and began to eat. It was slightly burnt, but the flavor was significantly better than the grilled fish. Perhaps because this pig was a soul beast. Jilin initially thought he could save some, but after the first bite, he couldn't stop. It wasn't until he finished the meat and was licking the grease off his fingers that he realized he had eaten it all, even wanting to roast the remaining meat. However, it was getting late, and Jilin was reluctant to roast anything in the dark for fear of encountering a soul beast again. After dismissing that thought, he got up and went to the shelter he had decided on while digging for ginseng, which was a square stone about 10 feet wide. Fortunately, there were 4 trees behind the stone, surrounding it in a fan shape. The space between the stone and the trees was just enough for Jilin to lie down comfortably. After gathering some foliage to fill in the gaps between the trees, Jilin also squeezed some juice from bluegrass and applied it to his body. By this time, the sky had darkened. Jilin laid down in the shelter, reflecting on the day's experiences. He couldn't help but touch his right leg. It no longer hurt. It seemed that not only had his digestive ability improved, but his recovery ability had as well. Was this a benefit of traveling to this world? It could also be that the ginseng in the Douluo world was particularly effective. After all, even with low combat power, Douluo was a fantasy world with gods. However, it was fortunate that the inhabitants of the Douluo world did not utilize medicinal herbs to their full extent. Otherwise, finding ginseng would not be realistic. As he pondered, drowsiness gradually overcame him. He and T slept well the night before, and after being chased by the golden tiger for half the night, combined with a day of exertion while injured, all the fatigue washed over Jilin as soon as he relaxed. The outskirts of the Douluo forest had a rare, quiet night. Stepping out of the shelter, Jilin felt refreshed. Aside from a bit of hunger, he felt like he was fully revived. He unwrapped the makeshift bandage on his leg and found that it had already scabbed over, with one scar being quite shallow and almost ready to fall off. He took out the remaining meat from yesterday, rekindled the fire, and began to roast it. While waiting for the meat to cook, Jilin didn't idle. He started searching for ginseng again, believing that the more he found, the better. Perhaps because he hadn't encountered any soul beasts yesterday, Jilin felt a bit braver this time and expanded his search radius to about 800 meters. This time, Jilin found 5 ginseng plants, but none were over 2 fingers wide. He also discovered a fruit tree and gathered a handful of fruits. Noticing birds eating them, Jilin tried one and found it crisp and refreshing, tasting somewhat like an apple, though the fruit was yellow. Along the way, Jilin occasionally spotted small herbivorous animals and soul beasts, which was not a good sign. He immediately took the roasted meat and continued on his survival journey. Chapter 5. Finally out of the forest following the path, Jilin walked for another 2 days. The soul beast that had hidden away, frightened by the Titan great ape, gradually began to emerge and move about, but the terror the Titan great ape instilled had likely left a deep impression on them. They avoided the path, as if it were the plague, and within about 50 meters of the path, Jilin still didn't see any soul beasts. This, however, significantly increased Jilin's pace, allowing him to cover over 10 miles in a day, which was no small feat after all. The paths in the forest are not easy to walk, and on top of that, Jilin had to find time to look for food, water sources, and shelter. In the past 2 days, Jilin noticed that his body seemed to have undergone some changes. He felt considerably stronger, and it was quite evident that he could run faster with increased strength. Moreover, during one of his water-fetching trips, he realized that his face, which had become somewhat dull from late nights, was gradually becoming fair and bright again. Jilin felt as if he had returned to his 18-year-old self. Even though 2 years had passed, he still remembered that he was much stronger at 18 than he was now. Thinking about the changes in his body, Jilin took a bite of a fruit, which made a crisp sound, and the sweet juice stimulated his taste buds. He tentatively considered the possibility that he had come from an ordinary world to an extraordinary one, and that the extraordinary world was transforming and assimilating his body. Crack! He took another bite. After all, aren't those stories of spiritual energy revival always like this? Today, the path through the monkey trail finally came to an end. Looking at the dense trees that had grown back in front of him, Jilin had to contemplate where to head next. He looked up at the sky. It was getting late. Jilin began to search for shelter for the night, and to his surprise, he could vaguely see traces of a previous campsite just a tree away, with ashes left from a campfire on the ground. Jilin stroked his chin, thinking that this was at the end of the monkey path, so I'm currently at the point where Tang San obtained the 8 spider lances. To be honest, Jilin couldn't even remember how long ago he read the original work. Now he only remembered some general plot points, but the details were all fuzzy. He heard that there had been an anime released in recent years, but he had only watched over 200 episodes of Naruto and just a few dozen episodes of One Piece due to his procrastination. Was it that games were no longer appealing, or were short videos becoming uninteresting? He decided to look around, hoping to find some traces of their departure. Sure enough, Jilin found 2 unusual places, one leading deeper into the Douluo forest and the other pointing to an unknown direction. Jilin immediately decided to head towards the latter. However, time was not on his side, so he had to wait until tomorrow to continue. Looking at the small town in front of him, Jilin felt tears welling up in his eyes. Finally he saw people. Boo-hoo, I've really suffered so much. Reflecting on everything from the past 10 days, Jilin could no longer suppress his inner excitement. Boo-hoo, do you know how I made it here? All the way. I was so anxious, I wiped off the sap from those plants without missing a drop, and my skin has turned a bit green. I even encountered a corpse. Damn it. Do you know how shocking that scene is for a fresh flower of the new era? Why couldn't you clean it up? Poor guy. He left without spending all his money. Jilin rubbed his eyes and took out a cloth bag from his lower back. When he opened it, he saw 10 gold coins, 5 silver coins, and 3 copper coins inside. Jilin thought for a moment that one should always be cautious and steady in everything. So he took out 9 gold coins and found a secluded spot to hide them. Only then did he enter the small town. Looking at the shops on both sides of the street and listening to the surrounding noise, Jilin sighed silently. Alas, The thing he was most worried about had happened, a language barrier. He had considered the possibility of not being able to communicate before, but had not found a good solution until now. Matt was a merchant who made a living at a market outside the Starry Forest. He was a level 13 soul master, and his martial soul was an abacus. He employed some blacksmiths, who were ordinary people without soul power. He mainly sold common weapons and armor, such as knives, swords, daggers, and cloth armor. Seeing Ji Lin, who was completely naked and covered in dirt, it was obvious that he was not a person of background or great strength, but rather a corpse collector. As for why he was in such a sorry state, Matt did not care. Seeing him as a new face, he felt that there was some profit to be made from him. So he hurried over. "Little brother, do you want to buy some clothes?" Ji Lin saw a slightly plump middle-aged man asking him, his face still wearing a smile, though it seemed a bit fake, filled with streetwise cunning. Listening to his chatter, Ji Lin could roughly guess what he meant, as ever since he entered the market, everyone's gaze had been fixed on him. There was amusement, mockery, surprise, and everything in between. Ji Lin felt quite awkward, but there was nothing he could do. He could only hope to find a clothing store quickly to buy an outfit. At this point, most of those approaching him were likely there to sell something. So he nodded. Seeing this, Matt made a gesture inviting him in and then started walking toward his shop. The two arrived at Matt's store, and Ji Lin looked curiously at the nearby blacksmith shop, where three muscular men were hammering away with their shirts off. Meanwhile, Matt entered the shop first, not sure what he was doing. After a short while, Ji Lin withdrew his gaze, first checking out what kind of meat the store was selling. Upon entering, Ji Lin was somewhat surprised to see the walls lined with weapons and some oddly shaped clothes. Have you ever seen clothes covered in pockets? Here, they were, and Matt was looking at him from behind the counter, where it seemed he had laid out something. Suppressing his surprise, Ji Lin walked towards the counter and saw the neatly folded green clothing on it. "Customer, what do you think of this piece?" Matt said, making a gesture inviting him to take a look. Ji Lin touched the fabric and felt that it was of better quality than his previous short sleeves. He picked up the clothes to take a closer look. The style was similar to a short shirt, and a pair of pants was revealed underneath, making him display a satisfied expression. Seeing Ji Lin's expression, Matt also broke into a smile and said, "It seems the customer is quite satisfied. This outfit is just 1 silver soul coin." As he spoke, he raised his right index finger, although the cost price of this outfit was only 40 copper soul coins. Matt believed that as long as Ji Lin didn't want to continue wandering the streets naked, he would definitely buy it. As for whether he would offend the other party, Matt thought to himself, would a soul master be afraid of an ordinary person? The reason Matt was so sure that Ji Lin was an ordinary person was that he had never seen a soul master take on the job of a grave digger. Upon seeing Matt's gesture, Ji Lin couldn't help but murmur to himself, is the cost of living in Douluo this high? An outfit actually costs 1 gold soul coin. But considering that Douluo was a feudal society, he thought that a slightly higher price was acceptable. He took out the money pouch he found and retrieved the gold soul coin from it. Noticing the bloodstains on the pouch, Matt became even more certain of his suspicions, thinking that it was less than expected. However, when Ji Lin took out the gold soul coin, Matt's eyes couldn't help but narrow. Ji Lin paid the money, picked up the clothes, and left without any hesitation. Seeing this, Matt smiled. Once outside the shop, Ji Lin let out a long sigh, looked at the clothes in his hands, and smiled. Finally, he wouldn't be bare anymore. Both parties were satisfied with this transaction. Chapter 6. 3 months later, time passed, and the sun and moon continued their cycles. In the blink of an eye, Ji Lin had been in the market for 3 months. During these 3 months, he adapted to this environment and learned to speak the language of Douluo continent quite well, which surprised even him. He had spent nearly 10 years trying to master a language before, but now he could engage in daily conversations without stress after just 3 months. If only he had achieved such results earlier, who would need subtitles for movies? As for how Ji Lin initially communicated with others, he simply copied what he saw. Whenever he saw others interacting with the vendors, he would eavesdrop. Although he was warned by many, upon seeing Ji Lin's confused expression, they could only leave with a muttered remark about him being a fool, feeling quite unlucky. Over these 3 months, Ji Lin also gained a deeper understanding of Douluo continent. For instance, it was now the year 2643 of the Douluo calendar, and the current Pope, Bibi Dong, had been in power for nearly 12 years. Moreover, in less than 3 years, the next Continental Advanced Soul Master competition would begin. Recently, the 7 Treasures glazed tile martial soul had made an appearance here. Additionally, Ji Lin learned that different markets in the Stardow Forest were protected by different powers, and the market he was in was backed by the 7 Treasures glazed tile school. When he learned this news, Ji Lin was surprised but soon understood. After all, in such a remote place, It would be a bit unrealistic to think that there wouldn't be a major force to maintain order. No wonder no other soul masters intervened when Ning Rongrong and her group caused a ruckus. It turned out they were in their own territory. Jilin also realized he had been taken advantage of. Through his understanding over the past 3 months, he discovered that the productivity of Douluo continent was not low. Thanks to the presence of martial souls, the productivity was actually quite close to that of modern society, at least for basic necessities like food and clothing. Moreover, since it was a fantasy world, people here rarely got sick. Even if they did fall ill, a healing soul skill could generally cure them, and if that didn't work, they could just use another one. This led to the fact that medicine was not highly valued in Douluo continent. Jilin bought clothes and matna that could sell for a maximum of 80 copper soul coins. Yet, he foolishly gave away 1 gold soul coin. 1 gold soul coin is nearly the living expenses for a family of 3 at the bottom level for 3 months. Jilin once thought about going to Matt to get an explanation, but so much time has passed, and back then he didn't understand the language. Besides, he really needed that piece of clothing at the time, so he let it go. What nonsense! Anyway, Jilin couldn't hold back. One dark night, he covered his face and beat up Matt, who was preparing to go home. As for the money, let's just consider it medical expenses. He would never admit that it was his pride that kept him from going. After all, he was quite pleased with himself after buying the clothes at that time. I'm really a clever little guy, able to buy clothes despite the language barrier. The market outside the Starry Forest has a high cost of living. The 9 gold soul coins he buried and the remaining change were only enough for Jilin to live frugally for a month. After all, Jilin's appetite has been growing larger. However, now his appetite has stopped growing and even decreased. With the change in his appetite, Jilin's physical fitness has also begun to improve dramatically. Recently, Jilin felt that his body had stopped enhancing. Now, he can lift nearly 100 pounds with one hand. As for long-distance running, he can run for 3 consecutive hours, although he collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath at the end. As for explosive power, Jilin wasn't sure how to measure it correctly. He only managed to push back a stone that was nearly 1 meter high, about 2 meters thick, by roughly a foot. Looking at the scratch on the ground, Jilin rubbed his sore arms. This stone must weigh about 5 tons, right? So how should I calculate the energy I exerted in that instant? Gravity multiplied by the friction coefficient, then multiplied by the distance? By the way, is the acceleration due to gravity the same in both worlds? Jilin fell into deep thought, hissing, "Oh no, my brain is about to grow out. I don't want to think anymore." Rubbing his temples, he felt that asking a college student to ponder a high school problem was indeed a bit unfair. Forget it. I won't think about it anymore. I have to get up early for work tomorrow, so I should go back and rest. Yes, about a month ago, when Jilin was running low on money, he found a job as a waiter at a hotel in the market, providing meals and accommodation. With a monthly salary of 50 silver coins, 1 gold, 100 silver, 10, 000 copper. Plus, he could pass the time freely when there were no guests, as long as he didn't leave the hotel. When he heard these conditions, Jilin was stunned and quickly waved his hand. "What's wrong? Are you not satisfied? If you have any needs, feel free to bring them up. We can discuss it." Looking at the sincere expression of the hotel owner, Hai Chuan, Jilin was moved. "Waving my hand is not a rejection. It's just that you don't need to say more, Brother Chuan. A good person like you wouldn't harm me." Hearing this, Hai Chuan held Jilin's hand, his eyes reddening. "Don't worry, little brother, as long as I have a piece of meat to eat. You will have your share, but you have to wait for me to eat first." As for why Hai Chuan was so eager to recruit waiters, it was due to Tang San and his group. When they were fighting against Songhui Academy, the waiters, wanting to watch a free soul master duel, inevitably got caught up in it. One of them was seriously injured, with a leg injury, and had already gone to the nearest city to find a healing soul master. Although there were healing soul masters at the market, the prices were quite high. Moreover, the hotel was not very large, having only 5 waiters. Suddenly losing one meant that the workload for the others naturally increased, urging the boss to find another one. Thus, Jilin found a place to stay here. "Come on, Jilin, work is over. Today is rare with no guests. I'll take you to have some fun," Jess called out to Jilin, who was tidying up the table. "Forget it. You guys go. I won't go. I plan to work the night shift for some extra cash." "All right, Jess, stop persuading him. Jilin still needs to save money to go back and marry a wife." She once said as he put his arm around Jilin's neck, smiling at Jess. Jess and she were Jilin's roommates. Jilin just smiled at this kind of teasing. After all, this is the persona he has created for himself. A country boy who became a grave digger to earn money to marry a wife, and after surviving a near-death experience, decided to switch to a safer job. When the two of them joked and laughed their way out of the shop, Jilin went to the front desk and took out a universal literacy manual from the mainland to read. Having arrived in an extraordinary world, how would he not try practicing? So he used the excuse of marrying a wife to save money in preparation for trying to awaken his martial soul in the city. As for whether he might be too old, Jilin thought it was worth a shot. Chapter 7. The midnight visitor. Just as Jilin was engrossed in the book in his hands, the inn's door was pushed open, causing the bell on the doorframe to jingle. Jilin didn't expect that someone would come so late. He looked up and saw a middle-aged man in black clothing. It wasn't exactly shabby, but it did look a bit strange, as if he had just thrown the clothes on casually. The belt was also loose and seemed like it could fall off at any moment. As for his appearance, it was quite ordinary, with a blood-red long sword hanging at his waist. Upon closer inspection, his hair wasn't well-groomed. He had just casually tied it back with a hairband, leaving a large white area exposed. Jilin felt a strange fluctuation from that sword, similar to his own, and he was taken aback for a moment. He had been working here for a month and had received quite a few soul masters, but it was the first time he had seen someone so openly display their martial soul at their waist. They didn't seem like a soul master, but more like a chivalrous person from the martial world. However, Jilin quickly shifted his gaze. After all, the world is vast, and there are always some people who are different. Was this soul master here to eat or to stay at the inn? Upon hearing this, the soul master paused in his yawning action. "You seem quite perceptive, kid," he said as he walked toward Jilin, then continued with, "Wow, incredible. A burst of spiritual light is radiating from your crown. Little brother, you are a once-in-a-lifetime genius. Since we have met, I would like to take you as my apprentice, if you're willing." Hearing this, Jilin's head was filled with black lines. Looking at the serious face in front of him, making such exaggerated gestures, it felt so awkward. Is it popular in the Soul Master community to recruit apprentices like this? He couldn't help but murmur in his heart, but he politely declined. "You should be able to see that I have no soul power. I'm not a genius. You must be mistaken." Although Jilin could feel the soul power within him, he didn't know why he couldn't summon it. He had a guess about this. Before the awakening of the martial soul, both those with and without soul power cannot perceive or summon soul power. Otherwise, if one could know in advance whether they had soul power, then the crystal ball used for testing would be unnecessary. He likely had a stronger perception to sense it. As for the person with the surname Tang, it could only be attributed to him being mixed blood and having a special background. Upon hearing this, the soul master stroked his chin and stared at Jilin for quite a while. Jilin felt a bit nervous, wondering if he had discovered the soul power within him. That shouldn't be possible, as he had never heard of anyone being able to tell if someone had soul power before their martial soul awakening. "Give me a room," he said, tossing a gold soul coin onto the front desk. Jilin let out a sigh and quickly took him upstairs. After the soul master arrived at the room and closed the door, he went downstairs to prepare for bed. After this incident, Jilin lost his interest in reading. Lying in bed, his mind kept thinking about that soul master from before. Is this person perhaps a trafficker, wanting to sell me? Or is he planning for me to become his disciple and serve him like a slave for a lifetime? Or could it be? Jilin thought of a terrifying possibility. Could it be that he has a fondness for men, is attracted to my handsome face, and wants to take me as his apprentice, then give me some good benefits? Or it could be. In short, Jilin couldn't sleep that night. The next day, Jilin stood at the front desk, looking dazed and yawning from time to time. Jess and C1 entered through the door, chatting and laughing, constantly discussing their experiences from yesterday. You have no idea how. Before Jess could finish his sentence, he noticed the listless Jilin at the counter and leered at him, saying, "Hey, why do you look so haggard? Did you do something last night?" He even raised his eyebrows at Jilin. C1, who was behind him, also spoke earnestly. "Actually, you don't have to do this. You can come with us. And if not, you don't need to get up so early." Jilin knew what they were talking about, and his already irritable mood from not sleeping well worsened. He retorted with a single word, "Get lost." Jace became even more excited. "Why are you still shy? Don't worry. My friend won't spread rumors that you can't handle it." Looking at the grinning Jace in front of him, Jilin really wanted him to understand the difference between a dragon and an insect. But he wasn't in the mood for that. His mind was filled with thoughts of the spirit master from last night. Crawl, crawl, crawl. Seeing Jilin's exasperated expression, Jace was satisfied and stopped. Continuing would have gone too far. At that moment, the guests upstairs began to come down one after another. The two also started working, and the small hotel officially began its operations for the day. "What is this? It's so hot. How am I supposed to eat it?" At that moment, a burly man shouted angrily. Mundo had been having a rough time lately, and his mood was quite bad. On top of that, He accidentally burned himself with the hot porridge, igniting the anger in his heart. Jay stepped forward with a smile. I'm sorry. I'll get you a cooler one right away. Saying this, he reached out to take the bowl of porridge away. Just as he was about to touch the bowl, Mundo picked Jace up. What do you mean? Do you think I'm not worthy of eating something hot? Being lifted into the air, Jace broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead. It's not me. I just wanted to get you a slightly cooler one. Mundo's expression darkened. With a sinister smile, he said, Are you implying that I misunderstood you? Hearing this, Jace's cold sweat increased. No, it's my fault. I shouldn't have served you such hot porridge. Mundo's smile grew wider. If you make a mistake, you should be punished. Breaking one of your legs shouldn't be too much, right? Seeing this, Jilin wanted to go up and persuade him. Sir, this isn't a big deal, right? Besides, bullying an ordinary person is beneath the dignity of Soul Master. How about you just let him go? Upon hearing this, Duo looked Jilin up and down, then swiftly slapped him. Jilin had no time to dodge as Mondo's hand directly struck his face. A tremendous force sent Jilin flying, crashing onto a table 2 meters away, where someone was dining, staring at the spilled food. Initially planning to enjoy the spectacle, he yelled at Mondo, You bastard! Mondo had 5 soul rings appearing on his feet, 1 white, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. Damn, are you in good health? What? Do you want to stand up for them? No, senior, you misunderstood. I just wanted to greet you, Jilin said, releasing his own 3 soul rings, 1 white, 1 yellow, and 1 purple. Get lost. Yes. The soul sage, who had his meal disrupted for no reason and was scolded, naturally had his anger to vent. But he couldn't afford to offend Mondo, so he could only unleash his fury on Jilin. Damn it, it's all your fault, he said, raising his leg to kick Jilin. Still reeling from Mondo's earlier blow, Jilin could only curl up and cover his head in response to the soul sage's attack. Jace's right leg was bent into a V shape by Mondo, and Mondo, still not satisfied, bent it into a W before tossing Jace aside. He shouted, Where's the owner of this place? Come out. Haichuan, who had already arrived at the scene but was hiding at the side, finally approached, trembling as he replied, I'm here. I'm the owner of this shop. Mondo pulled over a chair and sat down with a flourish. So, how are we going to resolve this? Haichuan felt a bit awkward and slowly extended 3 fingers. How about compensating you with 300 gold soul coins? Mondo's eyes widened. Are you trying to send me away like a beggar? Do you think a soul king like me would lack your measly 3 coins? Well, how much do you think is appropriate for compensation? After hearing this, Mondo smiled and extended 1 finger. 1,000. Haichuan was a bit stunned. He truly didn't expect the other party to ask for such a high price. Can it be less? Mondo smiled playfully. Do you think I don't deserve 1,000 gold soul coins in compensation? Haichuan stammered in response, No, mainly what? After a long pause, Haichuan finally made up his mind, took a deep breath, and said, Are you not afraid of offending the 7-treasure glazed tile school with this ruckus? Do you think the 7-treasure glazed tile school would come after me for you? Haichuan fell silent. All right then, 1,000 it is. No, now it's 1,200 gold soul coins. Haichuan was shocked. What? Didn't you say 1,000? Mondo stood up from the chair, stretched lazily, walked in front of Haichuan, and looked down at him. What did I say, 1,000? Oh, well, fine. After Mondo left, Haichuan hadn't had time to breathe a sigh of relief when a voice rang out. So how do you plan to compensate me? It was the soul sage. In the end, Haichuan had to pay another 200 gold soul coins to make the soul sage back off. Before leaving, the soul sage kicked Jilin hard in the stomach, knocking him unconscious. Meanwhile, Jace had long been unable to withstand the pain and had passed out. Haichuan looked at the disheveled inn, his eyes fixed on Jilin and Jace, gritting his teeth. Chapter 8. Yulai Merchant Group. The Yulai Merchant Group is a trading company in Tiando City. Many people's impression of it is encapsulated in its slogan. The world is all friends, and guests are welcome. On the surface, it mainly collects rare treasures from all directions to sell to the wealthy elite. Typically, they sell gems, weapons from Gungjin City, armor, and the like, with their main customers being lower-level soul masters. However, behind the scenes, they engage in human trafficking. Their clients are significantly higher-end, including the Tiando Auction House, major soul master families, and nobles. Kulu is the leader of a team under the Yulai Merchant Group, 39 years old, and a level 42 assault-type soul master. At this moment, he had completed the procurement of goods and was leading the team toward Tiando City. Thinking about the gains from this trip, a smile appeared on Kulu's face. They had perfectly completed the targets set by their superiors, and more importantly, They had made some extra profit from a new customer named Chuan. Goods that typically cost at least 1,000 gold soul coins from old customers were sold for only 800. And he even included a free item. Although the leg was broken, there were still buyers, such as a Bat Soul King who was quite willing to buy at a lower price. The sky darkened. Kulu looked up at the sky and estimated the journey, realizing they would reach Tiendo City by tomorrow evening. He then shouted back, "Brothers, it's almost dark, so we'll spend the night here. Everyone, keep your spirits up. We can't afford any mistakes on this last stretch. After this deal is done, we'll go out and have some fun, relax a bit." "Okay, boss. Aren't you treating us?" "This time, no one is allowed to fight me for the Mary. Whoever does will face my wrath." "You just say that." Looking at the excited expressions of those behind him, Kulu waved his hand. "Dismount." Jilin was startled awake by a loud noise. Everything in front of him was dark, with only a sliver of light coming from a small crack on the right. He reached out to feel around, but touched a person, both male and female. As for how he could distinguish between them, the secret in his hands was not something to be revealed to outsiders. There were also quite a few boxes and cabinets around. There were probably 7 people, right? Considering the people outside and the situation inside. Jilin came to a conclusion. He had been sold. Thinking of this made Jilin clench his fists, then loosen them, taking a deep breath to calm himself. "Don't be angry. Don't be angry. It's not worth it to be upset about this. Don't be angry. Don't be angry." Damn it, the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Just as Jilin was about to lose control of his anger, a rumbling sound from his stomach successfully interrupted his rising fury. Jilin rubbed his belly, his mind constantly thinking about how to escape. But no matter how he thought about it, the only idea he could come up with was to sneak away when the guards let their guard down. Just as Jilin was feeling frustrated for not being able to think of a better plan, a hearty voice sounded. "Hey, isn't time to feed them?" Another voice replied, "It seems about time. Let's go and give them something to eat." Hearing this, Jilin hurriedly lay down. Soon, a not-so-intense light illuminated the dark space. A rough voice said, "Second soul skill, sweet steam bun." Another voice chimed in, "Every time I see you recite the soul incantation, it feels so out of place." The tone carried a hint of teasing. "I don't want to either. I wanted to say eat this steamed bun, but the soul incantation is like this. I can't help it." The rough voice sounded again, repeatedly chanting sweet steamed bun 6 times. "Let's start feeding them." The footsteps grew closer. Jilin felt someone holding his head and prying open his mouth. Then he sensed a fragrant smell of steamed buns. That person controlled his chin and chewed a few times back and forth. The bun in his mouth magically transformed into a warm flow, and at that moment, the hunger in his stomach was somewhat alleviated. Half full, Jilin murmured to himself, "All right, it's your turn now." Second soul skill, sleep. As soon as he finished speaking, a sudden dizziness attacked Jilin's brain. He quickly bit his tongue, and the pain helped him regain consciousness. "All right, let's go." The light disappeared again, and with a soft thud, their footsteps grew quieter. After a while, Jilin sat up from the ground and stealthily approached a crack, through which he could see a campfire and a tent, with several people around drinking and chatting. Looking up, he found it was a wooden board. It seemed they were using this board to block the door, and the thud earlier was the sound of the board being placed down. Not even considering a proper lock. Just a wooden board? Isn't that a bit too careless? How they become so arrogant just because they have a soul skill? Jilin complained. But it does make it easier for me to sneak out. Now I just need to wait for the right moment. When the moon is dark and the wind is high. At midnight, the camp fell silent as most people were asleep in their tents. The 2 chosen for patrol leaned against another cart, drowsy. Suddenly, a loud bang shattered the quiet atmosphere. Kulu rushed out of the tent and immediately saw the car door wide open, while the 2 patrolling people were hurriedly rushing over. Kulu cursed, "Damn it. Didn't I tell you all to be careful and stay alert? Who told you to sleep?" In an instant, he was by the cart, noticing that the board used to block the door was only hanging on one side, while the other side was missing. Seeing the 2 still staring blankly, Kulu gritted his teeth and said, "What are you still doing? Count the goods. Don't I need to teach you this?" With that, he kicked the 2 onto the cart. The 2 began to frantically check the goods, and then shouted in fear, "Boss, we're missing 1 person." "What? Who are we missing?" "It's that kid we picked up along the way." Kulu immediately thought of Jilin. Rubbing his hair and twisting his neck, he said, "Well, earning this 800 isn't easy after all." Others gradually gathered around Kulu. Seeing the situation, no one spoke, just quietly waiting for Kulu's orders. Looking at the dense woods nearby, Kulu immediately commanded, "Everyone go search. I don't believe a kid without any soul power can escape from me. How are we supposed to survive if this gets out?" "Vulture, You sleep on these people again, not once but twice. Lin Yuan, you stay here to keep watch. Kulu pointed at a younger soul master. After that, he casually picked a few people and set off to search. The others didn't dare fall behind, and all moved out. In an instant, only Xiao Lin remained in place. Sai, what is this all about? Don't they know that support soul masters are physically weak? Disturbing my sleep at this hour. After complaining, Lin Yuan jumped onto the cart and casually found a place to sit, looking at the goods lying on the ground. Oh, what else there to see? Lin Yuan yawned. Although he complained in his heart, he still obeyed Kulu's orders. But not long after, drowsiness hit him, and his head began to droop slowly. Jilin quietly lifted the cloth above his head and slowly walked out from behind the hidden container. Luckily, the two people at that time were busy counting heads and did not check the surroundings too closely. Holding his breath, he stealthily approached Xiao Lin with the other half of the wooden board. With all his strength, he swung it at Xiao Lin's head. Bang! Wood chips flew. Hey, wake up. After Xiao Lin fell, Jilin tried to wake up the others, but none of them responded. Frustrated, Jilin slapped Xiao Lin twice. His face was slightly swollen, but he still didn't wake up. No wonder they were so at ease. Time was pressing, and Jilin had no choice but to give up on rescuing the others. He jumped out of the vehicle and, looking at the dark woods, rushed out without looking back. Chapter 9. To Tiando as dawn broke, shadows occasionally flitted through the morning woods. Boss, no traces found this way. Boss, nothing here either. Listening to his subordinates' reports, all of which were useless, Kulu's mood grew increasingly irritable. Damn it, how could an ordinary person without any soul power be so elusive like a rat? Did anyone signal? Hearing Kulu's question, the two younger brothers exchanged glances and silently gestured for each other to respond. Seeing his subordinates like this, Kulu couldn't help but sigh. He knew the truth, but felt a bit unwilling. After all, this was the first time he had been outsmarted by an ordinary person, and if this got out, he would lose a lot of face. Watching the two still exchanging glances, Kulu kicked one of them angrily and shouted, "Stop playing games. Signal everyone to return and continue transporting goods." After saying that, he activated his soul power and vanished into the dense jungle. The younger brother who wasn't kicked looked at his companion with a hint of schadenfreude, then summoned his martial soul and sped off in the direction Kulu had disappeared. The one who got kicked rubbed the spot he was struck and muttered a curse under his breath, then pulled out a bamboo tube from his waist, igniting the fuse, and headed back. Whoosh! Green fireworks burst, forming 3 plum blossoms in the air. When Kulu returned to the camp, he found Lin Yuan passed out and immediately realized what had happened, his expression growing increasingly dark. I've been played, I thought. How could someone without soul power run so far? Turns out it was a trick in the dark. Soon, many people returned one after another. Seeing that there were no gains and anticipating Kulu's wrath upon their return, everyone's faces looked grim. Upon seeing Kulu's expression and Lin Yuan lying on the ground, some of the smarter ones guessed the reason for their lack of success. They breathed a sigh of relief, as this meant Kulu's focus would be on Lin Yuan, and they were unlikely to face punishment. Everyone quietly stared at Lin Yuan on the ground, and a strange silence fell over the area. Those who returned later silently joined the group, and by the time everyone was back, Lin Yuan still showed no signs of waking up. Finally, Kulu could no longer hold back. He stepped forward, grabbed Lin Yuan by the collar, and lifted him up, immediately delivering 2 hard slaps. Kulu's strength was much greater than Jilin's, and Lin Yuan's face visibly swelled. The pain jolted Lin Yuan awake. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Kulu's face, which looked as if both his parents had died. Looking around, he noticed everyone's gaze was fixed on him, leaving Lin Yuan feeling bewildered. At that moment, pain shot through the back of his head and cheek, causing him a curse. Which bastard hit me? Is there no martial ethics left? Sneaking up on me, a supporting soul master. I'm at least one of the veterans of this team. Young man, I advise you. As he spoke, Lin Yuan noticed the expressions around him had changed. Instead of before, they were now filled with the sentiment of wishing him well on his journey, with a few even covering their eyes. Just as he was about to ask what their expressions meant, Kulu set him down and kindly bent down to brush the dust off his clothes. Seeing Kulu's unusual behavior, Lin Yuan felt a wave of discomfort. Boss, what's wrong with you? Don't do that. It's making me a bit scared. Kulu lifted his head and forced a smile. How could that be? I'm just a bastard. How could you, an elder, be afraid of a bastard like me? Lin Yuan immediately understood the reason behind those gazes. Realizing he had just called the person in front of him a bastard, his originally red, swollen face turned pale, and he stuttered, "Be boss." I didn't mean to. Kulu's smile grew even more radiant. Not intentional, So you did it on purpose then. Saying this, he placed his hand on Lin Yuan's shoulder. Feeling the pressure from that hand, Lin Yuan's face turned even paler. No, no. I didn't mean to call you a bastard. Lin Yuan's shoulder started to creak. Feeling the pain, he gritted his teeth and thought rapidly about what to say to escape this predicament. No, you're not the bastard. I'm the bastard. Kulu's hand continued to apply pressure, and at this point, Lin Yuan was already on his knees, sweat soaking through his clothes. Mouth agape, but not daring to make a sound, afraid of provoking Kulu further. No, I'm the dog-ass son. I'm the dog-ass son, woof woof. Lin Yuan was on the verge of fainting from the pain, and only then did Kulu withdraw his hand. Looking at Lin Yuan gasping on the ground, Kulu squatted down to wipe the blood from his hands on Lin Yuan's clothes, then stood up and scanned the surrounding crowd. Wherever his gaze landed, everyone quickly looked away, not daring to meet his eyes. After surveying the area, he found the two guards from last night, applying the same method on them. Seeing the expressions of the people around, Kulu was very satisfied and spoke. Let us consider today's incident over. I don't want anyone to treat my words as a breeze passing by. Is that clear? No one answered. Is that clear? We understand. The voices were uniform and synchronized. Very well, then let us set off. Kulu waved his hand. Destination, Tiando City. As for what happened in the merchant team, Jilin was naturally unaware. After running into the woods last night, Jilin easily discovered the traces left by those pursuing him. They were so busy chasing him that the signs were incredibly obvious. After avoiding the traces, Jilin safely walked in the woods for a day until nightfall, when he returned to the official road. Looking at the moon in the sky and listening to the chirping of insects around him, Jilin took a deep breath, grateful to have escaped from his fortune once again. The surroundings were silent, and the troubles and grievances that had been suppressed in his heart suddenly erupted. Slowly squatting down, Jilin reflected on the nearly 4 months he had spent since crossing over. He hugged his head with both hands, tears streaming down onto the ground. He never wanted to cross over, never wanted to leave that safe and comfortable world. Didn't he want to be chased by a tiger? Didn't he want to survive in the wilderness? Didn't he want to parade around nearly naked? Didn't he want to be sold after doing good deeds? Didn't he want to cry alone in the wild at midnight? None of this was what I wanted. After a long time, Jilin stopped crying, wiped his tears, and tried to calm his emotions. The corners of my mouth curled up. Damn, this fucked up world, here I come. 2 days later, Jilin arrived at city. The city gate read Heavenly Dual City. Chapter 10. Awakening of the martial soul, staring in shock at the towering city walls that reached into the clouds. Jilin searched his mind for some words to express his feelings at that moment. But in the end, all he could think of was what the hell. Sorry, Chinese teacher, I really didn't mean it. The city walls must be at least 100 meters high. This fantasy really is fantasy. And that city gate feels even bigger than my house. There were quite a few heavily armed soldiers patrolling at the gate, and the main city gate, 10 meters wide and tall, was tightly closed, with the flow of people only entering and exiting through the side gates. In front of Jilin, there were 2 merchants who seemed to be old acquaintances. Soon they began discussing interesting stories they had recently heard. Jilin listened and found that they were talking about the pomp and circumstance of some noble's travels and the emergence of some genius. Alas, my gossip-loving soul has nowhere to go. Having crossed over, Jilin found himself in a relatively closed environment, and now hearing these stories, he became quite interested. Seeing that they were going to continue their conversation, Jilin perked up his ears, ready to listen in on more Douluo tales. By the way, did you know? The Imperial fighting team, which had been unstoppable at the Tiando Grand Seoul Arena, was defeated in Soto City, supposedly by a grassroots team that hadn't been heard of much. No way. I remember the Imperial fighting team was a silver fighting team, and all its members were Soul Elders, with the captain being from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Could they have encountered a team with a Soul Master? What are you thinking? The rules of the Soul Arena state that the number of Soul Rings for the highest-ranked fighters on both sides must be the same. The Imperial fighting team consists of Soul Elders. How could they possibly encounter a Soul Master? So how did they lose? Who knows? Maybe they were careless. What about that grassroots team? What's their name? The name is a bit awkward. It's called Shrek. Indeed, I've never heard of it. Moreover, what's even more mysterious is that since their debut, they have been wearing masks, and no outsider has seen their true faces. Jilin raised his eyebrows. So the plot has come to this point. It seems there haven't been any changes, still the familiar scene. However, the urgent matter is to awaken the martial soul and embark on the path of cultivation. At this moment, the crowd around erupted in exclamations as the tightly shut gate slowly opened with a rumble. and the patrolling soldiers had already split into 2 rows, standing on either side of the main city gate, holding halberds in front of their chests. The sound of hooves grew louder, and soon 10 knights clad in splendid armor rode in 2 columns on tall steeds, leading the way with their gaze fixed ahead. Behind them, 4 white horses pulled a luxurious carriage embedded with exquisite jewels, shining in the sunlight. Finally, there were 2 rows of soldiers holding long halberds, marching in perfect unison. Sitting in the carriage was a young man with black hair, elegant in appearance, and although he was dressed finely, he did not give off an overbearing aura. At this time, there was a stir among the crowd, with voices like His Highness, the First Prince is so handsome, rising and falling. The blond youth also stood up and waved in this direction, further exciting the crowd. Looking at the young man standing on the carriage, Jilin was somewhat taken aback, not expecting such a person to exist in this world. He was refined but not effeminate, noble yet amiable. Is this the future god of angels? Truly divine. Observing the excited expressions of the crowd, Jilin was curious about how they would react when they learned that this perfect first prince was actually the saintess of the martial soul hall. Would they curse her as despicable, or would they support her and the martial soul hall? It was quite intriguing to think about. Hidden among the crowd, Jilin mused with a wicked sense of humor. As the convoy entered the city, the main city gate closed behind them. The crowd gradually calmed down, and as they entered the city walls, Jilin noticed that not only was the height astonishing, but the thickness was also not to be underestimated, easily measuring dozens of meters. Passing through the city gate felt like entering a tunnel, with quite a few fluorite providers illuminating the interior. Stepping out from the city walls, Jilin was dazzled by the scene before him. The Western-style buildings looked like something out of a fairy tale. The clean and spacious streets were bustling with people. Some were dressed elegantly in groups of 3 or 5, while others hurried by without stopping. Noble women on second-floor balconies chatted over tea with their friends, occasionally covering their mouths to laugh. Young girls with flowers walked alongside boys, their smiles radiant, though sometimes blushing at the boys' words. It was a scene of prosperity. Truly, it was the capital of a nation, far more bustling than others. Walking down the street, looking at the exquisite items in the shop windows, and inhaling the enticing scents wafting from somewhere, Jilin's face fell. The reason? His pockets were light. Although he had been cautious, hiding 2 gold soul coins in each of his shoes, he still underestimated the prices in Tiando. He thought 4 gold soul coins would last him a month, but upon seeing the prices, he realized that not even half a month would suffice. He had thought that the prices in the Qingdao market were high, but he never expected the imperial capital to be even more exorbitant. Take Haichuan's hotel as an example. The cheapest room costs 3 silver soul coins, while the best one costs 1 gold soul coin. In Tiando City, from the hotels Jilin had inquired about, the lowest was 10 silver soul coins, and the highest? A receptionist smilingly said, that might be your lifetime salary. In any case, Jilin needed to accomplish his goals quickly, otherwise he would have to find a job to make ends meet. He found a room for 8 silver coins, which was a preliminary step toward settling down. The Martial Soul Hall was easy to find, as there were only a few tall buildings in Tiando City. The Martial Soul Hall in Tiando City belongs to the 4th level of the Martial Soul Sanctum. From a distance, it resembled a grand Western cathedral, situated in a prosperous area, occupying a vast area, at least 1,000 acres by Jilin's estimate. Moreover, there were no other buildings within a radius of 500 meters, providing a broad view. Seeing such a Martial Soul Hall, Jilin felt hesitant. Originally, he planned to find a sub-hall or branch hall to awaken his martial soul, but by a stroke of luck, he ended up in Tiando City. Although he was now in front of the Martial Soul Hall, would such a prestigious place still awaken a martial soul for a commoner like him, let alone just himself? Jilin ultimately decided to give up. He could still hold on for a while longer, taking things slowly. The temple bathed in sunlight appeared so sacred, but the Spirit Hall was certainly not a charitable organization. Chapter 11. Unexpected joy. As the lights began to glow, Jilin returned to the hotel he had previously booked, reeking of alcohol. He took out the key, found his room according to the information on it, opened the door, stepped inside, and then closed the door with a bang. The room was small, only about 15 square meters, and without the bathroom, it was quite limited in size. However, the entire room only had a table, a chair, and a small bed, still leaving some space to move around. Upon entering the room, Jilin stretched out his arms and fell onto the bed, recalling the information he had gathered at the tavern. After leaving the Spirit Hall, Jilin sought out a tavern, as it was said to be the easiest place to gather information, so he decided to give it a try. As soon as he entered the tavern, Jilin noticed several people looking his way. Some seemed to be living well, while others appeared to be struggling. Ignoring the gazes, Jilin walked straight to the bar, ordered the cheapest drink, and then found an empty corner. Jilin does not like to drink alcohol. When he drinks, he never gets drunk. Although his face turns red and he has a headache the next day, he never feels intoxicated. When he was a child, the adults at home were quite amazed by this and said he was a god of wine incarnate. As he grew up, whenever drinking was necessary, his friend would always call him first. Therefore, Jilin really dislikes alcohol, as he can only feel a burning sensation in his throat but cannot drown his sorrows in drunkenness. Occasionally taking a sip in the corner, his eyes scan the surroundings. After downing a drink, he can feel his face turning red. Jilin stands up, orders another drink, and then wobbles towards his chosen targets. Two burly men sitting in the corner. The two men have dark skin, are not dressed in anything extravagant, and are drinking inexpensive alcohol. After observing them for a while, Jilin determines that they must be low-level workers engaged in manual labor. Hey there, it's a bit boring drinking alone. Can I join you? The two men, clearly having had quite a bit to drink, agreed without a second thought. Sure, it's more lively with more people drinking. As is well known, one of the ways for men to bond is through shared experiences, whether it's fighting together, visiting brothels, or serving time in jail. Drinking is also an important way to strengthen bonds. After a few drinks, the three began to call each other brothers. Unfortunately, this friendship, built under the influence of alcohol, is not strong enough to withstand tests. Otherwise, the term drinking buddies wouldn't be a pejorative. After a few rounds, listening to their complaints about their boss, Jilin learned that the two were stonemasons, specifically engaged in grinding stones and building houses. Today, they had just completed a big order worth 1,000 gold soul coins. But in the end, the boss took 800. The remaining 200 had to be divided among nearly 100 brothers, with each person receiving only about 2 gold soul coins. Although earning 2 gold soul coins for nearly a month of work is decent, just thinking about how the boss only occasionally shows up to sit in the shade and watch them work while taking 800 makes Jilin feel that the gold soul coins in his hand are not so appealing anymore. One of the burly men sighed helplessly. Well, there's nothing we can do. After all, he is a soul master. But I have to say, our boss is relatively good. My previous boss was so stingy, TSK. Who can argue with that? If I could awaken soul power, I'd do the same. Come on, you. If you had soul power, your ancestral grave would probably be smoking. If I could have soul power, I'd even blow up my ancestral grave. Jilin felt it was time to speak up. Who could argue otherwise? Alas, to not hide it from you too. I only just arrived in Tiando City today and have just settled in, thinking about finding a job and settling down. Oh, so you want to work with us? Jilin waved his hand and sighed. Of course not. I'm not as strong as you two. I'm planning to find a lighter job. Hearing Jilin's words, which contained praise for them, the two felt a bit happy and patted Jilin on the shoulder, saying, Don't sigh. Take your time looking. If it really doesn't work out, feel free to come to us. I have some savings that can last for a while. My sighing is mainly because the little one at home is about to turn 6. Today I saw the Wuhuan Hall. It was really impressive. But it seems like they won't help people awaken their spirits, so I'm a bit worried about what to do. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances, and one of them chuckled and said, I thought it was something serious. You don't need to worry too much about this, little brother. They then explained to Jilin how Wuhuan Awakening works in Tiando City. The Wuhuan Hall does not help people awaken their spirits, the children in Tiando City. Referring to ordinary civilians, go to those Soul Master Academies, except for the Tiando Royal Academy, which does not accept commoners. Children with decent spirit power will enter the academies that awaken spirits for them, which has become an unwritten rule. Each academy starts recruiting students at the beginning of March every year and also provides Wuhuan awakening services. Upon hearing this, Jilin felt both happy and disappointed. He was happy to learn about the pathway to Wuhuan awakening, but disappointed that it was already September and he would have to wait another 6 months. Just when Jilin was feeling down, one of his drinking buddies remembered something. Hey, I think I heard that the Lamba Academy is going to change its name to Shrek Academy. What? It's Shrek Academy. Be careful, or you might regret it if someone hears you. But you're not wrong. There's such a thing. A formal notice should be issued tomorrow. I heard they're expanding the academy, recruiting new students, and will also help awaken Wuhuan. Hick, isn't Shrek Academy a high-level Soul Master Academy? Why are they also recruiting those who just awakened? You've had too much to drink. Hick, it's just called a high-level Soul Master Academy. They also have lower and intermediate divisions. Jilin couldn't remember much of what they said next. He only recalled being overwhelmed with joy at this point, thinking that there is always a way out. After getting the two drunk, Ji Lin went to settle the bill, paying for both of them, which cost him 10 silver soul coins. He hurried back to the hotel, lay on the bed, and thought about those two drunkards. They were quite nice people. The next day, as soon as Ji Lin woke up, he felt a faint headache. The news he learned last night was still deeply etched in his mind. Ignoring the headache, he went to the front desk to ask for the address of Shrek Academy, but the receptionist looked confused. Seeing this, Ji Lin changed his question to ask where Lamba Academy was. After the receptionist pointed out the location, Ji Lin rushed out impatiently. Upon arriving at Lamba Academy, he found that quite a few people were already gathered around the bulletin board. Ji Lin quickly squeezed to the side, and when he looked up, he saw the notice. Lamba Academy will officially change its name to Shrek Academy tomorrow. The academy will open its doors to recruit new students and will also set up a Wuhuan awakening service to awaken the spirits of those who have not yet awakened, strengthening our soul master power. Upon receiving this confirmed news, Ji Lin felt an indescribable joy in his heart. Everything felt so wonderful. Even the big yellow dog on the side of the road, baring its teeth at him, looked cute. Even the 80-year-old lady by the road seemed beautiful. And even the hotel toilet. Well, let's skip that, it still smelled bad. In short, Ji Lin was in a great mood, feeling that life was once again full of hope. For dinner, he generously spent 50 silver soul coins to eat a roasted piglet, which was quite delicious. The day passed just like that. The next day, at Shrek Academy, in the principal's office, Flender, wearing a brand new black trench coat, stood in front of a full-length mirror, striking poses from time to time. When Lu Erlong walked in, she saw Flender flaunting himself like a peacock. Unable to help herself, she said, "Flender, you've been looking for almost a day now. Aren't you tired of it? I'm starting to suspect your Wuhuan is an owl." Hearing Lu Erlong's words, Flender finally stepped away from the mirror and sheepishly explained, "I just want to leave a good first impression on the students." But this... Lu Erlong wanted to say more when a hoarse voice interrupted her. "All right, Erlong, Flender's long-time wish has been fulfilled, so don't criticize him." Xiaojiang walked into the room, and seeing Lu Erlong's somewhat resentful expression, he sighed, but did not comfort her. He turned to Flender, who was standing aside, and said, "However, you really should be criticized this time. The enrollment ceremony has already started for a while, and you, the principal, are still admiring yourself in the mirror." "Really?" Flender turned around to look at the clock on the wall. "It really is. Then the speech I stayed up all night preparing yesterday is useless, isn't it?" Flender scratched his head anxiously, pacing back and forth in the office, thinking of ways to show the students his majestic presence as a principal. Yu Xiaojing could guess what Flender was thinking and sighed again. "Don't worry, I've already had someone change your opening speech to a closing speech. It won't delay you from showing off in front of the students." Upon hearing this, Flender was overjoyed and exclaimed, "Xiaojing, you truly are the wise corner of our golden iron triangle. Your ideas are always..." Noticing that Lu Erlong's gaze had been fixed on Yu Xiaojing since he entered, a hint of loneliness flashed in Flender's eyes. To avoid being noticed by his old friend, he changed the subject. "Since there's nothing to do right now, I might as well go check on the new student recruitment situation." After saying that, without waiting for the two to react, he hurriedly left his principal's office. When he saw that no one was around, Lu Erlong quietly moved closer to Yu Xiaojing. No matter how skilled Yu Xiaojing was as a great soul master, he naturally noticed her subtle actions and quickly walked towards the door. However, Lu Erlong's cultivation was much higher than his, so her speed was naturally faster. Just as Yu Xiaojing's right hand was about to touch the doorknob, his left sleeve was also grabbed. Lu Erlong's voice sounded from behind. "Xiaojing, do you really dislike being with me that much?" Yu Xiaojing turned around and saw that Lu Erlong's eyes were red. Remembering what his disciple had said not long ago, he sighed deeply and let his hand slip from the doorknob. Stepping out of the teaching building, Flender looked at his office, resting his left hand on his forehead and rubbing his temple with his thumb. "I've already decided to let go yet." Just as Flender was reminiscing about his lost youth, a student rushed over, and upon seeing Flender, hurriedly ran up to him. "Principal, it's bad. Someone is causing trouble." Flender adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose, the reflection obscuring his gaze. Chapter 12. Awakening Failure. How boring. I wonder where third brother has gone. Xiao Wu has also become like Zhu Qing, practicing hard, and Dai Lao is always pestering Zhu Qing. As for Fatty, let's not mention him. Even Xiao Ao is in seclusion. I wonder where he, a food-type soul master, gets so much motivation. Ning Rongrong leaned against a bench in the school park, twirling her right index finger around her hair. Suddenly, she sat up straight, placing her right hand's index finger and thumb under her chin. "I need to find some fun, or I'll be bored to death. But where should I go? Just then, she noticed several students rushing towards the school gate, and Ning Rongrong became a bit curious. Stopping one of the students. Why are you all heading toward the school gate? The person who was stopped was about to get angry. But upon seeing that it was a student brought by the new principal, he knew he couldn't afford to offend her and had to respond respectfully. Hello, senior. We heard that someone caused a scene during the enrollment ceremony, and we're going to check it out. No, I mean to help. Interesting. Isn't this the fun I was looking for? Ning Rongrong immediately decided to go check it out as well. Looking at the line in front of him, Jilin was a bit surprised. He had gotten up before dawn, yet there were still so many people ahead of him. There were a total of 10 soul awakening points set up by Shrek Academy. In front of each awakening point stood hundreds of people of all sizes. It seemed he had underestimated the importance that Douluo people placed on soul awakening. After all, once one possesses soul power, they have the possibility of becoming a privileged class of soul masters. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it's like leaping over the dragon gate. However, after today, I will also be a member of the privileged class. Suppressing his excitement, he waited patiently. Jilin arrived relatively early, with only about 30 people ahead of him at his awakening point, and, excluding parents, there were just over 10 children. It wouldn't be long before it was his turn. Soul awakening is not a complicated process, and the line moved steadily. He saw the excited children going in and the disappointed ones coming out, some even crying, while the waiting parents immediately rushed up to comfort them. So far, no one had obtained soul power at Jilin's awakening point, but a boy with a level 5 hunting dog martial soul had emerged from the awakening point to the left. The Shrek Academy staff immediately invited him to join. And amidst the joy of his parents and the envy of others, the boy happily walked through the gates of Shrek Academy. Jilin felt a bit nervous, but when he thought about the soul power within him, he relaxed his clenched hands. His palms were sweaty. Finally, it was Jilin's turn. Leading the children into the awakening was a boy around 12 or 13 years old, about 6 meters tall. Seeing him, Jilin couldn't help but marvel at how quickly people in Douluo developed. The boy looked him up and down. Uncle, where's your child? Hearing the boy call him uncle, Jilin almost opened his mouth to correct him, saying he was only 20 years old, but then he realized that he hadn't taken care of his appearance recently. So being mistaken for an uncle didn't seem impossible. Moreover, the urgent matter was to awaken his martial soul, so he dismissed that thought. I'm here to awaken my martial soul. Upon hearing this, Glan, the boy, was taken aback. He had never heard of anyone awakening their martial soul at such an age and asked in confusion, How old are you? 20. Glan looked at his companion. Can someone awaken their martial soul at 20? The companion shook his head, indicating that he had never seen or even heard of such a thing. At that moment, a somewhat irritable voice came from a tent at the awakening point. What's going on? Where are the people? Hurry up and come in. Don't waste my time. Glan shouted towards the tent. Senior, there's a 20-year-old here wanting to awaken his martial soul. Should we let him in? Tai Long, already annoyed from having to awaken so many people, immediately cursed. Are you out of your mind? Coming to awaken a martial soul at 20, isn't that just causing trouble? Tell him to get lost. Being publicly told to get lost made Jilin a bit angry, but he still held back his fury and provided his reasoning. I really haven't awakened a martial soul, and your notice didn't specify an age requirement for awakeners. Tai Long walked out of the tent and immediately spotted Jilin at the front of the line. Regardless of whether you can successfully awaken at your age, even if you do awaken and have soul power, what level can you possibly reach? You might as well go home and farm, find a livelihood. But what if I am an extraordinary talent? Jilin replied seriously, I've never seen such shameless people. As he spoke, Talon strode forward, ready to take action. Jilin immediately shouted, Help. The soul master is trying to kill me. The people around began to discuss among themselves. How can the students of Shrek Academy be like this? He just wanted to awaken a martial soul. A little help will be fine. Why so stingy? Exactly. He is a soul master. How can he make things difficult for an ordinary person? Kid, you can't learn to be so arrogant like that, brother. Talon, although a soul master and not weak, was still just an immature teenager. Faced with such a situation, he found it hard to handle, feeling that both taking action and not taking action were inappropriate. So he could only glare at Jilin fiercely. Seeing this, Jilin silently said sorry in his heart. Although it was rather shameless, it was the best solution Jilin could think of. At that moment, a deep voice sounded. You brat, causing trouble. The newcomer was tall and thin, about 9 meters, wearing black half-frame glasses with gray hair, prominent cheekbones, and a black trench coat that looked somewhat oversized. While Talon was yelling angrily, someone realized the situation had escalated and hurried to notify the teacher. As Jilin observed Flinder, Flinder was also observing Jilin. Disheveled hair, slightly worn clothes, a travel-worn face. Not a soul master, nor a wealthy person. So, why at 20 years old was he still trying to awaken a martial soul? Get lost. As the words were spoken, the air around seemed to stop flowing, and the onlookers quickly fell silent. The once lively entrance became so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Jilin didn't want to grovel and beg, but this was the only way he could awaken his martial soul at the moment. Soul Master, no one says you can't awaken at 20, so please give me a chance. He then bowed to Flanders and said, I'm begging you. As soon as he finished speaking, a tremendous pressure enveloped Jilin, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. Seeing Jilin, who didn't know how to appreciate kindness, Flanders immediately erupted in anger. Today you come, tomorrow he comes. What do you think my Shrek Academy is? A vegetable market? Jilin gritted his teeth and, trembling under the pressure, managed to climb up. Fortunately, his body had become stronger. Otherwise, he would have truly been lying down. Please give me a chance. Flander frowned, surprised that the pressure of level 30 couldn't do anything to this kid. Just as he was about to increase the pressure, a clear voice came through. Dean Flander, just give him a chance. If he turns out to be a genius and is dismissed, that would be a shame. Ningrongrong, with her beautiful face and wearing a long green dress, spoke up. Flander was somewhat puzzled as to why Ningrongrong would help an outsider. Just as he was about to ask, he saw the excitement in her eyes. How could I forget? She's not a good girl. She's a little demoness who thrives on chaos. Sighing, he decided to give her some face, and it would also help to establish his glorious image as the dean. After thinking this, he withdrew his soul power and said to Jilin, Kid, I'll give you one chance. Saying that, he took out 6 black, round stones from somewhere. Come on, I'll personally awaken you. Jilin took a deep breath, thanked Ning Rongrong, and then approached Flinder. It began. Saying this, Flinder threw the stone in his hand, landing in 6 directions around Jilin. With his martial soul activated, a giant blue owl phantom appeared behind Flinder. Flinder extended his right hand, palm facing Jilin. Streams of blue light surged from the 6 stones, intertwining and forming a perfect hexagram, with Jilin at its center. In the next moment, a faint golden light shield enveloped Jilin. The 6 stones emitted specks of golden light, which flowed into Jilin's body. Jilin felt the golden light entering his body from all directions. Wherever the golden light passed, a sense of comfort arose, as if a hungry person had tasted a delicacy or a thirsty person had drunk sweet dew. All the paths of golden light would pass through the Dantian, where the stored soul power was located. Each point of golden light would take away a trace of soul power, and then Jilin could no longer perceive it. As more and more golden light entered, the soul power in the Dantian diminished. Jilin felt a hint of unease. Extend your right hand. Upon hearing this, Jilin raised his right hand. Everyone's eyes widened, eager to see what martial soul he would awaken, especially since there was quite a bit of golden light. Flinder and Ning Rongrong were no exception. However, the onlookers' eyes soon grew weary, as no martial soul appeared on Jilin's right hand. He stood there, dumbfounded with his hand raised. What's going on? Doesn't he even have a martial soul? I thought with your persistence, you would have some powerful martial soul. But this is just laughable. This remark acted like a fuse, causing everyone around to burst into laughter. Look at him. Doesn't he look like a beggar with a bowl? You know, if you added a bowl and had him sitting on the ground, it would be quite fitting. Kid, it's one thing not to have soul power, but don't come out and embarrass yourself like him. Amidst the laughter, Jilin withdrew his right hand and slowly clenched it into a fist, head lowered, his expression unclear. Initially, Flinder thought Jilin might awaken some remarkable martial soul and had worried for a while, fearing he would be proven wrong. Thankfully, this person was just a clown. Wiping away the tears at the corners of his eyes, he smiled and said, Kid, I'm in a good mood right now, so I won't hold it against you for causing a scene. You can leave now. Jilin remained silent. Although he had not awakened, he could still clearly sense the soul power within him. He had originally wanted to see how many levels of soul power he had, but looking at the situation, it seemed he wouldn't have a chance anymore. He walked out of the crowd and then disappeared from everyone's sight. Flanders, who witnessed Jilin leave, turned around and spoke to the gathered students behind him. In the future, when you encounter such people, just take action directly. Remember, those who are afraid to cause trouble are mediocre. You have the academy behind you. Long live the principal. Long live Shrek. Long live the principal. Long live Shrek. The surrounding crowd began to discuss among themselves. Is this the perspective of a soul master? I love it. That teacher looks so strong. I want to join Shrek Academy. Being afraid to cause trouble is just mediocrity. It's exactly the kind of school I dream of. Mom, what animal is that? A little girl pointed at Flanders' martial soul and asked, Sweetheart, that's a flying animal called an owl. Mom, can I be as impressive as that uncle? Child, it's not even dark yet. Why are you already talking nonsense? Chapter 13. Hello, my name is Luo. Lin Yuan was quite depressed. Ever since he was knocked out and fled by an ordinary person last time, Kulu had made an example of him, and his status in the team had greatly diminished. Even the newcomers would come up to tease him when they saw him. This morning, they didn't even take him along when they set out. He felt like he was almost losing his place in the team. Thinking about this, Lin Yuan's resentment towards Ji Lin deepened. Damn it, don't let me encounter that kid. Otherwise, I'll make him know what cruelty is. Arriving at the tavern he often frequented, he chose a window seat and decided to have a drink to comfort himself. While waiting for his drink, Lin Yuan inadvertently spotted a familiar figure. It seems even heaven is helping me. Ji Lin found a tavern nearby, which was much more upscale than the one he had previously used to gather information, but he didn't care. Once again, he was alone in a corner. Although Ji Lin couldn't get drunk, he didn't know of any other way to ease his mood at the moment. The spiciness of the alcohol was a good way to do so. Thus, Ji Lin drank cup after cup. It wasn't until he felt the urge to urinate that he got up to leave. His face flushed as he made his way to the restroom. Seeing Ji Lin leave, Lin Yuan, who had been observing him from the side, also got up to follow him to the restroom. This tavern was indeed nice. Even the restroom was significantly larger than Ji Lin's room. After a long release, Ji Lin's eyelids drooped, looking listless. At that moment, he sensed someone behind him, turned his head, and found an old acquaintance. The human trafficker he had knocked out before was standing at the door. Knowing that the other party had ill intentions, Ji Lin didn't plan to be polite. He staggered toward the door. Seeing Ji Lin drunkenly approaching him, Lin Yuan had already figured out how to handle him. When Ji Lin got closer, he would take advantage of his unguarded state to knock him out. Although he was just a level 23 auxiliary soul master and not strong, he should still be stronger than an ordinary person. Once he knocked him out, he could do whatever he wanted. However, he couldn't go too far, or else he wouldn't be able to sell him for a good price. As Lin Yuan was still contemplating how to satisfy his resentment without devaluing Ji Lin was less than 5 meters away from him. Lin Yuan set aside his thoughts and quietly waited for Ji Lin. 4 meters. Watching Ji Lin's unsteady gait, Lin Yuan sneered, thinking that the last time he had been knocked out was just due to good luck and a sneak attack. This time, Ji Lin was drunk and had no soul power. The advantage was mine. 3 meters. How could I be knocked out by someone like him? That would be a major blemish on my life. But soon it would be over. 2 meters. How much should I sell him for? 1,000? Or? Ji Lin suddenly erupted, delivering a punch to Lin Yuan's stomach, who was still lost in thought. With the strength to lift 100 pounds with one arm, Lin Yuan doubled over and knelt on the ground. In disbelief, Lin Yuan looked up and saw the same flushed face from before, along with clear eyes that he hadn't noticed earlier. Ji Lin kicked Lin Yuan on the head, causing Lin Yuan to fly and crash into the wall, knocking him out cold. However, Ji Lin did hear him say something mid-flight. You ambushed me again. He then collected all of Lin Yuan's belongings, gaining 46 gold soul coins. As he stepped out of the tavern, a cool breeze greeted him, feeling quite refreshing. After this little incident, the frustration from the failed awakening of his martial soul had dissipated considerably. Although he didn't successfully awaken his martial soul, this trip was not entirely fruitless. At least Ji Lin could now mobilize the dwindling soul power within him, and it felt very natural, as if that soul power was a part of his body. This is also why Ji Lin could maintain his mindset. Even without a martial soul, possessing soul power still held some potential. After all, isn't that how other systems work? As long as one absorbs basic energy, there is a possibility for the extraordinary. Ji Lin touched his pocket, contemplating whether he should switch to a better room today and enjoy himself. As he walked towards the hotel, he looked at the brightly lit street and stopped in front of a shop called Day and Night, which was flashing with colorful neon lights. He noticed the guests coming out, all smiling and slightly disheveled, and wondered if he should go in and broaden his horizons. Although Jace and Sivan had invited him before, the allure of what was right in front of him was much greater. Just as Ji Lin hesitated about whether to go in or not, a teasing voice rang out. Why are you just standing there? Don't you plan to go in? Ji Lin was startled. Since arriving at the market, no one had ever approached him without being sensed. Turning around, he noticed the loose black clothing and the long sword at the waist. It was the strange soul master who had said he would take him as a disciple that night. How did you get here? Of course, I followed you here. Let's go in, or there won't be any spots left. After saying this, the figure stepped into the day and night establishment. Wait, you. Looking at the figure that had already entered, Ji Lin silently thought, it's not that I wanted to come in, my apologies, Amit Ba, and stepped into a place he had never been before. Once inside, he found that contrary to his expectation of a bustling crowd, the spacious hall only had a slightly plump middle-aged woman standing at the front desk. The woman looked Ji Lin up and down and asked blandly, this guest seems unfamiliar. Is this your first time here? Ji Lin replied perfunctorily while looking around, but did not see that figure. So what do you want? Before the woman could finish her sentence, Ji Lin took out a gold soul coin and stuffed it into her hand. I'm here to find someone. Have you seen the soul master in black who came in earlier? The woman, secretly tucking away the gold soul coin, looked at Ji Lin with curiosity and asked, do you know that soul master? Sort of. Then, the woman extended her right hand towards Ji Lin. It will cost you 40 gold soul coins. Ji Lin frowned and said irritably, you're already asking for money before I've even started? Upon hearing this, the woman realized that Ji Lin had misunderstood something and quickly explained, it's not from you. It's from that black-clothed soul master. He said someone would come to settle his bill for the past 3 days. Didn't he tell you? The atmosphere suddenly fell silent, and Ji Lin didn't expect to encounter such a situation. Can you still extend credit here? A soul master should be given some convenience. Well, I guess. Forget it. Take me to see him first. I'll verify it with him. The middle-aged woman hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. All right. After saying that, she turned around and entered the hallway behind her. Following the middle-aged woman, Ji Lin curiously observed the surroundings. On both sides were smooth white stone walls with no visible seams, adorned with intricate light golden patterns. Above, there was a lamp every few steps. But it wasn't the oil lamp Ji Lin had imagined. The center of the lamp was made of some metallic material, and he couldn't tell what it was. The floor was simple, just covered with a gray carpet, surprisingly clean, perhaps because it was changed daily. After walking for a few minutes, the middle-aged woman pointed to a room and said, it's this one. Pushing the door open, Ji Lin saw the black-clothed soul master sitting on the sofa, with a table full of exquisite dishes in front of him. Just as Ji Lin entered, the man raised his wine glass, preparing to enjoy it. Seeing the door open, he lifted his glass and gestured to Ji Lin, saying, hey kid, you're here? Come and sit. Ji Lin sat across with a dark expression. What's going on? What do you mean what's going on? I don't quite understand what you're saying. As he spoke, he took a sip from his glass, squinting as if savoring the taste. What's the deal with the bill they mentioned? The man in black, seemingly oblivious, continued to drink his wine, occasionally picking up his chopsticks to nibble on a dish, letting out comfortable moans. Oh, so good. Ji Lin took a deep breath, stood up, and turned around. Sorry, I mistook you for someone else. Saying this, he was about to leave. Wait, a shadow flashed by, and then Ji Lin felt someone hugging his thigh. Don't go. I was just joking with you. If you leave, who will pay the bill for me? How will I get out? Ji Lin felt that the middle-aged woman beside him seemed to have a few more characters on her forehead, but he wasn't sure if it was just his imagination. He tried to pull his leg out, but it was of no use. Ji Lin knew he wouldn't be able to leave for a while. Let go, I won't go. Doubtingly, she let go, and seeing Ji Lin really return to his seat, the black-clothed soul master also breathed a sigh of relief, then stretched out his right hand towards Ji Lin, bending 4 fingers. Ji Lin silently stared at the outstretched hand, saying nothing. The woman's eyes had unknowingly squinted into a thin line. Seeing this, the black-clothed soul master remained silent for a long time. Give me some face. Hearing this, Ji Lin was a bit surprised, took out the pouch of money he had just received, pulled out 6 gold soul coins, and placed them in that hand. After taking the pouch, weighing it, he placed it in the hand of the person beside him who was about to darken. After receiving the pouch, the middle-aged woman said nothing, stood up, and walked towards the door. Bang! The door closed. For the first time, no, for the second time meeting. You can call me Luo. Chapter 14, Master Apprenticeship. You can call me Luo. Luo introduced his name to Ji Lin. So Luo, how do you plan to repay me? Ji Lin asked directly. Luo stroked his chin, thoughtfully pondering the question. Well, how about I take you as my disciple? Let you become a unique and unparalleled master. Hearing this, Ji Lin was both angry and amused. Since you said outside that you came with me, then you should know that I have no martial soul. Luo seemed to be startled by Ji Lin's sudden temper, a hint of grievance on his face, but he continued, however, on Douluo continent. No matter how talented a person is, they will definitely awaken their martial soul, unless Luo lowered his hands and looked at Ji Lin with a smile. You're not from this world. Upon hearing his biggest secret guest, Ji Lin felt a surge of panic inside, but forced himself to remain calm. What are you talking about? If I have no martial soul, then I'm not human. So, how could the soul master who awakened me not know? Luo replied, still smiling, you're quite nervous. At this, Ji Lin fell silent for a long time, finally speaking. How do you know? Is it really just because I have no martial soul? Of course not. After all, that was just something I made up to tease you. I didn't expect you to be so easy to provoke. Luo shook his head, clicking his tongue. Damn it. Ji Lin couldn't help but curse in dialect. Is that the language from your side? With that attitude, it must not be anything good. With his biggest secret exposed, and no harm coming from this person, Ji Lin's worried heart finally relaxed. Once he relaxed, he noticed something he hadn't before. Since you know there are people who don't belong to Douluo continent, then you must have encountered someone like me before, or you yourself are that person. And we likely don't come from the same place. Luo looked at Ji Lin with appreciation. You're quite quick to react, nice. I really am not from this world. But how are you so sure that we aren't from the same place? Is it just because I didn't understand what you said? Ji Lin thought for a moment and realized that with so many dialects, it was normal not to understand. Moreover, it's not just one country. So Gongting Yujio. Luo, Kongakawa Luo, ending a Seoin, then made a little gesture. Luo. Surprise, Mother Fu. Luo quickly covered Ji Lin's mouth and said with a headache, all right, I get it. So back to the topic. How do you plan to pay me back? This time, Luo did not answer immediately. Instead, he asked Ji Lin a question. Why didn't you kill him? You could have killed him when he was completely defenseless. Why didn't you? It's obvious he was coming for you. Were you there at the time? I guess so. Ji Lin was startled and thought, oh no, am I going to be seen naked? When were you there? Luo replied somewhat helplessly. Don't worry, I didn't see your, First, answer my question. Then I'll give my explanation based on your answer. You're not being persuasive at all. Ji Lin did not understand why Luo cared so much about his answer. However, now Ji Lin only wanted to know why Luo was following him. Moreover, the other party's fist was bigger than his own. After thinking for a while, Ji Lin spoke up. I used to live in a stable environment, where although people would have conflicts and grudges, very few would resolve them in this way. Luo seemed very interested in this answer, stroking his chin. He said, that's interesting. I'm curious, if not through force, what methods did you use to solve problems? Ji Lin replied without hesitation, law. Upon hearing this word, Luo's expression became deep and his tone a bit strange. Well, your law enforcers are quite remarkable. Yes, although there are some who fall from grace among the enforcers, the vast majority are still very upright. As he spoke, Ji Lin became a bit excited. However, I came. The voice trailed off. Looking up, he noticed that Luo hadn't paid attention to his trailing words, and he breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that I stopped in time. I got a bit too excited just now. He thought this to himself, but said aloud, so, it's your turn to answer my question. Luo smiled and replied, wasn't the answer already given to you the first time we met? Ji Lin certainly remembers, but he is quite puzzled. After all, why? Before Ji Lin could finish speaking, Luo interrupted him. Yes, without a martial soul. You were really in a sorry state back then, weren't you? Ji Lin was even more puzzled. Then why do you still want to take me as your apprentice? Luo, however, did not answer the question. Since you're not from this world, I'm very curious about what your cultivation system is. Ji Lin answered the question with a complicated expression. Well, we don't practice cultivation, or rather, we can't cultivate. Over there, the main focus is on developing technology. Technology? What is that? It's something similar to the soul guiding devices in Douluo continent, but can be used without the need for soul power. Interesting. Ji Lin noticed that the topic was drifting further away and quickly brought it back. Since you want to take me as your disciple, what do you plan to teach me? Make me a peerless master. Show me a trick. Luo Chu raised his right middle finger and then flicked it. Ji Lin only felt a flash of white light and checked his body, finding nothing unusual. He thought it was just an ordinary gust of wind. The next second, he heard the sound of something breaking behind him. Turning around, he saw that a vase placed on the cabinet had split in half, with one half on the floor making a noise and the other half lying on the cabinet, its broken edge smooth as a mirror. Ji Lin swallowed hard, instinctively stepping back, but his foot hit the table, and to his surprise, a straight crack appeared in the center of the stone table, causing it to tilt inward as well. Ji Lin lowered his head and murmured, without using a martial soul and not seeing a soul ring, it means I can learn it too. Then he suddenly looked up at Luo, who was lying on the sofa, his eyes full of eagerness, saying, I want to learn this. Seeing this, Luo smiled and said, you want to learn? I'll teach you. Upon hearing this, Ji Lin was overjoyed. Master, please accept your disciple's bow. Luo closed his eyes, enjoying Ji Lin's kneeling. However, he felt that something was a bit off. When he opened his eyes and saw Ji Lin still kneeling there, he thought, well, the atmosphere has been set. Shouldn't you kowtow a few times? Ji Lin rubbed his nose. But this must hurt, right? Luo was also left speechless by this answer and shouted irritably, "Get up, get up." Ji Lin was a well-behaved child and immediately stood up from the ground, faster than he had knelt down. He felt like he had made a wrong decision. After standing up, Ji Lin looked at Luo. "Master, when will you start teaching me that move? I think starting now would be great. Don't be so eager. Let's go back and rest today. I will teach you some things tomorrow." Luo got up, opened the door, and disappeared in an instant. Seeing Luo's exit, Ji Lin couldn't help but exclaim, "As expected of my peer, he's impressive." However, looking at the table that had been split in half, he thought, TMD, couldn't you let me have a bite? The next day, in the hotel restaurant, looking at the 5 gold coins left in his hand, Ji Lin's resentment towards Luo grew. If Luo had taken him along last night, he would still have 10 gold coins. How long could 5 gold coins last him? He hoped the guy could truly teach him something. Otherwise, he would make sure Luo knew what. What was it called? Luo suddenly interjected, What is it called? It's called Breakfast Master. Have you eaten? I have eaten, but since you have this intention, I think I can have a bit more. With that, Luo called the waiter and began to order 1 portion of qinglong porridge and 1 portion of qingyu dried meat. That will do. All right. Then the waiter turned to Ji Lin. What would you like to order? Ji Lin picked up the menu and was also ready to order some breakfast with more impressive names. Let me see. Qinglong porridge, 2 Jin Soul coins for a bowl. Qingyugan for 1 Jin Soul coin a dish, damn. He stiffly turned his head to look at Luo beside him. Did this guy install surveillance in my wallet? What are you looking at me for? Just order. Damn it. Why should you eat well while I can't? With that thought, Ji Lin turned to the waiter and squeezed out from between his teeth. Give me a bowl of qinglong porridge too. Okay. The dishes arrived quickly, and looking at the white porridge in front of him, Ji Lin pondered for a long time. This doesn't look much different from ordinary white porridge. Why is it so expensive? And it has such an impressive name. But Ji Lin picked up the bowl and smelled it under his nose. It was quite fragrant. Taking a sip of the porridge, the rich and savory flavor stimulated Ji Lin's taste buds, and after swallowing, a warm sensation arose. Ah, delicious. But what is that texture? Is it meat? Hearing Ji Lin's muttering, Luo spoke up. It's the meat of a 10-year-old green snake. A soul beast? No wonder it's so expensive. Then, Ji Lin looked at the plate of green jade bamboo shoots. Is this also a soul beast? He picked up a piece and tasted it. It was indeed more fragrant than ordinary bamboo shoots. This should be the bamboo shoots of the solitary bamboo, and its age is a bit higher than that of the snake. Ji Lin was puzzled. How do you know me so well? How much have you eaten? Back in the day, when I was on an adventure in the deep sea, my ship accidentally ran aground, and I ate quite a few soul beasts on that island. Is that so? Chapter 15. Strange theory. After finishing the last bite of porridge, Ji Lin and his companion left. As Ji Lin had no money on him at the moment, and staying there was of no use. Let me say my purse is completely empty right now. So where are we staying tonight? No money? That's a problem. But let me see your condition first. After all, I've never seen a Douluo without a martial soul. Saying this, he gestured for Ji Lin to come over. Standing in front of the nearly 2-meter tall figure, Ji Lin, who is 798 meters tall, curiously asked, How do you check? Like this. Saying that, he raised his hand to touch Ji Lin's head. Ji Lin quickly dodged, looking at Luo with a complex expression. What kind of inspection method is this? Luo seemed a bit unhappy. This is my unique method. You shouldn't be ungrateful. It's not that I don't trust you. It's just that, can we change to a different place? It's a bit embarrassing in such a public setting. Luo clicked his tongue in surprise. You weren't like this in front of Shrek Academy. That was because there was no other choice. If I could choose, I would prefer to be a low-key person. Fine. Luo slowly reached behind Ji Lin, and under Ji Lin's puzzled gaze, grabbed his collar and slowly ascended into the air. Looking down at the ground, getting farther away, and the onlookers, Ji Lin's face turned ashen. This was a huge embarrassment. The Soul Master in front stopped. Flying was prohibited in Heavendo City. A group of armored soldiers appeared out of nowhere, their long spears aimed at the two. The leader had 2 yellow soul rings appearing at his feet. Otherwise, we will attack. Luo seemed to ignore this, looking down at Ji Lin. Kid, we're going to find a secluded place now. Ha! Saying this, he transformed into a streak of light and sped towards the outskirts of the city. One could vaguely hear a soldier in the air shout, You bastard! A soldier looked at his captain. Captain, aren't we going to chase? The captain replied irritably, Chase? How do we chase? If they can fly without a martial soul, think about it. Their strength must be considerable. Even if we catch up, what can we do? This. What do you mean by this? Fall back. The wind blowing in his face made Ji Lin feel pain. He had to face down to feel a bit better. Looking at the rapidly changing scenery below, Ji Lin felt a bit dizzy. His stomach was also churning. Did you find it? Unfortunately, the wind was too strong. It seemed Luo didn't hear. After flying for a quarter of an hour, Luo suddenly stopped above a forest. Then, he descended to a certain height and threw Ji Lin down. The sudden stop and drop caused Ji Lin to regurgitate his breakfast, filling his mouth. With a thud, Ji Lin hit the ground and couldn't control his vomiting. But food shot out 2 meters away. Ji Lin also fainted, thinking in his mind, driving without a license is quite harmful. Ji Lin slowly opened his eyes. The sky was pitch black with no stars in sight. Sitting up, he saw Luo sitting by the campfire, roasting a pile of unknown meat. Oh, you're awake. Come eat something. Ji Lin, not being polite, walked over to the campfire, took the roasted meat that Luo handed over, and started eating. I checked on you while you were unconscious and got a general understanding of your situation. Hearing this, Ji Lin paused his eating and looked at Luo. And then, Luo fiddled with the roasted meat in his hands. Actually, you should be considered as having a martial soul. It's just that your martial soul is a bit. I have a martial soul, but I don't feel its presence, right? Of course you can't feel it. You are your own martial soul, the original martial soul? A guess flashed through Ji Lin's mind, but it was quickly dismissed. After all, the original martial soul can also be summoned. Ji Lin couldn't make sense of it, so he shared this question with Luo. Oh, you even know about the original martial soul? But you're mistaken. You are not the original martial soul. The original martial soul is, after all, just a type of martial soul, and in a certain sense, you indeed do not have a martial soul. Ji Lin took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to punch the riddle man in front of him. What does it mean to have a martial soul? And what does it mean to truly not have one? Sigh, I thought you could understand, but was it me who was confused? Luo squinted, his tone a bit somber. Ji Lin, you want to have a martial soul, right? But have you ever considered that you yourself are a kind of martial soul? Everything in this world, at least everything that is alive, possesses soul power. Ordinary people and soul masters all have soul power. Ji Lin did not speak, quietly listening. As for why ordinary people cannot cultivate after awakening their martial souls, it is because their soul power is used to condense the martial soul. Most descendants of soul masters can become soul masters themselves, which is easy to explain. They inherit soul power far beyond that of ordinary people from their ancestors. Therefore, after condensing the martial soul, they still have surplus soul power. Within the bloodlines of all people in this world, there is some mysterious substance that I call the martial soul factor. Before the age of 6, the soul power in the human body gradually resonates with some martial soul factors in the bloodline. The more resonating martial soul factors there are, the stronger the martial soul will be. Of course, the more innate soul power you have, the more resonating martial soul factors you will have. Before the age of 6, the innate soul power in the human body will start to construct your martial soul under the guidance of the resonating martial soul factors. The remaining soul power used to construct the martial soul is what people commonly refer to as the innate soul power level. Hearing this, Ji Lin thought of a way to exploit a bug to awaken early, which would allow those who should have no soul power to possess it. This way, everyone could have soul power, and if the world continued to develop like this, perhaps in tens of thousands of years, the Douluo world could become a world of cultivation. However, as far as Ji Lin knew, even after 10,000 years, the entire Douluo world would still be practicing martial souls, indicating that this method would not work. But why? After hearing Ji Lin's question, Luo nodded. Indeed, thinking of this shows that your intelligence is still online. Around the age of 6, the martial soul is almost fully constructed, and the resonating factors return to a state of calm. At this time, the soul power without martial soul factors would, suppress it, and it would dissipate within the body like leaves blown by the wind. The martial soul then becomes the new suppression of soul power. Moreover, it must be a complete martial soul to exert that suppression. However, at this time, the martial soul is just an intangible entity, like a leaking pot with holes everywhere, and soul power will still leak out. At this moment, something is needed to block these holes. Do you remember the golden light during the martial soul awakening? That is what blocks the holes for the martial soul. Once it enters the body, the martial soul will transform from virtual to real. Although it's unclear how Luo knows all this, and whether it's true, it does explain some of Ji Lin's questions. For instance, Master Yu Shaojiang, according to this theory, has insufficient innate soul power to provide enough martial soul factor resonance, which led to his martial soul being a pig. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun has enough soul power and sufficient resonating factors, which is why he transformed from a chicken into a phoenix. Watching Ji Lin lost in thought, Luo narrowed his eyes. But you're not a person from this world. There are no such martial soul factors in your bloodline. I believe that the soul power within you and those golden lights have transformed you into a martial soul. Ji Lin opened his eyes wide. Can it be like this? Of course, after all, martial souls are diverse and peculiar. Some people can awaken their martial souls and come back to life after dying once. So what does this count as? Ji Lin took a deep breath, comforting his restless heart. Indeed. All right, it's time to rest early. I already have a rough idea of how to teach you, and we'll start formal training tomorrow. Saying this, he casually found a spot by the campfire and lay down. While looking at the fire, Ji Lin suddenly spoke, Luo, since you're not from the Douluo world, why do you have a martial soul? Luo didn't lift his head, replying, my situation is a bit different from yours. In a certain sense, I can be considered a Douluo person. Is that so? But I'm quite bored right now. How about you tell me about your adventures in the deep sea? There was no sound from Luo's side. Luo? The only response Ji Lin received was a faint snore. Luo, not responding can also help others confirm certain things. You should understand this logic. Ji Lin thought to himself. But he didn't say it out loud. Ji Lin placed his hands behind his head, gazing at the pitch-black sky, where a string of stars twinkled. Chapter 16. The professor, after much deliberation, Ji Lin decided to stay by Luo's side. Although Luo's origins were a mystery, his strength was certainly greater than Ji Lin's, and he possessed at least one self-created soul skill. This was a temptation Ji Lin couldn't refuse, especially since he didn't have a martial soul and was unsure if he could absorb soul rings. The main reason Ji Lin made such a decision was that he ran out of money. After all, he had already spent 40 on meals, and before he recouped that, he was reluctant to leave. The next day, deep in the forest, a shadow swooped down from the sky and fell into the nearby lake with a splash. Ji Lin floated on the water's surface, gasping for breath, his arms aching so much that he could barely lift them. This was already the 10th time Ji Lin had entered the water today. He recalled being called up early in the morning by Luo and dragged to the lakeside. Luo had tossed him a sword, which was thick-edged and resembled a flat black iron rod. The sword, including the hilt, was about 4 feet 5 inches long and approximately 3 fingers wide, weighing around 50 pounds. Without further ado, Luo charged at Ji Lin with a sword similar to his, swinging it towards Ji Lin. Seeing this, Ji Lin had no choice but to swing the sword in his hand to meet it. As a result, with a bang, he was sent flying into the water along with the sword. Dazed, he looked at Luo on the shore. That person said seriously, I can only teach you my things in battle. Hearing this, Ji Lin wiped his face with his hand, swam to the shore, and charged at Luo with the sword, only to be met with a series of bangs and splashes, floating helplessly on the water's surface. Ji Lin had reason to suspect that Luo just wanted a free punching bag. Seeing that Ji Lin really had no strength left to stand up, Luo yawned. Noticing that Ji Lin wouldn't sink, he turned around and said, it's time to prepare lunch. Although Ji Lin was exhausted, he didn't waste time. Reflecting on these 10 times in the water, he realized that apart from the first time, the subsequent 9 times could roughly be divided into 2 categories, attacks he could dodge and those he couldn't. For the ones he couldn't dodge, Luo seemed to be holding back, while the ones he could dodge were getting heavier each time. Ultimately, he was always knocked away by the ones he could dodge. At that moment, Ji Lin was a bit reckless and only focused on a head-on confrontation, not noticing this pattern. It seemed that next time he practiced with Luo, he couldn't just be reckless. Half an hour later, Ji Lin returned to the shore, clenched his fists, and found that the soreness had eased considerably. It seemed that not only had his strength and speed improved, but even his recovery ability had strengthened. He recalled feeling the soul power within him before the awakening of his martial soul. Perhaps even that intangible mental strength had strengthened. At this moment, Ji Lin caught a whiff of a pleasant aroma. Had Luo already finished cooking? Back at the campsite, he saw a cast-iron pot bubbling away over the campfire. Lifting the lid, a cloud of steam greeted him, and as it dissipated, he saw plump grains of rice swirling around, along with chunks of meat and some unknown vegetables. Swallowing hard, he took the pot off the fire and set it down on the ground, forcing himself not to look at it as he covered it with the lid. Before long, Luo returned to the campsite and glanced at Ji Lin in surprise. Why aren't you eating? Not hungry? This is your cooking, and I felt a bit embarrassed to eat before you got back. Luo's expression shifted slightly, but Ji Lin didn't notice. Fine then, let us eat. After they finished their meal, Lin took his bowl to the lakeside and carefully washed it 3 times. He recalled his experience as a server, where a good dishwashing liquid was placed in front of him, which he hadn't cherished. Now that he had none, he regretted it deeply. There was nothing more painful in the world than this. If only. Hey, do you have to be so philosophical just to wash a bowl? When did you arrive? Just now. Probably when you said didn't cherish it well. Lin let out a slight sigh of relief, glad that he hadn't revealed any more secret matters. Do you need something from me? Not much. Just want to tell you that from now on. You need to spar with me every 3 days. The rest of the time is free to arrange. And only when you meet my requirements will we proceed to the next stage of training. Okay, I understand. But I have a question. Go ahead. Lin organized his thoughts a bit. Shouldn't ordinary soul masters focus most of their experiences on meditation to enhance their soul power? Why do I feel like you place more importance on my physical training? Luo raised an eyebrow. You know that ordinary soul masters are different. Are you the same as them? Lin thought to himself, indeed. Since he wasn't a person of this world, how could he use ordinary methods? Seeing Ji's understanding expression, Luo continued. Earlier I said that you are your own martial soul. I'm not too sure about that. After all, your case is unprecedented throughout history. Although Lin felt the same way, hearing Luo say it still made him a bit disappointed. However, no matter what, if he continued to train like this, even if he couldn't cultivate his martial soul like others, he should still be able to handle a few ordinary people. Luo noticed the expression on Lin's face and could guess what he was thinking. So he comforted him. Don't be so pessimistic. Although I can't be certain, I believe my guess shouldn't be wrong. What do you think is the main manifestation of a soul master's cultivation of their martial soul? Recalling the original protagonist Tang San's first experience with a soul ring, which had a detailed description of the changes to his martial soul, Lin hesitated and said, the martial soul has become stronger, or rather, evolved? That's right. The process of a soul master cultivating their martial soul is not only a process of personal growth, but also a process of martial soul evolution. Weapon martial souls are more obvious than beast martial souls, and plant martial souls are even more distinct than other weapon martial souls. If my guess about you is correct, then your physical enhancement is a reflection of your martial soul's enhancement. This means that for you, physical training is more effective than meditation. So what you need to do now is hone your body and see if the soul power within me will rise accordingly. Lin said. Luo, not angry at being interrupted, smiled and said, exactly. Thus, Lin began his first transformation in the Douluo world. It was strange. After lunch, the soreness from the morning had significantly lessened. This feeling was somewhat reminiscent of when he had consumed ginseng, but not as intense. Was it the lunch? It was hard to tell. Luo had more tricks up his sleeve. During the free time, Lin did not rest, but took the black sword and began practicing some basic sword techniques. Draw, chop, sweep, stab, point. Every move was executed with all his strength. At first, Lin felt nothing, but as the number of sword swings increased, his arms began to tremble. And by the end, he could no longer lift the sword. Wiping the sweat from his face, Lin thought, have I reached my limit? Lin wasn't the type to be rigid, nor did he have the idea of practicing until he fainted. Finding a tree shade nearby, he decided to try meditation. Although Luo said that training was his best way, he never said that meditation was useless for him. He initially thought meditation would be easy, but when he actually tried it, he realized the difficulties involved. Lin closed his eyes, but couldn't calm himself down. The soreness in his body, the chirping of birds in the forest, and thoughts like, why haven't I experienced that profound feeling yet? I'm so tired. Should I reduce my practice tomorrow? Maybe just take a break, all hindered him. Opening his eyes, he thought, forget it. Since I can't succeed for now, I might as well take a good rest. With that in mind, Lin leaned against the big tree behind him. To facilitate his training, Lin chose a relatively open area near a lake. Looking at the lake before him, Lin suddenly thought that taking a nap here would be quite nice. With a gentle breeze blowing and the sound of birds from who knows where, Lin felt he had never been this relaxed since arriving in the Douluo world. There were no tigers chasing him, no odd looks from others, and he didn't have to worry about food and clothing. It seemed he hadn't relaxed like this in a long time, just like when he was a child. Mixed with the fragrance of grass, a slight snoring sound emerged. Chapter 17. 3 months, days and nights came and went, and 3 months passed quickly. During these 3 months, Lin experienced a qualitative improvement. In the first month, Luo repeatedly knocked Lin away, helping him develop a preliminary judgment of enemy moves, understanding when to avoid danger and when to strike hard. In the second month, seeing that Lin had developed a basic combat awareness, Luo began to use greater strength and speed than Lin. At first, Ji Lin couldn't react at all. He couldn't even see Luo's sword clearly. Fortunately, Luo didn't use the same sword as Ji Lin, but chose a wooden stick instead, and his control was quite precise. Although it hurt when it hit him, it didn't injure him severely. With this training, Ji Lin's reaction speed increased significantly, and he began to be able to catch Luo's attacks. Once Ji Lin could completely catch them, Luo picked up the iron sword again and said, "From now on, I won't be as gentle as before." Then he attacked Ji Lin again. Since Luo didn't hold back this time, every strike was real, and Ji Lin found it a bit overwhelming. Although he could catch every hit, this time was different from last month's sparring. Not only was Luo's strength stronger, but his speed was also incredibly fast, and that combination was not simply 1 + 1 = 2. The continuous attacks made Ji Lin almost unable to hold the sword anymore. Finally, after blocking Luo's attack once more, the sword slipped from his hands. In the following time, Ji Lin focused on training his evasion skills. He found a few small tree branches and hung them up with ropes to form a line, then randomly made them swing. Holding his sword, he charged in to dodge the swinging wood. As time passed, these branches became thicker, and with the increase in thickness, the distance he needed to evade also grew larger, forcing Ji Lin to face the oncoming branches head-on. Although he ended up bruised and battered, with the help of soul power recovery and sufficient nutrition, Ji Lin managed to persist with this training every day. Under the training with the thick branches, Ji Lin gradually figured out a bit of technique for neutralizing force, making his training more comfortable and enjoyable. Finally, after nearly 20 days of training, Ji Lin was able to spar with Luo. Looking at Ji Lin collapsed on the ground, Luo couldn't help but feel that this kid was learning quite quickly. In the 3rd month, the roles of Ji Lin and Luo reversed. Perhaps to fulfill Ji Lin's desire to hit him, Luo let Ji Lin start attacking him, even promising not to use soul power to stimulate Ji Lin's enthusiasm. Hearing this, Ji Lin smiled and quickly assured him not to hold a grudge. However, in the following month, Ji Lin used all his skills, employing every trick and dirty move he could think of, but the response he received was always the sound of clashing metal. Sometimes, Luo even took advantage of the gaps in Ji Lin's attacks to land a few heavy hits. Ji Lin did have doubts about Luo secretly using soul power, but he didn't perceive anything. Noticing Ji Lin's confusion, Luo felt a bit proud and raised 2 fingers, indicating that Ji Lin was still 2,000 years away from being able to win against him. By the lake, a shadow flickered, occasionally darting past Luo, who stood with a sword in one hand, and each intersection was accompanied by a clinking sound. The sword in Ji Lin's hand was once again knocked away by Luo. Panting and slumped on the ground, he looked at Luo, who appeared calm and unruffled, and couldn't help but wonder just how strong your full power really is. For the past 3 months, I have practiced swordplay every day without missing a single session. Now I could easily defeat my former self, yet you still seem as relaxed and comfortable as before. I really don't understand why you took me as your disciple. Looking at Ji Lin, who was sprawled on the ground, panting like an ox, Luo replied, "Didn't I already tell you? You once asked me this question, and I said that it would be interesting to raise a disciple who could sweep through the world, but for others, it didn't seem too challenging. As for you, the difficulty is not small." Ji Lin might have doubted whether Luo had the ability before, but after these 3 months, it's hard to say whether he could sweep through the mixed world. But for Luo, there is indeed a great possibility. The soul power within him gradually filled up, and Ji Lin got back on his feet. Strangely enough, Ji Lin only needed to rest for a while, and his soul power would recover quite a bit. He always felt that this was partly due to his own body and partly due to Luo's food. According to Luo, this recovery speed was already faster than the usual meditation practice by soul sections. As for Ji Lin's meditation recovery speed, it was naturally a bit quicker. Yes, Ji Lin could meditate now. After every sword practice, he would lie under that tree, looking at the lake, feeling much more relaxed. And with some techniques he learned from Luo, he successfully meditated a month ago. By now, Ji Lin could easily enter a meditative state. At this moment, Luo spoke up. "You should have reached level 10 by now, right?" Ji Lin nodded. 5 days ago, Ji Lin's soul power had already stopped growing, and his body felt a sense of saturation. To ensure that he had truly reached a bottleneck, Ji Lin had increased the intensity of his daily training. But there was not the slightest improvement. Thus, Ji Lin was truly certain that he had reached level 10. "Then let's prepare to obtain your first soul ring." Soul ring? It seemed that Luo had noticed Ji Lin's hesitation and asked curiously, "What? Are you thinking about what kind of soul ring to choose?" "That's not it. I'm just a bit worried." Luo was even more puzzled. You're not worried that I can't help you obtain your soul ring, are you? Although with your physical quality, the first soul ring might be a bit higher, but it doesn't need to be a 100,000-year soul ring, right? No, I'm thinking that although your guess is correct, my soul power will strengthen as my body trains or become stronger. But after all, I still don't have a true martial soul. Can I absorb a soul ring? Luo let out a sigh of relief. I thought it was something else. Let me ask you, what do you think is the essence of soul ring? Jilin thought for a while before tentatively saying, energy? That's right, it's energy. A soul ring condenses most of the energy of a soul beast. It can be considered the essence of its being. Other than certain specific parts, the energy contained in other parts after the soul beast's death is negligible. And if the soul beast's soul power far exceeds its lifespan, after death it will overflow, forming a special energy body known as a soul bone. Oh, so you're saying that since I have soul power within me, Jilin became more and more excited, then I can absorb soul power. And since a soul ring is made up of soul power, that means I can absorb a soul ring. Luo nodded in satisfaction. Exactly. So get ready today. And tomorrow we will set off for the Sunset Forest. Hearing this, Jilin shyly asked, can we go to the Douluo Forest? Luo was a bit confused. It's just the first soul ring. Isn't the Sunset Forest similar to the Douluo Forest? Or are you planning to go back and settle a score? Jilin nodded and did not intend to hide it. He did have this plan, but the main reason was that there was a soul beast he had already confirmed, and he wanted to use it as his first soul ring. Luo raised her eyebrows in surprise and looked at Jilin, seemingly not expecting him to admit it so directly. She originally planned to refuse, as the Douluo Great Forest was much farther than the Sunset Forest. But after a moment's thought, she figured a few more days wouldn't make much difference, so she nodded in agreement. Seeing that Luo had agreed, Jilin couldn't hide the joy on his face, saying, little tiger, wait for me to come find you to cuddle. Chapter 18. Return to Douluo. Outside the Douluo Great Forest, two figures appeared in this small town. One was a middle-aged man with gray hair, carrying a long sword at his waist, looking quite ordinary, while the other was much younger, carrying a large bag. These two were naturally Jilin and Luo, who had come from the Heaven Do Empire. After nearly 3 days of travel, they returned to the hotel where they had first met. Looking at the collapsed building in front of him, Jilin was somewhat surprised. This was that hotel. How had it become like this after just a few months? He glanced suspiciously at Luo. Noticing Jilin's gaze, Luo helplessly waved her hand, indicating that she didn't know either. With such doubts, the two checked into another, more upscale hotel. The price was naturally quite a bit higher, nearly 50 more than the previous one. However, correspondingly, the facilities and environment were indeed better. Moreover, the hotel had a strong backing, with the 7 Treasure glazed tile school's emblem on the sign, so it seemed unlikely that anyone would cause trouble here. Seeing the soul masters at this hotel behaving exceptionally well, Jilin felt particularly emotional, wondering why he hadn't come to work here before. Perhaps he would have avoided so many troublesome matters. As for how the two had money, Jilin explained that there were always kind-hearted people along the way who generously offered help. However, Jilin did not kill them, only knock them out. Luo disagreed with Jilin's approach, as they were not good people. Those who committed robbery had blood on their hands to some extent, and killing them would be helping the people. Jilin agreed with Luo's words and knew that they were not good people. However, he still did not have the courage to kill, so he let Luo give them a quick end. After Luo dealt with those people, he looked at Jilin and found him standing there with a calm expression, not feeling any disgust or fear. Curious, he asked Jilin if he had seen such scenes before. Jilin just smiled and said nothing. Since it was Luo Dong's hand, Jilin treated it as if he had watched a horror movie. After all, he had seen some works with more intense content, so he didn't think much of it. Back to the main topic. Since a certain soul master didn't have a storage soul guide, everything they brought was being carried by Jilin. After settling their luggage, Jilin went to the restaurant, where Luo had already ordered food and was enjoying it heartily, occasionally exclaiming some warning phrases. Damn, this is really F-ing good. Having spent 3 months together, not only did Jilin gain from their interactions, but Luo also learned quite a bit from Jilin. The surrounding guests heard Luo's words. Although they didn't know what they meant, they felt it wasn't anything good. Many people had already started to cast their gazes at Luo, considering whether to find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Jilin walked through the restaurant and sat down opposite Luo. Although he wanted to pretend not to recognize him, he couldn't bear to miss this opportunity. Can you tone it down a bit? I'm embarrassed to admit I know you. Just be casual, it's no big deal. Besides, do they dare? A faint pressure emanated from Luo, causing those who were peeking to sit up straight, behaving as if they were the most honest people. Noticing that the nearby gazes had disappeared, Jilin couldn't help but think, sigh. My mediocre thoughts really can't keep up with these geniuses. After finishing their meal, the two leaned back in their chairs with full bellies. While the waiter was clearing the table, Ji-Lin asked about the situation with Haichuan's hotel. The waiter explained that recently, two high-level soul masters had a serious conflict that escalated into a fight. Although it was stopped in time, many shops were affected, and Haichuan's hotel was directly struck by a soul skill, resulting in its complete disappearance. After hearing the whole story, Ji-Lin was a bit speechless. It seemed that only novels needed logic. Reality was so unreasonable. If this were a novel, Haichuan and his hotel would still be thriving, just waiting for the protagonist to return and show off. It seems I really am not the protagonist. I even said I would repay Haichuan, so I forget it. The dead take precedence. After this reflection, Ji-Lin returned to his room to rest and recover from the fatigue of travel, preparing for the soul ring hunt starting the next day. As for Luo, he had long since disappeared. Ji-Lin was used to this. During their training, Luo often mysteriously vanished, and Ji-Lin suspected he was just off to wash his feet. However, whenever Ji-Lin needed Luo, he would always appear. The next day, after a good night's rest, Ji-Lin, full of energy, looked at the yawning Luo, his mouth twitching. Although he was very curious about how Luo spent the night, he dismissed the thought, knowing he still needed Luo's help for his soul ring. He planned to ask later. A few months ago, the appearance of a Titan giant ape had caused the lower-level soul beasts to quiet down for a while. But time is the most powerful weapon in the world, erasing all traces. The path of the apes had vanished, with only moss-covered stumps remaining to declare the past glory of this place. Returning to the old site, Ji-Lin didn't feel overly sentimental. He merely looked around casually. After all, he had been fleeing back then and hadn't had the mood to explore this primitive forest. Now that he had the opportunity, he wanted to take a good look. To be fair, the scenery of this other world was indeed beautiful. Trees that two people could hug were everywhere, and various colorful grasses grew on the ground, with blue-silver grasses being the most common, visible almost everywhere. Some of the grass grew taller than Ji-Lin. The variety of soul beasts they encountered along the way truly opened Ji-Lin's eyes. Following the remaining stumps, it took the two only 3 days to reach the spot where the golden tiger and the black Xian scorpion had fought. The journey was led by Ji-Lin, and Luo didn't ask questions like why they were taking this route. He simply lazily followed behind Ji-Lin, which puzzled Ji-Lin but also relieved him. He was glad he didn't have to make up excuses. Crafting a series of lies was no small task. Seeing Ji-Lin stop, Luo realized they had arrived at their destination and asked, "So, we're here? What soul beast are you interested in?" Ji-Lin described the appearance of the golden tiger to Luo. After hearing the description, Luo placed his right hand on his chin, seemingly deep in thought. Seeing Luo like this, Ji-Lin thought he might know something about this soul beast and asked, "So, do you know anything about it?" "Not really. I just think tiger-type soul beasts are pretty good and suitable for you." Ji-Lin had thought Luo would know something, or at least the name of that tiger, but he didn't expect Luo to be just as clueless as he was. "I believe even more now that you and I are the same kind of person. So how did you choose your soul ring?" I can't remember." Ji-Lin looked around and heard this, saying, "Speaking of which, I still don't know how many soul rings you have. Aren't you going to hunt soul beasts soon? Knowing your level would make me feel more at ease." Luo, however, did not respond, only replying mysteriously, "You will know in the future." Ji-Lin is not someone who likes to dig deep into things, and since Luo didn't say anything, Ji-Lin didn't ask further. He was focused on looking for clues about Gung Jin who were around him. Seeing Ji-Lin like this, Luo also didn't hold back and directly asked, "Why aren't you talking? Are you upset?" Ji-Lin was a bit confused. "I didn't speak because I was looking for that tiger. Also, why do you think I would get angry just because you didn't tell me how many soul rings you have? It's just like how I didn't tell you why I came here to hunt that tiger. Everyone has one or two things they can't bring themselves to say." After saying that, he moved deeper into the forest, quickly disappearing among the plants. Luo was a bit surprised and stood there in a daze, laughing. This kid is interesting. But if he knew I knew why he came here, would he still say that? Chapter 19. The first soul ring. Finding a specific soul beast in the vast forest was not a simple task. After searching for a day, Ji-Lin hadn't even found a single tiger hair. Damn it, if I don't want to see it, it comes looking for me. If I want to see it, I can't find it anywhere. I'm really fed up. Looking at the sky, the sun was already about to set. There was no choice. Ji-Lin could only return to the campsite he had set up 3 days ago. After all, the Stardow Forest at night was not a place he could wander around alone. Back at the campsite, Ji-Lin looked at Luo, who was leisurely lying by the bonfire, and said somewhat disgruntled, "If you were willing to help me look for it, maybe I would have already gone home by now." Luo turned over to face Jilin and said, Kid, you need to understand. I am your master now, helping you hunt for soul rings. And cooking for you is already quite generous. Don't expect me to help you find soul beasts as well. This was agreed upon beforehand. As he ate the roasted meat made by Luo, Jilin knew it was already good enough that Luo could cook. But after several days without any news of the first soul ring, he couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. He had asked Luo before, but Luo had directly stated that he would either cook or help find soul beasts. At first, Jilin chose for Luo to help find soul beasts. But Luo didn't put in any effort. Within just a day, Jilin caught him slacking off a few times. There was no way Jilin could only let him handle the cooking. However, to be fair, Luo's food was quite delicious. It was hard to believe someone like him could have such culinary skills. As for bringing some dry food to eat, Jilin felt that managing to bring a tent, insect repellent powder, and other supplies without a soul guide was already quite impressive. Originally, Jilin didn't plan on bringing a tent, but Luo insisted that if he didn't bring a tent, then he wouldn't go. Reluctantly, Jilin had to bring it along. At first, Jilin looked down on the tent, but now, lying inside it, he found it quite nice. At this moment, Luo, lying beside him, suddenly spoke, Kid, don't sleep too deeply tonight. Darkness gradually enveloped the entire forest, and the bonfire outside the tent became the only source of light. For some reason, the forest tonight seemed unusually silent. The previous insects seemed to have vanished. A figure crawled in the darkness, with a pair of exceptionally bright eyes in the dark fixated on the bonfire, not moving at all. The bonfire, left unattended, soon burned out all the firewood, leaving only glowing charcoal. It was at this moment that the figure moved, quietly making its way toward the now extinguished bonfire. Jilin lay in the tent, not closing his eyes. He didn't know if Luo's earlier words were true or not, but Jilin was still willing to believe that Luo wasn't just speaking aimlessly. After spending these days together, Jilin had come to understand Luo a bit, although he appeared lazy and laid back. He was a reliable person and had never made a joke before. However, until the campfire outside went out, there was still no movement. Is Luo playing with me? Jilin couldn't help but think this as he turned to look at the soundly sleeping Luo. Did I misjudge him? Just as Jilin was lost in thought, a figure was already less than 10 meters away from the tent. At that moment, Jilin seemed to hear a faint sound of breathing. If it weren't for the fact that he had learned meditation and had become quite sensitive in such a quiet environment, he might not have heard it at all, especially with his enhanced senses. It was neither Luo's snoring next to him nor his own breathing. This breath had a long interval, seemingly deliberately kept very subtle. Jilin felt a bit tense and touched the sword beside him, calming his heart. Is it coming? The figure approached with an elegant and gentle posture, inhaling the familiar scent inside the tent. Gung Jinhui felt that his already full stomach could still accommodate a bit more. Gung Jinhui knew that this was the moment when failure was most likely, so he suppressed his excitement and became even more careful and cautious. Whoosh! An iron rod shot out from the tent, heading straight for Gung Jinhui's face. Gung Jinhui was also surprised that he had already been discovered, and even more so that the prey had launched an attack on him. However, the iron rod did not stop due to Gung Jinhui's momentary daze. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of him. But Gung Jinhui, having carved out a place for himself in the starry forest, was no ordinary person. Just as the iron rod was about to hit, a platinum color emerged from Gung Jinhui's body. Clang! Gung Jinhui was knocked back a step, while the iron rod flew off into an unknown direction. Stepping out of the tent, Jilin saw the figure glowing with golden light, stunned for a second, then activated his soul power and charged out at an unexpected speed, swinging down toward the head. I missed you so much. Before Gung Jinhui could react, Jilin had already struck the golden light with his sword. Having undergone the baptism of soul power, Jilin's strength was not weak. And with 3 months of training and Luo's mysterious cooking, the blunt sword in his hand felt like a heavy hammer, even with the protection of the golden light. Gung Jinhui was knocked dizzy, momentarily unable to find his bearings. Jilin was also relentless, seeing that Gung Jinhui had not reacted. He picked up the big sword in his hand and started swinging it wildly, clanging and clashing, making the golden light sway. With the support of soul power, Jilin's strength had reached a new level. While swinging the big sword, Jilin was also talking nonstop. What's wrong, Tiger Brother? Come on, don't worry about our friendship. Come on, make a move. Oh no, I mean use your claws. Besides the first sword that had a running start, the rest didn't actually have much effect on Gung Jinhui. When Gung Jinhui finally reacted from the aftermath of the first sword and saw the food he had previously teased now attacking him, he immediately became furious. A loud tiger roar echoed throughout the quiet camp. Jilin was also stunned by the sudden roar, momentarily frozen in place. Gung Jinhu naturally would not let this opportunity go. His claws shot out from his right paw. The golden light on them was not as dazzling as the brilliance surrounding him, but it was more condensed. He swung directly at Jilin. With all his strength, Jilin tried to break free from the tiger's roar and desperately retreated, hoping to dodge the attack. However, the tiger's claws still drew blood. Drops of blood fell to the ground. Feeling the stinging pain on his face and the blood trickling down from his chin, Jilin knew he had not escaped. Taking a deep breath, he thought, "Damn it, I was never very handsome, and now I'm disfigured. How am I going to pick up girls in the future?" With that, he charged forward again with his sword. Seeing Jilin rushing towards him, Gung Jinhu let out a low growl and lunged forward on all fours. The distance between them closed rapidly. Jilin raised his sword, and Gung Jinhu lifted his paw. Their attacks collided in front of the man and beast, transcending time and space. As for the result, looking at the blade in his hand, less than a foot long, and the three unidentified objects on the ground, then glancing at Gung Jinhu nearby, who was licking his paw, Jilin blurted out, "I report, someone is cheating." But Gung Jinhu didn't care about any cheating. He put down his paw and charged at Jilin again. He had played enough. It was really time to say goodbye this time. Watching the golden tiger charging at him, Jilin sighed, pulled out another sword from behind, and threw it at the target. After that, he turned around, placed his left index and middle fingers on his lips, slightly parted them, inhaled deeply, and then slowly exhaled upwards. Facing the sword Jilin threw, Gung Jinhu showed disdain. Seeing Jilin had turned away, he thought Jilin had given up struggling and became even more smug. However, he quietly thickened the golden light on his head. Just as Jilin was almost within reach, Gung Jinhu's expression suddenly became dull. Then, the golden light dissipated, and he crashed to the ground with a loud thud. Hearing the noise behind him, Jilin slowly turned around and saw the tiger's head with the sword's hilt embedded in it. He walked over, pulled it out, and with a flick of his wrist, the blood on the blade was flung to the ground, creating a bloodstain. "My lord, times have changed." After a while, Jilin spoke slowly. Roa, who had appeared at some point and witnessed the entire process, remained silent for a long time. He then stepped forward, snatched the sword from Jilin's hand, and sheathed it. Turning back, he looked at Jilin with a complex expression, saying, "I've lived this long, and it's the first time I've seen someone use a sword like this. Well, today you witnessed it." A rich purple hue slowly appeared on the tiger's body, and Jilin also sat cross-legged, beginning to absorb the top-grade Gung Jinhu soul ring of 2,300 years. Chapter 20. First Soul Skill. Jilin had previously asked Luo about what year limit of soul rings he should absorb. Luo indicated that based on Jilin's current physical condition, there shouldn't be much of a problem with soul rings under 3,000 years. Although Luo couldn't determine the age of Soul Beast just by looking, he could still ascertain that this soul ring was not over 3,000 years old based on its color and the strength of the soul power. The purple soul ring was drawn to Jilin's head, and immediately, a powerful energy surged from the soul ring, rushing towards Jilin, who was sitting cross-legged below. Jilin suddenly felt that the soul power within him was slowly rising, and a feeling of fullness spread throughout his body, making him feel quite comfortable after just battling the Gung Jin tiger. A smile unconsciously appeared on his face. "This 1,000-year soul ring isn't so bad, is it? It feels pretty easy. Next time, should I look for a slightly older soul beast?" Just as Jilin was still contemplating whether absorbing the soul ring was a bit of a loss, he realized that his state had already reached its peak, and he could no longer accept any more soul power. However, the soul ring above his head continued to pour soul power into him incessantly. The excess soul power began to rampage within Jilin's body. He gritted his teeth, feeling like a balloon that was being inflated constantly. The sensation was truly indescribable. Damn, it's so full. Jilin also knew that those who walk 100 miles should not give up halfway, especially since he didn't even know if he had reached 90 miles yet. Looking at Jilin, who was trembling all over and had a grim expression, Luo wondered if it was a bit too much. Although this tiger had not lived for more than 3,000 years, its species was certainly among the elite in the tiger-like spirit beasts. Killing an ordinary beast of 3,000 years would be easy. Should he intervene? Although it would have a significant impact on him, he also had ways to handle it. It was just a bit troublesome. But if he did so, should he give up on Jilin? After all, if he couldn't even get past this, how could he have the ability to kill? Just as Luo was contemplating whether to intervene, a wave of energy emanated from Jilin, bending the surrounding flowers and grass. Seeing this, Luo abandoned his plan to intervene. It seemed that he had succeeded. For now, he wouldn't compete with that guy to avoid being accused of bullying the weak. The purple soul ring no longer hovered above, but gradually descended towards Jilin, confirming that Jilin had successfully absorbed the soul ring this time. Shifting his attention away from Jilin, he caught sight of the tiger nearby, its blood staining the ground beneath it. He touched the sword at his waist. Feeling a bit frustrated, he would have to teach Jilin how to wield a sword when they returned. Otherwise, how would he face others? Just as he was about to look away, he suddenly paused, stepped forward, and with his right hand, brought his index and middle fingers together and lightly sliced. The once resilient tiger skin, along with its flesh, seemed to be cut open by an invisible sharp blade. Looking at what was inside, Luo couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and turn to glance at Jilin, who was still meditating. This kid is good luck. Jilin was still enduring that omnipresent feeling of expansion, not only in his body, but also a vague sense of expansion that seemed to come from nowhere, as if his soul was expanding too. He didn't know how much longer it would last, nor how much longer he could hold on. He just hoped it would be over soon. At that moment, the feeling of expansion throughout his body dissipated at an incredibly fast pace. And Jilin felt like he had transcended, as if he had transformed from a river into the sea, experiencing an unprecedented sense of ease. However, this feeling came and went suddenly, disappearing before Jilin could fully savor it. Jilin opened his eyes while savoring the feeling, but did not see Luo's figure. Looking around, he found Luo standing in front of a tiger's corpse. What was he doing? Curious, Jilin walked over. As he got closer, he noticed a long cut on the tiger's right front leg. He felt a bit embarrassed and pointed, saying, "I didn't expect you to have this kind of hobby." "You really can't tell." Luo glanced at Jilin without responding, simply inserting his hand into the cut and fiddling with something. Jilin couldn't help but gasp at the sight. He didn't expect Luo's hobby to be even more bizarre, so he instinctively took a few steps back. Pulling his hand out, Luo looked at Jilin, who was not too close, and beckoned with his index finger, smiling. "Why stand so far away? Come over." Jilin looked at Luo Na's bloodstained hands and made up his mind not to go over. "No need, you can just talk from there. I can hear you clearly." "No, when you killed those robbers before, you didn't feel much, right? Why are you afraid of this?" Jilin didn't speak, quietly watching. Every time Luo took a step closer, Jilin would take 2 steps back. Seeing this, Luo understood that he couldn't get close to Jilin and helplessly said, All right, I'll go wash up." As he spoke, he threw something covered in blood towards Jilin. Jilin quickly dodged and let it drop to the ground. Luo felt a bit indignant, thinking that Jilin was truly unaware of his good fortune. After saying that, he went inside to clean up. Curiously looking at the object on the ground, Jilin poked it with a stick a few times and found that it didn't move at all, which made him feel relieved. He prepared to observe it carefully, but found the light insufficient, so he went to get a torch. "This is the bone, and it looks like it's from that part. It seems so broken. Moreover, it seems to have soul power. Could it be a soul bone?" Thinking it might be a soul bone, Jilin didn't mind the blood and flesh on it and directly picked it up, trying to infuse a bit of soul power into it. The bone shook and the blood and flesh were shaken off, revealing the white bone inside. "Is this a soul bone?" Curiously examining the bone in his hand, which had golden patterns on its surface, he thought it looked quite small. At that moment, Luo came back, wiping his hands. Seeing Jilin examining the soul bone, he joked, "Oh, look who is not being picky anymore." Ignoring Luo's teasing, Jilin asked, "Is this a soul bone?" Luo replied impatiently, "Otherwise, would I have gone through all that effort to dig it out?" With Luo's answer, Jilin finally confirmed it. But he wondered if it seemed a bit underdeveloped. 1,000-year soul beast producing a soul bone is already impressive. What more could one ask for? "By the way, how's your soul skill?" "Don't rush, let me see." After absorbing the soul ring, Jilin didn't receive any information about the soul skill and thought he might have to figure out himself. Just as he finished speaking, a purple soul ring rose beneath his feet, flickering for a moment, but nothing happened. The soul ring flickered a few more times, but still, nothing occurred. Luo was a bit puzzled, thinking this was a soul skill that enhanced himself, but he didn't feel any increase in Jilin's momentum. Curiously, he asked, "What effect does your soul skill have?" Jilin lowered his head, his voice a bit hoarse, asking what effect it had. There was simply no soul skill. So how could there be any effect? Luo also didn't expect the situation to be like this. Just as he wanted to say something, he didn't know how to start. "I'll go over there and be alone for a while." After saying that, without waiting for Luo to respond, Darkness enveloped Ji Lin's figure. Luo stayed in place, not planning to comfort Ji Lin. Not only did Ji Lin want some time alone, but Luo also needed to think about what to do next. After all, my time is limited. Do I really have to fight for it? It feels so tasteless. Chapter 21. Absorbing the Soul Bone. Ji Lin never expected that after absorbing the soul ring, he wouldn't gain a soul skill, which left him quite confused. Leaning against a tree, he reflected on the hardships of the past 3 months. Although he had made significant progress, Ji Lin still lacked confidence in facing other soul masters. Just today, he couldn't even handle the enhanced defense and attack of the Gongjin Tiger alone. He had to rely on Luo's martial spirit. What would he do if he encountered other soul masters with more and stranger soul skills? Sigh, why has everything been going wrong lately? However, there are still benefits from absorbing the soul ring. Not only had his soul power greatly increased, but he also no longer felt that previous bottleneck. Clenching his fist, he realized that his physical condition had improved as well. Thinking that he hadn't come away empty-handed from this journey, Ji Lin felt much more relaxed. After staying there for a while, he decided it wasn't such a big deal. After all, he had faced quite a few setbacks recently, and his ability to endure had significantly strengthened compared to before. This soul bone should be the biggest gain of the night, right? He thought about going back and seeing if he could sell it for a good price, remembering that soul bones were quite rare. As for keeping this soul bone for himself, Ji Lin had considered it, but he knew he couldn't have obtained it without Luo's help. Moreover, Luo was much stronger than him. After thinking it over, he decided against keeping it all to himself. Back at the camp, he looked at the rekindled campfire. With a piece of roasted meat nearby, and a warm feeling washed over him. Luo, how much do you think this soul bone can sell for? Sitting by the campfire and watching the sizzling roasted meat, Ji Lin called out to the tent. After a long while, there was no response. He peeked into the tent and found that Luo wasn't inside. Where'd he go this time? Ji Lin had grown accustomed to Luo's frequent disappearances. Carefully watching over the roasted meat, he moved it to a spot further away from the campfire when it was done. Bored, he played with the soul bone in his hand, thinking about how to spend the money after selling it. Maybe he could go eat at the daylight night again. He hadn't even had a bite last time. After waiting for a while, the roasted meat had begun to cool down, so Ji Lin placed it back by the campfire. He repeated the cycle of roasting and moving it away several times until dawn broke. Ji Lin also sensed something was off, put the barbecue aside, and quickly got up to look around. An hour later, Ji Lin returned to the camp without finding any clues about Luo. Upon entering the tent again, Ji Lin made a new discovery, a thin book, a dagger, and a letter. Opening the letter, it read, "Kid, although I don't know why you, as a person from another world, have some understanding of Douluo continent and even vaguely guess my identity, that's not so important now. For certain reasons, I had to leave, and perhaps we won't see each other again. Consider this dagger as my last gift to you. Use it when you're in danger, but only once, so think carefully. As for that book, consider it a training plan I prepared for you. Practice well. If you can finish it, you can go to this place. You might gain something. I don't know what kind of world you lived in before, but from you, it seems to be a good place. However, you're not suited for this world right now. You need to make changes. All right, as you would say, all good things must come to an end. We may meet again if fate allows." At the bottom of the letter was an address. If you don't want to eat, then don't. After reading the letter, Ji Lin carefully put it away, packed up the tent and other items, slung his backpack over his shoulders, and began his journey back. He took a bite of the roasted meat in his hand, which, after multiple rounds of heating, naturally didn't taste very good. After finishing, he wiped his mouth and said, "It's really damn awful." Following the same path he had come, perhaps because he had walked it 3 times before, Ji Lin returned to the small town in just one day. He casually found a hotel and checked in. Leaning against the headboard, Ji Lin took out the letter again and read the words once more. He suddenly flicked his hand that was holding the letter and said, "Some reasons? Isn't it just that you think I don't have soul skills? Just wait. One day I will pin you down and rub you into the ground." The next morning, Ji Lin, with his backpack, completely left the Stardow forest, not knowing how long it would be until he returned again. Ji Lin was also contemplating where to go next. His soul ring was not convenient to reveal, as it seemed that no one had a 1,000-year first soul ring. Once it was shown, he might attract unwanted attention. Right now, he didn't have much self-defense capability, and as for the dagger left by Luo, Ji Lin was reluctant to use it just like that. He had flipped through that book a few times, most of which contained training methods and the levels to practice too. The rest were about the usage methods and techniques of soul power. The urgent task was to find a place to settle down. It was not until evening that Ji Lin found a small village named Lawn Village, which had only about 80 households. When Ji Lin walked into the village, he was surrounded by a dozen young men holding hoes, pitchforks, and other farming tools. At the forefront was a robust old man with gray hair. Seeing the old man looking lively late at night, Ji Lin couldn't help but admire his good health. "Old man, I'm just a passing traveler. It's getting late, and I would like to borrow a place to stay for the night." Hearing his own words, Ji Lin nodded inwardly, thinking that those few episodes of journey to the west were not wasted. To his surprise, the old man immediately puffed up his cheeks and glared. "Old man? You're the old man. Your whole family is old. I'm only 45 this year. Can that be considered old? It's just that I developed early." Upon hearing this, Ji Lin carefully examined the person in front of him. With gray hair, dark skin, a white beard, and many wrinkles on his face, he looked like a little old man in his 60s. However, Ji Lin didn't dwell on it too much and asked if he could stay overnight in the village. At first, that little old man, that middle-aged man was unwilling and coldly said, "Sorry, we don't have any empty rooms here." Seeing Ji Lin tossing the gold soul coins in his hand, he still looked disdainful. But when Ji Lin took out a few more coins, the man's face immediately filled with smiles. "Welcome. Please come in." He even sent the villagers who had surrounded them back to their homes. As Ji Lin followed behind, he surveyed the surroundings. The wooden houses were thatched, and occasionally he could see roofs made of wood, with a considerable distance between the houses. After walking for a while, they arrived at a small patch of bamboo forest, and the man pointed to the houses within the bamboo grove, saying, "Guest, what do you think?" Ji Lin didn't expect that there was such a place in this village. Curiously, he asked, "Do you specifically run in here?" "No," the person replied. "Hongfu is the owner of this house. A couple of days ago, his son awakened his soul power, so they moved to Soto City. To gather enough money for their stay, they sold this place to me." Looking around at the environment, which was quite nice and relatively far from the other villagers, he immediately decided, "All right, I'll take it." The person smiled and said, "Then about the rent." Ji Lin handed him a gold soul coin and asked how many days he could stay. After receiving the coin, the man thought for a moment and said, "Half a month." Ji Lin felt it was acceptable and said, "All right, by the way, how should I address you?" "My name is Yang Gui. Just call me Old Yang." "Okay, Old Yang, I'll head in first." "Sure, let me know if you need anything." After sending Old Yang off, Ji Lin walked into the house. The house wasn't large, consisting of a kitchen, a living room, and 2 bedrooms, one big and one small. He touched the table, finding no dust, and placed his luggage down. Ji Lin then entered the big bedroom. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he took out the soul bone. Although he had considered selling it before, he didn't know when he would get another soul bone next. And since he didn't have soul skill, it should be able to provide him with a good skill, right? With the enhancement from the soul ring, Ji Lin's perception had greatly improved, and he hadn't found any soul masters in this village. This was also a significant reason for Ji Lin's decision to absorb here. Let's begin. Chapter 22, Gilded Gold. The next day, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Ji Lin's face. His eyelids twitched slightly before he opened his eyes, and a flash of golden light passed through his black pupils. Slowly exhaling, Ji Lin got out of bed and stretched his body that had been sitting cross-legged all night. The sound of bones cracking was extremely comfortable. Ji Lin was in a good mood, and it seemed he had acquired a decent skill. He raised his right hand, feeling the power contained within it, and couldn't help but nod secretly. Had the strength of his right hand also increased? Although not by much, it was still good, and as he circulated his soul power, his exposed palm was covered in a layer of golden light with some fine white patterns. Why was it reversed? Shouldn't it be white with golden patterns? Never mind, why worry about that? However, he took off his clothes. His entire right arm was covered with a faint golden light, while the other parts remained the same. Because the soul bone wasn't very complete, could it not cover his whole body like that tiger? Moreover, that tiger had a golden light protecting its entire body, while he felt the light was directly covering his skin, unable to protect his clothes. Damn, it was so much worse than the original. Thinking of this, Ji Lin couldn't help but complain. Complaints aside, Ji Lin was still quite satisfied with this soul skill. After all, if he guessed correctly, this soul skill was useful for both offense and defense. He walked out of the bamboo house, casually picked up a fallen branch from the ground, and circulated his soul power, causing golden light to reappear on his right arm. He tried to slowly infuse his soul power into the branch, and the branch immediately exploded. Ji Lin was unwilling to give up and found another branch. This time, he was even more careful than last time, and the speed of infusing his soul power was also slower. Fortunately, there were no unexpected occurrences this time. A faint golden light appeared on the branch. Was the golden light on his arm much lighter? Jilin didn't pay much attention, as he didn't use too much soul power. He thought that the more soul power he used, the more golden light there would be. He approached a bamboo and struck it with the branch in his hand, not using much force. Crack! The bamboo fell at the sound. Looking at the break, there were quite a few splinters. The branch in his hand also broke into 2 pieces. He found another branch and repeated the same steps, with the only change being that Jilin used an amount of soul power between the first and second attempts. The bamboo was cut again, and, as expected, it broke into 2, with no damage to the bamboo itself. The next second, the bamboo slid down, revealing a smooth cut. He stepped forward to touch it and couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Not bad, quite sharp, but the consumption was not small. In just over a minute, more than half of his soul power had been consumed. If he hadn't absorbed the first soul ring that doubled his soul power, he might have run out of it by now. After understanding the specific effects and consumption, Jilin was very satisfied. The only regret was that this golden light could only manifest on his right arm. Trying to move it to other parts was like a blocked pipeline, impossible to move. What name should he give this soul skill? At first glance, it resembled the armed color of hockey, but it wasn't black. It was more like gold leaf embedded on the surface, so he decided to call it Gilded Gold. After naming it, Jilin walked toward the village. At this time, it was time to pay homage to his stomach. After all, a man is made of iron, and food is steel. Missing a meal makes one feel anxious. With money paving the way, things went smoothly. After finishing breakfast at a villager's house, Jilin returned to the bamboo house and opened the manual left by Luo. Thus, Jilin began a new round of training in the village named Lawn Village. The book particularly emphasized strength and explosiveness, providing numerous training methods for Jilin to choose from. Based on his actual situation, Jilin formulated the following plan. In the morning, he dragged a stone several times larger than himself around the bamboo forest until he could no longer move. After a short rest, he began to slash the fallen bamboo leaves with a sword. In the afternoon, he trained his reaction time within a certain range using 10 bamboo poles. At first, Jilin could barely take a few steps while dragging the giant stone before needing to stop and catch his breath. He only hacked wildly at the leaves without successfully cutting through a single bamboo leaf. His dodging was okay, since he had practiced something similar before, but this time, Jilin set a smaller area for himself, and the bamboo poles swung in a fan shape, making it impossible to dodge them all. A few still hit him. Although the soul ring did not grant Jilin any soul skills, it seemed that all his abilities had doubled, including but not limited to soul power, strength, speed, recovery, digestion, and even mental energy appeared to be included. This was also an important reason why Jilin could persist. At night, he occasionally meditated, but more often he moved a bamboo chair to the courtyard to look at the night sky above, not knowing whether he was admiring the moon or watching stars. Time quietly passed in this cycle, and before he knew it, nearly 4 months had gone by. Jilin had completed this phase of training and could now drag that giant stone around the bamboo forest for 20 laps, approximately 8,000 meters. The falling bamboo leaves could also be split into 2 without him noticing, and the 100 bamboo poles arranged in a circular pattern could no longer touch the hem of Jilin's clothes. The villagers of Jilin and Lansuan have also become familiar with each other. After all, so many meals at the 100 families' dinners were not for nothing. After getting to know Old Yang's family, Jilin couldn't help but marvel at the impressive genes in the Yang family. He still remembers his first time dining at Old Yang's house. The person who opened the door was a man half a head shorter than Jilin, with a full beard. It's worth mentioning that Jilin is no longer the 179.8 centimeters tall Jilin he used to be. He has now grown to 185.9 centimeters. Being half a head shorter than Jilin, this man must be around 172 meters tall, and with his mature appearance, Jilin politely asked, "Brother, is Yang Gui here?" The man turned around and shouted towards the yard, "Dad, someone is here." At the dinner table, Old Yang introduced, "This is my son, Yang Jia." Then he said to his son, "This is the soul master from our village. Call him brother." Jilin quickly waved his hand and said, "Village chief, your son looks much older than me. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to call me brother?" Yang Gui asked Jilin's age, and after getting the answer, he stated that his son is only 8 years old this year, so he didn't call it wrong. Jilin looked at the bearded man across from him, who was smiling at him, and exclaimed in surprise, "What the hell, he's 8 years old." After this incident, Jilin rarely went to Old Yang's house to eat. After finishing today's training, Jilin once again felt that sense of saturation. He decided to go hunt a soul beast tomorrow to add his second soul ring. The next morning, Jilin set out with his backpack. As he reached the village entrance, he noticed the villagers were waiting there. Over the past 4 months, Jilin had helped the villagers a lot, and many of them expressed that they had never seen such a soul master. Among the villagers who came to send him off, the village chief Yang Gui's performance was particularly outstanding, tears and snot mixing as he hugged Jilin's sleeve and said, "Why are you leaving so soon? You haven't even met my niece yet." Earlier, when Yang Gui had just learned that Jilin was a soul master, he had said he wanted to introduce his niece to him. Although she was just a niece and not closely related to Yang Gui, Jilin felt that any connection with Yang Gui should be nipped in the bud. Thus, Jilin left Lan Village amid the villagers' farewells and Yang Gui's sobs. Chapter 23. Soto's observations. After thinking it over, Jilin did not choose to go to Stardow Forest to obtain his second soul ring. Not only because Luo was no longer around, but also because it was a bit dangerous to go to Stardow. After all, the waters there were deep. He suddenly remembered that the Soul Master competition, which occupied a large part of the original story, was about to start. Since he was already in this world, it would be a bit unreasonable not to go and take a look. So Jilin headed towards Tiendo City again, but at this moment, a more important matter was at hand: making money. Jilin was out of money. After months of spending, the funds he had obtained from kind-hearted people were almost depleted. Having learned from past experiences, Jilin naturally did not want to work for someone else again. Therefore, he logically turned his attention to a quick way to make money mentioned in the original work, the Great Soul Arena. With the map he had bought earlier, Jilin headed towards the nearest major city, Soto City, the economic center of the Balik Kingdom. After receiving a form to fill out at the front desk, Jilin modified and filled in his information. He hesitated a bit in the martial soul section, pondering for a while, and then wrote down the 4 characters protective golden light. Jilin, I won't tell you that I can't write the character in Douluo language, After that, Jilin followed the instructions to the room for testing soul power in the Great Soul Arena. The room was small, about 10 square meters, with a delicate black stone pillar in the center, topped with a glass ball. As Jilin looked around, the staff member nearby did not say anything, only speaking in a formulaic tone. Please place one hand on the crystal ball and circulate your soul power. Jilin followed the instructions. The crystal ball erupted with a powerful suction, and Jilin's soul power uncontrollably surged into it. Wow, this suction is quite strong. If it could drain a person's soul power, it would be an essential tool for home travel, killing, and arson. Although he thought this in his heart, it didn't show on Jilin's face. It probably lasted about 5 seconds before the suction of the crystal ball abruptly stopped, and then a blue light gradually illuminated from the bottom, filling half of the crystal ball. However, the boundary line was a bit dim. Seeing this, the staff wrote 19 in the soul power column and then sent Jilin out. What puzzled him was the look of regret on Jilin's face. After submitting the form and the final registration fee of 10 gold soul coins, Jilin received an iron token after waiting a while. The token had no special features, just a character Luo in the center. After submitting the soul battle application, Jilin was quickly taken to the 12th battle arena. As soon as he entered the preparation room, several gazes were directed at him. Although Jilin is not socially anxious, he still feels a bit uncomfortable being stared at. So he quickly finds an empty seat to sit down and take the opportunity to observe. In the rest area, besides Jilin, there are 4 other people, 3 of whom have looked at him to varying degrees. Only one tall, sturdy middle-aged man with a stern face is sitting silently in the corner. Since no one is speaking, Jilin naturally does not break the silence. After a while, someone walks in and says, "Keisai Soul Master, it's your turn to go on stage." Upon hearing this, the man in the corner stands up and wordlessly exits the rest area, his face full of heaviness. The others show expressions of glee, and Jilin, feeling curious, asks the person nearest to him, "You all seem a bit happy. Is there something wrong with that man?" The person he asked is momentarily taken aback, seemingly not expecting Jilin to speak to him. After sizing Jilin up again, he finally replies, "Kid, you look unfamiliar. Are you new here? What does that have to do with my question?" Jilin responds. The person chuckles lightly and says, "No wonder you don't recognize the Barbarian Bear Keisai." Barbarian Bear Keisai? Is that the person from earlier? He seems to be a well-known soul master. Well-known indeed. Among soul masters of the Soul Zune level in this Soto Great Soul Arena, he's quite famous. However, whether he remains famous after today is another story. Oh, is it related to his opponent today? Since you're so interested, I'll tell you. Although Keisai is skilled among Soul Zune level fighters, he is no longer a Soul Zune. He became a Soul Zone a month ago, so his opponent today is also a Soul Zone, and a higher rank one at that. If it were an ordinary Soul Zone, I wouldn't think much of it, But this one is the demon god Meng Li. Just surviving would be impressive. Demon god? Ji Lin recalls that this name seems to have been mentioned in the original text. Noticing Ji Lin's expression, the person raises an eyebrow and says, "You know?" Ji Lin nodded, having heard some rumors, saying that the person was quite ferocious. The other person agreed, saying that anyone who fought against that guy either died or was severely injured. However, it was unclear why he and his Fierce God team suddenly appeared in Soto City. Moreover, according to those who had seen the Fierce God team before, they had become even more brutal now. With that, there was no need to continue the conversation. The two sides chatted about some other topics and then stopped communicating. Ji Lin rested his elbows on his knees, supporting his chin with his hand, wondering if he was being affected by the protagonist team. After a while, it was Ji Lin's turn. In the 12th district, there were 6 arenas, and Ji Lin's match was held in the second arena, which had a rather dismal attendance, with only 1/5 of the seats filled. Ladies and gentlemen, the two combatants about to engage in the soul battle are the level 18 soul master with the wolf martial soul, Lone Wolf, Xiao Yuchen, who has achieved 4 consecutive victories, and his opponent, the level 19 soul master, Luo, who just registered today with the protective golden light martial soul. What kind of exciting battle will they bring us? Let's wait and see. Looking at his opponent, who was about the same size as him, Ji Lin couldn't help but nod, acknowledging that his handsomeness was almost on par with his own. However, Xiao Yuchen found it strange to see the person across from him nodding continuously, wondering if he was acknowledging his own strength. Xiao Yuchen activated his martial soul, his back slightly hunching, his hair growing longer, and most notably his mouth and nose extending forward, resulting in a significant transformation. In contrast, Ji Lin simply colored his arms. Now, he was no longer as handsome as me. Once the host announced the start of the soul battle, both sides rushed towards each other in an instant. When they were within each other's attack range, Xiao Yuchen raised his somewhat bizarre right hand to strike at Ji Lin, who naturally responded with a right fist. Since Ji Lin had never fought anyone before, he didn't know what level he was at. Thus, he didn't hold back with his punch, unleashing nearly 1,000 pounds of force. Just as the claw and fist were about to collide, Xiao Yuchen activated his first soul skill, Swift Shadow, which increased his speed by 30. Xiao Yuchen's hand suddenly accelerated and deviated from its original direction, heading straight for Ji Lin's face. Xiao Yuchen was not foolish. Noticing the golden light on Ji Lin's right hand, he had a general idea of what his opponent's martial soul was about. Unlike his foolish companion, Douluo, he wouldn't recklessly clash head-on with others and had already planned to attack areas not covered by the golden light. With over half a year of training and the effect of his soul ring, even if Xiao Yuchen suddenly changed his approach, Ji Lin could react quickly, forcefully pushing off, leaning his upper body back and moving away, while Xiao Yuchen's attack just grazed past Ji Lin. Seeing this, Xiao Yuchen quickly reacted, realizing it would be difficult to get closer to Ji Lin, and used the inertia of his right hand to roll backward, creating distance between himself and Ji Lin. Ji Lin did not expect the opponent to have so many thoughts. He thought they would charge straight in. At this moment, Xiao Yuchen made a new move. He lowered his center of gravity, took a deep breath, and with a flash of the yellow soul ring beneath his feet, he charged towards Ji Lin using both hands and feet, moving even faster than before. The speed, which would be difficult for an ordinary person to react to, seemed a bit slow in Ji Lin's eyes. Even if it were a bit faster, Ji Lin could still react. He simply tilted his body slightly to dodge the opponent's claw attack. Xiao Yuchen did not expect Ji Lin to evade, but quickly adjusted and charged at Ji Lin again, ready to launch another attack with his right hand. It was somewhat reminiscent of their previous training, but if it were just like this, then it would end here. A glint flashed in Ji Lin's eyes as he sidestepped and drew the inconspicuous physics holy sword from his waist, striking Xiao Yuchen on the back of the head. However, he only used a light force, as he was unsure of his opponent's defenses and didn't want to cause a fatality. Thud! The blow landed successfully, and Xiao Yuchen, propelled by inertia, scraped along the ground until he finally came to a stop at the edge of the arena, completely motionless. I declare that the winner of this duel is Luo. The audience was already buzzing with discussions. Wow, impressive. He won without using any soul skills. Good thing I bet on him to win, otherwise my savings would be gone. Seriously, Xiao Yuchen is useless, losing so quickly. Boo-hoo my money. In the next round, as Ji Lin walked through the player passage, he was still pondering, how much gold did he win for a match? Was it 5 coins or 10? At that moment, 2 people passed by carrying a stretcher, and on it was Keisai, whom he had met before, but he was no longer breathing. Ji Lin silently watched as the stretcher disappeared around the corner. He then went to the front desk to collect his earnings for the day, and after securing 10 gold coins, he left the dueling arena. While walking down the street, planning to find a hotel to stay at, he discovered a charred house. From the crowd of onlookers, he once again heard the familiar name, Keisai. Glancing at the charred bodies, one large and one small, but the city guard had cleared away, Jilin fought back the urge to vomit and turned to leave. Various voices reached his ears. At least you died quickly. Otherwise, I'd have eventually avenged the grudge of you knocking me off the stage. Seriously, what is the guard doing? Why not just dig a hole and bury them? Why leave them out here, polluting the air? Oh, what happened here? Oh, really? What a pity I didn't go to see. I missed it. Hearing these words, Jilin suddenly recalled Luo's message. Not suitable? Jilin gradually disappeared into the streets. Chapter 24. Making Money and Understanding Human Relationships. Ladies and gentlemen, let's once again give a round of applause to the winner of this match, Luo. Impressive. I remember Luo only started fighting in the Soul Arena about half a month ago. Now he's already at the Copper Soul rank. He must be breaking records. Yes, in recent years, the only ones who can compare with him, or even have the upper hand, are probably the Shrek 7 monsters from a while back. Who can say otherwise? I really don't know who is stronger or weaker between Luo and those people. Don't expect to see this scene in the Soul Arena. The Shrek 7 monsters already have soul power close to level 30, and they might all be soul ancestors by now. Luo is still only at level 19. I think he won't be able to catch up. Unknowingly, Jilin has been here for half a month, and he has already earned enough for travel expenses. However, with such a good money-making opportunity, how could Jilin easily give up without making more profit? During these past 2 weeks, Jilin hasn't won every match. After his first 5 consecutive wins, he struggled to find opponents. Upon inquiry, he found out it was because there were not many Soul Masters above level 10. And with his match schedule being figured out, those Soul Masters would only come when Jilin was not around. Jilin never expected that one day he would have such a significant deterrent power. He was troubled about what to do, as he didn't want to waste time on such matters. At that moment, someone from the Soul Arena approached him, expressing a desire for Jilin to participate in the Great Soul Master competition as a Soul Master, with the promise of double the prize money and points for the winner. Jilin hesitated for a moment, but eventually agreed. After all, he came to the Soul Arena not only to make money, but also to see what level his strength was at in this world. Jilin's first opponent was a level 23 Soul Master with a green snake martial soul. The seats were mostly filled with people discussing the outcome of this battle, as such an unequal match was rare. The odds given by the Soul Arena were outrageous, with Jilin at 10-1 and his opponent at 3-10. Even with such high odds for Jilin, very few people placed bets on him. Among nearly 1,000 spectators, only a handful chose to bet on him. As it was his first battle against a great Soul Master, Jilin was uncertain. He split the 50 gold coins he had won from previous fights, betting 30 on himself to win and 20 to lose. Winning would mean a significant profit, while losing would minimize his losses. The Green Snake Soul Master was indeed not weak. He was much stronger than Jilin's previous opponents, especially with his twisting body and relatively fast speed, making him somewhat unpredictable. Moreover, his first soul skill seemed to have a displacement effect. Although it couldn't achieve teleportation, it still surprised Jilin. Fortunately, Jilin's reactions were quick, and with his solid defense, he was confident he could defeat him without getting hurt. However, Jilin soon noticed something was off. The Soul Master's attacks and strength were becoming weaker and weaker. Although he still appeared fierce, it was merely superficial. Considering the odds for both sides, Jilin began to suspect the underlying trick. Were they harvesting money? Although this seemed somewhat against the spirit of sports, it wasn't something he volunteered for. And since he could earn money without much effort, where could he find such a good deal? Thus, he started to cooperate with his opponent. Jilin didn't know if the opponent had noticed. In any case, after both sides experienced a series of thrilling battles, it ended with Jilin knocking the opponent off the stage. The audience also did not expect such an upset. When the host announced the result, there was a moment of silence, followed by a flurry of various comments, such as "Did you do your best?" and "Refund." There were also surprised exclamations like "Wow, I still didn't see him use his soul skills. We didn't even see his soul rings." Moreover, there were joyful shouts of "Yay, I won, I won." However, the loudest was the cheers for the victor. Amidst the numerous cheers, Jilin walked off the stage expressionlessly, and many couldn't help but say he had the demeanor of a master. What a loss. If only I'd been a bit more arrogant and bet all my money that white 220 gold coins would have been covered up. It hurts, it really hurts. In the following days, Jilin experienced several similar soul fights again. He didn't know how the audience's wallets were doing, but in any case, Jilin made a fortune. As for whether his conscience would hurt, Ji-Lin said, I hope this easy work comes a few more times. Just when Ji-Lin was at his peak, he received the information about his next opponent from the Soul Fighting Arena. Zack, Martial Soul, Sangyan Tiger, level 23, Soul Rings, yellow. As a recent hot topic, this was the first time he received opponent information. Has the plot changed? With this question, Ji-Lin went to the front desk to inquire about the odds for himself and Zack, which were 6-1 and 3-1, respectively. Ji-Lin was not surprised by his own odds, as he had odds lower than 5-1 recently. But the odds for the opponent were a bit high. After thinking for a moment, Ji-Lin decided to play it safe and bet 3,000 of the 5,000 gold coins he had earned in the past few days on the opponent. Soon it was Ji-Lin's turn to compete, and the audience was discussing animatedly. How are you betting this time? I'm still betting on Luo. Although he made me lose a lot in the first and second rounds, he made me break even and earn quite a bit in the following rounds. Me too. Ever since I started betting on him, I've been staying at the Yihong Lu every night. I haven't even gone home. But this time, his opponent has 200-year soul rings. Can he win? So what if he has 200-year soul rings? He has only level 23, right? Luo defeated a level 26 Great Soul Master yesterday. So level 23 is nothing. I don't believe this Luo can keep winning. I bet 50 on him to lose. Yeah, I bet 30 on him to lose. If it doesn't work out, I'll sell myself. In that case, I'll bet 100 on him to win. I bet 300, 200. In a luxurious private room, the supervisor of this venue swirled his wine glass, looking at the frenzied crowd below, took a sip of the fine wine, and asked, how's the situation? There are already 360,000 gold soul coins betting on Luo to win, while those betting on him to lose are less than 5,000. Good, the supervisor said excitedly, downing his drink in one gulp and slamming the glass on the table beside him. Make sure there are no mistakes. Don't worry, Zack is not weak. With that Luo needing us to let him win, he can't possibly beat Zack. Upon hearing this, the supervisor nodded. Right? Then go ahead and let them know my money isn't so easy to earn. Zack indeed had some skills, which made Ji-Lin truly feel the weight of a great soul master level. The power, speed, and soul skills were not comparable to those previous opponents. However, this was what made it interesting. With a sudden burst of strength, he pushed back the fiery tiger claw. Looking at the burned sleeve and the reddened sword with a notch on it, Ji-Lin felt a bit of heartache, as he had spent 5 gold coins to buy it. For the first time, Ji-Lin covered his sword with gold, looking at the panting Zack opposite him, and charged forward again. Damn it, this isn't what we agreed upon. Didn't you say it would be easy to solve? He said as he charged forward. Hey, little kitty, take this sword. With that, Ji-Lin swept his sword across. Ever since Ji-Lin covered the sword with gold, Zack vaguely felt a sense of danger from it. Seeing Ji-Lin sweeping towards him, he dared not take it head-on and had to use his first soul skill. Tiger Fire. A fire pillar the size of a small bowl spewed from Zack's mouth, heading straight for Ji-Lin's face. Ji-Lin didn't expect the opponent to unleash a powerful attack right in front of him. There was no time to dodge, so he had no choice but to change his sweeping sword strike to an upward thrust, cutting through the fire pillar and forcing back the charging Zack. Zack felt a sudden sense of frustration. He had never been made to look so disheveled by an ordinary sword before. Ji-Lin had no idea what Zack was thinking and continued to attack him with a gilded sword. Zack had no choice but to dodge as best as he could, wondering if he should breathe fire to distract her. He had considered taking Ji-Lin's sword head-on, but after seeing the ground she had inadvertently slashed, he abandoned that idea. I am not harder than this granite. Watching Zack struggle to evade on stage, the supervisor became furious, banging the table and shouting, "What is going on? Didn't you say it would be easy for Zack to win?" One of his subordinates, wiping the sweat from his face, laughed awkwardly and said, "Don't worry, supervisor. Zack hasn't lost yet. Besides, with this kind of onslaught, how long can she keep it up? He can wear her out." The supervisor snorted coldly. Humph. I hope so. His subordinate also felt uncertain. After all, Ji-Lin hadn't even used her soul skills yet. Zack planned to endure, as his soul power should be much more robust than Ji-Lin's. However, his own soul power was almost depleted, while Ji-Lin still seemed full of energy. Zack gritted his teeth, ready to hold on a bit longer. At that moment, the golden light on Ji-Lin's sword and in her hands suddenly vanished. Seeing this, Zack was overjoyed and quickly mobilized his limited soul power to unleash his second soul skill, Tiger Descending the Mountain, which doubled his speed for 10 seconds. He instantly knocked Ji-Lin off the stage. The host quickly announced, "The match is over. I declare the winner of this soul fight is Zack. My money woo-woo. Damn it, my ancestors. Fortunately, I didn't T-bet at all. Oh, finally lost. It's really too difficult. In the private room, the supervisor's heart, which had been hanging in the balance, finally relaxed. On the stage, Zach said, "It's finally over. That was not easy." Ji-Lin slowly got up from the shadows, brushed off the dust on his clothes, and looked at Zach on stage, who was raising his arms and shouting, saying, "This should be enough." He then slowly left the venue. It was time to collect his money. Chapter 25. Finally arriving at sunset, it seems like there wasn't a match for Luo today, which is really strange. Doesn't he come to participate on time, every day? Yeah, and I didn't see his match yesterday either. It's really odd. Damn, could he have run away? It's not impossible. No way, I lost so many gold coins because of him. He didn't even say he would play a few more matches to help me earn them back, and just left like that. At this moment, Ji-Lin was leisurely riding his horse along the official road to Tiando City with his salary of 7,000 in hand. Lying on the horse's back with a dogtail grass in his mouth, enjoying this rare comfort. 2 days ago, Ji-Lin once again felt that familiar sense of saturation, realizing that he had reached level 20, just as he had earned enough money after his previous defeat to Zach. The opponents he encountered were only at the level of over 10, which was not very interesting, so he packed up and left. However, now that he had money, Ji-Lin naturally did not want to rely on the bus to get around, so he started thinking about buying a means of transportation. Among the available options, Ji-Lin first thought of the soul beast that could run fast and fly high. Unfortunately, after exploring the entire Soto City, he found no horse ranch selling tamed soul beasts. Not to mention tamed ones, he hadn't even seen a living soul beast. However, there was plenty of soul beast meat, especially that part that seemed to be effective for nourishment in the Douluo continent. Helpless, Ji-Lin had to turn his attention to ordinary animals, with horses being the first choice. Although he felt that a donkey had more of a wandering hero vibe, Ji-Lin believed that he was more suited to being a young man in fine clothes on a spirited horse. Douluo's disappointment. Soto City only had those horses used by merchant caravans. To get a fine horse, he needed to go to an official store, and a certain identity was required. Naturally, soul masters could purchase them, but the price for such a horse was quite steep at 20 gold soul coins, and there was no room for negotiation. In contrast, the cargo horse was much cheaper, costing only 9 gold soul coins, and its temperament was relatively gentle. Considering he had a lot of luggage and had no prior experience with riding, plus the soul master competition was still some time away, he felt no need to rush. As for absorbing soul rings, Ji-Lin felt a few more days wouldn't make a difference, mainly because he was reluctant to part with his money. Now, Ji-Lin was extremely glad that he had bought a cargo horse. As a horse specifically for transporting goods, its endurance and load capacity were naturally not to be doubted, and its size was significantly larger than that of an ordinary horse, providing enough space for Ji-Lin to lie down. It did eat quite a bit, but fortunately, there were plenty of blue-silver grass along the way. Letting it graze for half an hour allowed them to travel for 5 hours. Although the cargo horse's speed couldn't compare to that of a fine horse, it was still much faster than an ordinary person's. After all, it wasn't pulling a cart. After 4 days on the road, enjoying the breeze and the scenery, Ji-Lin finally arrived at the gate of Tiando City again. Looking at the tall city wall before him, Ji-Lin recalled the shock he felt when he first saw it, but now he felt it was nothing special, just a relatively high wall. After a quick glance, Ji-Lin shifted his gaze and walked towards the side gate on the right. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he led his horse into the city. Once inside, since he wouldn't need the horse for a while, he sold it to a horse ranch in Tiando City for 10 gold soul coins. Not bad. He even made a profit. Now that he had money, Ji-Lin naturally wouldn't stay in the cheapest room like before, as the environment was quite poor, but he also didn't choose the best room. There was no need for that. Although he hadn't walked much on this journey, the dust and fatigue were unavoidable, and Ji-Lin felt a bit tired. Although the Sunset Forest couldn't compare to the Stardew Great Forest, it was still fraught with danger. Now that he no longer had Luo as his support, he needed to adjust his state before heading there. As for being fully prepared, Ji-Lin wasn't confident. After all, no one knew what strange things might happen in the future. It wasn't impossible to encounter the main character group in the next moment. After finishing a relatively lavish lunch, Ji-Lin stepped out, ready to explore the vast Tiando City. I have to say, Tiando City was much more majestic and prosperous than the city seen on television. There were no beggars on the streets, indicating it was quite affluent. Strolling and pausing, Ji-Lin wandered through the streets and alleys of Tiando City. Although there were indeed many slum-like buildings along the way, they were different from his previous impressions. The people living there weren't the kind who were ragged and dirty. and the environment wasn't littered with garbage. Of course, he didn't miss the famous Yue Xian from the original work. He only looked at it from the outside for a while. I must say, the somewhat Chinese-style Yue Xian was the building Ji Lin liked the most, and the students inside, aside from their outstanding appearances, walked with an indescribable elegance, as if they were born noble. In a sense, they indeed were, as they were all descendants of nobility. After lingering outside Yue Xian for a while, Ji Lin continued on his way. Eventually, Ji Lin stopped in front of a secluded bookstore called Yui Bookstore. Upon entering, he felt as if he had entered another world. Despite being separated by just a simple wall, the noise outside seemed unrelated to this tranquil space. The store was not large, and there were not many people inside. Only an old man with white hair lying in a rocking chair, a book open on his face. Ji Lin took a look and saw that the spine of the book had the words Angel's Journal written on it. Noticing someone had entered, the old man straightened his upper body. The book slipped down, revealing a face full of wrinkles, yet very kind. The old man asked, "What book would the guest like to buy?" Since Ji Lin had chosen to enter this bookstore, he naturally had a book he wanted to buy. He wondered if there was a book introducing soul beasts. The old man pondered for a moment, then got up and walked to a bookshelf. After a while, he returned with an illustrated guide to soul beasts, handed it to Ji Lin, and after collecting 1 gold soul coin, he lay back in the rocking chair, once again placing the angel's journal on his face. Ji Lin suddenly became interested in that angel log. "Old sir, may I take a look at that angel log?" The rocking chair, which had been slowly swaying, suddenly stopped, but quickly began to rock again. "Sure, here you go." Taking the book, Ji Lin found that it wasn't very thick. He stood there flipping through the pages, and about an hour later, he closed the book. "What do you think?" The whole book mainly tells the story of a little girl who starts from nothing, goes through hardships, and ultimately becomes a deity. How should I put it? It's somewhat inspirational, but also quite kitsch. Kitsch? Yes, isn't it kitsch? Although the protagonist suffered a lot, she still reached the peak in the end. Are you saying she isn't worth learning from? Not at all. After all, she succeeded in the end, and this story has been passed down. If we don't learn from her, should we learn from those who failed? That's an interesting perspective. So what do you think we should learn from her? Perseverance. After all, she was able to gather the faith of humanity at that time, which is no simple feat. That attitude of working hard for something throughout one's life is quite impressive. Even if she ends up with nothing, as long as you don't regret it, I think it's fine. You're quite open-minded. They all say that about me. After returning to the hotel and finishing dinner, Ji Lin lay on the bed and started flipping through the Soul Beast encyclopedia in his hands. Although he couldn't obtain soul skill from soul rings, he could from soul bones, right? The skills of soul bones are somewhat related to soul beasts, aren't they? This book is quite good. It almost includes all soul beasts. In it, Ji Lin found 2 familiar figures. Titan Great Ape, fierce personality, exceptional combat power, strong physical body, suspected to have the ability to manipulate gravity. Can be a 1,000-year soul beast or even 10,000 years. Golden Tiger, cruel temperament, inherently cunning, known for its strong defense and extreme attack with platinum light. The wider the light, the higher the cultivation level. After looking for a while, Ji Lin closed the book, feeling somewhat disappointed. Really, things that can be bought outside are indeed not good. It's almost like saying nothing. It didn't mention anything about distribution or how to judge the years. Just a brief introduction and an illustration, and they're charging me 1 gold soul coin? That's just robbery. However, it's not entirely useless. At least Ji Lin now has a target for soul bones. Void Mouse, naturally timid, can move through the void, extremely difficult to capture. Sharp-tailed Swift, cautious personality, extremely fast, often appears in groups. Phantom Dragonfly, naturally timid, likes to create illusions to confuse enemies. The next day, Ji Lin packed his bag and set off towards the Sunset Forest. Chapter 26. A chance encounter sitting on a tall tree branch. Ji Lin enjoyed the wind blowing from who knows where while eating the dry food in his hands. This was already Ji Lin's 2nd day in the Sunset Forest. The day before, he hadn't encountered any of the soul beasts he hoped for, not even a single one that met the age requirement. He finally encountered a large black bear with decent soul power fluctuations, but after a lot of effort to kill it, he found it was just a 100-year soul beast. Although the soul ring had a hint of purple, Ji Lin still gave up on absorbing it. After all, he could only absorb a limited number of soul rings. Ji Lin had thought before that his situation was special, and he might not have this limitation, but when the soul ring came above his head, no energy was infused until it dissipated. Ji Lin had to admit that he should be the same as others in terms of the number of soul rings. This left Ji Lin speechless for a while. Not only did he absorb soul rings without soul skills, but the number also had to be the same as everyone else's. It was really frustrating. After finishing his dry food and taking a sip of water, Lin began to delve deeper. His requirements for the soul beast he wanted to hunt were very simple. It couldn't be less than 1,000 years. After all, his first soul ring was 1,000 years, and if the second one was just 100 years, how could he show his face if that got out? The higher, the better, but it shouldn't exceed 2,000 years, as Lin wouldn't be able to handle anything higher. Previously being able to hunt the golden tiger was partly due to surprise, but even if he got the first strike, Lin didn't cause it much harm. That crucial blow still relied on Luo's sword, right? Although his strength had improved significantly, to the point where he could easily beat his former self, Lin still felt uncertain. After all, that golden tiger was just too fierce. Even now, he wasn't confident he could win. Well, if I encounter a suitable one, I'll sneak attack first. If I can win, I'll fight. If not, I'll run. It's about survival, after all. At this moment, Lin couldn't help but miss the time when he had someone strong backing him up. How carefree he was back then. Thinking of this made his desire to beat someone up even stronger. Logically speaking, the closer he got to the center of the forest, the stronger the soul beasts he should encounter. However, strangely, Lin had been delving deeper for a while, but hadn't encountered any soul beasts. It shouldn't be like this. Could it be that the Sunset Forest also has soul beasts similar to the Titan Great Ape? He hadn't heard of that before. Something unusual must be afoot. Lin thought, feeling a bit unwilling. He had to be more cautious as he explored forward. After a while, Lin helplessly stopped. It wasn't that he planned to go back, but the sky had already darkened. If it were still the previous quiet atmosphere, he might have continued exploring. But Lin now noticed that the surroundings had become lively. The most direct observation was a ghost wolf chasing a mysterious bovine soul beast that passed not far from him. The ghost wolf was one of the few soul beasts in that book that recorded how to determine age, but it was very rough, only mentioning that 1,000,000 years ago, ghost wolves had gray and white fur, while after 10,000 years, they turned black. Lin took a quick glance. It's blacker than black. Can't provoke it, can't provoke it, Lin muttered as he ran back. Strangely, the ghost wolf didn't turn around to chase him. Lin remembered seeing a cheetah hunting its prey before. Even with many other animals watching, it wouldn't give up and turn to chase those seemingly easy targets. Because chasing a fully energized prey with his depleted stamina would be very unwise. It seems that soul beasts also follow this principle. By the next day, Lin's luck seemed to improve a lot. He had just started searching and directly found an injured fox soul beast. Lin seemed to recall seeing it in the book, noticing it was just licking its wound while occasionally looking around warily. Lin stood on a tall tree nearly 100 meters away and took out the Soul Beast Encyclopedia, starting to search. Ghost tiger? No. Thick earth violent bear? No. Where is it? Ah, found it. Red fire fox. Naturally cunning, can breathe fire. Its fur is bright and often favored by noble women. After reading the information on the red fire fox, Lin faced a severe dilemma. Should he engage it? After all, he didn't know its exact cultivation level. If it exceeded 10,000 years, wouldn't he just be going his doom? But if he just walked away, he felt it would be a bit of a waste, considering it was injured. Who knew when he would encounter such a good opportunity again? Just as Lin hesitated, the red fire fox seemed to sense something and warily focused on a certain direction. Oh, little three, your senses are quite accurate. There really is a soul beast here, but it seems to be injured. A tall blond man turned around with a smile and said, "That's right, big brother Dai. You should think about who Sangu is. He has someone who can absorb a 10,000-year soul ring at level 40. Ma Hongjun swaggered forward, proudly boasting, if he didn't know better. You'd think he was talking about himself. Oh, still a fox, huh? It's nothing, just that my spiritual power is a bit stronger. So I noticed it a little earlier than everyone else," Tang Sin said humbly, holding hands with Xiao Wu. At that moment, Flanders squinted his eyes and said, "If you want to practice, hurry up, don't dawdle." After saying that, he kicked Ma Hongjun. Not bothered by the kick, Ma Hongjun smiled at Tang San. "Senga?" "Yeah," Tang San replied. Upon hearing this, he let go of Xiao Wu's hand and stepped forward, completely unaware of the complex expression on Xiao Wu's face. The red fire fox watched the two approaching with full vigilance, although it could sense that their aura was far weaker than the three behind them. Years of jungle life had made it cautious and unable to underestimate any enemy. Looking at the crouching red fire fox, Tang San said, "The red fire fox can manipulate extremely high temperatures of foxfire. Its body length is between 4 to 4 meters, and its age should be between 2,900 to 3,500 years. This age is quite suitable." As he spoke, He raised his right hand, summoning his martial soul, with 4 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black appearing beneath his feet. Immediately, the black soul ring representing 10,000 years flashed with dark light. Blue silver prison. In an instant, 16 thick black vines erupted from the ground. Although the red firefox was not a specialized spiritual type soul beast, its spiritual power was not weak. Coupled with its constant vigilance, as soon as the soul ring flashed, it leaped aside, successfully dodging Tang San's blue-silver prison. Just as the red firefox was feeling smug about avoiding the opponent's soul skill, another 16 vines erupted from the ground, successfully trapping it in the prison. The red firefox did not expect Tang San to release continuously, but quickly reacted, spewing out bursts of foxfire in an attempt to burn away the prison that trapped it. After all, it was made of plants, and in its impression, plants were afraid of fire. Seeing the flames on the blue-silver grass, Tang San guessed the red firefox's thoughts and couldn't help but praise its approach. Your experience is indeed profound. You were able to think of this method so quickly. Then he shifted the topic. Unfortunately, my blue-silver grass is fire-resistant. Fatty, it's time. The ready Fatty heard this and flew into the air, with 4 soul rings of yellow and purple surrounding him, followed by the last soul ring flashing with purple light. Phoenix crying to the sky. After a brief silence, a pillar of fire shot up into the sky. After the flames passed, the blue-silver prison vanished, leaving the charred red fire fox lying there, clearly exhaling more than inhaling. Seeing this scene, Jilin gasped, thinking about contributing to global warming. Wow, that was so fierce. It was an instant kill. Yu Xiaojing nodded in satisfaction. This power is indeed the strongest among the 7 monsters nowadays. Although there was a delay. Now that we have Xiao San's blue-silver prison, we still have a good chance of winning the championship. Of course, you should consider whose disciple he is. He is not even stronger than my 5th soul skill. What is there to be proud of? Liu Erlong had no patience for Flander and immediately retorted. Flander also wore a forced smile, pushing up his glasses with his right hand's index and middle fingers, looking towards Jilin's direction, his tone turning cold. That friend over there, after watching for so long, isn't a time to come down and have a chat? Jilin didn't expect that even from such a distance, Flander would still be able to find him. One must say, as expected of a soul sage. With a sigh, Jilin climbed down from the tree and headed toward the other party. As for escaping, could he really outrun a sensitive attack-type soul sage? And would he be in any life-threatening danger? Come on, he was the protagonist. How could he kill innocents indiscriminately? But wait, that was Tang San, who knew if he had a way to kill. His resentment towards a certain individual deepened. Achu, who is thinking of me? In the divine realm, someone rubbed their nose. With a nervous heart, Jilin gradually approached Tang San and his group. On his way, Tang San was also contemplating Jilin's intentions. At this time, still in the Sunset Forest, he was most likely there to obtain a soul ring. The red firefox was also injured, most likely due to him. However, he was worried about the other party's elder. But on our side, we had a teacher, Aunt Erlong, and Principal Flander. Unless the other side had a title to law, we would be in an invincible position. As for whether there was only one person on the other side, Tang San thought it was impossible. How could a soul master come alone to hunt soul beasts? Chapter 27. The first meeting with the protagonist group. Looking at the group in front of him, aside from Flander and Ning Rongrong, whom he had met before, the others were meeting him for the first time. However, Jilin could easily recognize them. The tall figure with golden hair and heterochromatic eyes, Dai Mubai, was naturally easy to identify. The chubby red-haired man, Ma Hongjun, with a broad belly and a lewd expression, was also quite simple to recognize. Standing silently beside him, Zhu Zhuqing, dressed in leather, had a delicate face. Looking at that face, Jilin thought of those Lolas in anime. Glancing down, just one look made him avert his gaze. Indeed, a voluptuous figure. The handsome guy standing next to Ning Rongrong must be Oscar. Not bad, a bit more handsome than me. Among the people I have seen, I would call you the most handsome. The middle-aged beauty standing next to Flander must be Flander's dream lover, Liu Erlong. The identities of the remaining people were also clear. The crew-cut, stern-faced master Yu Xiaojing, and the relatively short but tough-looking Zhao Wujing, the immovable king. Finally, there were the rabbit-eared Xiao Wu and the protagonist of Douluo continent, Tang San. The first impression Tang San and the others had of Jilin was the relatively large backpack behind him. Xiao Wu asked curiously, "What do you have in that backpack?" Hearing this, Jilin also put down his backpack and reached in to pull something out. The others didn't make any other movements, but Tang San secretly became vigilant. After all, He himself was skilled in concealed weapons. Ji Lin leisurely took out a series of bottles and jars from his backpack. With each bottle he pulled out, he introduced what was inside. This is preservation powder, my favorite, which can make meat as fresh as if it were just slaughtered, and it has a slight spicy flavor. This is insect repellent powder. This is a powder for masking odors. And here, a hemostatic powder. Also, I have my tent pot, utensils, salt, cumin, chili powder. Tang San and the others did not expect that the person before them, who didn't have a storage soul guide, would bring along these seasonings, making it seem like he was on a picnic. Seeing Ji Lin still rummaging through his backpack, Ma Hongjun hurriedly said, "All right, brother, no need to take out more. We believe you mean no harm." The others nodded in agreement, especially Tang San, who realized he had just been on guard against this seemingly not very sharp person. Was he too sensitive? At this moment, Flander stepped forward and questioned Ji Lin. "What were you doing here just now?" Hearing this, Ji Lin paused his actions and looked at Flander with a foolish expression. Besides obtaining soul rings, what else can I do here?" Flander was momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing that his own dean was unable to respond, Tang San timely intervened. "So this red firefox is your target? Did you cause its injury?" "Not really. I was still considering whether to go up or not when you all went ahead. So the wound is naturally not caused by me." Tang San secretly nodded. This person was not lying. While Ji Lin was talking to Flander, Tang San had checked the red firefox and found that the wound on its hind leg seemed to have been caused by his hidden weapon, the flying god claw, which should have been an accidental injury from yesterday when their group mistakenly harmed it, although they had accidentally injured it, and it was in such a state now. If it hadn't been greedy for the fragrant and precious item, how could it have been accidentally harmed? As for beating it up like this, there was no problem at all. The path of death is not worth pitying. Hearing Ji Lin say this, Flander looked Ji Lin up and down. This is a soul beast of around 3,000 years. Are you already level 40? This kid didn't seem very old. If he was not over 20 years old and was a soul master, then bringing him into the academy would make their chances in the upcoming competition even more secure. But he seemed a bit familiar. Flander thought happily to himself. As for Ji Lin refusing, it was a joke. Did he think Flander's silver tongue was for nothing? "No, I'm only level 20. Then how dare you have your eyes on this red firefox? I can absorb it. Why can't I have my eyes on it?" "Impossible." Master Yu Xiaojiang shouted sternly. "It's impossible for anyone to absorb a soul ring of nearly 3,000 years at the second soul ring. The highest second soul ring is only 764 years. Hearing Yu Xiaojiang's tone, Ji Lin also felt a bit angry. He was already somewhat resentful for being called over by them, and now they were asking him all sorts of questions. Even a clay figurine has some temper. He was ready to tear their faces off, if necessary. "Why is it impossible? My first soul ring is 1,000 years. As he spoke, golden light appeared on Ji Lin's arm, showcasing his soul ring for the first time to outsiders. Looking at the purple soul ring rising beneath Ji Lin's feet, everyone exclaimed in surprise, even the usually composed Zhu Zhuqing. 1,000 years. Although they had seen 1,000-year soul rings before, and even had enough to gather 20 of them, it was the first time a solitary soul ring appeared on a single person, breaking their common knowledge. Seeing their stunned expressions, Ji Lin felt immensely pleased. Flander couldn't help but ask, "How old are you?" At this moment, he increasingly wanted to recruit Ji Lin into Shrek. 20, almost 21. Hearing this, Flander looked slightly disappointed, while the Shrek 7 monsters let out a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness, I thought this guy's talent was higher than Sangu's. But it turns out he is not even as good as me, the fatty." Hearing this, Ji Lin didn't argue, only thinking to himself, "If you knew my training time, you'd be scared to death." However, it seemed Flander and Ning Rongrong didn't recognize him. But that was fine. Although they had mocked him before, they had indeed helped him start his path of cultivation, and not being recognized spared him the awkwardness. It was no wonder. Ji Lin's appearance was quite ordinary, just a bit paler, and adding that 6 months had passed, Flander hadn't paid much attention to this kid back then, so naturally, he wouldn't recognize him. "It can't be. My theory shouldn't be wrong." The master was still muttering to himself, looking up at Ji Lin. "What is your martial soul?" Ji Lin's eyes turned, pointing at the red firefox, and said, "Give it to me, and I will tell you some information about martial souls." "No problem." The master agreed without hesitation. Seeing the master agree, no one came forward to object, as everyone knew how much the master valued his own theories. "Then I won't be polite." Saying this, Ji Lin stepped over the crowd and came to the dying red firefox, then drew the sword from his waist and, with a single strike, decapitated it. A purple soul ring began to gather above the corpse. Ji Lin did not hesitate and immediately sat cross-legged, drawing the soul ring above himself, starting the absorption of his second soul ring. Continuous energy flowed into Jilin's body, and he did not find it as difficult as the first time. The absorption process went smoothly. Tang San and the others saw that it was getting late and set up camp in the area. About 2 hours later, Jilin successfully obtained his second soul ring. As he opened his eyes, he saw the master's poker face. This startled Jilin, and he almost threw a gilded punch at him. "Are you done? Now it's time to tell me about your martial soul," the master said, opening up the notebook he had prepared, looking at Jilin with a serious expression. Okay. Jilin dragged over his backpack, took out some food and water, and while eating, said, "I call my martial soul gilded gold. Sometimes I also call it protective golden light. It can enhance my defensive and offensive capabilities." Dazichi. The master's writing paused, frowning. "That's it? That's not even comparable to that red fire fox. What else do you want to know?" Jilin asked. "Can it cover your whole body?" The master, being a master, immediately asked such a key question. "No, but after absorbing the soul ring, the coverage area has increased quite a bit. It should be able to cover my whole body in the future." "What soul skill did you gain from the absorption?" "None." The master paused again. "None? Not only that, the second soul ring has no soul skill. The first soul ring also has none. I always thought that the 9-heart begonia having only one soul skill was already ridiculous, but I didn't expect it to have no soul skills at all." Ningrongrong Sikit. It turned out that the others noticed Jilin had woken up and gradually came over. "But the 9-heart begonia grants the Yi family unparalleled healing abilities. What does your martial soul give you?" "Damn, I really didn't think of that. How should I gloss over this?" Jilin stroked his chin and soon thought of how to respond. "It should grant me physical qualities far superior to others." The master was about to refute, saying that martial souls would enhance physical qualities, but soul masters would enhance them even more, marking the beginning of the gap between ordinary people and soul masters. However, thinking of Jilin's unreasonable soul ring, it seemed that this was the only explanation. What a pity! If you could obtain a soul skill, your martial soul would be the strongest. The master shook his head and sighed. "Yeah, I really envy those of you with strong physical qualities," Oscar said enviously. "Then go train to improve it. Isn't that simple?" Jilin was a bit puzzled. At this moment, the master stood up to explain, "Your situation may be special. Perhaps you can quickly enhance your physical qualities, but we cannot. Or rather, spending the same amount of time meditating to improve soul power would yield greater benefits." Jilin nodded thoughtfully. "This has nothing to do with me. So can I leave now?" "Not so fast." The master waved his hand. "I don't know if you would be willing to join our Shrek team and participate in the upcoming Soul Master competition together." Jilin did not expect the master to invite him to join Shrek, but after realizing it, he quickly refused, saying, No, I'm only at level 21. Participating in the Soul Master competition feels a bit overreaching. Don't be so quick to refuse. We won't make you a main force. We just want you to be a substitute. Our Shrek team has many benefits, including a monthly subsidy of 100 gold soul coins. Additionally, I will personally sponsor you with a storage soul guide. Saying this, he took out a silver ring. This ring has a space of 9 cubic meters. What do you think? Think about it. Looking at the ring, Jilin found it hard to say no. After all, the offer was too generous. He snatched the ring and put it on his left index finger, finding it quite fitting. Deal. The others, seeing this, were puzzled, but did not question Jilin in front of him. Once they returned to the tent, Flanders grabbed the master's shoulder and asked in confusion, "Xiao Gang, what's going on?" Although that kid's martial soul is unique, he's just a great soul master after all. There are plenty of those in the academy. Is he really worth such a high price to recruit? Yu Xiaojing calmly replied. Do those people have 1,000-year first or second soul rings? Well, before Flanders could finish, Yu Xiaojing asked again, what do you think about Xiao San's 4th soul ring? Very strong. Not to mention that unprecedented 10,000-year soul ring. Just the blue-silver cage group control skill is enough to shock people. Flanders responded without hesitation. Then how do you think the Spirit Hall will view this? Flanders fell silent. Seeing his friend like this, the master sighed and said, no need to think too much. With the Spirit Hall's domineering style, they will definitely try to recruit Xiao San. But Xiao San is that person's son, so it's natural for him to refuse the Spirit Hall. Can our golden, sacred dragon protect him from the Spirit Hall? Therefore, I need Ji Lin to attract some attention away from Xiao San, even if it's just a little. This way, we can reduce some risks. Chapter 28. The first day in Shrek today, Tiendo City, or rather recently, Tiendo City, was in an extremely excited atmosphere because in 4 days, the 4th Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition would officially begin. At that time, various academies would send their most elite students to engage in fierce competition, battles that were not easily seen in the Great Soul Arena. Which 5 academies do you think will represent our Tiando Empire in the competition? Need I say? It must be the 5 Elements Academies: Shunfeng, Qihua, Leiting, Tianshui, and Xiangjia. Hey, what about the Tiando Royal Academy? ISNT, it's said to be the strongest academy in our Tiando Empire. Have you had too much to drink? The Royal Academy has always been directly promoted to the finals, right? I'm not referring to the main force of the Royal Academy. I know they've been directly promoted. I heard that this year the deputy team of the Tiando Royal Academy isn't very strong. Maybe they will perform differently. I think it's doubtful. Although the Royal Academy is indeed the strongest, the 5 Elements Academies aren't that far behind. The strongest members have been promoted, and the remaining ones will definitely struggle against the elite of other academies. Hasn't a new Shrek Academy opened recently? You mean the Shrek Academy that was renamed from the Blue Tyrant Academy, right? That's not going to work. Did the Blue Tyrant Academy even rank in the top 10 before? Jilin also arrived at Shrek Academy with Tang San and the others. The sudden addition of Jilin was met with resistance from the Shrek's 7 monsters, and no one spoke to him along the way. Jilin was quite content, touching the ring on his left hand while admiring the scenery of Shrek Academy. He had thought he would have to win the Soul Master competition to buy a Storage Soul Guide, but unexpectedly obtained it this way. It was truly wonderful. As for being ignored by the Shrek 7 monsters, he thought it was a joke. As an outstanding youth of the 21st century, he wouldn't care about such things. Tang San also did not understand why the master invited Jilin to join them, even though his soul rings were all super standard 1,000-year ones. His soul power was a hard flaw. He was just a great soul master without any soul skills. Although there were no soul zone in the academy, there were still soul sovereigns, all of whom were stronger than him. However, after returning from the master's room and facing the complaints and confusion of the other 6 monsters, Tang San could only comfort and persuade them, saying that the master must have his reasons for doing this, perhaps intending to make the opponent let down their guard. As the soul of the Shrek's 7 monsters, Tang San was quite convincing in the hearts of the other 6, although they still had dissatisfaction in their hearts. They did not express it openly, instead silently proving it through their actions. Yu Xiaojiang observed the clear divide between the 7 monsters and Jilin, but said nothing. After all, in his heart, Jilin was merely there to draw fire away from his disciples, and after the competition, he wouldn't be concerned about him anymore. They would return to rest today and gather at the training ground at 9 tomorrow. Jilin, come here. I'll take you to your dormitory. Upon hearing this, the 7 monsters grouped together. Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, finally we have some free time. Let's go shopping. Sure, but Rong, can you lend me some money? I've had my eye on a dress for a long time, but Senga never buys it for me. He always says I have enough clothes. But doesn't he realize that girls can never have too many clothes? Hee, no problem. I'm not sure on money. What about you, Zhu Qing? Dai Wei, Xiao Ao, Sangu. How do you plan to spend the rest of the time? Xiao Ao, and I plan to follow them. What about you, San? Maybe just go back to consolidate my cultivation? No way. With such rare free time, you're going to practice? Seriously, aren't you curious where Xiao Wu and the others will go? Aren't you worried they might run into any accidents? Come on. Without giving Tang San a chance to refuse, Dai Mubai and Oscar pulled him towards Xiao Wu and the others, leaving Fatty in a state of confusion. Hey, wait for me. Watching them laugh and joke, Jilin recalled a few people. Xiao Linzi, let us go. The party is about to start. Yeah, Xiao Linzi. If you keep dawdling, you won't get a good spot. Exactly. Xiao Linzi, even if you're not dating, don't drag the brothers to stay single with you. Damn it. How many times have I said not to call me Xiao Linzi? I didn't practice the evil repelling sword technique. The 3 looked at each other and then rushed forward, lifting Jilin up. Let us go, Lin Mimi. Let's experience the colorful world outside. Ha ha. Yilin. The master's voice successfully brought Jilin back to his senses. Are you okay? Then let us go. Saying this, the master turned and led the way. Jilin took a deep breath and stepped behind the master. The master arranged a single dormitory for Jilin in the student dormitory, which was about 20 square meters in size. It was fully equipped with toiletries, bed sheets, and blankets, so he could move in directly. Jilin was quite satisfied with this dormitory. After seeing off the master, Jilin finally had time to see what changes the second spirit ring had brought him. First was the spirit power. Being at level 21, there wasn't much to say. Recently, he had been in contact with spirit masters quite a bit, and Jilin had learned a lot of spirit master knowledge from the government office. Among them, Jilin felt that the most important was how to determine his own spirit power level. However, this time the increase in spirit power was somewhat less. After absorbing the first spirit ring, His spirit power had conservatively increased by at least 3 levels. This time, it had only increased by 1 level. Although the red fire fox is not as powerful as the Gongjin tiger, the age of the red fire fox is considerably higher than that of the Gongjin tiger. It shouldn't only result in an increase of 1 level, right? I'm not advancing to a spirit venerable. Moreover, the physical enhancement was not as significant as before. It only increased by about 30%. So, is there some other situation? Jilin looked at his right arm, the biggest difference from before being that he had gained a soul bone. As he circulated his soul power, golden light emerged, though the white part was a bit thicker. He took off his upper garment, revealing his 8-pack abs that had been sculpted through training. Looking at his right arm covered in golden light and the half of his body near the right arm, Jilin murmured, "Indeed, it can cover more areas now." Moreover, the golden light on that half of his body suddenly disappeared, replaced by his left arm becoming covered in golden light like the right arm. Furthermore, aside from the golden light on the right arm being immobile, the rest could shift according to his will, though it seemed to be limited to the upper body, excluding the head for now. Jilin had previously thought that the enhancement of the golden light was due to his own level increase, but now that he thinks about it, it doesn't seem to be the case. Based on the currently known information, along with the introduction of soul bones in the original work, it appears that his soul bone has undergone evolution. It's similar to an external soul bone, but external soul bones are supposed to be outside the 6 major categories of soul bones: head, left and right arms, left and right legs, and torso. His right arm bone of the metal tiger clearly belongs to the 6 basic soul bones. At this moment, Jilin suddenly recalled Luo's previous speculation that the body is your martial soul. In this light, after absorbing the soul bone into his body, the soul bone becomes part of his martial soul and evolves along with his strengthening, which explains the reduction in soul power and body enhancement. So, does this mean that every soul bone in the future will be equivalent to an external soul bone for him? Thinking of this, Jilin was excited. After all, external soul bones are rare, and even the main character Tang Sen only has 1, while theoretically, he could have at least 6. It seems he needs to look for high-age soul beasts in the future, as those with lower ages may not contain enough energy for those 3 mouths, soul power body, soul bone. It makes sense that he could absorb the second soul ring so easily for this reason. With all this connecting in his mind, Jilin felt his future was bright. So he set a small goal, to collect 6 soul bones within 10 years. Jilin's heart was burning with excitement, and he immediately prepared to start training. Previously, he had no conditions for training, so everything was kept simple, but now that he has the conditions, he should prepare some training facilities. With that thought, Jilin immediately went out to shop. Chapter 29. Group Combat the next day. The master arrived early at the training ground, waiting for everyone, with 4 young figures standing behind him. The Shrek's 7 monsters, having trained under the master for a while, knew that when he said 9 o'clock, it was best to arrive half an hour early, meaning they had to be there by 8:30. However, Jilin didn't know this and lived in a single dormitory without anyone to notify him. As a result, he only arrived at 8:59 after finishing breakfast, while everyone had been waiting for him for almost 20 minutes. The master's tone seemed even colder. "Why are you only coming now?" "Huh?" Hearing this, Jilin felt a bit nervous. "Am I late?" To be honest, without a phone to check the time, Jilin didn't know if he was late or not. Although he wanted to pat his chest and guarantee he wasn't, seeing the master's increasingly stern poker face left him uncertain. He could only mumble to himself, "If I had known, I wouldn't have eaten that roast chicken." The master was also a bit exasperated. He hadn't expected Jilin to arrive right on the dot. Generally, when making an appointment with someone not very familiar, shouldn't they arrive early? Seeing the grease on Jilin's mouth, Yu Xiaojing wanted to rush up and grab him by the collar, asking how he could eat so much. But thinking about how he explicitly said to gather at 9 o'clock, and that he personally arranged for Jilin to be in a quiet dormitory, the master's face turned extremely unpleasant, like he had stepped in dog poop, and he could only grit his teeth and say, "Go stand over there, come earlier next time." He then turned away impatiently, seemingly not wanting to see Jilin's face. Jilin walked towards the team with a puzzled expression, not understanding why Yu Xiaojing was angry so early in the morning. Could it be that his aunt, oh no, it should be his uncle, came to visit? Could it be that he has entered menopause? Jilin decided to be a bit more honest for the time being, as people in special circumstances tend to have unpredictable tempers. The 7 monsters stood in a row, with Zhu Zhuqing on the far left and Ma Hongjun on the far right. Jilin clearly had enough sense to notice this. Just as they finished standing in line, Ma Hongjun beside him secretly gave him a thumbs up, which made Jilin even more puzzled. It was inexplicable, Ahem. Seeing Ji Lin standing properly, Yu Xiaojiang cleared his throat. Noticing that everyone's attention was focused on him, he spoke, in preparation for the Soul Master competition in 3 days. In addition to Ji Lin, there are 4 more who will join us. Let's have them introduce themselves. As soon as he finished speaking, the sturdy man on the far left stepped forward. Ji Lin recognized him. They had met once during the awakening of their martial souls. Although it wasn't a very pleasant encounter, Ji Lin didn't plan to hold a grudge, as he understood that he had been somewhat unreasonable. If it were Ji Lin, he might have acted similarly. Tyrone, level 38, Assault Type, Soul Master, Martial Soul, Mighty Gorilla. Soul Rings, yellow, yellow, purple. Then the remaining individuals introduced themselves in turn. Huang Yuan, level 35, Assault Type, Soul Master, Martial Soul, Lone Wolf, like that blind. Soul Rings, yellow, yellow, purple. Jingling, level 35, Agility Type, Soul Master, Martial Soul, Skeleton, Soul Rings, yellow, yellow, purple. Jiangzhu, level 35, Healing Type, Weapon Soul Master, Martial Soul, Healing Staff, Soul Rings, yellow, yellow, purple. After hearing their introductions, everyone applauded to welcome them, especially the fatty, who not only clapped the hardest, but also stared at Jiangzhu without blinking, particularly at her curvy figure, which was an explosive attraction for Ma Hongjun, who had previously only been able to visit the cheapest brothels. Even a master walking behind him went unnoticed. What are you looking at? So fascinated? The sudden remark startled the fatty, making him quickly lower his head and say, nothing. Seeing this, the others laughed, asking, what could be so captivating? Jiangzhu simply smiled and remained silent in response to their comments. The master also had no way to deal with his friend's disciple. He thought it was due to the martial soul, but now that disadvantage had disappeared. He thought it was his own reason, but without a martial soul, he wouldn't have been exposed to matters between genders so early and wouldn't have practiced quite a bit. All right, enough laughing. Now you're all partners on the same boat. Just joke around with each other, but don't go overboard. Now, I have an announcement. To increase your understanding of each other, we will split into 2 teams for combat training. Xiao San, Mu Bai, you 2 will be the captains. Now you can select your teams. Xiao San, you go first. Then I won't be polite. Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, Xiaowao, Rong Rong, Fatty, Tyrone, Jingling, Huang Yuan, Jiangzhu, Yilin. Soon, the 2 teams stood facing each other. With colorful martial souls and alternating yellow and purple soul rings filling the spacious training ground. Among them, 1 black soul ring stood out prominently. The 4 who saw Tang San's 4th soul ring for the first time gasped in shock. 10,000-year soul ring. The master's brow furrowed. Although he had previously overestimated the impact of Tang San's 4th soul ring, he didn't expect all 4 would focus their attention on Tang San. At this moment, Jiangzhu from Tang San's side exclaimed again, Great Soul Master, 2,000-year soul rings. Hearing this, the master's expression relaxed a bit. He then waved his hand, signaling the start. The team captains led the charge. 9 treasures are famous. The first is strength, the second is speed. Ji Lin only felt a lightness all over his body, his speed becoming even faster. Truly deserving of the title of the first support, the 9-treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. As a sensitive attack-type soul master, Zhu Zhuqing took advantage of the moment when the opponent had not reacted to confront Tang San, who was charging at the front. She then split into 6, revealing her newly acquired 4th soul skill, Phantom Shadow Clone. The 6 Zhu Zhuqing formed 3 pairs. 1 pair stayed behind to hold back Tang San, while the other 2 pairs rushed past to target the slightly weaker Jiangzhu and Jingling Ma Hongjun, who had long activated his 3rd soul skill, Phoenix Wings Soaring, and was flying in the air, also found his target. With his 2nd soul skill, Blazing Phoenix, and his 1st soul skill, Phoenix Fireline, his flame ability was enhanced by 100 and the attack range increased by 50. A crimson flame shot straight towards Ning Rongrong. With Ning Rongrong's speed, she could not dodge in time, and just when Ma Hongjun thought it was secure, a tall figure blocked in front of Ning Rongrong. With his 1st soul skill, Rock Solid Defense, Tai Long's muscles bulged, and a layer of brown aura covered him, withstanding the incoming flames. As a teammate, Ning Rongrong naturally knew about the fat guy's explosive power. Tai Long definitely couldn't hold up against it with just his 1st soul skill. The 9-treasure pagoda is renowned, with the 4th saying defense. After a while, as the flames dissipated, Tai Long, with Ning Rongrong's support, still managed to hold on. However, his shirt had turned to ashes, and obvious burns appeared on his arms. He was also panting heavily, looking quite exhausted. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun in the sky also needed to catch his breath after this round of explosion. Zhu Zhuqing was already nearing Jiang Zhu, and Jingling, who was not weak, was able to tangle with the clones. However, Jiang Zhu was just a support soul master, and all her soul skills were healing skills. With her teammates unable to rescue her in time, Jiang Zhu had to accept the fact that she was about to be eliminated. At this critical moment, Tang San, who had successfully bound Zhu Zhuqing in front of him with his first soul skill, made his move. His fourth soul skill, Blue-Silver Prison, unleashed 16 black blue-silver grasses that burst from the ground, instantly weaving into a cage that enveloped Jiang Zhu. Zhu Zhuqing's claws clashed with the prison, producing a crisp sound. At the same time, Xiao Wu, using her teleportation, targeted one of the Zhu Zhuqing clones and successfully eliminated it with her second soul skill. Waist bow. The remaining Zhu Zhuqing, the main body, seeing the situation was bad, immediately used Phantom Spike, doubling her speed and heading straight for Oscar. Oscar, battle-hardened, had already created a high-speed flying mushroom sausage and held in his mouth while Zhu Zhuqing attacked Jiang Zhu. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing rushing towards him, he immediately took to the sky, successfully dodging. At this moment, Jingling also successfully dealt with 2 shadow clones. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Jingling all charged towards Zhu Zhuqing, who was deep in enemy territory. The 9 Treasure Pagoda is renowned with the 3rd saying soul. White Tiger's Radiant Wave. A white beam of light attacked Tang San, who was returning. Tang San used Ghost Shadow to successfully dodge. The 9 Treasure Pagoda is renowned with the 2nd saying speed. Zhu Zhuqing also managed to successfully escape the encirclement. The Radiant Wave's momentum did not diminish and successfully hit the Blue-Silver Prison and Jiang Zhu inside. The prison was torn apart by this attack, and Jiang Zhu was knocked out. Jiang Zhu eliminated. Although Tang San's side lost 1 person first, Talon was also seriously injured, prompting Tang San to immediately organize a counterattack. Tang San wrapped the blue-silver grass around Xiao Wu's waist. Their tacit understanding needed no further mention, as he used a hidden weapon technique to throw Xiao Wu towards Tai Long, then used Blue-Silver Prison to control Huang Yuan. He then entangled Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing alone. Xiao Wu landed and cast a charm at Tai Long. Xiao Wu was already a beauty, and Tai Long had previously had feelings for her, making him unable to resist. Then Xiao Wu used her waist bow to fling him out of the arena. Tai Long eliminated. Xiao Wu then teleported directly in front of Ji Lin, kicking him. Ji Lin's reflexes were still quite strong. With a thought, the golden light beneath his clothes began to act. Bang! Xiao Wu felt as if she had kicked an anvil, causing her foot to hurt, but Ji Lin felt nothing. Drawing the sword from his waist, he slashed at Xiao Wu's head. Xiao Wu quickly ducked, barely avoiding the attack, but her earring atop her head was not so lucky. Tang San, who had been paying attention to this side, was also surprised that Ji Lin could actually repel Xiao Wu. He immediately planned to help Xiao Wu. However, facing the tacit cooperation of Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, even he couldn't escape for a while. Fatty, in the sky, Ma Hongjun heard this and unleashed a Phoenix Fire line at Dai Mubai, successfully forcing him back. Tang San seized the opportunity to use Ghost Shadow to quickly approach Ji Lin. At that moment, Xiao Wu teleported behind Ji Lin, her ponytail whipping against his neck and wrapping around it. Xiao Wu also placed her foot on Ji Lin's waist, preparing to use her waist bow and execute her ultimate skill, 8. However, Ji Lin used the force from her waist to leap back into the air and then slash Xiao Wu's ponytail with a sword, her long hair scattering, making Tang San even more anxious. Just as Ji Lin was preparing to strike again, spiderweb bind. A bluish-green light was thrown by Tang San, quickly covering a radius of 5 meters. Ji Lin could clearly see a large net coming towards him. Facing the protagonist's skill, Ji Lin did not dare to be careless. With a golden cover, he slashed the net that aimed to trap him with just 1 stroke of his sword. Tang San did not expect Ji Lin to cut through his spiderweb, but immediately reacted with his second soul skill, Parasite. Since Ji Lin could not emit sword energy, he had inevitably picked up some blue-silver grass seeds when he cut through the spiderweb. In an instant, several blue-silver grasses sprouted from Ji Lin's body, causing him to fall from the air. Tang San would not miss this opportunity. Fatty, the fatty, who was struggling against Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Huang Yuan, upon hearing this, immediately abandoned Huang Yuan and used Phoenix Cry to strike at Ji Lin, to add an extra layer of assurance. Tang San also used Blue-Silver Prison on Ji Lin. The 9 Treasure Pagoda is renowned, with the first saying Strength and the 4th saying Defense. Ning Rongrong also provided several buffs to Ji Lin. Even with Ning Rongrong's support, when Jilin broke free from the blue silver grass. The attack from Phoenix Cry was already upon him. A pillar of fire erupted into the training ground. Jilin eliminated. Chapter 30. The eve of the competition. Without Ma Hongjuan's help, Jingling naturally couldn't hold on and was quickly eliminated by Dai Mubai and the other three working together. At this moment, both sides had only 4 members left. Dai Mubai, Su Tzuking, Ning Rongrong, Wang Yuan, Tangshan, Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, Oscar. Due to the previous use of a series of soul skills, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong had all consumed a considerable amount of soul power. Especially Ma Hongjun, whose soul skills were powerful but also consumed a lot of energy, particularly since he had been using phoenix wings to fly. His soul power was almost depleted now. Realizing that they were at a disadvantage, Tang San shouted to Oscar in the sky, Xiao Ao. Understanding, Oscar replied, I got a big sausage. Then he threw the sausage in his hand towards Tang San and the others. Unfortunately, Oscar was not Tang San and did not have such exquisite throwing skills. Not happening, Huang Yuan said, using his second soul skill, Wolf Howl Bomb, aiming at the sausages. Not good. Tang San reacted quickly, manipulating his blue-silver grass to extend upward desperately. Even with all his effort, he could only grab the one sausage thrown towards him. The other 2 were hit by the Wolf Howl Bomb and turned to dust. Looking at the recovery sausage in his hand, Tang San threw it directly to the nearby fat guy without hesitation. He could no longer maintain his third soul skill to stay in the air. After eating the sausage, Ma Hongjun felt that the recovered soul power should allow him to unleash Phoenix Howl once more. Xiao San, it seems we have the advantage. Boss Dai. The final victor may not necessarily be the one with the advantage. The 9 treasures are famous. The first is strength, the second is speed. Huang Yuan used his third soul skill, Heavenly Wolf Transformation. With Ning Rongrong's 50 speed boost and the 35 overall attribute boost from Heavenly Wolf Transformation, Huang Yuan's speed nearly doubled. First soul skill, Wolf Flash. In an instant, Huang Yuan leaped into the air, delivering a lethal blow to the unsuspecting Oscar. Wolf Howl Bomb, successfully hitting Oscar. Oscar eliminated. Dai Mubai, who was engaged in combat with Tang San, said, Xiao San, it looks like the goddess of victory is leaning towards us. Not necessarily. Rongrong's soul power is almost depleted too. But I still have plenty of soul power. Dai Mubai declared, using his 4th soul skill, White Tiger Meteor Shower. Hundreds of light orbs gathered around Dai Mubai, and then shot towards Tang San like comets. Tang San's eyes glowed with a purple hue, and he moved like a ghost through the meteor shower. Zhu Zhuqing used her shadow clone again, sending her clone to disrupt Tang San. This tactic was indeed effective. Even for Tang San, he was quite flustered under their combined assault, getting hit by many meteors. Even his body, refined by the 2 divine herbs and the ice and fire yin-yang eye, felt a wave of pain. The remaining meteors stirred up a cloud of dust. The 2 watched closely, not daring to relax for a moment. They both knew that Tang San was not so easily defeated. A blue-green light orb shot out from the dust, which was Tang San's 3rd soul skill, Spiderweb Binding. At this moment, Ning Rongrong also collapsed to the ground due to soul power exhaustion. Ning Rongrong eliminated. Seeing the spider web coming towards them, Dai Mubai and the others prepared to dodge. But Tang San would not let them have their way. The sudden vine successfully bound the 2, catching them off guard. It turned out that while their attention was on the spiderweb binding, Tang San had quietly activated his first soul skill, Binding. Xiao Wu teleported to Huang Yuan's side and then kicked him towards Dai Mubai and the others. By the time Dai Mubai broke free, it was too late to dodge the spiderweb, and he could only pull the bound Zhu Zhuqing into his arms. Without any prompt, Ma Hongjun stepped forward and delivered a phoenix howl. However, he had completely exhausted his soul power. Ma Hongjun eliminated. Just as Tang San and Xiao Wu thought they had won and were preparing to celebrate, a white tiger emerged from the fire column, which was the characteristic of the Star Luo Empire, the Nether White Tiger. Meanwhile, Huang Yuan lay unconscious. Huang Yuan eliminated. Tang San brandished the 8 spider spears, ready for battle, and Xiao Wu silently stood beside him. A fierce battle was about to break out. Up to this point, seeing both sides unleash their full potential. The master was also worried about their safety. What would happen to the Soul Master competition if something went wrong? With the master's intervention, the Nether White Tiger gradually dissipated, revealing Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. Tang San also retracted the 8 spider legs. Dai Mubai stepped forward and shook hands with Tang San, saying, Xiao San, next time I'll definitely win against you. Tang San smiled and replied, I won't let you. The master was very satisfied with this confrontation. Not only had the strength of the Shrek 7 monsters seen a qualitative improvement, but even the 5 new members had performed excellently, especially Jilin, who was initially thought to be the breakthrough point for Daimyo Bai's side, unexpectedly became the key to Tang San's disadvantage. Moreover, with the stature of a great soul master, he had put Xiao Wu, who was level 37, in danger multiple times. Were all these strange martial souls so powerful? But the 3 cannons were not like that. However, it was ultimately a good thing. The more extraordinary Jilin performed, the more attention he would attract to Xiao San. The master muttered to himself. Although Jilin performed better than Tang San at the same level, Yu Xiaojiang still believed that Tang San's achievements would surpass Jilin's. Not only due to age, but also because Tang San had a second martial soul, an advantage that most soul masters did not possess. At this moment, the benefits of having someone behind him became apparent. Originally, Huang Yuan and Jilin had both been hit by Ma Hongjuan's Phoenix Howl, suffering extensive burns. Even with Jilin's current recovery abilities, it would take at least a month to heal completely. However, the master had found over a dozen students with healing soul skills in the academy, along with a level 71 soul sage, Xiao Xian, and just a few hours later, Jilin, with his strong recovery abilities, was already able to get out of bed, and it was estimated that he would be able to start training again soon. Xiao Xian was very surprised to see Jilin wake up from the bed, wondering if his candy bean was that strong. However, Huang Yuan was still unconscious nearby. Xiao Xian could only attribute Jilin's quick recovery to his strong physique. Lying on the hospital bed, Jilin reflected on the previous battle. Looking at it now, my strength, reflexes, and other physical capabilities are on par with the 7 monsters, if not surpassing them. Looking at his hands, which were not wrapped in bandages, Jilin had covered them with gilded gold when the fire column struck. He protected his face and curled his body as much as possible, thus receiving less damage than Huang Yuan. Moreover, the gilded gold could also block Ma Hongjuan's terrifying flames, but the consumption was indeed quite large. Just that little while had exhausted his remaining soul power. In this battle, Jilin also saw the strength of the main character group. Although not all of it, it was enough. Powerful tacit understanding, solid strength, and all kinds of bizarre soul skills. Damn, I'm so envious. However, Jilin also knew that he could only think about it. In this battle, the performance of the gilded gold truly amazed Jilin, not to mention the attack aspect. Just in terms of defense, if the coverage area were larger, Jilin wouldn't be lying in bed. However, as he leveled up, this would gradually be compensated for. But this mobility had become Jilin's current shortcoming. Whether in support or offense, Jilin is always a step behind. If Xiao Wu didn't actively attack Jilin, he might not even touch the corner of her clothes throughout the entire battle. Moreover, with this speed, his own safety can also be significantly guaranteed. If he can't win, he can just run away. However, this speed is much harder to train than strength, and he doesn't have any special techniques for agility. If he spends a lot of time practicing speed, it feels somewhat unprofitable, so he can only hope to obtain a soul bone to make some improvements. The next day, Jilin, who had mostly recovered, started using the training equipment he had purchased earlier, gripping an iron rod embedded with 3 100-pound iron chunks at the front end. Jilin decided that since he couldn't match their speed, he would make them afraid to engage him in close combat. Another day passed, and Huang Yuan and the others had basically recovered under everyone's careful care. The long-awaited Soul Master competition officially began. Chapter 31, Sunghui Academy on this day. Hotels in Tiando City were fully booked, and the streets were crowded with people, all heading toward the tall building, the Tiando Great Soul Arena. Everyone's face was filled with excitement as they discussed the upcoming competition with their friends. However, there was a group of people wearing cloaks, hurrying along, showing no signs of excitement. Seeing the Great Soul Arena so close, they let out a sigh of relief. Why are you all wearing cloaks? Hurry and take them off. If you look like this, how will the guests find you? How am I supposed to make money? Flander, who arrived at the Great Soul Arena first, was furious when he saw his students dressed like this. Looking at Flander, still dressed in his black coat, Ma Hongjun couldn't hold back anymore. Why don't you make the school uniforms look better? And why aren't you wearing one? I'm the principal, the face of Shrek Academy, so I have to pay attention to my image. Besides, look at Rongrong and the others. They haven't said anything. How can you, a grown man, be so shameless? Seeing Ning Rongrong and the others in their regular clothes, Ma Hongjun was speechless. This old man was clearly afraid of the 7-treasure glazed tile school coming to settle the score. Plus, Master didn't allow Ning Rongrong to compete in the preliminaries, which is why he permitted her not to wear the uniform. How could he have the nerve to say that? Although Ma Hongjun wanted to retort a few words to Flander, he thought of his teacher's petty personality. If he didn't give him face in front of others, his future days would be difficult. After careful consideration, Ma Hongjun decided to back down. All right, take off the cloaks, Flander urged again. The others helplessly removed their cloaks, revealing their dark green uniforms underneath, instantly drawing the attention of everyone around. Other academies couldn't help but laugh. Look, that academy's uniforms, they're just hilarious. What academy is that? My gosh, did they just crawl out of a latrine? What is that green pattern on their chests? Why are their ears so big? Are they pigs? Ordinary people typically undergo special training and usually don't laugh unless they can't help it. Ha! This seems to be Shrek Academy. I didn't expect them to be so brave. Keep your voice down. They're soul masters after all. We can't provoke them. Also, it looks like they have words on their backs. Let me see. Sincerely soliciting sponsorship. Wow. Are soul masters really that short on money these days? What do you think? Do you still have faith in Shrek Academy? No. I must have had poor eyesight back then. Hearing the discussions around him, Tang San, who was already reborn, felt his face flush. He quickly put on a mask he had worn during the soul battles and hurried into the arena, leaving only Flander shouting, "Slow down, slow down." Ma Hongjun thought the teacher was concerned about them and was about to apologize for his earlier questioning, but it turned out that walking fast made the words on the back less visible. I, Ma Hongjun, have always acted with integrity. What wrong have I done? The group arrived at the resting area specifically provided for participating academies, which had over 1,000 seats shared by all academies. As the saying goes, gold will always shine. Wearing these uniforms, even if Shrek's group was in a remote corner, they still stood out the most. Fortunately, not many academies had arrived yet, and everyone was well-mannered, just observing from a distance without loud discussions. This made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. But why are you so calm, Jilin? Don't you feel embarrassed? Ma Hongjun looked at the calm Jilin beside him and asked, successfully attracting the attention of others, who all turned to look at Jilin. Jilin touched his clothes and said, "It's fine, it's not that hard to accept. Compared to walking through the bustling city in rags before, this is child's play." Of course, Jilin wouldn't say this out loud. You all need to learn from Jilin, especially you, Ma Hongjun. As my disciple, you should see how he remains calm and composed. Don't let our hard work go to waste. At this moment, Flander, the master, and Lu Erlong arrived together. Flander continued, "And why did you choose such a remote spot? I had a hard time finding it. Isn't there more space over there?" Tang San and the others looked at him with resentment, not saying a word. Jilin then noticed a group of people walking towards them. Seeing this, Flander, aware of his own fault, chuckled awkwardly. "Let's not talk too much. We've already taken care of the registration work for you. Everyone, get your spirits up and think about the championship." Championship? A toad dares to dream of winning the championship? What a delusion. An uncoordinated voice came from the side. Seeing the words Tsang-A embroidered in silver thread on their clothes, Jilin's mouth curled up, thinking troublemakers have arrived. The Shrek group, already feeling irritated, stood up from their seats upon hearing this. Flander adjusted his glasses with a cold expression. "Who are you calling a toad?" Tyrone was the first to speak. The leader of that group showed no fear and smiled. "Look at your yellow-green outfits. Don't they look like toads? You don't want to be toads, but rather feces? Then I should stay away from you. I don't want to get covered in the smell of feces. I'll let you know who the real feces is." Tyrone, who already had a bad temper, couldn't hold back and threw a punch. However, just as his fist swung out, it was intercepted by someone. Seeing who stopped him, Tyrone was confused. Sen Xiao, why? Tang Sin didn't answer Tyrone, calmly saying to that person, "What's the use of talking trash? If you want to fight, let's wait until the arena. Don't you know that fighting between Soul Master Academies is prohibited here? Who let this pack of little white dogs in? Can someone take them away? Who are you calling a dog?" Someone from Tsanghui Academy, who also had a bad temper, shouted angrily. Immediately, the Tsanghui Academy group stepped forward. Except for Jilin, the Shrek Academy side refused to back down. Dai Mubai chimed in. "Whoever barks here is who I'm talking about. Just a bunch of unrestrained wild dogs." Xiaosan, although we can't fight here, self-defense is always allowed, right? I don't mind sending these little white dogs home. Both sides were on edge, as if they were about to fight at any moment. At this moment, a strong, elderly voice rang out. "What's all this commotion? Don't mind me joining in, old man." Upon hearing this voice, the Tsanghui Academy members changed their expressions to one of respect, stepping aside to create a passage. An elderly man in his 60s walked forward. It was Shun Yen, with support from Flander and the others. Ma Hongjun was naturally not afraid of the old man in front of him. "Oh, the owner of the little white dogs has arrived. No wonder they're so obedient. Hey, take your little dog home quickly. If it leaves a mess, it would be bad for people's floors." In response, Shunyan glanced at Ma Hongjun with indifference and turned to say, "Let's go." The leader of that group first bowed to Shunyan. Then, following Shunyan, he said, "Let's go, brothers. This group of little white dogs won't eat this pile of feces." "Exactly, we won't eat this pile of stinky feces. Quickly, quickly. Keep away from this pile of feces." The Tsanghui Academy members left, but the expressions on Shrek's faces were not good, especially Lu Erlong, who thought that if it weren't for the master, things would have escalated. "I didn't expect this guy to join Tsanghui Academy. It seems like this year's Tsanghui Academy has good quality." "Teacher, do you know that old man just now?" Flander then introduced Shunyan's basic situation to everyone. Upon hearing that there was a martial soul-like remnant dream, the Shrek 7 were all contemplating how to respond. Looking at the time, the master said, "The opening ceremony is about to start. Xiaosan, Mubai, you two will be responsible for leading everyone in." After saying this without giving them a chance to respond, the three of them left. At this moment, Jiangzhu sat down next to Jilin. Jilin was a bit surprised and looked at the clustered crowd, not understanding why Jiangzhu would come to his corner. At this time, Jiangzhu spoke. "Why didn't you go with them just now?" "And you? You didn't go either?" Jiangzhu laughed. "I was the one who asked you first." Shifting his gaze from Jiangzhu, Jilin looked at the group that was discussing intensely. "I have never been on the same path as them." Hearing this, Jiangzhu sighed. "Yeah, we are just tools brought in to prevent accidents. If nothing unexpected happens, after the competition ends, we will return to where we came from. Look, don't you understand? The circles we are in are different. They are young and powerful. While you're 19 and I am 20, you are a healing-type soul master with little combat power, and I'm only in my 20s. How could they accept us?" Chapter 32. The Unlucky Tiendo, second team. As time passed, the more than 30 participating academies entered under the guidance of staff. However, whether due to the remote location or their clothing, it wasn't until Shrek Academy was the only one left in the rest area that staff finally came to arrange their entry. The faces of the Shrek members looked even worse, and the irritable Tyrone directly cursed, dog eyes looking down on people. Tang Sen had just wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Fortunately, the staff member was far away leading them, and with the surrounding noise. Tyrone's words weren't very loud. The staff seemed not to have heard, which relieved Tang San. He hurriedly advised the others, "I know everyone is upset, but our academy hasn't performed well in the competition before, so it's inevitable to be looked down upon. Everyone, please restrain yourselves, especially you, Tyrone. What you just said might offend a lot of people." Tyrone asked in confusion, "San Xiao, really? I was just venting." Tang San, being quite patient with the heir of the Li family who was loyal to his father, knew he would likely bring the Li family under his wing in the future. So he said to Tyrone, "I know you didn't mean it, but others might not think so. If someone with ulterior motives uses it, we would offend the 3 top forces on the continent. So don't say these things in front of outsiders." Tyrone was not a stubborn person either, and quickly responded, "Okay." San Xiao. Tang Sen also knew that simply asking everyone to restrain themselves would affect the team's morale, so he comforted them. "Don't worry, from now on, we will make the name of Shrek Academy resonate throughout the Douluo continent." Dai Mubai also chimed in at this moment. "That's right, brothers. Let's create a glorious new chapter for Shrek. Let's make those who look down on us drop their jaws." Honestly, after this speech, everyone's spirits were high, shouting "Champion! Champion!" Looking at the excited crowd over there, Jilin felt a bit confused about their line of thought. They were already set to make a grand entrance. Didn't that explain anything? It is hard to believe that the Snow Knight Emperor doesn't know that Ning Rongrong is at Shrek Academy. So it should be quite normal for Shrek Academy to appear, especially considering Ning Fengji's influence. No one would make things difficult for them, nor would the audience mock them. However, the Snow Knight Emperor did not expect that Shrek Academy has such a money-obsessed principal, and their school uniform is so bizarre. If he hadn't been an emperor for decades and had a temperament far beyond others, he might have laughed along with the audience. The surrounding audience laughed at Shrek's strange uniforms, and even the trained host spoke with a hint of amusement. The last team to appear was from Shrek Academy, which was recently renamed from Lamba Academy. Just like their uniforms, their slogan is also quite interesting: "The champion without rivals." Let's look forward to the wonderful performance they will bring. The host's words successfully elevated the atmosphere, as countless people began to jeer and boo. Voices echoed, asking where such a frog could come from, and if such an academy could even compete. "Get off the stage and stop embarrassing yourselves." The Shrek team was successfully provoked, and even Dai Mubai couldn't hold back anymore, ready to explode, saying he wanted to deal with that host. At this moment, Tang San, who remained calm, quickly comforted him. "Boss Dai, calm down. In a moment, we will use our strength to make these people shut up." Honestly, Jilin was quite puzzled as to why Flander would allow his students to be so humiliated, letting the Shrek Academy he had painstakingly managed be scorned by others. All for a bit of money? Wouldn't there be betting on such a grand event? Just bet a little more to earn it back, right? Could it really be, as Master said, to train their mental fortitude? Nonsense. While comforting everyone, Tang San inadvertently glanced at Jilin, who seemed to be pondering quietly on the side, his eyes slightly moving, silently taking this matter to heart. Once the team was in place, Jiangzhu quietly stood beside Jilin and whispered, "Aren't you going to pretend at all? Why go warm up to someone who will part ways with you after the competition?" Jiangzhu said helplessly, "You should at least pretend a bit." Enough. The emperor is about to speak. After saying this, she really turned her head away, no longer paying attention to Jiangzhu. Dressed in a golden red robe and wearing a crown adorned with diamonds, the Snow Knight Emperor approached with a scepter symbolizing power, opened his arms, and said loudly, "I, Snow Knight, Emperor of the Heaven Do Empire, represent the Heaven Do Empire and the organizer of this grand event. Hereby declare that the elite competition of advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent is now beginning." The applause thundered, and everyone cheered and celebrated. Jilin was also seeing the real emperor for the first time, and he experienced the same feeling that Xiang Yu and Liu Bang must have felt when they met the first emperor. Should I say something appropriate? Should I say a real man should be like this, or he can be replaced? It's so hard to choose. Just as Jilin was in a dilemma, the opening ceremony was still ongoing. As the emperor returned to his seat, the host invited the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji, to come forward and speak. When Ning Fengji's elegant and handsome face appeared in front of the audience, the young ladies were even more enthusiastic. After all, the ones on stage could at most be considered potential stocks, while Ning Fengji was undoubtedly a diamond bachelor. In terms of wealth, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was the richest sect. In terms of strength, it was the #1 support in the continent. In terms of influence, being one of the top 3 sects, it had 2 title d'or. In terms of status, being able to speak right after the emperor had a significance that you could savor. In an instant, a wave of open expressions flooded in. "Leader Ning, you are so handsome. Leader Ning, I want to have your children. Leader Ning, you looked at me." Nonsense, he was looking at me, okay? What did you say? Facing the madness of these young ladies, Ning Fengji maintained his smile, gestured to calm them down, and his voice became softer. Ning Fengji began. "It's a great honor to be invited to participate in the opening ceremony of this competition. As a member of the Soul Master community, I am very pleased to see so many talented youths joining the ranks of Soul Masters. I hope to see your wonderful performances. I believe that your purpose in coming to this stage, as His Majesty said, is to bring glory to yourselves, to your families, to your academies, and even to the Empire. Even if your performance is not good, there is no need to be discouraged. Your journey is still long. The future belongs to you. Thank you." After hearing this, the Emperor also wore a smile. The host continued, "Leader Ning, as the #1 support Soul Master, I believe many audience members are curious about which team you are optimistic about." Ning Fengji smiled and replied, "Naturally, the first team I support is our Tiando Royal Academy's main team. However, I'm actually optimistic about another team as well. I believe with these 2 teams, victory will belong to our Tiando Empire." The host curiously asked, "Oh, I wonder which team you hold in such high regard, Leader Ning?" Ning Fengji smiled mysteriously. "Let me keep you in suspense. You'll know later." After saying this, Ning Fengji stepped back to his seat. The audience was buzzing with speculation about which team Ning Fengji favored. Even the contestants below were discussing it. The host said, "Thank you to Leader Ning for his wonderful speech. Next, let's invite the High Priest of the Tiando Spirit Hall, Salas, to draw the opponents for the competitors." Wearing a red robe and a 5-pointed platinum crown, Salas stood up and, under the guidance of a maid, approached the host, reaching into the box in front of him and handing out cards. In the first round of the preliminaries, Sanghui Academy will face Zihui Academy. In the first round of the preliminaries, Flame Glory Academy will face Oakland Academy. In the first round of the preliminaries, Shrek Academy will face Tiando Royal Academy's second team. The audience exchanged glances, not understanding why Tiando Royal Academy's second team drew the weakest Shrek Academy. In an instant, shouts of Dark Horse echoed throughout the arena. Salas, with a dark expression, explained, "I have always been fair. There is no such thing as a dark horse. Also, anyone who enters the finals can directly join the Spear Hall." After saying this, he waved his sleeve and returned to his seat. Jilin also didn't expect Salas to directly undermine him in front of the Tiano Emperor. It It was akin to throwing a big move right in someone's face. He might as well have jumped on someone else's grave. Upon hearing this, the ordinary spectators in the audience didn't feel much, but the participants below were in an uproar. Damn, the luck of the Tiendo Royal second team is just too good. They actually drew the weakest Shrek. If it weren't for the fact that the person drawing lots was the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall, I would suspect there was some kind of conspiracy. At this moment, the members of Shrek were rolling up their sleeves, ready to show these blind fools what they were made of. Tang Sin then called out the names. Mi Xiaowu, Mu Bai, Jiang Zhu, Tai Long, Jingling. For the last one, Tang San initially wanted to call Jilin, intending to let a great spirit master go up and make a fool of himself. As for whether Jilin would steal the spotlight, Tang San hadn't thought about it, as Jilin's attack power mainly relied on his knife, and the competition prohibited the use of anything other than spirit abilities. Jilin couldn't act like he did before. However, considering this was the first match, which concerned the morale of the team and the reputation of the academy, he thought better of it and decided on Huang Yuan. Thus, the lineup for Shrek's first match was finalized. The others who weren't selected felt a bit disappointed, but Jilin didn't feel much at all. In fact, he was a bit happy, as acting was never as comfortable as watching. And so, the first round of the preliminaries began. Shrek Academy finally saw their opponents, and even Jilin in the stands shook his head. The opponents' faces were full of arrogance, clearly not having experienced the harshness of society. I hope they can hold on. Jilin silently wished. As the referee announced the start, both sides revealed their spirits and spirit rings. When Tang San's black spirit ring appeared, the previously noisy arena fell silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the spirit ring that shouldn't have appeared on a spirit master of this level. Even the Emperor and the Bishop on the high platform looked on in surprise. Unsurprisingly, the Tiendo Royal second team was defeated, not even lasting a minute. Now, no one underestimated this shit green team anymore. All competing teams regarded them as a formidable opponent. The Emperor said, Ning Zhongzhu is optimistic about this Shrek Academy team, right? Ning Fengji slightly bowed and replied, Yes, Your Majesty, my daughter is among them. The Emperor feigned surprise. Then Ning Zhongzhu must be aware of this situation. Ning Fengji certainly knew what the other party was referring to and smiled wryly. I really don't know. Although I had some understanding of them before. The last time I met them was a year ago. I know they have become spirit masters, but this spirit ring is the first time I've seen it. However, didn't Prince Xuesheng meet them not long ago? Is that so? The three people in front turned their attention to Prince Xuesheng behind them. Before Prince Xuesheng could respond, the three committee members from the Royal Academy spoke up. Yes, Your Majesty, if it weren't for Prince Xuesheng, Shrek Academy would have been ours. What happened next is unknown to us. In any case, the next day, Prince Xuesheng did not come, but that's a story for another time. While the audience cheered for Shrek Academy, Jilin had already doubled his stake. Thinking of the 2 gold cards in his ring, Jilin spread his hands and said, Isn't making money just about having hands? Chapter 33 7 Treasures glazed sect by the time Jilin collected his winnings and exited the Grand Soul Arena. He saw others chatting with someone by the roadside. Upon closer inspection, it was Ning Fengji, whom he had just bid farewell to. Tang San, thank you. Uncle Ning. We're doing quite well at Shrek Academy. Please thank His Majesty for his kindness on our behalf. Ning Fengji knew that Tang San must have some resentment towards the Royal Academy for driving them away. But he hoped that Tang San did not harbor hostility towards the Tiendo Empire because of it. We don't need to be so polite between us. Speaking of which, your hidden weapons have been a great help to our 7 Treasures glazed sect. If you have any new hidden weapons in the future, be sure to let us know first, Ning Fengji said with a smile. Hearing this, Tang San also smiled and replied, No problem. Ning Fengji then removed Ning Rongrong's hand from his arm and said, All right, Rongrong, go back with your friends. After all, your father is a member of the organizing committee, and staying too long with you will invite gossip. Ning Rongrong pouted in dissatisfaction. Let them talk. Who cares? Ning Fengji sighed and smiled. You're already a 14-year-old big kid. Why are you still so willful? Why don't you introduce your friends to me? Ning Rongrong's gaze swept over her companions, seemingly deciding who to introduce first. Dad, this is Senior Jiangzhu, an outstanding healing-type spirit master. Jiangzhu was surprised that Ning Rongrong would introduce her first and quickly greeted Ning Fengji. Ning Songshu, hello. Although Ning Fengji appeared kind and cultured at the moment, no one could overlook his identity as the sect leader of the 7 Treasures glazed sect. Jiangzhu, who had never interacted with such a big shot before, felt a bit nervous. Ning Fengji didn't find anything wrong with Jiangzhu's reaction. Rather, He considered it a normal response from an ordinary person meeting him. He encouraged Jiang Zhu with a few kind words. Ning Rongrong continued introducing Huang Yuan, Jingling, and Senior Tailong also went on stage just now. I believe you saw their performance, Dad. As usual, he offered encouragement to them as well. Next, Ning Rongrong began introducing the Shrek 7 monsters. After hearing Ning Rongrong's introductions, Ning Fengji was somewhat shocked. He never expected the Shrek 7 monsters to have such high cultivation at such a young age. However, it was a bit of a pity that apart from Oscar, who expressed his willingness to join the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, the others all politely declined. Furthermore, the forces behind them were not small. At the very least, they had Flander, a high-ranking spirit saint, backing them. But this was also good. With these people's potential and the forces behind them, it would benefit Rongrong when she took over the Seven Treasures Glazed sect in the future. However, it seemed that Oscar was interested in Rongrong, so he would need to be cautious. With this in mind, Ning Fengji said to everyone, the doors of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect will always welcome you. Not to mention the others, Jiang Zhu, Jingling, and Huang Yuan were incredibly excited. After all, the Seven Treasures Glazed sect was a great place. Although they had previously considered joining, they lacked connections. Now the sect leader himself had opened the door for them. At this moment, Ning Fengji noticed Jilin walking over and curiously asked, Rongrong, is this also your partner? Ning Rongrong thought for a moment and said flatly, this is our Shrek Academy's substitute contestant, Jilin. Knowing his daughter well, Ning Fengji could tell from her tone that Jilin's talent was not impressive. Although he didn't understand why the master would let a relatively weak person join, it was ultimately their business. So he said nothing and simply nodded at Jilin. He then said to Tang San, Little San, come with me. After the two left, the remaining people also headed towards Shrek. Jilin was still walking alone at the back. In the past, Jiang Zhu would occasionally come and talk with him. But now she was excitedly discussing the benefits of joining the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School with Huang Yuan. Seeing Jilin walking alone at the back, the Shrek 5 quietly gave Ning Rongrong a thumbs up. They had all noticed Jilin's actions before and felt even more repulsed by him. Although they couldn't do anything to him with a master around, they could still find ways to annoy him. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Jilin, who was being ostracized, and thought about her own past in the Zhu family. Although she felt a bit sympathetic and thought he resembled her, the moment she remembered that Jilin was only at level 22, she immediately dismissed that thought, thinking, I am much stronger than him. Jilin also noticed that Ning Fengji's attitude towards him and others was different. Although he felt a bit disappointed, the thought that the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School would nearly be destroyed soon lifted his spirits. Thus, everyone returned to the academy in a cheerful mood. On the second day of the competition, there were no matches for Shrek today. Uncertain about the results of today's matches, Jilin had no intention of betting on who would win and stayed inside Shrek Academy instead of heading to the Great Soul Arena. After putting down the over 300-pound iron rod, Jilin gasped for breath, wiped the sweat off his face, and couldn't help but marvel at the importance of wealth partners and methods, realizing that being first in wealth was justified. Just in terms of exercise equipment, this iron rod was indeed more effective than dragging a large stone, and the wooden and bamboo rods helped with reaction training. However, the lack of a specialized soul master to throw dodgeballs made that method less useful. At this rate, in another half-month of practice, he could level up again and complete the second phase goal left by Luo, which was to split marble with a bamboo sword. Although he could achieve this using his gilded skill, Luo had no way of knowing he would acquire such a skill before leaving, so he still had to train. Fortunately, Luo had left him some methods and techniques for exerting force. Jilin had previously been able to easily counter Xiao Wu's soft techniques thanks to these skills. However, to split stone with a bamboo sword, mere technique was not enough. Powerful strength was also required. Luo had not specified how much strength was needed, but after learning those techniques, Jilin had tried to channel his soul power and strike down forcefully, only to end up breaking the bamboo in his hands. Frustrated, Jilin resorted to using gilded power to chop at the stone fiercely. With no other choice, Jilin had to diligently continue his training. Just as he was about to resume, Jiang Zhu approached him, which surprised Jilin. Although he had a good relationship with Jiang Zhu compared to others, this was the first time she had taken the initiative to come to him. What brings you here? He asked. Can I come to see you if there's nothing else? She replied, giving him a once-over and nodding, not bad physique. Jilin said nothing and asked, is there something to discuss? Not much, just came to see you. Worried you might do something foolish. You don't think that kind of thing would make me seek death, do you? Seeing that Jilin really didn't care, Jiang Zhu joked, That's the invitation from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. You wouldn't be pretending not to care, would you? Jilin smiled and then asked, Are you really planning to join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? What else could I do? I'm not a genius like them, with a powerful background. For a commoner like me who is a healing soul master, is there a better place than the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Although this was indeed the case. Jilin couldn't bear the thought of being the only one who could speak in Shrek Academy, getting caught up in that turmoil. So he said, You should think it over. I heard that besides the auxiliary soul masters with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Tower, the status of other auxiliary soul masters in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is even lower than in other factions. Jiang Zhu frowned slightly, as this was different from what she had learned from others in Ningrongrong. However, Jiang Zhu didn't immediately suspect that Jilin was lying to defame the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. She just thought Jilin had been misled. No way. Isn't the reputation of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School in the Soul Master world always good? Upon hearing this, Jilin thought that Jiang Zhu didn't know much about the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, making it more likely for her to give up on joining. So he continued to mislead her. How could it not be? I have a friend in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and he told me that the tasks for auxiliary soul masters coming from outside include, but are not limited to washing clothes, cooking, cleaning, serving daily needs. And even those with a bit of looks might be taken to warm the bed. That's enough. Jiang Zhu really couldn't listen any longer. Initially, she had a good impression of Jilin. Although he wasn't as handsome as Dai Mubai or Oscar, he was still better than Ma Hongjun. Although he was only at level 20, he had 2,000-year spirit rings. However, she never expected Jilin to be someone who liked to spread rumors in private. Even if they didn't invite you, you shouldn't defame them behind their backs. I never thought you were that kind of person. Let's not chat anymore. After saying that, she turned and left. Watching Jiang Zhu's departing figure, Jilin didn't try to explain himself. He just felt a bit regretful that he couldn't stop Jiang Zhu from joining the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. It seemed he still needed to practice his verbal skills. He really didn't know how that second brother could charm the little girl into a daze. After that, Jilin continued with his training for the day. Chapter 34. Tang San is missing. From now on it will be my Ganara's world unknowingly. The Soul Master competition had been underway for almost half a month. Now everyone's impression of Shrek was no longer that of the weakest team dressed in ridiculous uniforms. After defeating the Royal Second Team, Shrek once again defeated the veteran strong team, the Elephant Armor Academy, and continued their winning streak from there. Now all the spectators regarded Shrek as the biggest dark horse this year, and all participating academies were paying attention to them, including the Tsanghui Academy, with whom they had an unpleasant history. Oh, dear audience friends, we, the event organizers, have received a notice that today Shrek Academy's opponent, Othello Academy, has to forfeit today's match due to health issues. Let's wish them well. As soon as the referee finished speaking, the audience began to stir, discussing how Othello suddenly fell ill, especially since they had won quite easily last time, without sustaining much injury. At this moment, a voice from the crowd rose. Just look at who their opponent is today. It's Shrek Academy with 10,000-year spirit rings. Can they win? Upon hearing this, the crowd began to murmur, and in the end, they had to admit that it seemed to be true. Then someone led the call of Shrek. Shrek! Many people started to echo, creating an atmosphere as if the one battling on the main stage was not the Kamikaze Academy, but Shrek. Seeing Shrek Academy gaining prominence, the captain of Tsanghui Academy also had a grim expression. The opponent had now achieved 6 consecutive wins, while they had 5 wins and 1 loss, which made his face even darker. Moreover, the trouble he had caused for Shrek earlier had somehow been leaked, making many people laugh at Tsanghui Academy. He slammed his fist on the table in front of him, looking at the departing group dressed in a greenish hue, gritting his teeth and saying, Shrek, I will make you pay. At that moment, the door to Tsanghui Academy's exclusive lounge was pushed open and an old man walked in. It was Shinian. Looking at his captain, still throwing a fit, Shinian said calmly, Can't you keep your composure? Realizing Shinian had entered, the captain quickly bowed and replied, The students just can't stand them showing off, so I lost my composure. Shinian nodded. Yes, Shrek Academy is indeed a bit ostentatious. But that's fine. The more people they offend, the harder it will be for me to be discovered when I take action. Hearing this, the captain was overjoyed. Is the teacher going to take action? However, Shinian did not answer, merely walking forward silently and looking in the direction where Shrek's members had disappeared. A glint of light flashing in his murky eyes, hoping it wouldn't take too long. At this time, Tang San was still watching the match of Kamikaze Academy with the master. After learning from the master about the differences between the extreme flow and the balanced flow, Tang San felt a sense of urgency and decided to hurry back to practice consolidating his 3 apertures heart. Naturally, the master wouldn't stop his prized disciple from wanting to improve his strength. After giving a few reminders, he let him leave. Meanwhile, Xinian, who had been paying attention to this side, didn't expect the opportunity to come so suddenly, and he couldn't help but think to himself that it was luck. He then followed Tang San out of the soul fighting arena. At this time, Jilin was still training hard in the academy, and he had found that he was beginning to love the feeling of being exhausted, yet quickly revitalized afterward. Plus, he could become stronger through this. Ever since he realized he didn't have to go to the soul fighting arena to watch the matches. After all, he wouldn't be going on stage. So besides betting, Jilin had been exercising vigorously in the small woods outside the dormitory. Jiangzhu, due to their unpleasant conversation last time, no longer interacted with Jilin, not even saying a word, although this made him a bit disappointed, as talking to a beautiful girl was always nice. He quickly threw that disappointment aside and threw himself wholeheartedly into training. At this time, the others, prompted by Xiao Wu, also realized that Tang San was missing, which made everyone start to worry about him. If anyone was most worried, it was naturally Xiao Wu and the master. After all, one had feelings for Tang San, while the other regarded him as the best way to prove himself. The master immediately ordered everyone to search separately, and to avoid the situation where Tang San suddenly returned while they were still outside, searching foolishly, he specifically arranged for Xiao Wu to wait at the academy gate, since everyone was uneasy about letting her go out alone. Naturally, Jiangzhu was also assigned to search, but she thought that since Jilin had been staying in the academy and hadn't gone out, he might have seen Tang San. So, she headed to the small woods where Jilin was training. Seeing Jiangzhu arrive while he was resting on the ground, Jilin was a bit surprised, not knowing why she was here. After running over, Jiangzhu caught her breath and asked Jilin, "Have you seen Tang San before?" Upon hearing this, Jilin was first taken aback, sitting up from the ground and rubbing his chin. "Tang San is missing? Is there such a plot in the original work? Then wouldn't that mean it's my Ganara Jilin's world from now on?" To be honest, apart from a little bit of setting and some plot, Jilin couldn't remember much else. Seeing Jilin stroking his chin, Jiangzhu thought Jilin was recalling whether he had seen Tang San today, so she didn't disturb him. At this moment, Jilin had already fallen into his own thoughts, and it took him a while to remember that Jiangzhu was still waiting for his response. He then said to Jiangzhu, "No, I've been training here all day and haven't seen Tang San." It wasn't just today. Jilin hadn't seen him the past few days either. Upon learning that Jilin hadn't seen Tang San, Jiangzhu didn't linger and hurriedly left. Watching Jiangzhu's retreating figure, Jilin knew he had already leaned towards Tang San's camp and couldn't help but sigh at the charm of the main character. Standing up, he brushed off the dust on his clothes, stored the equipment on the ground back into a storage ring, and prepared to go have dinner. He wondered if there would still be good food at this hour. Jilin was quite satisfied with the cafeteria at Shrek Academy. Aside from being a bit more expensive than outside, it had no other shortcomings. Moreover, for Shrek Academy, it was within acceptable limits, considering that all the students here were soul masters. The cafeteria was located on the east side of the academy, while Jilin's dormitory was on the west side. So he needed to walk through the main road at the school gate to get from the dormitory to the cafeteria. From a distance, Jilin saw a figure lying at the school gate. As he approached, he realized it was Xiao Wu, and there seemed to be another person beneath her. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the missing Tang San. Seeing the couple in a warm embrace, Jilin wisely decided to quietly leave and not disturb them. When those who had gone out to search for Tang San returned with disappointment, they were eager to question him about what had happened. However, upon seeing Xiao Wu asleep in front of Tang San's bed, holding his hand tightly, they couldn't bring themselves to interrupt the two and chose to wait until Tang San woke up. Sunlight streamed through the window and landed on the bed. Jilin opened his eyes, stretched lazily, and his bones cracked as he did so. He threw off the covers, freshened up a bit, and prepared to go eat breakfast. When he arrived at the cafeteria, he happened to run into the master, who was carrying a lavish breakfast. The two exchanged no words and walked past each other. What Jilin didn't know was that after they brushed past, the master turned back and gave him a meaningful glance. After returning to his small house, the master did not close the door. He neatly arranged the food on the table and sat down, waiting quietly. Before long, as the master had anticipated, Tang San arrived. The master and disciple quietly enjoyed their breakfast until they had cleared the table before starting a formal conversation. "This is how it happened, master." Tang San recounted in detail how he had seen through and counterattacked Xinian, leaving no detail omitted, including the purple extreme magic eyes and the King of Hell sticker. After listening to Tang San's account, the master was surprised that Xinyan could be so shameless, bullying the weak, and even more astonished by his disciple's extraordinary eyesight, capable of seeing through illusions. However, wasn't Haotian's sect known for its grand and bold approach? When did they acquire such intricate techniques? Regarding the soul bone from Xinyan, Tang San thought for a moment and decided not to conceal it, as he himself was unsure whether he should absorb it. When the master heard that Tang San had obtained a soul bone, he was practically going crazy. After all, a soul bone was a rare treasure. Each soul bone greatly enhances a soul master's abilities. For example, take Hu Yanli from the Elephant Armor Academy, who possesses a 10,000-year head soul bone. If he hadn't been previously injured, even Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul fusion technique wouldn't guarantee they'd defeat him. The master had never encountered soul bones during his time at the Blue Lightning Overlord sect, so it was easy to imagine how excited he was at that moment. When he truly saw the soul bone radiating with rainbow light, an overwhelming greed arose in the master's heart. He knew that if he spoke up, there was a high chance Tang San would give it to him, allowing him to advance further. However, it would also create a rift in their relationship. After a fierce internal struggle, the master ultimately dismissed this incredibly tempting thought. After returning the soul bone to Tang San, he advised him to keep it safe. The master couldn't help but marvel at his disciple's luck. First, he absorbed the third soul ring and obtained a fortuitous external soul bone. And now he had gained a precious head soul bone through misfortune. He praised Tang San for resisting the temptation of the soul bone and not blindly absorbing it, stating that this soul bone was not suitable for him. Then he seriously asked Tang San, "What do you think caused this situation?" Tang San recalled Xinyan's words and replied, "Now that Shrek Academy is advancing rapidly and I have a 10,000-year fourth soul ring, I'm attracting attention. Many people have their eyes on me." The master nodded in satisfaction. "That's right. This world is like that. If you are too weak, they will bully you, and if you are too strong, they will exclude and suppress you. Therefore, I have decided to let him share some of the pressure with you." Tang San naturally knew who the master was referring to and admired his foresight. "Master, you are wise." Chapter 35. Shrek Faces Another Storm Today was the 7th round of the competition. Shrek, Shun Kong, Chihua, Tian Shui, and Lei Tang all held a record of 6 consecutive wins, standing tall above the other academies. Watching Dai Mubai and others eagerly preparing, Ji Lin sighed helplessly. Yesterday afternoon, the master approached Ji Lin and explained that Tang San needed to rest due to injury, as they needed to hide their strength and couldn't send anyone else. They needed Ji Lin to step in to fill Tang San's position. Ji Lin was shocked and quickly said, "But I'm just a great soul master. Is it appropriate for me to go up?" In response, the master reassured him, "Don't worry. This time, our opponent, the Auckland Academy, is just a little-known academy, and they don't even have a single soul zone in their team. The highest is only a 39th level soul master, while we have Mubai, a 44th level attack type soul zone. What are you afraid of? Besides, I told you before that I would let you participate. This is the perfect opportunity to fulfill that promise." Ji Lin thought to himself that he had assumed that statement was just for show, that the master invited him to join Shrek not just to study his martial soul, but to use the soul master competition to attract him and make it impossible for him to refuse. How can you be serious about this? Of course, he wouldn't voice those thoughts, so he tentatively refused. Is it possible not to go? The master managed to force a smile onto his face, which was a bit frightening, and said, "You've taken my ring, but not working would be inappropriate, right?" Ji Lin now feels incredibly regretful, wishing he could go back in time and strangle his past self. Why did he covet such small advantages? Now it's come to this, where someone is asking him for help. To be honest, Ji Lin wants to return the storage rack to the master right away, but he has become accustomed to using the soul guide in recent days. Now that he has to return it, he feels a bit reluctant. Moreover, those training equipment are not light, and without the storage ring, it would be quite inconvenient to carry them. After thinking it over, Ji Lin decided to agree to the master. Seeing Ji Lin agree, the master also let out a sigh of relief. Although even if Ji Lin had refused, he had ways to help his disciple ease the situation by directly releasing news of Ji Lin's existence. At that time, there would definitely be people intending to test him. If they weren't too strong, he could step in to protect Ji Lin. If the visitors were too troublesome, he could simply abandon him. Without anyone to protect him, Ji Lin would likely be more attractive than Tang San. However, now that Ji Lin has agreed, the upper limit of help he could receive to fend off enemies could indeed be raised, up to Soul Sage. Thus, Jilin had no choice but to give up on training and head to the Great Seoul Arena. Please welcome Shrek Academy and Oakland Academy to the arena. As the referee's voice rang out, both sides walked onto the stage. Dear audience friends, today we have the season's biggest dark horse, Shrek Academy, facing off against Oakland Academy. After Shrek Academy's last opponent, Othello Academy, forfeited, their persistence in continuing the fight is truly commendable. However, we can see that Shrek's star player, Tang San, is not on the field. Instead, we have an unfamiliar face. Is this the reason for Oakland Academy's determination to continue? Let's wait and see. Upon hearing that Tang San was not playing, the audience was filled with disappointment. After all, wasn't the biggest highlight of Shrek Academy that 1,000-year soul ring? Although the Nether White Tiger was also quite stunning, it didn't quite compare to the ancient and unseen 1,000-year fourth soul ring. This martial soul fusion skill just didn't measure up. Really, why isn't Tang San playing? Had I known this, I would have taken leave yesterday to watch Tianshui Academy. Exactly, even if Tang San isn't here, not even the Nether White Tiger is on stage. What's wrong with Shrek? Do they not want us to continue supporting them? Oakland Academy was secretly relieved to see Tang San absent, although they might still not win. At least the defeat wouldn't be too humiliating. In this match, aside from Ji Lin filling in for Tang San, the rest of the team remained largely unchanged. Both sides released their martial souls. Yellow and purple lights shone from everyone, and various martial souls appeared on the arena. Ji Lin's hands were also covered in gold, with 2 purple 1,000-year spirit rings swirling around him. A great spirit master with 2,000-year spirit rings. Sharp-eyed spectators noticed the great spirit master mingling among a group of spirit-respected and spirit sect members, and naturally, they also noticed Ji Lin's unusual spirit rings. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and immediately all eyes were focused on Ji Lin, this great spirit master. Wow, what kind of place is Shrek? First, there was a 10,000-year fourth spirit ring, and now there's another with 1 and 2,000-year spirit rings. Did they poke a monster's nest? No wonder they dare to let him replace Tang San. He really has some skills. What is this person's name? Even the big shots in the VIP area were astonished. They originally thought Tang San was already exaggerated, but unexpectedly, now there is someone with 2 super spec spirit rings. The Snow Knight Emperor immediately asked Ning Fengji, who knew Shrek better. Who is this person? Ning Fengji, stunned, could hardly speak. He naturally recognized Ji Lin and felt immense regret for not recruiting him at that time. Rong, oh Rong, you really gave your father a big surprise. Ning Fengji wouldn't ignore the Emperor's inquiry. Your Majesty, I only know this person is called Ji Lin and is a substitute from Shrek Academy. As for the rest, including his spirit rings, this is the first time I've seen them. After hearing Ning Fengji's response, the Emperor was extremely curious about the suddenly emerging Ji Lin and immediately prepared to send someone to investigate. However, seeing the displeased expression on Salus's face as he sat quietly in his seat, this was not the style of the Spirit Hall. Bishop Salus, I wonder what you think of Ji Lin. Salus snorted coldly. It's probably another of that master's works. Really, if it weren't for knowing I misspoke, I would have kept my mouth shut and just sat here with a cold face watching the match. Hearing Salus's words, both the Emperor and Ning Fengji raised their eyebrows. Both were smart individuals, and it was not hard to see from Salus's words that it seemed the Spirit Hall did not intend to take action against Shrek for the time being, which was strange. In the past, the Spirit Hall was always very eager to recruit such geniuses. It seems there are significant hidden circumstances. Master, how could a mere spirit respected have such great influence? It looks like I need to pay more attention to this. Ji Lin, of course, was unaware of the thoughts of the dignitaries on the high platform. For Shrek Academy, even without Tang San, winning against the Oakland Academy was still not a problem. During the match, it seemed that everyone else intentionally or unintentionally allowed him to face an opponent alone. Although Oakland Academy was not very strong, all members were spirit respected, with the lowest being at level 32. Although he was confident he could defeat his opponent, hearing discussions about himself from the audience suddenly reminded Ji Lin of the original work, where someone attacked Tang San during the Spirit Master competition, resulting in the loss of their life and giving the protagonist a soul bone. Even if Ji Lin is dull, he should know that he has been pushed out to attract fire for Tang San. Ji Lin had never encountered such a situation before, but it was not too late to react now. Although he had already been exposed at this point, it didn't mean he was left with no way out. He could find a powerful faction to join that could guarantee his safety. Let's see, the Spirit Hall seems quite good. However, simply joining might not be enough to gain attention, so Ji Lin planned to show his worth in the following days. Jilin's opponent is the weakest Soul Master from Auckland Academy, a Soul Master with a golden cicada martial spirit. His speed is not fast, but his movement trajectory is quite peculiar, making it hard to predict. Combined with his unique sound wave soul skill, he is a rather tricky opponent. However, for Jilin, he is not very challenging. Although the two soul rings did not provide him with soul skills, most of the energy from the soul rings is focused on Jilin's body, which enhances his vision beyond that of others. While he cannot compare to Tang San, who has cultivated the purple extreme magic eyes, he can still clearly see his opponent's trajectory. Jilin has also gained some insight into unpredictable movements from his previous bamboo leaf training. The opponent's sound wave soul skill requires triggering air vibrations within a certain range to launch attacks, rather than attacking directly with noise. Otherwise, he would be a control-type soul master instead of one. Seeing that Jilin was already within his attack range, the golden cicada soul master immediately unleashed his soul skill, aptly named sound wave attack. Jilin, who had been paying close attention to his opponent, noticed the flash of the soul ring and quickly moved toward him. Just as Jilin left his previous position, it was struck by an invisible attack, resulting in cracks appearing. Wow, this power is quite impressive. Although Jilin was surprised by his opponent's soul skill, he did not stop. The golden cicada soul master, seeing Jilin dodging his attack, activated his first soul skill, cicada movement, approaching Jilin in his most adept manner, preparing to launch a soul skill at close range, leaving Jilin no time to evade. Even if you have 2,000-year soul rings, you are still just a great soul master, so don't get too arrogant. Another sound wave attack rushed straight for Jilin's face. Hearing the wind approaching, Jilin executed a sliding maneuver, successfully dodging it, his eyes fixed on the golden cicada soul master, who was 2 meters off the ground, flying erratically. Taking advantage of the moment before his opponent could react to his evasion, Jilin leapt up and grabbed his leg. It's over. Using the golden cicada soul master as the center, Jilin spun in the air before slamming him down onto the arena, causing cracks to spread. Chapter 36. Jilin's Escape Diary. Douluo History 2644, September 7th. Clear weather. Since I went on stage yesterday, I've noticed many people looking at me with admiration every time I leave the school. What can I say? I'm naturally beautiful. It's only right for them to admire me. However, I could do without the boys. I'm not into that. Besides these direct gazes, I also noticed some subtle glances. But when I follow my instincts to look over, I found nothing. The spies on Douluo continent are quite skilled. However, I know that many people have started taking interest in me, which makes me a bit uneasy. After returning to Shrek Academy, I found that new students had moved into the rooms on both sides of mine. The soul power fluctuations they emitted were much stronger than those of my previous neighbors. I realized that Flinder and Yuxiaojing, those old foxes, had already begun to monitor me. The situation is not looking good. After a few seconds of deep thought, I decided to initiate the great plan of Shrek's redemption. Although I don't have that crucial pickaxe, using gold plating on my hands yields similar effects. However, when I brought my entourage, the Watchers, hereafter referred to as entourage, to scout the terrain, I sadly discovered that my dormitory is on the 3rd floor, with my entourage's rooms surrounding me. Moreover, Shrek Academy has no sewage system. Yes, such a large school has no sewage system. Only ordinary people who quietly come to haul it away before dawn. Oh, what a wicked feudal and soul master society. This situation should be severely criticized and condemned. After a full day of investigation, I received both good news and bad news. The bad news is that the great plan of Shrek's redemption has declared bankruptcy. The good news is that my room has a beautiful view of the sunset. Douluo History 2644, September 8th, clear to partly cloudy. Today is perfect for exercise, and I can think about Shrek's redemption too. 0 while working out. However, Yu Xiaojing, that old fox, seems to dislike seeing me idle. He found me early in the morning and told me that Tang San's injuries had not healed, and I had to play in his stead for a day. Seriously, am I the type to seek the spotlight? However, he handed me a thick book, a detailed Soul Beast encyclopedia. Looking at the straightforward title, I couldn't help but fall into contemplation. With a critical mindset, I opened this Pandora's box, but after just a glance, I closed it again. Then, I headed to the Great Soul Arena. There was no way I could handle all that he had given me. Douluo History 2644, September 9th, overcast. Today, there are no matches at Shrek, making it a free day. Nothing happened today. I spent my time lifting weights, reading, and thinking about redemption. Douluo History 2644, September 10th. Light rain. Today, Tang San returned to the arena, and I heard that his comeback sparked a wave of Tang San fever that could be heard from afar. I hope Tang San can keep pushing forward making those people forget about my existence. Lifting weights, reading, planning. Douluo History 2644, September 11th, overcast. Today, I came up with the idea for Shrek's Redemption 2.0 while out with my entourage, seizing the chance to slip away. Everything went smoothly. Relying on my strong physical fitness, I successfully shook off my entourage. Watching them anxiously searching for me, I hid in the shadows and chuckled to myself. Just as I was backing away slowly, preparing to escape the center of this vortex, I bumped into something. Turning around, Flinder's shoehorn-like face appeared before me. Just like that. 2.0 failed. The crazy Xiaojiang even brought in Zhao Wujia, who was idly knitting to keep me company. This is too much. After that, lifting weights, reading, thinking. I don't want to think anymore. Douluo History 2644, September 12th, clear. Early in the morning, I saw Yu Xiaojiang's face, which looked like someone owed him 8 million and hadn't paid up, and my good mood for the day disappeared. That old fox surely has something unpleasant planned. Sure enough, he came to make me participate in a match again. How could someone like me bow to his tyranny? Damn, what is wrong with these people? I've given them so much, yet they still can't win. They are really useless. After returning, lifting weights, reading, but not the Soul Beast Encyclopedia. Instead, I started reading the new book I just got about multi-fusion techniques. September 13th. Lifting weights, reading. September 14th. Throwing a match. There was no way. I promised someone. As for this match, sigh, I have the heart to kill the enemy, but I'm powerless to turn the tide. What's going on with these opponents? I'm already so useless myself, yet the other side is still so weak. I was so angry that I immediately struck and knocked that person off the stage. September 15th. Today is a rest day, lifting weights and reading. However, the sunset has successfully caught my attention. September 16th. Throwing a fixed match. September 17th. Actually, old Zhao is not bad. We get along quite well. With his gravitational boost, my training speed has increased. September 18th. Another day of throwing a fixed match. But the good news is that my assets have successfully doubled to 230 gold soul coins. Sigh, if the odds weren't so low, I would have become a millionaire by now. September 19th. Today is another day worth celebrating. My soul power has reached level 23. I bought some food and watched the sunset with old Zhao in the dormitory. While drinking some light wheat beer equivalent to beer, we chatted about everything, and I seem to have developed a bit of taste for alcohol. September 20th. I take back what I said yesterday. I accidentally drank too much last night, and now my head hurts. Old Zhao is still snoring like thunder over there. Although Tang San is back on the field today, and I don't need to take the stage, I still haven't gone back to sleep. It's definitely not because of old Zhao's snoring. Absolutely not because of the snoring. It's definitely because of the snoring. Important things should be repeated 3 times. Although there might be a bit of that reason, it's not the main one. Today is the day of the battle between Shrek and the Blazing Fire Academy. And it's also the day of that iconic moment, my blue silvergrass fire immunity. As a self-proclaimed fun seeker, how could I miss it? Wow, that must be Wu. She is really beautiful with her fiery red long hair, exquisite face, and those legs at waist, and, not that big, but anyway, she is a beauty. For some reason, seeing Wu made me unconsciously think of another girl who also plays with fire and is named Wu. Compared to her, Wu seems a bit like a small ball compared to big ball. However, Tang San's words are really infuriating. I really want to say, what a pity. My golden, full immunity. Although I can only think about it for now, I believe that one day it will come true. I can imagine that those from the Blazing Fire Academy must be furious right now. Who told you to encounter the protagonist? Alright, the show for today is over. It's time to go back and train harder with old Zhao. Chapter 37, another day of being forced to work. Old Zhao, that's enough. Jilin was panting and spoke to the seemingly calm Zhao Wuji beside him. The next moment, the gravity weighing down on Jilin began to dissipate. This sudden change caught Jilin off guard, and he stumbled, falling to the ground with a thud. Zhao Wuji walked over to help Jilin up, took out a recovery candy from Xiao Xin and stuffed it into Jilin's mouth, saying, "Do you really need to push yourself this hard?" As soon as the candy entered Jilin's mouth, it transformed into a warm current, alleviating his fatigue and allowing him to stand up by himself. Don't you understand my situation? If I don't hurry up and get stronger, I might really get captured. But aren't you already a member of Shrek? Who could touch you? Regarding this, Jilin had seen through it in the past few days. He was merely there to attract fire for Tang San, although he felt reluctant. What could he do? He didn't even have confidence that he could defeat Tang San, let alone Flinder. It's not just me as an exception. Can Shrek really protect both of us at the same time? Or will they give up on Tang San to save me? Hearing this, Zhao Wuji fell silent. He had also noticed the increase in spies outside Shrek lately, realizing how coveted Jilin and Tang San were. From his years of interaction with Flinder and recent behaviors, he believed that when the time came, Flinder would definitely prioritize saving Tang San. After spending some time together, Zhao Wuji found Jilin to be quite a decent person, diligent and resilient, although sometimes he would express some strange ideas, like going out to look at the moon at night, planning to dig a tunnel from the dormitory to escape Shrek, and even getting himself drunk. How could that kid drink so well? He also didn't pay much attention to hiding his personality. To put it nicely, he was money-oriented. To put it bluntly, he was like a child who wouldn't act until he saw Rabbit. Jilin, who could do these things, clearly didn't possess the maturity expected at his age of 20. Even the 12-year-old Tang San was more composed than him. However, this feeling was quite nice. Tang San was too mature. If it weren't for the bone age indicating he was still a youth and the certification from the Haotian Douluo, Zhao Wuji would suspect he was some ancient monster skilled in maintaining youth. Zhao Wuji had tried to plead with Flinder regarding Jilin's arrangements, but he was directly rejected. In the past, even if Flinder would refuse, Zhao Wuji wouldn't have been met with such directness. However, since the master arrived, Flinder had grown increasingly distant from the teachers who founded Shrek with him. Now, he spent all his time with the master, Lu Erlong, and those little monsters. If it weren't for the need to keep an eye on Jilin, it would be hard to say if he would even remember someone like Zhao Wuji. Watching over Jilin during this time had been one of Zhao Wuji's rare moments of happiness. Jilin knew that Zhao Wuji was there to monitor him, but he didn't avoid him too much. Instead, he almost included him in everything: meals, breaks, and watching his matches. Aside from sleeping, showering, and going to the bathroom together, the two were almost inseparable. Flinder had also seen Zhao Wuji multiple times in the Fighting Soul Arena, and he was quite pleased that Zhao Wuji never relaxed his watch over Jilin. He even shared a few encouraging words with him before turning back to the master. This made Zhao Wuji feel quite uncomfortable. After more than a decade of friendship, was it really not enough to withstand a first love? Old Zhao, let's go. It's time to eat. Coming. Zhao Wuji had actually considered directly taking Jilin and running away, but his friendship with Flinder over the years made him abandon that idea. The reason Jilin was willing to talk to Zhao Wuji was also simple. He couldn't find anyone else to talk to. Ever since he had a falling out with Jiang Zhu last time, they hadn't spoken again, and even if they encountered each other, it was as if they were strangers. Humans are social animals. Those who live in isolation are either gods or beasts. In short, the relationship between the two developed rapidly, and it was only natural for Zhao Wuji to help him train with his soul skills. Moreover, with Zhao Wuji around, Jilin's relationships with other teachers, like Xiao Xian and Li Yusong, were still quite good, at least better than with the seven monsters. Jilin benefited quite a bit from this, such as Xiao Xian Sugar Bean and some of Li Yusong's power techniques. Although they are not as good as what Luo left behind, they still have their merits. The combination of the two allowed Jilin to successfully split a stone by more than 3 inches. With the help of Xiao Xian's Sugar Bean, Jilin quickly recovered and then eagerly asked Zhao Wuji to use gravity to start practicing swordsmanship. This practice method was learned during a casual chat when he found out that Zhao Wuji had a soul skill that could exert gravity. He recalled that many prominent figures seemed to have some experience training under gravity, especially Sun Wukong, who was called Kakarot. So he asked Zhao Wuji to cast the gravity field, and he practiced swordsmanship inside it. Although Zhao Wuji is a soul sage, he cannot maintain the soul skill indefinitely, even though this gravity field is his third soul skill. Fortunately, Jilin also couldn't last long, and with the gravity only increased by 5 times, Zhao Wuji's consumption was reduced even further. However, Jilin still underestimated the power of 5 times gravity. At the beginning, he was exhausted after just 15 minutes of swinging, considering that he could usually swing for an hour straight. But after a few days of adaptation, Jilin was now able to complete his usual training under 5 times gravity. This also made Zhao Wuji exclaim, "What the hell?" Thus, a day's training came to an end. The next morning, Zhao Wuji knocked on Jilin's door and brought him some bad news. "What? I have to go on stage again." "That's right. Why?" "I remember this match is against the Shinj Academy, right? Why do I have to go on stage?" "Don't mention it. In the last match, that Songhui Academy used some kind of 7-in-1 fusion technique. Although we won, it was a Pyrrhic victory. Now, except for Xiao San and the others, everyone is still lying in bed, and Xiao San isn't in great shape either. We have selected 6 Soul Lords from the Academy, and they're ready to support you for a few days." It seems there was indeed something like this in the original work, but that seemed to be Tang San's doing. Didn't they tell Zhao Wuji? This old Zhao is really doing poorly. Then just forfeit. There's no way we can win like this. I also mentioned this to the master, but he said we can't tarnish Shrek's reputation. Yelin cursed inwardly, thinking that this old bastard was just asking him to go out and divert people's attention away from Tang San, who had just finished making a splash. And he spoke so pompously about it. Jilin finally agreed. There was no other way. Yu Xiaojing handed over the 2 books to Jilin, with the condition that he must comply with the upcoming competition arrangements. As for whether Jilin could understand them, that was no longer Yu's concern. Jilin brought the temporary extras to the Grand Soul Arena. Feng Xiaotian was quite friendly. As soon as Jilin arrived, he hurried over. Hey brother, why isn't Tang San here today? Could it really be true that he's resting in bed, as the rumors say? Jilin looked at the slightly handsome masked man in front of him, feeling quite speechless. This is our first meeting, right? We're not that familiar. Feng Xiaotian waved his hand indifferently. Bro, I don't like hearing that. Once as a stranger, twice as a friend. Without this first awkwardness, how can there be a second familiarity? It did seem to be the case, but why are you so concerned about Tang San? And do you know me? Hey, go ask around. How many people still don't know your name? Jilin, and that of Tang San. As for why I'm so concerned about Tang San, I can only say that my happiness for the second half of my life depends entirely on him. No way, I've already shown it so clearly. How can I still be so famous? Feng Xiaotian hesitated, unsure whether to tell the truth, as the truth could be quite discouraging. But then he thought, why should I care? Your acting skills really need improvement. As long as your eyes aren't a big problem, anyone can see that you're acting. Jilin touched the back of his head and said, is that so? Thank you for your high praise. I'm not flattering you. Feng Xiaotian was seeing someone more shameless than himself for the first time. So what happened to Tang San? Jilin said seriously, Brother Feng, you shouldn't focus your attention on Tang San. You should pay more attention to your crush. Seeing Jilin's serious expression, Feng Xiaotian also became inexplicably serious. What does this mean? Ahem, if a woman is interested in a man, then she is not far from falling in love with him. Hearing Jilin's conclusion, Feng Xiaotian gasped in surprise and cupped his hands to Jilin, asking for his name. I, unfortunately, am the little white tiger of Suatawa City. Little white tiger? Isn't your martial soul the golden light shield? In the martial world, one must have a few aliases. Oh, I see. It's an honor to meet you. No need for politeness. So, master, what should I do? Meeting is fate, so I will pass on my 3 waves true words to you. The teachings must not be shared with others, so come closer. At that time, you will do this and that. The 2 whispered for a while before parting ways. Feng Xiaotian, full of gratitude, handed a gold coin to Jilin, thanking him for the guidance. Jilin put away the gold coin into his storage ring and said, Brother Feng, if fate allows, we shall meet again. With that, he lifted his foot and left, and the others quickly followed suit. Watching their departing figures, Feng Xiaotian's lips curled up beneath his mask. He was indeed an interesting fellow. Hard to imagine someone like him would be in the same academy as Tang San. Lu Ren pretended to be puzzled and asked, Isn't that our lounge? Why are we leaving? Right, if anyone should leave, it should be him. After saying that, Jilin took the lead back, pushing Feng Xiaotian out. The next match turned out to be the most bizarre one. While the others around them were engaged in serious battles, Jilin and Feng Xiaotian were enjoying a peaceful moment. The team leaders on both sides had dark expressions. Master was fine, as Jilin had done this before. However, the team leader from Shinfeng Academy couldn't hold back his anger and started cursing. What's wrong with this Feng Xiaotian? I tolerated him letting Chihua Academy off the hook, but what's going on with Shrek? Even the Emperor in the VIP box did not expect the match to develop this way, feeling both amused and exasperated. These young people, I really can't understand what they're thinking. Ning Fengji said, that's why the future belongs to them. On the stage, Feng Xiaotian seemed to have noticed his team leader's expression and helplessly said to Jilin, although I enjoy spending time with you, Sai, I can't go against the master's orders. I understand, every family has its own difficulties, but please be gentle later. Sure. Then Jilin covered his hands with gold, showcasing his strongest point, while Feng Xiaotian activated his first spirit ring, summoning the Wind Blade Array. Upon seeing the scene, the audience thought both sides were about to get serious. However, when the wind blade struck Jilin and produced a crisp sound, Jilin was directly sent flying off the stage. Master and Flander left with dark faces, and the audience was filled with righteous indignation. Are they still putting on a show? I thought you were looking down on those opponents. Haha, I even placed a heavy bet. Haha, LOL. Damn it, refund. Do you think you deserve our trust? Chapter 38. Salus in action. The preliminaries of the 4th Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition ended with Shrek, led by Tang San, drawing against the Tianxue Academy. Shrek Academy ultimately ranked third in the Tiano competition zone with a record of 24 wins, 2 losses, and 1 draw, just behind Shinfeng and Thunder, which had 26 wins and 1 loss. Chihuahua had a slight advantage with half more wins, placing ahead of Tianshui. After the matches, the captains and vice-captains of the top 5 teams were invited for individual awards. Jilin didn't know what had happened. Everyone else returned happily, while Tang San had a worried expression and immediately shut himself in as soon as he got back to the academy. However, this was none of Jilin's business. He still ate and drank as usual. Time quickly passed, and after 10 days, Tang San reappeared in everyone's sight, shaking off his previous gloom. He eagerly shared what he had figured out over the past 10 days. We can enhance the coordination between our soul skills to form a combo. For example, Xiao Wu can first charm the opponent, then use teleportation to get close, and finally finish with a waist bow and the 8-dan fall. As long as the first soul skill hits, it can severely injure or even defeat the opponent. Hearing this, Jilin, who was called by the master to train with others, looked confused. Shouldn't this be common knowledge? Looking at the reactions of others, Dai Mubai looked impressed. Ma Hongjun showed excitement, and even Zhu Zhuqing's eyes flashed with a glimmer of wisdom. Not to mention Tai Long, Tang San's little brother, who was already shouting praise from the sidelines, calling Tang San brilliant. Shifting the focus to the Shrek team's chief coach, the direct descendant of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, Master Yu Xiaojing, known for his theoretical wisdom in the Soul Master world. He also looked at his outstanding disciple with a satisfied expression. Jilin was even more confused. How did they win before? And was it just a matter of their opponents being equally bad? With this, they still had the nerve to initiate a team fight? How did he not realize this while reading before? Understanding the importance of combo moves, the Shrek 7 monsters joined forces to challenge their teacher, Soul Sage Lu Erlong. Meanwhile, Jilin quietly wielded his 300-pound equipment in the gravity field, which had increased from 5 times to 0 times. It must be said that this kind of training was indeed much faster than before, and Jilin felt that he was on the verge of another breakthrough. Time passed as Jilin watched the Shrek 7 monsters get hit, and before he knew it, the month-long break before the promotion matches was over. Just now, Jilin also witnessed Lu Erlong suffering quite a bit under the increasingly smooth combos of the Shrek 7 monsters. Although these combos were quite powerful, they weren't without countermeasures. As long as you interrupted the rhythm of the combo, it would work. Just like Xiao Wu's combo, if the opponent had skills that could negate charm effects, the effectiveness of that combo would be greatly reduced. If the opponent was clever and pretended to be charmed, waiting for Xiao Wu to deliver a chance, that would be a different story. Or they could simply crush the opponent with absolute strength, just like Lu Erlong was dealing with the Shrek 7 monsters now, directly unleashing her martial soul true body and saying, "You want a combo? Bring it on. If I win, consider my loss." If you asked Jilin which way he preferred, it would definitely be the latter. Why bother thinking when you can just overpower? At the same time, in Tiando City, the Spirit Hall, Salas sat at his desk, handling today's official business. As the highest authority of the Spirit Hall in the Tiando Empire, Salas had a lot of things to deal with every day, mostly minor issues, such as which sub-hall applied for funding to repair a palace, or which branch hall applied for promotion to a sub-hall. Of course, there were also significant matters, like this one. Salas's letter stated, in the jurisdiction of Silvis City, the large village of Feiyang, with 39 households and a total of 135 people, was slaughtered. The hearts of the found corpses had mysteriously disappeared, and only 3 survived. According to them, it was the work of a gray wolf soul master, and a suspect's portrait has been drawn, requesting a wanted notice. Silvis Spirit Hall. Without any surprise, Salas directly approved it. When the designated personnel came to deliver the approved documents, Salas let out a sigh of relief. After a short break, Salas stood up and went to the bookshelf behind his desk to take down 2 documents. Returning to his desk, Salas began to read the first document. Tang San, born on July 10th, 2636, awakened his martial soul under the 26th level Lone Wolf Great Soul Master, Su Yun Tao, in Notting City. Innate Soul Power, level 10. Martial Soul, Blue Silvergrass. On September 1st of the same year, he entered the Notting City Primary Soul Master Academy. On September 10th of the same year, he registered as a Soul Master at the Notting City Spirit Hall. Level 13. In the year 2640 of the Douluo calendar, on May 18th, he registered as a Great Soul Master at the Notting City Spirit Hall. Level 21. In the year 2643 of the Douluo calendar, on June 24th, he registered as a Soul Master in Soto City Spirit Hall. Level 32. Putting down Tang San's document. Salas's frown had not relaxed since the beginning. There was simply too much to be speechless about. He really didn't know what the people below were doing. Was that Su Yintao blind? Just because his martial soul was blue silvergrass, they let go of a person with full innate soul power. In that branch hall and main hall, how could I have not known about such a genius before? If it weren't for this competition, I wouldn't have known about this person. However, no matter how much he scolded those people now, it was useless. Tang San would not join the spear hall now. Adhering to the principle of if I can't have it, I'll destroy it, Salas developed murderous intent toward Tang San. However, the highest combat power he could mobilize from the spirit hall in the Tiando Empire was just himself, a rather ordinary soul, Douluo. While he should be more than enough to deal with the Tang San, the Golden Iron Triangle of Shrek Academy would not be easy to handle. And the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would definitely obstruct him. Not to mention the Tiando royal family would not sit idly by. Therefore, he still needed to request support. Determined, Salas picked up the other document. Jilin, male, 20 years old, martial soul, golden level, 22, soul rings, purple. He once used the name Luo to reach the copper soul master level at the Soto Great Soul Arena. On August 23, 2644, he registered as a Great Soul Master at the Heaven Do Martial Soul Temple. Looking at this extremely simple information, Salas fell into silence. Although the people below had some issues with their judgment, they were still diligent in their work. The fact that all the martial soul temples do not have Ji Lin's information can only mean one thing. He has never registered at the martial soul temple before. And even his martial soul was not awakened there. Is it some unknown force? But why is he representing Shrek so openly in this competition? And what about the configuration of this soul ring? The soul ring configuration of Ji Lin reminded Saruth of a rumor within the Spirit Hall. As a platinum bishop, Saruth held a significant position within the Spirit Hall and knew quite a bit, such as the fact that the grand offering of the offering hall was a level 99 limit Douluo. The rumor was that this grand offering soul rings were also said to be of an extraordinary standard, much like Ji Lin's. After pondering for a while, Saruth decided to leave this issue for the higher-ups to consider. He then took up his pen and wrote, "Dear Pope," and finally marked the letter with the Pope's personal seal. "Bring this letter to me. I want it to be on the Pope's desk by tomorrow." Chapter 39. Shueqinghe is not willing to be outdone. The 1-month break before the promotion matches quickly came to an end, and at this time, the Tiando Royal Knights had received the notification to assemble and were already waiting early at the Royal Arena. Ji Lin also arrived at the competition venue, which was heavily surrounded by military camps, together with the Shrek team. The Tiando Royal Knights are an important force for the Tiando royal family to resist the Star Luo Empire and suppress small threats. Just by looking at their equipment, one can see the heavy armor that only reveals their eyes, war horses with a trace of soul beast bloodline, and the horses themselves are armed to the teeth, with annual expenses that are absolutely astronomical. Looking at the steeds under the knights, Ji Lin felt a bit envious compared to the horses in front of him. The war horses sold in Soto City were nothing but trash, not to mention the horse he purchased. Stop right there. A patrol of knights outside the camp approached Ji Lin and his group, pulling their horses to a halt. They sized them up and roughly guessed their identities. However, for safety's sake, the leading knight still asked, "Are you here to participate in the Soul Master Tournament's qualifiers?" As the Dean, Flander stepped forward to respond, "Indeed. Do you have a letter of introduction?" Flander took out the Academy's letter from his storage soul guide. The knight took the letter, examined it carefully, confirmed its authenticity, and returned it with a slightly respectful tone. "My apologies, esteemed members of Shrek Academy. Once you enter the camp, someone will guide you to your accommodations. We have tasks to attend to, so we won't accompany you further. However, please ensure your students behave. After all, this is a military camp." With that, he took the reins and continued his patrol. Seeing the magnificent steeds, not only Ji Lin but also Oscar and Jingling were extremely excited. Ma Hongjun even quietly reached out to touch one. Fortunately, the Royal Knight's horses were specially trained and did not get startled. The knight was referring to him. Upon seeing his own disciple, Flanders' expression darkened, and without saying a word, he led the way inside. Noticing Flanders' demeanor, Ma Hongjun felt a bit embarrassed. But being a youth, he was also at the age where he cared about appearances, mumbling, "It's just a horse. Why is it so precious? Really stingy." The others paid no mind to Ma Hongjun's murmurs, one by one crossing over him and following Flander into the military camp. Ji Lin was the last one. As he passed by Ma Hongjun, for some reason, he responded to Ma Hongjun's grumbling. After all, they represent the face of the Tiando Empire. It's better to be honest. To his surprise, Ma Hongjun suddenly exploded, pointing at Ji Lin and shouting, "The teacher didn't say anything to me. What right do you have to say anything? Do you really think you're one of us? Ridiculous. And you know so much. Isn't the theoretical first person still the master?" After saying that, he arrogantly tossed his head and walked straight in, leaving Ji Lin standing there in a daze. The reason Ji Lin was stunned was not because he was upset with Ma Hongjun as a nearly 21-year-old young man. He didn't need to get angry with a 14-year-old kid. It was just that Ji Lin didn't expect that the slowest thinker, Ma Hongjun, would notice this as well. Ji Lin stepped into the military camp, realizing that Shrek truly did not welcome him. When Ji Lin arrived at the Shrek Academy's residence as instructed, he coincidentally found Ning Fengji talking with Tang San and others in the courtyard. Ning Rongrong, seeing her father arrive, rushed over to hold his arm and asked in a spoiled tone, "Daddy, why are you here?" Ning Fengji affectionately pinched Ning Rongrong's nose and smiled. "I heard you all came, and that there was some friction with the knights at the camp." Everyone was surprised that this matter had reached Ning Fengji's ears so quickly. Ma Hongjun couldn't help but think to himself that someone was actually reporting on them. After hearing Tang San briefly explain what had happened, Xue Qinghe, who was following Ning Fengji, spoke up on behalf of the Royal Knights. "I apologize to you, but I hope you can understand." The people present, including Tang San, did not notice the slight smile at the corner of Xue Qinghe's mouth. After all, he was representing the face of the Tiando Empire, so he hoped they would behave themselves. The Shrek group quickly agreed. With the courtyard gate wide open, Ji Lin did not expect Ning Fengji and Xue Qinghe to be there, and by now, it was too late to backtrack. Upon seeing Ji Lin enter, both Xue Qinghe and Ning Fengji's eyes lit up. In fact, the two had wanted to meet Ji Lin for a long time, but had not found a proper reason. Behind the scenes, many had been keeping an eye on Ji Lin and Tang San, and they did not want to be the ones to break this strange balance. So they had to look for another opportunity. However, now they were in the military camp, on their own turf, so there were not so many concerns. One of the purposes of their visit this time was to make contact with Ji Lin. Seeing the main person arrive, both of them could hardly contain their excitement. Xue Qinghe was the first to speak. "You must be Ji Lin, little brother Ji." He had a reason to be polite. Then, he offered several greetings, performing various gestures. It seemed my charm was still quite high. This time, they didn't ignore me like last time. Although he thought this in his heart, he still had to maintain appearances. However, since Xue Qinghe was the one who greeted him, Ji Lin felt a bit awkward just responding plainly. He found the gestures like hand-kissing, knightly salutes, and even bows a bit uncomfortable, so he imitated a martial arts film and performed a fist salute instead. I have long admired His Royal Highness. As for Ji Lin's fist salute, the others were okay with it, but Xue Qinghe and Tang San reacted more strongly. Xue Qinghe was unsure how to respond since he had never seen such a gesture before, while Tang San squinted his eyes, seemingly lost in thought. "Forgive my ignorance. Brother Ji, I have never seen such a greeting before. It is a bit, unique." Ji Lin also explained that this is a custom from my hometown. It's normal that His Highness the Crown Prince hasn't seen it before, as my hometown is quite far away and has only a little over 1 billion people. So the customs are somewhat simple. Xue Qinghe has seemed quite interested in this, so he invited, "In that case, Brother Ji, why not come over and explain your hometown to me in detail?" Ji Lin, who had accompanied his mother to watch many palace drama series, actually because he couldn't grab the remote control, knew that the other party's intention was not merely for the conversation, but had other motives. However, Ji Lin did not refuse. The two of them walked to Xue Qinghe's courtyard, which was not far, about 500 meters away. Ji Lin shared some things he could talk about, and Xue Qinghe listened quietly, showing no signs of impatience. For a while, both host and guest enjoyed the moment. After a long while, Ji Lin finally finished speaking, and Xue Qinghe poured a cup of tea and pushed it over. "Thank you." Ji Lin spoke for a long time and was a bit thirsty, so he picked up his teacup and drank it all in one go. At this moment, Xue Qinghe asked, "I wonder what your plans are after the competition, Brother Ji?" Ji Lin put down his teacup and said, "I don't know. Maybe I'll join a small sect." "Oh, then why not come work for me, Brother Ji? It can be discussed." Ji Lin pretended to be surprised and said, "Your Highness, I'm just a Grand Soul Master. This treatment is too high. Your subordinates might have complaints. But if it's too low, I won't be satisfied." Xue Qinghe replied, "Brother Ji, you shouldn't belittle yourself. You are a Grand Soul Master with 2,000-year soul rings, a feat unmatched in history." Upon hearing this, Ji Lin suddenly became dejected. Seeing this, Xue Qinghe asked, "What's wrong? Did I say something wrong?" Yi Lin sighed. "The Crown Prince was not wrong. I am indeed very proud of my soul rings. However, My martial soul is a mutated one. Aside from significantly enhancing my physical attributes and allowing me to absorb higher-level soul rings, there isn't much to boast about. I haven't even obtained any soul skills. Sigh, if I could, I would rather not have these 1,000-year soul rings and just wish for a normal martial soul. Brother G, you are a bit unaware of your own fortune. We people can't even absorb higher-level soul rings. If it were possible, I would want to exchange with you. Ji Lin nodded frantically, thinking that if it were possible, he would agree without hesitation. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. After checking the time, Ji Lin planned to take his leave. After a round of persuasion from Xue Qinghe, seeing that Ji Lin remained insistent, he let him go, escorting Ji Lin to the door. Before leaving, Xue Qinghe said to Ji Lin, I hope Brother Ji will consider it carefully. The treatment here is really not bad. This time, Ji Lin was genuinely taken aback. Definitely. Once Ji Lin disappeared from view, Xue Qinghe closed the door and sat down in the main seat, crossing his legs. With his right hand resting on the tea table, rhythmically tapping his index finger on the surface. Two figures emerged from behind, one large and one small. Xue Qinghe spoke. What do you think? The smaller figure bowed and replied, what that person said is probably 9 truths and 1 falsehood. Although this person's strength was not strong, his martial soul allowed him to discern whether someone was lying. Oh, which sentence? Going back to consider working under you. This was somewhat unexpected for Xue Qinghe. He had guessed that the falsehood was about having no soul skills or the willingness to exchange martial souls, but he did not expect it to be the sentence. After a moment of silence, Xue Qinghe spoke again. What does Elder CTN think of this person? The tall figure, who was the CTN Douluo, said, his soul power fluctuations far exceed the same level. If I hadn't seen his information, I would have thought he was a rank above 33. Xue Qinghe pondered again. Although Ji Lin's level and age were somewhat mismatched, in Xue Qinghe's understanding, only a divine hand could reach 1,000 years with the first or second soul ring. So Xue Qinghe decided to do Ji Lin a favor. He instructed those below to spread the word that Ji Lin's soul ring years were obtained in exchange for a sacrificial soul skill. Although the two were puzzled, they still bowed and said yes. Chapter 40 Ji Lin's attack with this. Even if Xue Qinghe did not spread it, he himself should also reduce his focus on me, making this trip not a loss. On the way back, Ji Lin couldn't help but think. As expected of me, I actually came up with such a method. He could already see the Shrek's residence, and the door was still wide open. Upon entering the courtyard, he found that there was no one around. So carefree, no one even closed the door. But considering that those people had had a smooth journey, coupled with the presence of soul-guided devices, everything seemed to be as it should be. Since Ji Lin, who arrived late, did not yet have his own room, he began searching for an empty room in this large house. The Tiando Empire was quite generous, providing Shrek with a house that had 3 floors, with the first floor for daily activities measuring nearly 300 square meters. Naturally, there were quite a few rooms inside. It was preferable to choose a room on a higher floor, as the view and air quality were better than those on the lower floors. Ji Lin also started searching from the 3rd floor, but it seemed that everyone had the same idea and all the rooms on the 3rd floor were occupied. With no other option, Ji Lin had to go to the 2nd floor to look. In the previous month, Ji Lin had been living with Tang San and his group, so he was familiar with their way of claiming rooms. They would make their own marks outside the rooms they chose by hanging a sign, but the patterns carved on them were different. For example, Xiao Wu had a carrot, Zhu Zhuqing had a cat, and Ma Hongjun had a rose, which he even colored flamboyantly. The others also used their own martial souls or favorite items. Only Tang San was different. He used a pattern that no one else had seen before. When asked what it meant, he just smiled and said that this pattern was the most important one in his life. However, when asked for the reason, Tang San just smiled. Ji Lin took a glance and realized that this was just the character Tang written in Chinese. Upon arriving at the 2nd floor, he noticed that many of the signs had disappeared, leaving only a few scattered ones. These signs represented Tang San, Dai Mubai, Flinder, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun. Coincidentally, there was an empty room right across from Tang San's room. Ji Lin looked around and found that the window of this room had a perfect view of the nearby military camp and the sunset on the horizon. Without hesitation, Ji Lin hung his own emblem, a splash of waves, on the door. After spending some time arranging his bedding and daily necessities in the room, Ji Lin was ready to go have dinner. To accommodate over 10,000 cavalrymen and their horses, as well as provide ample training space, this royal arena was not small. It was as large as a small city. After some inquiries, Ji Lin arrived at the cafeteria prepared for the participating academies. The cafeteria was already filled with many people dining, and everyone was distinctly grouped by their respective academies. However, there was an exception, such as a splash of blue among a group of red. Jilin originally wanted to go up and say hello, but seeing that the person was flirting with a girl, he gave up on that idea. The food in the cafeteria was also diverse, all emitting tempting aromas. What should he eat? It was truly a dilemma. Staring at the array of delicacies in front of him, Jilin suddenly didn't know how to choose. How about a little bit of everything? As everyone knows, the top priority for college students is eating, and their appetite is naturally not small. Moreover, ever since he arrived in the Douluo continent, Jilin's appetite has increased quite a bit. Coupled with his cultivation method and the increase in food, Jilin can now probably eat enough food for 15 people. To accommodate the contestants, the cafeteria gathered dishes from various regions of the Tiando Empire. Although only a few dishes were selected from each region, there were still over 100 dishes in total. Jilin also took a little, which is quite a considerable amount. The plate in his hand had already been changed one after another, and he had filled 4 plates in total. Jilin looked around and also noticed the people from Shrek Academy. Tai Long, Ma Hongjun, Jingling, Huang Yuan, and Jiang Zhu were all sitting at a long table. Jilin arrived at their side, holding his dinner in his hands and with his mouth, and sat down at a position that was relatively far from them at the long table, which was large enough to accommodate 20 people dining at the same time. He ignored the shocked gazes and started eating nonchalantly. Ma Hongjun and the other 5 were also stunned, as although they had shared living quarters before, they had never eaten together, and this was the first time they realized how large Jilin's appetite was. The 5 of them felt this way, not to mention the others. 2/3 of the eyes were focused on Jilin. Sister, look, that person from Shrek is eating so much. At the Tianshui Academy's dining table, Shui Yuer covered her mouth as she spoke to her sister, but covering her mouth didn't make much of a difference. Shui Binger rubbed her temples and said, "You should take note of the opponent's information. Don't go into battle not knowing their names or what their martial souls are and what kind of strength they have. Also, you're eating a lot too. Be careful not to gain weight." Upon hearing this, Shui Yuer stuck out her little tongue, saying, "I'm a little fairy. How could I gain weight? Plus, I have an older sister. Why should I bother looking at that information?" Looking at Shui Yuer's silly expression, Shui Binger knew she had most likely spoiled her sister, but no matter how foolish her sister was, she had to be pampered. However, this guy's appetite was a bit too big. Even Huyan Li from the Elephant Armor Academy wouldn't be able to eat this much. Not bad, not bad. The food at this qualifying round is much tastier than at Shrek's, and there are many more varieties. Just as Jilin was enjoying the delicious food in front of him, Tang Sen also entered with Xiao Wu. After selecting their food, they directly came to where Tai Long and the others were. If just now only 2/3 of the people were paying attention to this side, now almost everyone was looking over. Not only the 4 teams from Tiando City, but also the teams that came from places like the Barak Kingdom today recognized the most eye-catching person in this competition, Tang San. As soon as Tang San entered, Huo Wu kept staring at him, which made Feng Xiaotian feel uncomfortable. Previously, he had been so attentive, but couldn't he make Huo Wu pay this much attention to him? Remembering Jilin's earlier words, Feng Xiaotian secretly decided to take action soon. Tai Long and the others felt a bit uneasy being stared at like this, so they stopped eating and started chatting with each other. Tai Long, what do you think kind of opponents we will face tomorrow? How would I know? But I believe that under the leadership of the 3rd young master, we will definitely achieve victory. Tang Sen smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Not at all. We still need everyone to work hard together." But that has nothing to do with a certain great soul master. Who is Jilin? Even if the sky were to fall, it wouldn't stop him from eating, let alone a little brat's verbal jabs. Just treat him like a courting gorilla and ignore him. Jiang Zhu initially wanted to say a few words about Talon, but upon recalling what Talon had said and fearing offending Tang San, she ultimately said nothing. Seeing that Jilin was unresponsive, Talon and the others also found it uninteresting and shifted to other topics. At this moment, Tang San stood up and said, "I'm going to the bathroom." After saying this, he walked deeper into the cafeteria. At this moment, Jilin had finished his food, leaving nothing behind. Since he had finished eating, there was no reason for him to stay any longer, so he took his tray and left. In fact, there were designated people to collect the trays. But since it was just a few steps away, Jilin decided to do it himself. Upon exiting the cafeteria, he noticed that the moon was nowhere to be seen, and the visibility around him was not very high. Fortunately, there was a torch every so often along the path, and with his improved eyesight, he managed to walk without much trouble. Shortly after leaving the cafeteria, a patrol of soldiers approached him. Although they were not wearing the heavy armor that only showed their eyes, they were well equipped. Despite being in armor, They moved surprisingly quietly. As they passed by, Jilin curiously turned his head to look at the soldiers who had their backs to him. Just as he was about to turn back to his room, a sound pierced the air, particularly noticeable in the quiet night. Even Jilin only had time to shield his chest with a golden armor and protect the back of his head with his right arm, which was also covered in gold. An arrow struck the gold covering his chest, shattering it and penetrating into Jilin's body. Hit so hard. Jilin immediately fell to his knees, spitting out a mouthful of blood, while the soldiers behind him quickly reacted, rushing towards Jilin and shouting that there was an assassin. Chapter 41. The aftermath. The originally quiet night was shattered by the shout of an assassin. Everyone still dining in the cafeteria heard this, and no one expected that someone would dare to do such a thing in the military camp. For a moment, they were all stunned in surprise, but some quickly reacted and headed outside to see what had happened. At this moment, Tang Xin was also shaking the water off his hands. Seeing the scene, he was a bit puzzled and asked Xiao Wu, what is going on? Xiao Wu replied, brother, are you okay? Someone just shouted that there's an assassin. Didn't you hear? Upon hearing this, Tang Xin showed a surprised expression. Is that so? The soundproofing in the restroom is quite good. I really didn't hear anything. But who was attacked? Xiao Wu shook her head. I don't know either. When you were gone, I thought it was you who had been attacked. I was really worried. Seeing the anxious look on Xiao Wu's face warmed Tang San's heart. He patted her hand reassuringly and said, don't worry, you know my strength. It's not that easy for me to get into trouble. With Tang San's comfort, Xiao Wu relaxed a bit and said, then brother, let us go see what is happening. Tang San hesitated, but what if that assassin hasn't left yet and suddenly comes back? Oh, come on. How could there be such a foolish assassin in the world? They would come back after leaving, especially with so many people around. Hearing Xiao Wu's words, Tang San's face was complex, but in the end, he couldn't resist Xiao Wu's coaxing. The group followed the crowd to the scene of the incident. When they arrived, Jilin was just about to pull the arrow out of his back, and the soldiers around him were looking at him with concern. There was no way around it. Jilin was only injured, and the rest of them would just face a few harsh punishments. However, if Jilin died, they would definitely be handed over to the academy as a form of accountability. Jilin couldn't possibly pull the arrow out by himself, but he wasn't very familiar with the others either. So, he turned his gaze to the soldiers nearby and called out, hey, you over there, could one of you come and help me pull the arrow out of my back? Sure, but how are you going to stop the bleeding once it's out? If you don't have a way, it's better to wait for our camp's healing spirit master to arrive. Jilin took a deep breath to ease the pain. It was indeed a problem. However, he still wanted to pull the arrow out now. After all, no one knew if there was anything else on the arrow, so it was better to take it out sooner. Let me help. Just as Jilin was feeling troubled, a voice sounded. He turned to see Jiangzhu walking out of the crowd. The soldiers nearby had serious expressions. After all, this was no joke. Jiangzhu also noticed the soldier's thoughts and said, I am from the same academy as him. I'm a healing soul master. Although I can't heal him immediately, I can at least stop the bleeding. Saying this, she released her martial soul. Upon seeing the 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings, the leading soldier showed an envious look, followed by a sigh of relief. Jilin was likely not going to die, and his own life was considered saved. So, he joined Jiangzhu and came to Jilin's side, holding the exposed arrow with his right hand, and said to Jilin, I'm going to pull it out, okay? Jilin took a deep breath, trying hard to calm himself, and said, pull. He held back. The soldier, hearing this, wasted no time and immediately exerted force with his right hand, although the gilded barrier reduced a significant amount of the arrow's kinetic energy. It still plunged deep into Jilin's back. Jilin could feel that if the arrow went in any deeper, it would be the end for him. Moreover, the arrow had barbs, making it difficult to pull out. The intense pain twisted Jilin's face, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, soaking his back, and the sweat irritated the wound. He endured the urge to move, especially with so many people watching. Fortunately, the soldier did not hold back due to Jilin's pain, as he could not empathize with it. Finally, the arrow was pulled out, and without the obstruction of the arrow, blood began to ooze from the wound. Jilin couldn't help but collapse to the ground. Seeing this, Jiangzhu immediately activated her first soul skill, Healing Halo. A surge of blue energy flowed into Jilin's body, and he felt much more at ease, with the bleeding from his back wound stopping. At this moment, Xue Qinghe and Ning Fengji, having heard the news, finally arrived at the scene, immediately dispersing the crowd and taking Jilin, Jiangzhu, and the soldiers away for questioning. Name? Crow. Age? 31. Position? Captain of the 4th Squad, 37th Battalion, 3rd Brigade of the Tiando Royal Knights. After a round of questioning, Xue Qinghe and Ning Fengji understood the general situation of the incident. After finishing his meal, Ji Lin left the cafeteria and soon encountered the patrolling crew of Kluo. After brushing past them, he was suddenly attacked. At first, Xue Qinghe thought it was the Kluo crew who had attacked, but Ji Lin quickly denied it. After passing them, out of curiosity, I turned to take a glance at them, and they showed no unusual behavior. The attack happened in the instant I turned back. They didn't even have soul power, so it was impossible for them to move that fast. Looking at the arrows made entirely of fine steel in front of me, I had just measured them. They were 8 inches long. Clearly, they were not the common arrows, but more like crossbow bolts. Could a crossbow bolt have such great power? Could it be some kind of soul guide device? However, what puzzled Xue Qinghe was that Ji Lin said he didn't sense any soul power fluctuations. If it wasn't a soul guide device, then what could it be? Teacher, have you ever seen anything that could have such power? Thinking of the batch of crossbows in his sect, Ning Fengji replied calmly, No, I've never heard of any weapon like that. Xue Qinghe didn't doubt him. After all, even he had never heard of such a thing, so it was normal for Ning Fengji not to know. He sighed deeply. It was truly a troublesome autumn. Such an incident happened before the promotion match even started, and he couldn't help but wonder what else might happen next. Ning Fengji comforted him. Think positively. At least there were no casualties this time. True, if there had been deaths, it would have been a huge embarrassment for the Tiando Empire. What does the teacher think the assassin could be? Ning Fengji pondered for a moment and analyzed. It shouldn't be the Night Order. They are well trained, and there haven't been any similar incidents before, so they can be ruled out. Xue Qinghe took over the conversation. I think so too. So the assassin is most likely among the competitors who came today. The assassin left no clues, and without any leads. It will be difficult for us to offend those academies. But if we don't give Ji Lin an explanation, it would be bad for the Empire's prestige if it gets out. Ning Fengji suggested, Isn't it simple? Since no one knows who the assassin is, we can just say whoever we want. The teacher means to find a scapegoat? That's actually a good idea. Yes, giving Ji Lin some benefits would also better showcase the Empire's mercy. Ning Fengji nodded, as long as you have an idea. I'll head back first and notify Shrek Academy that Ji Lin will be treated here for a while. Thank you, teacher. At the Shrek residence. The others were in the hall on the 1st floor. Flandra and Yu Xiaojiang were sitting in the main seats. When Tang San and Xiao Wu returned, they quickly asked what had happened. Xiao Wu recounted everything she had seen in detail, perhaps even unconsciously neglecting to mention how much the crossbow bolt resembled the Zhuge divine crossbow's bolts, or perhaps unwilling to believe that this matter was related to Tang San. Everyone was astonished. No one expected such an incident to occur in the military camp of the Tiando Empire. It was surprising that those people dared to act in a military camp. It seemed they needed to pay more attention to Xiao San's safety. The master thought so. At that moment, Ning Fengji also arrived and briefly explained Ji Lin's situation before calling Tang San to another place for a private discussion. The others were not surprised by this. Tang San and the others went to a secluded place, and Ning Fengji directly asked, Xiao San, was it you? Of course not. Uncle Ning. My Zhuge divine crossbow can release 16 bolts at once. If it were me, Ji Lin would have been dead without a doubt. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji stared at Tang San for a while, and Tang San calmly met his gaze. That's good. If that assassin comes again, the Tiando Empire will probably have to take it seriously. Is that so? Let's go back. Get some rest early. You too, Uncle Ning. Chapter 42. The birth of a rift. Early the next morning, Xue Qinghe took a box and left the house early without any attendance. After passing several patrol teams on the road, Xue Qinghe stopped in front of a relatively secluded house. Although this place was a bit remote, there were quite a few soldiers patrolling nearby. With a smile, Xue Qinghe approached a room and knocked on the door. After getting permission from the person inside, he pushed the door and entered. How do you feel, Brother Ji? Ji Lin leaned half against the head of the bed. Fortunately, the arrowhead was not poisoned, and after some treatment combined with his own strong recovery ability, he was already mostly healed. When Xue Qinghe inquired about his injuries, he replied, Thank you for your concern. Your Highness, I'm fine now. That's good. Xue Qinghe casually pulled over a chair and sat by Ji Lin's bedside, then handed over a box. I deeply apologize for what happened in my territory. This is a small compensation for you, Brother Ji. What is this? Ji Lin asked curiously as he received the box, wondering what the crown prince of a nation would give him. You'll know once you open it. Upon hearing this, Ji Lin didn't hesitate and directly opened the box. Inside was a black sheath knife. The sheath was simple without any intricate patterns, only engraved with the name of the knife, 7 Night Starshine Blade. As he drew the knife from its sheath, a cold light flashed in the room. Carefully examining the knife in his hand, it was entirely black, with only the blade being slightly lighter. This knife was 3 feet 5 inches long, with a blade length of 2 feet 9 inches. Primarily crafted from black gold mysterious iron. Due to its 7 spots that shimmered in sunlight, it was named the 7 Night Starshine Blade. It was a rare masterpiece from the renowned craftsmen of Gongjin City. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the 7 bright spots on the blade, resembling stars in the night sky against the pitch-black surface. Sheathing the knife, Ji Lin asked in disbelief, "Is this really for me? Isn't it a bit too precious?" Shui Qinghe smiled and replied, "Of course it's for you. Although this knife sounds impressive, Beast Martial Soul Masters wouldn't use a knife, and Weapon Martial Soul Masters don't value it much. In fact, not many people are willing to have this knife. Compared to the craftsman's other works, its value isn't that high. In that case, I'll shamelessly accept it," Ji Lin said. "I believe with this knife's help, Brother Ji will definitely gain something and easily defeat the Silver Fighting Soul." Ji Lin was taken aback for a moment, then decided to borrow the Crown Prince's good words. Brother Ji is too humble. Being able to defeat several great soul masters with the talent of a soul master and rise to the rank of Copper Fighting Soul is no simple feat. Ji Lin chuckled, feeling a bit lucky. He wondered how Brother Ji was considering things after this incident. Considering what? Looking at Ji Lin's feigned ignorance, Shui Qinghe shook his head and stood up, saying, "It seems Brother Ji hasn't made up his mind yet, so I'll come back next time." As he walked to the door, he added, "But please think it over. After all, I have a busy schedule and might forget about this matter soon." With that, he gently closed the door. Bang! The room was left with only Ji Lin, who silently stared at the knife in his hand. He sighed deeply, slid down from the head of the bed, and covered himself with the quilt. Not long after Shui Qinghe left the room, the voice of the sea urchin Douluo rang in his ears. "Young master, do you need me to teach that kid a lesson?" Shui Qinghe also communicated through soul power. No, after this incident, he should understand the difficulties of having no backing. Now he just can't let go of his pride. There's no need to rush him. Another reason for not forcing Ji Lin too hard was that Ji Lin was suspected to have a connection with the divine, even if he couldn't be recruited. Shui Qinghe didn't want to make the relationship too tense and provoke an enemy for no reason. In the afternoon, Shui Qinghe and Ning Fengji jointly issued a statement saying that the assassin who caused chaos last night had been captured. He was a soul master with a fierce Bao martial soul, but during the arrest, he resisted violently and was executed on the spot. They even presented a body for inspection. Many people praised the Empire for its swift actions, catching the assassin shortly after the incident. However, there were still quite a few who felt something was amiss. But since the main parties didn't say anything, why should they worry about it? Wouldn't it be better to focus on the qualifying matches? Thus, the matter of Ji Lin's assassination came to a close. Finally, the last team arrived at the competition venue, and the qualifying matches of the 4th Soul Master competition were about to begin. At the Shrek base, in the first floor hall, the master looked around at the Shrek members and said, "The qualifying matches will start tomorrow. Although we performed well in the preliminaries, we cannot be complacent, as other academies likely have their own strategies." Daimubai said, "Don't worry, master. We understand the principle of a lion fighting a rabbit." The master nodded. "Then let's rest well tonight to conserve our strength and prepare for tomorrow's competition." Everyone responded in agreement. At this moment, Jiang Zhu hesitated to speak. What about Ji Lin? Should we notify him? Before the master could respond, Ma Hongjun interjected, "Jiang Zhu, even if we call him up, what good will it do? Not to mention that he is injured. Even if he weren't, how much could his great soul master cultivation help? We are going to face the 14 strongest academies of the Tiando Empire, none of whom have soul power below level 35. It's better to let him lie quietly in bed." The master pondered for a moment and agreed with Ma Hongjuan's viewpoint. Although Hongjuan's words weren't very pleasant, it was the truth. Ji Lin could no longer keep up with their pace. Jiang Zhu, however, was agitated. "Then why did we bring him here?" The master coldly replied, "I have my own plans." Seeing the subtle confrontation between the master and Jiang Zhu, Ma Hongjun quickly played peacemaker. "Master, don't be angry. Jiang Zhu is just a bit shaken by the assassin incident, so she's a bit emotional. Jiang Zhu, you should apologize to the master." Jiang Zhu lowered her head, her expression complex. If only the Shrek members showed a little concern for Ji Lin, even just a simple visit, she wouldn't have reacted so strongly. But they didn't, which made her think of herself. Although she could still stay in Shrek and participate, she was ultimately just a healing-type soul master. In the qualifying matches, she would be of no use. And in the final competition, could she really compete with Ning Rongrong and Oscar, who were both soul ancestors? At that moment, The one lying in bed was also herself. Would they feel the same way? After a long contemplation, Jiangzhu softly said, "I'm sorry." Upon hearing Jiangzhu apologize, the master snorted and turned to leave. The Shrek 7 monsters said nothing, merely creating some distance from Jiangzhu. Ma Hongjun wanted to say something, but ended up saying nothing. Everyone left, leaving only Jiangzhu sitting quietly in the hall. Jingling and Huang Yuan had a good relationship with Jiangzhu. Their rooms were next to each other. Seeing Jiangzhu still had tea returned, they went back to the hall. Upon finding Jiangzhu sitting quietly, Huang Yuan couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with you today? You wouldn't usually say such things." Jingling, who was more perceptive than Huang Yuan, guessed the reason. Was it because of Jilin? Jiangzhu didn't answer, only invited her two friends to sit down. Once they were seated, Jiangzhu slowly spoke, "I'm sorry to have worried you. Seeing them like this, I can't help but feel a bit sad." Jingling said, "Actually, we thought about this too. Indeed, we are merely passers-by in the Shrek 7 monsters, but weren't they also passers-by in our lives? One day, the three of us might part ways for different reasons, and, similarly, Jilin is just a passerby, so there is no need to feel so sentimental." Jiangzhu nodded, feeling much better inside. Chapter 43. Breaking the Face. The qualifying matches of the Soul Master competition officially began today. Emperor Shui Yi and Salas were present to observe. As soon as they met, Salas took the initiative to attack. "Your Majesty, I heard someone attempted assassination in this military camp. Do you need me to send some personnel from the Spirit Hall to help?" Emperor Shui Yi smiled and said, "Bishop Salas, your information is really not up to date. That assassin has already been executed on the spot, but thank you for your kind offer." Being a high-ranking member of the Spirit Hall, Salas could guess why Shui Qinghe was able to capture the culprit so quickly. He smiled on the surface, but was secretly displeased, hoping that nothing else would happen in the Emperor's camp. After saying this, he sat down and closed his eyes to rest. Emperor Shui Yi was a bit angry, frustrated by Salas's arrogance, the enormous power of the Spirit Hall, and even more so by the audacity of that assassin. Fortunately, his son reacted well and successfully moved past this matter. Otherwise, Salas would have definitely mocked him again. Ning Fengji and Shui Qinghe quietly watched from the side without interrupting. Soon, as the participating teams gathered and the army assembled, the 4th Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competitions Tiendo Division qualifying matches officially commenced. In the first match of the qualifying round, the Blaze Academy faced the Fabia Academy. Just as the qualifying matches were in full swing, Jilin had just woken up. After getting up and washing up, he yawned and went to the cafeteria for some food. Although it was already past mealtime, there were still plenty of snacks available. Jilin wasn't picky. After eating and drinking enough, he wandered to the central arena where the competition was taking place. Coincidentally, he arrived just in time to watch Shrek Academy face Balak Academy. The members of Shrek were indifferent to Jilin's arrival, and Jilin didn't want to make a fuss. He casually found a corner to sit down and quietly enjoy the match. Watching the golden red light shield surrounding Xiao Wu suppress all of the opponent's soul skills, Jilin couldn't help but marvel at the terror of the sorrowful red. What followed was a complete one-sided crushing of the opponent by Shrek. There really isn't much worth talking about. In the Spirit Hall, the Pope's Palace. The vast Pope's Palace is empty, with only the tall and elegant Bibi Dong sitting on the central throne, looking at the secret letters sent by Salas. After a long while, Bibi Dong closed her eyes, leaning her head against the back of the throne. What a surprise, a 10-0-0-0, year 4th spirit ring, and a great spirit master with 2-1-0-0-0. Year spirit rings? Is he a successor of some deity? It seems it's time to take action. In the empty Pope's Palace, only Bibidong's whispers could be heard. Meanwhile, in the worship hall, in front of the angel statue, Qian Douluo was quietly kneeling in front of the statue, seemingly praying for something. At that moment, the tall, golden crocodile Douluo approached with a letter in hand and said to Qian Douluo, "Big brother, there is a letter from Xiao Xue." Hearing this, Qian Douluo slowly stood up, took the letter from golden crocodile Douluo's hand, and upon opening it, the sacred and solemn expression on his face changed slightly. "I never thought there would be a day when I could misjudge someone. That interesting young man actually possesses 2-1-0-0-0 year spirit rings. This world is truly marvelous." Listening to Qian Douluo's muttering, golden crocodile Douluo curiously asked, "Big brother, what did Xiao Xue say in the letter? Who has 2-1-0-0-0 year spirit rings?" Qian Douluo handed the letter over, saying, "You read it yourself." Although there was quite a bit to appreciate, golden crocodile Douluo, a 98th level super Douluo, quickly finished reading it in no time, frowning and pointing at the accompanying portrait in the letter, saying, "Big brother, what do you plan to do?" Didn't Xiaoxiu say? He's a participant in that Spirit Master competition, and he will come to Spirit Hall. Just bring him over when the time comes. Understood. Jilin was unaware that he had already attracted the attention of two major figures. At this moment, Jilin was still at Shrek Academy, freely stretching his recently healed body. He had little interest in the competition. After all, it was Shrek that would win, so what was there to watch? It was better to focus on improving his own strength. As time passed, half a month quickly went by, and Shrek continued to forge ahead. With Jilin successfully reaching level 25 and the qualifying rounds finally coming to an end, all participants had a half-month rest period and returned to Shrek Academy. During the journey, Jilin could clearly feel that the prying eyes that had been watching him had diminished, and the thought of leaving Shrek Academy surged in his mind once again. Without hesitation, Jilin went to find Master Yu Xiaojing to discuss this matter. However, Master firmly rejected him, stating that he could only leave after the finals. Faced with Yu Xiaojing's insistence, the pent-up anger from Jilin's recent assassination attempt finally erupted. "You just wanted to take the hit for your disciple, right?" Yu Xiaojing seemed caught off guard by Jilin's directness. But then he remembered that Jilin was merely a great soul master while he was now a soul ancestor, and confidently replied, "So what if I do?" With the conversation reaching this point, Jilin took action immediately. With a twist of his wrist, the seven-night star blade appeared in his hand, and he slashed down. Ever since Jilin spoke his mind, Yu Xiaojing had been on high alert. Seeing Jilin attack directly, he dodged in time and summoned his martial spirit. Luo San Pao. The sound of thunder, the earth-shattering Luo San Pao. Jilin was aware of Yu Xiaojing's soul skill and easily dodged it. He held his breath to avoid the foul smell affecting him, then exerted force with his legs and charged directly at Yu Xiaojing. Yu Xiaojing did not expect that Jilin would know that the most effective aspect of his soul skill was the foul smell of his fart. This time, he was not so lucky. A large gash was opened on his chest, and blood flowed out like it was free. At this moment, Yu Xiaojing's soul skill had attracted the attention of Flinder and Lu Erlong, who were nearby. Upon hearing the commotion, they rushed over immediately. As soon as they reached the gate, they saw Jilin holding Yu Xiaojing. Lu Erlong was furious when he saw the wound on Yu Xiaojing's chest, shouting, "Kid, are you looking for death?" Flinder's gaze also turned cold, looking at Jilin as if he were looking at a dead man. "Are you not going to explain?" With a hostage in hand, Jilin naturally felt fearless. "As you both can see, I have injured Yu Xiaojing and have a knife at his neck." This statement ignited Lu Erlong's temper, and with his martial spirit activated, the might of the red dragon unleashed mercilessly, creating waves of energy. Jilin remained expressionless, even smiling slightly. "Director Lu Erlong, you should take it easy. I have a small, and if my hand slips, I can't guarantee the safety of the master's clever brain." Flander also advised, "Erlong, calm down for a moment. Shao Gang is still in their hands." Perhaps Jilin's threat had some effect, or maybe Flander's words worked. But Lu Erlong also released his martial soul, though he still glared fiercely at Jilin. If Lu Erlong's gaze could kill, Jilin would have been dead 800 times by now. At this moment, Yu Xiaojing had lost too much blood and, after being shaken by Lu Erlong, had already fainted. Seeing Yu Xiaojing unconscious, both of them were filled with anxiety. At this time, the Shrek 7 monsters and Tyrone also sensed the commotion and rushed over. Although they didn't understand what was happening, seeing the two directors glaring at Jilin and the barely breathing master in his hands, everyone immediately stood against Jilin. Upon seeing his teacher being held hostage by Jilin, Tang San was extremely worried and shouted sternly at Jilin, "What are you doing, Jilin? Let my teacher go quickly, or I won't be polite." "Oh, I'm quite curious about how you won't be polite," Jilin replied. Tang San's face darkened. "No matter what, can you first stop my teacher's injuries? If he dies, you won't escape either." As he spoke, he slowly approached Jilin, repeatedly thinking in his heart, "As long as I get within a certain distance, you're doomed." But would Jilin comply with his wishes? "Stop," Jilin said lightly. With a slight push of the knife in his hand, a blood mark appeared on Yu Xiaojing's neck. Tang San immediately stopped upon hearing this, casually placing his hand on his lower back, a distance that was sufficient. Tang San's small movement did not escape Jilin's eyes. Although he felt secretly vigilant, he still said, "Let Jiangzhu use her soul skill, or let Oscar make some sausages. There's no need to trouble the third young master." At that moment, Tang San immediately activated his purple extreme magic eye, launching a mental strike at Jilin. Then drew his Zhuge divine crossbow from the 24 bridges on the moonlit night at his waist, aiming it at Jilin and pulling the trigger without hesitation. However, Jilin's reaction was incredibly quick. As soon as he saw the purple light flash in Tang San's eyes, he moved Master in front of himself. The mental strike hit Master directly, and even in a state of unconsciousness, Master let out a grunt. When Tang San realized Master was blocking Jilin, 16 crossbow bolts were already flying towards Master. In this critical moment, the fourth soul skill, Cat Eagle Slash, was activated. Flander unleashed a dozen air blades, successfully deflecting the crossbow bolts. Seeing the crisis averted, Jilin silently withdrew the golden sheen covering him. Seeing that Tang San almost killed his beloved master, Lu Erlong was furious. Tang San, what are you doing? Lu Erlong angrily kicked at Tang San, but Tang San deftly deflected it with minimal effort, taking a few light steps back. Seeing this, Xiao Wu stepped forward to protect the still aggressive Lu Erlong, saying, Auntie, Singud didn't mean it. He was trying to save Master. With Xiao Wu's explanation, Lu Erlong suppressed her anger and coldly huffed at Tang San. Tang San knew he was in the wrong and didn't dare to hold any resentment towards Lu Erlong. But he did harbor more resentment towards Jilin. Chapter 44. Extortion of Immortal Herbs. Looking at the arrows that had fallen to the ground, Jilin nodded. It seems it's really you, so I have even more justification. Tang San frowned. What exactly do you want? What do I want? Originally, I planned to kidnap you Xiaojiang to leave Shrek Academy, but now I've changed my mind. Do you really think I'm a sick cat just because I'm not angry? I want to leave without getting something out of this. After your 2 attacks, I feel like I've lost a bit. The others were puzzled by Tang San's 2 attacks on Jilin, as he had only attacked once. However, now is not the time to focus on that. Seeing Jilin make a demand, Lu Erlong, eager to protect her husband, immediately agreed. What do you want? We can discuss it slowly, but you have to stabilize Xiaojiang's injuries first. If he dies, I will make you regret being born into this world. Jilin readily agreed to Lu Erlong's request. After all, he needed her help to get out of this situation, although he had the means to wipe them all out. Using it on them now would be somewhat of a loss. Of course, if it really came to that, Jilin wouldn't hesitate. Next, Jiangzhu used her 3rd soul skill, Holy Healing. A soft glow rose from Jiangzhu's healing staff and slowly entered Yu Xiaojiang's body. This holy healing skill, derived from a 1,000-year soul beast, quickly healed Xiaojiang's wounds. And his complexion improved significantly, but he still did not wake up. Just as Jiangzhu was about to use another holy healing, Jilin interrupted her. All right, no need to treat him anymore. If you heal him, I'll have to stab him again. Just leave it like this. He won't die right away. Now, let us talk about the terms. Lu Erlong took a deep breath to suppress her anger, preparing to negotiate with Jilin, but unexpectedly. Flander stepped up and patted Lu Erlong's shoulder, saying, Let me handle this. You're not suited for this. Flander, don't worry. Xiaojiang is also my brother. I will definitely save him, I promise. After a struggle, Lu Erlong finally stepped aside, and Flander approached. Adjusting his glasses and extending his hand to Jilin. Go ahead, state your conditions. Is the esteemed Shrek Academy's principal incapable of even saying please when asking for something? Hearing Jilin insult his teacher, Ma Hongjun couldn't hold back. Jilin Yu. Although Ma Hongjun was speaking up for his teacher, the situation was stronger than the individual, and Flander immediately turned around and shouted, Shut up. When is it your turn to speak here? Ma Hongjun did not expect to be reprimanded by his teacher for defending him, and just as he wanted to question why, he opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. Flander turned back to Jilin with a smile. Then please state your conditions. The emphasis on the word please seemed meant to ensure Jilin understood that Flander had said it. Seeing the smile on Flander's face, Jilin recalled some past events and couldn't help but laugh. Principal Flander, your smile is a bit different from a year ago. I preferred your hearty laughter from a year ago. Why don't you smile again? Flander frowned. A year ago? We met before. Seeing that Flander still didn't remember who he was, Jilin feigned disappointment. Well, you esteemed people forget things easily. How could you remember a clown like me? At this moment, the young Ning Rongrong, prompted by Jilin's hint, suddenly remembered and exclaimed, I remember now. He was the 20-year-old who came to awaken his martial soul when our academy just opened a year ago. With Ning Rongrong's shout, Flander finally recalled, his smile disappearing as he coldly said, So your purpose for coming to Shrek is to take revenge for our mockery of you? But you should come for me. What does Xiaojiang have to do with this? Seeing Flander still self-righteously thinking his actions were because of him, Jilin denied. All right, stop trying to glorify yourself. Do you really think you have that much influence? Shameless. You. Flander was about to explode when Jilin interrupted his spell. What do you mean, you? Do you really think everyone is as narrow-minded as you? Although you did mock me, you did indeed help me awaken my martial soul. I never intended to put on a show to slap your face. Besides, it wasn't Timmy that snuck into your Shrek Academy. It was you who invited me. And you even gave me this. Don't you remember? Saying this, Jilin gestured for them to look at the ring on his hand. Flander, puzzled, asked, "If that's the case, then why are you doing this? This matter? Oh, you mean taking you Xiaojing hostage to negotiate with you? I have no choice. I want to live. It's that simple." Flander was even more confused. Live? No one here wants to kill you. Hearing this, Jilin sneered. No? Why not ask that third young Master Tang, sent over there if he does? Flander thought it was about the earlier incident he had just prevented and explained to Jilin. Tang-san was just anxious to save his master. It was inevitable that he would be a bit hasty. Jilin interrupted him directly. "I'm talking about the time he tried to assassinate me in the military camp." What? Everyone present was incredibly shocked, momentarily frozen in place. Flander and Lu Erlong also looked at Tang-san in disbelief. In their minds, Tang-san should be a hard-working, confident, respectful of his elders, and sunny young man. They never expected he would resort to attacking a classmate. Without giving everyone time to react, Jilin poured out the anger he had been suppressing during this time. "You brought me in, but then you excluded me. I tolerated it. After all, there's a gap between us, and I couldn't fit into your circle. You Xiaojing asked me to draw fire for Tang-san. I tolerated that too. I lay injured in bed, and you didn't come to see me. I put up with that as well. But for someone from the same academy to try to kill me, and you Xiaojing not letting me leave, that I cannot tolerate. However, Yu Xiaojing really is useless. He is a soul sovereign, yet he couldn't withstand 3 strikes from me, a great soul master. How does he have the face to say, there are no useless martial spirits, only useless soul masters? Flander knew that it was impossible to mend things with Jilin now. He could only curse Tang-san in his heart for being so clumsy and causing such a huge disaster. What do you want in order to let Xiaojing go? Jilin also realized his purpose, which was simply to gain benefits and then escape from the whirlpool of Shrek. Why did he say so much to them? Did Tang-san have something good in his hands? Previously, I heard Hongjun mention that Tang-san seemed to have some kind of fairy herb, right? Show it to me. As for what kind of fairy herb it was, Jilin couldn't quite remember. Upon hearing this, Tang-san immediately turned around and glared fiercely at Ma Hongjun, who had already lowered his head. He felt a struggle in his heart. Seeing that Tang-san was unwilling, Jilin had no choice but to draw another blood mark on Yu Xiaojing's neck. Upon seeing this, Lu Erlong anxiously said, "Tang-san, quickly take out that fragrant chua fairy product for him. Don't you want to save your teacher?" Just when Tang-san wanted to randomly take out a herb to fool Jilin, his face darkened, feeling a bit angry at the sudden disruption from Lu Erlong. However, he still took out the fragrant Chilua fairy product from his wishful 100 treasures bag. After returning from his sunset forest, in order to better protect this fairy product, Tang-san even made a flower pot for it and added a lot of medicinal materials to keep it fresh for a long time. Unexpectedly, all of this ended up benefiting Jilin. Chapter 45. Everyone, you wouldn't want to. Taking the fragrant Chilua fairy product thrown over by Tang-san, Jilin took a quick glance at it and said, quite beautiful. The petals are like pink crystals, and the flower's core resembles a purple gem, giving the whole flower a dreamy feel. Is this the fairy herb? Truly extraordinary. Tang-san ignored Jilin's exclamation and, suppressing his anger, said, "Now you can let my teacher go, right?" To his surprise, Jilin looked at Tang-san with a gaze as if he were looking at a fool, saying, "Are you okay? This fairy herb is your compensation for trying to assassinate me in the military camp. Letting go of you Xiaojing is a different price. You, don't go too far." Seeing Tang-san so agitated, Jilin didn't want to provoke them further. Who knew where their limits were? If he angered them, he would indeed suffer more than he gained. "Don't worry, this request is very simple. Just let me go and ensure that no one will chase after me." Tang-san sneered, "What's wrong? Are you scared?" Jilin nodded. "Indeed, after all, you're all soul emperors at the very least, and I am mere great soul master. I'm indeed a bit scared." "Fine, we agree to your request, and we will release Xiao Gang right now." "Erlong, calm down a bit." "How can I calm down? They clearly said that if they let Xiao Gang go, he can come back. What are you waiting for? Is Xiao Gang not your brother? Tang-san? Is the master not your teacher? Didn't you say, once a teacher, always a father? Are the words you said all nonsense?" Facing Lu Erlong's questioning, Tang-san's face turned pale, wishing he could go back and strangle the self who said those words right now. After all, he has lived 2 lives and can still distinguish the most important things at the moment. As long as the master returns, Jilin I want you to be unable to live and unable to die. All right, we agree to your request. Seeing Tang San agree, Flander also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Tang San had given the most, and his background was something he couldn't afford to offend. He quickly stated, "Now you can let him go, right? Do you really think I'm stupid? If I let him go, what should I do if you all rush at me?" Seeing Ji Lin reneging again, even Flander couldn't hold back anymore. "You were the one who proposed the conditions, and now you are the one reneging. What exactly do you want? I know you're anxious, but please don't rush. For my personal safety, I have decided to let everyone fully understand my weight, starting with you, Dean Flander." Saying this, Ji Lin threw him a paper ball. Flander opened it and immediately had a strange expression. It read, "Dean Flander." You wouldn't want the Master and Dean Erlong's relationship as cousins to be known by everyone, would you? Although this matter is not a secret to many big figures. Most people still do not know it. After all, one has the surname Yu and the other has the surname Liu. If this matter escalates, based on Flander's understanding of Yu Xiaojiang, he would definitely leave again to save face, and then Liu Erlong's situation would be unimaginable. Flander absolutely did not want his beloved woman to return to her previous life. But how did Ji Lin, a commoner great soul master, know about this? Next, "It's you, Miss Ning Rongrong." Saying this, he threw out another paper ball. "Miss Ning Rongrong, what do you think will happen when the imperial family learns that your 7-treasure glazed tile sect has hundreds of weapons capable of breaking through level 40 soul masters? Will they abandon you and let you fend for yourselves, or will they turn around and deal with you?" Upon seeing this, Ning Rongrong scoffed. "Our 7-treasure glazed tile sect has always had a good relationship with the royal family. The crown prince is my father's student. How could this be so easily severed?" Ji Lin did not expect Ning Rongrong to confront him directly. That day, did the Tiando royal family know that you had hundreds of Zhuge Divine crossbows? "We are not servants of the royal family. Do we need to report everything? Then you can ask this prince of Star Luo beside you if the royal family is that merciful." The 7 monsters all knew that Tang San sold Zhuge Divine crossbows to the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Although as a prince of Star Luo, he should not allow the enemy nation to grow stronger. The buyer was his own sister's sect, and the seller was his own brother. Furthermore, Tang San had promised that he would not let the arrows of the Zhuge Divine crossbows be aimed at Star Luo. Ning Rongrong also explained that they were for self-defense. Dai Mubai had thus chosen to ignore it. At this moment, seeing Ji Lin point at him, everyone turned to look at Dai Mubai. After hesitating for a long time, he decided not to betray his own people. The Tiando royal family, I don't know, but the Star Luo royal family has never targeted its allied clan, the Zhu family. Even the method of inheriting the throne is through duels among princes, with the victor becoming king. Zhu Zhuqing beside him added that the internal environment of the Zhu family was similar, which was also the reason Dai Mubai and I escaped. The royal family is the most ruthless, so the Tiando royal family should not be any better. After listening to the introductions from Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong felt a bit flustered, but when she thought of her 2 elders who dote on her, she instantly regained her confidence. So what if it's like this? Our 7-treasure glazed tile school holds the title of the best support in the continent. Plus, with Sword Grandfather and Bone Grandfather, both titled Douluos. How could we fear the Tiando royal family? If it weren't for our support, would the Tiando royal family be so glorious? You say the 7-treasure glazed tile school is so powerful, but the Tiando empire is still surnamed Shui, not Ning. This is because, faced with Ji Lin's retort, Ning Rongrong momentarily found it hard to respond. Ignoring Ning Rongrong, Ji Lin turned his gaze to Tang San. It should be noted that this person was the main focus, as the protagonist of the Douluo continent and the future sea god. Whether he could retreat unscathed this time depended on Xiao Wu's position in his heart. Another paper ball was thrown from Ji Lin's hand, and Tang San caught it and opened it to read. "How many people do you think like to eat the rabbit head stewed with fairy grass for 100,000 years?" Just a brief glance at the content on the paper made Tang San furious. Xiao Wu was his untouchable reverse scale. Tang San looked at Ji Lin with cold eyes, a killing intent radiating from him, and the surrounding Shrek members also sensed Tang San's unusual behavior. Flinder immediately placed a hand on Tang San's shoulder, saying, "Calm down, Xiao San." This brought Tang San back to his senses. He first looked at Xiao Wu, who was worriedly watching him, and made a decision in his heart. Turning back, he gently brushed off Flinder's hand, saying, "Dean, I'm fine. Are you really okay, Xiao San?" Although Dai Mubai did not know what was written on the paper, he had known Tang San for so long that he understood that only matters related to Xiao Wu could make him lose his composure like this. "Don't worry, I'm really fine." After dismissing Dai Mubai, Tang Sen looked at Ji Lin again, although he wished to tear him apart. He had to put that thought aside when he considered Xiao Wu's identity. I can agree to your request, but how can you guarantee that you want to disclose the matter on the paper? Ji Lin had no way to respond to this. If I say, I guarantee not to speak out, you probably want to believe it, but there is no way. You have to trust me. I also don't want to offend you. Tang San and the others had to admit that what he said was right. Such matters were inherently difficult to handle, and they needed to discuss. No problem. I'll give you 10 minutes. Leaving others to watch Ji Lin, Tang San, Flinder, and Ning Rongrong ran to the side to discuss. Tang San spoke first. Dean Flinder, do you have confidence in rescuing our teacher? Up to now, Tang San was still unwilling to let Ji Lin go, as Xiao Wu's matter was of utmost importance to him. Why are you being foolish at this moment? Not to mention whether we can avoid injuring Xiao Gang while acting. Even if we really rescue Xiao Gang, what if we kill Ji Lin? He dared to directly tell us that he controls our secrets. How could he not have a backup plan? Do you believe that as soon as he dies, our secrets will be known to everyone tomorrow? The three of them discussed again and ultimately had to agree to Ji Lin's request. I hope you can keep your word. Upon learning that they decided to agree to his terms, Ji Lin's tense expression relaxed. I also don't want to unnecessarily create more enemies. If I disclose it, I will naturally offer my head. After saying this, to show sincerity, Ji Lin removed the knife from Yu Xiaojing's neck, placed him on the ground, and then slowly retreated facing them. Lu Erlong immediately rushed up to pick up Yu Xiaojing and directly used her martial soul true form to find a higher-level healing soul master. The others stayed in place, staring at Ji Lin. This time, no one blocked Ji Lin as retreat, knowing that he could no longer see Tang San and the others. Ji Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now he could freely swim in the sea and fly high in the sky. Chapter 46. High-end ingredients often just need. After leaving Shrek, Ji Lin walked on the street, pondering where to go next. Looking at the mysterious and fragrant immortal product in his hand, covered with a black cloth, Ji Lin decided to find a place to deal with it tonight. Many people had already cast curious glances at him during this journey, and Ji Lin had no choice. He didn't want to carry such an eye-catching thing around. However, Ji Lin's storage ring could not hold living things. If he had known, he would have taken Tang San's bag along with him. What a loss. Determined, Ji Lin quickly arrived at the largest hotel in Tiando City, aptly named the Tiando Grand Hotel. A hotel bearing the name Tiando was naturally far superior to others. A standard suite cost 10 gold soul coins, which made Ji Lin feel a pinch. But thinking of the rarity of the immortal product, he still endured the pain and booked a VIP room, spending a full 100 gold soul coins. This hotel really made a fortune. Fortunately, the dining was free. Once in the room, Ji Lin couldn't help but be dazzled by the sight before him. Looking at the bed that could accommodate 5 people, Ji Lin exclaimed, I've never stayed in such a good room. This 100 was worth it. The moment he sat down, Ji Lin sank into the softness, and feeling the softness beneath him, he couldn't help but lie back and let out a groan. Ah, so comfortable. Ji Lin dozed off like this. It was only when the sun set in the west and the moon rose in the east that he slowly opened his eyes. Stretching his body and hearing his bones crack, Ji Lin felt refreshed. He rolled out of bed and headed straight for the dining hall. An hour later, amidst the shocked looks of the waitstaff, he left elegantly, leaving them in sorrow. After returning to his room for a brief rest, Ji Lin turned his attention to the fragrant immortal product on the bed. At this moment, he had already removed the black cloth, and under the moonlight, the entire flower appeared even more magnificent. How should he eat it? Staring at the flower on the bed, Ji Lin fell into contemplation. He didn't know how to use this immortal product. Should he eat just the petals, or should he eat the whole flower? Looking at the flower with a stem 3 feet long, Ji Lin compared it to his own mouth and immediately dismissed the idea of eating it directly. However, as someone from a country of food lovers, how could he be stopped by a single flower? Su Dompa once said that high-end ingredients often only require the simplest cooking methods. In the end, Ji Lin decided to make juice. After all, the original text mentioned that the flower was non-toxic and it would be better to enjoy it in its purest form. Ji Lin then found a small grinding stone, pulled the flower out, washed off the dirt, and inserted it into the feed opening of the stone grinder. He began to turn the grinder, and as time passed, the enchanting fragrance of the flower gradually diminished. After a while, Ji Lin stopped and forcefully stuffed the large flower into the feed opening. Finally, this rare treasure was ground down, completing its arduous life. Looking at the collected transparent juice, Ji Lin first brought it to his nose and sniffed it. After all, It was curious that such a vibrant flower produced such plain juice. It doesn't have much of a smell. He then gulped it down in one go, smacking his lips as if reminiscing about the taste. No taste at all. Could it be that Tang Sin tricked me with a fake? Just as he was thinking this, an unusual sensation rose from Ji Lin's stomach, followed by an urgent feeling that surged straight to the top of his head. Not good, it's coming. Ji Lin's expression contorted as he held his abdomen, squeezed his legs together, and staggered toward the bathroom. Then came a cacophony of firecrackers and the lively sounds of drums. But unfortunately, no one else could appreciate the spectacle except for Ji Lin. About 3 hours later, Ji Lin, with weak legs, leaned against the wall and emerged, looking utterly drained. Wow, that was quite something, he exclaimed. Indeed, one should not eat unclear food. He almost ended up inviting the whole village to a feast. Upholding the good habit of not wasting food, Ji Lin initially planned to eat the leftover residue as well, but the 3 hours in the bathroom had completely exhausted him. As soon as he touched the bed, fatigue washed over him like a tide. Well, I'll deal with it tomorrow. In a daze, Ji Lin closed his eyes and fell asleep. The sun rose, as usual the next day. Ji Lin was awakened by a strong sense of hunger, and the first thing he did upon waking was rush to the cafeteria. After the plates were piled high on the table, his stomach finally calmed down. Looking at the mountain of plates in front of him, Ji Lin was a bit surprised, wondering how his appetite had grown again. But this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. His grandmother once said that being able to eat is a blessing. Perhaps having such a good appetite was a good thing after all. After finishing his meal and returning to his room, Ji Lin finally had time to check what the flower could do. Upon closer inspection, he found that his soul power had reached level 30, and his body had become much stronger. This soul power felt as if it had been cultivated by himself, with no difference from before, which relieved Ji Lin. After all, many novels say that relying on external objects to enhance one's cultivation is not solid, and failing to consolidate it in time could affect future training. However, it seemed that he was not affected. He didn't know if it was because he was special or if this world was just like that. Thinking about the protagonist team's rocket-like cultivation speed in the later parts of the original story, whether through eating grass or directly absorbing soul power, there was no instability in their foundation. It seemed that this soul power was indeed a convenient form of energy, which felt quite low level. Even chakras seemed superior. It was no wonder this world was dubbed the fantasy floor tile. Aside from the soul power, Ji Lin didn't notice any other differences. It seemed that the fragrant flower only had this one use. However, he wasn't disappointed. Although he hadn't gained abilities like Tang San's fire immunity or ice immunity, being able to increase his soul power by 5 levels without knowing how to consume, it was already quite good. If Ji Lin had been honest and gone to cultivate, achieving those 5 levels without the help of old Zhao's gravity would have taken him at least a year. Now, it was time to consider hunting soul beasts to obtain his 3rd soul ring. This posed a challenge for Ji Lin, as his body far surpassed that of soul masters of the same level, and each time he absorbed a soul ring, he was breaking records in the Douluo world. His first 2 soul rings had been obtained with the support of a strong ally, and since Ji Lin had never gone all out, he didn't have a clear understanding of his own strength. So, he decided to take this opportunity to assess his true level. Chapter 47. Battle under the setting sun for his safety. Ji Lin chose the Sunset Forest, which was not far from the Heavendo City. Although there were high-level soul beasts, they were few in number, making it a suitable place to obtain his 3rd soul ring. This was Ji Lin's 2nd time in the Sunset Forest, and compared to the first time, he was undoubtedly more relaxed, as he now possessed a soul guide. However, he remained very cautious, and he didn't neglect any protective measures or scent masking powders. Ji Lin had set his target on soul beasts around 500 years old. After learning from the Master's detailed soul beast encyclopedia that his 2nd soul ring was from a 200-year-old beast, he felt that he could handle a soul beast around 3000 to 4000 years old. But this time, Ji Lin wasn't only focused on absorbing a soul ring. More importantly, he wanted to gauge his own strength. Although Ji Lin estimated himself to be in the 3000 to 4000 year range, the various species of soul beasts had significant differences. Moreover, Ji Lin used the Gungjin tiger, the only soul beast he had ever fought, as a standard. And since the Gungjin tiger was one of the top beasts among tiger-type soul beasts, he decided to raise his target age. If it weren't for the fact that the golden cover couldn't encompass his whole body yet, Ji Lin would have considered raising it to 8000 years. As for whether he could absorb it, Ji Lin noted that if it weren't for the setting of a 10,000-year soul beast possessing soul shockwaves of unknown power. In his own uncertainty about defeating a 10,000-year-soul beast, he would have aimed for a black soul ring just to show off in front of Tang San. But that was just a thought. The first day naturally yielded no results, as Ji Lin hadn't ventured too deep into the forest, encountering only 10-year and 100-year soul beasts, which were not ideal for practice or absorption. Since entering the forest, Ji Lin had not relaxed his vigilance for even a moment. With his twice-enhanced body and the boost from his soul power, Ji Lin could sense his surroundings within a radius of about 100 meters. Of course, the closer he got, the clearer it became, and within 10 meters, he could be said to have everything under control. As dusk approached, just when Ji Lin was looking for a place to set up camp for the night, an unusual sound caught his attention. He put down what he was doing and gripped his knife tightly. Although he didn't know who the source of the sound was or if it was directed at him, that didn't prevent Ji Lin from treating it as an enemy. A wind blade shot toward him from ahead, moving at incredible speed. Even with his preparations, Ji Lin could only roll to the side, just in time to avoid it. This wind blade felt somewhat familiar, Ji Lin muttered to himself. Shortly after, he sensed the source of the sound appearing. A gray-blue furred wolf with a mocking expression, resembling Feng Xiaoyan's martial spirit. Except Feng Xiaoyan had a mutated version with 2 heads. Seeing the 3-meter-long Gale demon wolf in front of him, Ji Lin quickly estimated its age to be around 300 years. He twisted his neck and smiled, saying, "Just as I was wondering if my guess was correct, let us see how I fare against you." With that, he covered his 7-night star blade with golden light and charged toward the demon wolf. The Gale demon wolf also refused to back down, unleashing 2 wind blades and rushing toward Ji Lin right behind them. Ji Lin first slid to one knee to dodge the first wind blade, then suddenly jumped to avoid the second wind blade, and with the momentum, he swung down towards the head of the magic wolf. Seeing this, the Gale magic wolf also stopped, using all 4 legs, and then gathered power in its mouth, unleashing wind blades towards Ji Lin, who was midair. If the gilded armor could cover his entire body, Ji Lin would definitely charge and without hesitation. However, right now, the gilded armor was only enough to cover his arms and the blade, so he had to give up on that tempting idea. Ji Lin focused intently on the first wind blade, then seized the moment to slash upward fiercely, scattering it. Using the recoil, he plunged downward rapidly, allowing the remaining wind blades to fly over his head. As soon as he landed, Ji Lin charged toward the Gale demon wolf again. The series of mistakes had also provoked the ferocity of the Gale demon wolf, which no longer launched wind blades but directly rushed toward Ji Lin. Seeing this, Ji Lin felt delighted instead of worried. The Gale demon wolf was a soul beast known for its speed, and its cultivation was not low. Moreover, since Ji Lin had no long-range attack means, if he were to merely kite it from a side, he might have no choice but to strategically retreat. The 2 sides quickly made contact. Ji Lin was the first to strike with his knife, and the wind demon wolf was no fool. It could sense the dangerous aura emanating from the blade, and naturally would not confront it head-on. It dodged to the side, and then lunged forward with a claw attack. Ji Lin raised his left arm to block, but he was directly knocked away. He slid on the ground for 4 to 5 meters before finally coming to a stop. Ji Lin was somewhat surprised. He initially thought that the Gale demon wolf, known for its speed, wouldn't possess much strength, but it still caught him off guard. This power must be around 3,000 Jin. This made Ji Lin put away his underestimation and decided to focus fully. As Ji Lin immersed himself completely, he began to gain the upper hand. However, taking down the Gale demon wolf still required some time. Ji Lin hadn't forgotten that they were in the Soul Beast Forest, and delays could lead to unforeseen changes. Thinking of this, Ji Lin quietly removed the golden cover from his left hand, deliberately pretending to be exhausted in soul power and staggering on his feet, then opened himself up. The Gale demon wolf naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. It raised its right paw and exerted all its strength. How? The success or failure hinges on this moment. However, the bloody scene he imagined did not unfold. Instead, he felt pain from its claws. Ugh, my paw. Prepared in advance, Ji Lin was not like before, being sent flying by the Gale demon wolf's attack. Seeing that his scheme had succeeded, he swiftly severed the wolf's right paw, and then, as it howled in agony, he struck down with his blade and decapitated the wolf. Hot blood splattered 3 feet high, covering Ji Lin's face. Wiping the blood from his face, he looked at the wolf's head that had rolled over at some point and finally let out a sigh of relief. It was finally over. He hadn't expected that a 2,300-year-old soul beast would be so difficult. It seemed he had overestimated himself. Although he had successfully killed the Gale demon wolf in the end, Ji Lin's soul power was running low. After estimating, He figured he could kill at most one more soul beast like this. If only the golden cover could cover his entire body, it wouldn't be so troublesome. The Gale Demon Wolf had been dodging Ji Lin's blade, just as Ji Lin was dodging its claws. His physical strength and soul power had been enhanced twice by the soul rings, reaching the level of a high-level soul master. But his defense hadn't improved much. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been ambushed by Tang San. Looking at the now-formed orange soul ring, Ji Lin pondered whether to absorb it or not. Chapter 48. A surprising encounter in the setting sun. Ji Lin ultimately did not absorb the soul ring of the Swift Wind Demon Wolf and decided to look around a bit more, thinking that perhaps he would find an injured high-level soul beast waiting for him ahead. The area was filled with the stench of blood, making it unsuitable for staying overnight. With a lingering glance at the purple thousand-year soul ring, Ji Lin turned and walked deeper into the forest. Shortly after Ji Lin left, two figures arrived at the scene. Following the previous commotion, looking at the still lingering soul ring, the Bordeaux said to the woman beside him, "Young master, it seems we arrived a step too late. The battle here has already concluded." The woman, with delicate features and long golden hair, was Qian Renxue. She crouched down to examine the severed neck of the Swift Wind Demon Wolf and the wolf's head nearby, taking in the chaotic surroundings. With her keen eyes, she could naturally judge the age of the fallen Swift Wind Demon Wolf. It appeared to be a soul master who had just reached level 40, hunting for a soul ring alone. The Bordeaux looked around and, aside from the destruction caused by the Swift Wind Demon Wolf, could only find one trace, agreeing with Qian Renxue's assessment. For him, it didn't matter whether the opponent was alone or part of a team. Usually, he wouldn't pay such situations much attention. But this time it concerned Qian Renxue's seventh soul ring, so he had to be cautious. "Young master, could it be?" the Bordeaux said, gesturing with his right hand across his neck a few times. Qian Renxue pondered for a moment and shook her head. "Forget it. He is just a soul zone. He can't pose any threat to us. Besides, our time is limited, so we shouldn't waste it on such matters." The Bordeaux wasn't truly sincere. After all, he would end up searching for it himself anyway. Why create trouble for himself? Naturally, he didn't refute Qian Renxue's statement. Thus, the two continued deeper into the forest, searching for Qian Renxue's seventh soul ring. Meanwhile, Ji Lin had climbed up a sturdy tree and built a platform with branches. Although the temperature at the moment didn't make Ji Lin feel cold, he couldn't sleep without covering himself with something. So, he took out the thin blanket he had prepared earlier and draped it over himself, just as Ji Lin was about to fall asleep. A casual glance made him sit up straight. He saw an orange light glowing in the dark forest, which had appeared out of nowhere. Were there other soul masters? How audacious! They had even lit a bonfire. Ji Lin was also pondering whether to go over and greet them. However, those who can light a campfire in the Soul Beast Forest at night are either confident in their own strength or foolish. Unfortunately, Ji Lin did not want to encounter either situation. In the former case, he would not only fail to protect himself, but might even be attacked. And Ji Lin would not gamble on human nature. As for the latter, it would be pointless to go. It was better to be alone. With that thought, Ji Lin laid back down. Regardless of their situation, he could relax a bit tonight. That campfire was lit by Qian Renxue. At this moment, Qian Renxue was sitting by the campfire, the firelight casting a gentle glow on her heroic face as she looked at the porcupine Douluo across from her, knowing she would have to trouble Elder Porcupine later. "This is my duty." Hearing this, Qian Renxue turned her gaze back to the campfire, silent and lost in thought. Seeing Qian Renxue like this, the porcupine Douluo was not surprised. Ever since he and the snake spear Douluo had followed Qian Renxue to the Tiando Empire, whenever the surroundings were quiet and there were no outsiders, Qian Renxue would often gaze silently at something for a long time, instead of focusing on Qian Renxue's current state. The porcupine Douluo paid attention to his surroundings. After all, this was not the prince's mansion, but the perilous sunset forest. Although he could roam freely here, Qian Renxue was still a soul sage who had not yet obtained her seventh soul ring. If anything happened to her, the grand offering would likely force him to commit seppuku. Just as the porcupine Douluo was contemplating how he would do that, a figure was quietly approaching in the darkness. The porcupine Douluo, who had been using his spiritual power to observe the surroundings, squinted his eyes, stood up, and said, "Something's biting. I'll be right back." Hearing this, Qian Renxue snapped back to reality. "Be careful." After receiving Qian Renxue's consent, the porcupine Douluo no longer hesitated and stepped into the darkness. After a commotion, he returned dragging a ghost tiger. He casually placed the ghost tiger beside the campfire and sat down to catch his breath. Qian Renxue carefully examined the unconscious ghost tiger on the ground. It appeared to be around 50,000 years old. No wonder the elder had put in so much effort. After saying that, Qian Rinxue killed it, and a dark soul ring formed from the ghost tiger's corpse, though neither of them glanced at it. Qian Rinxue's martial soul was a six-winged angel with attributes of holiness, light, and fire, while this ghost tiger was a soul beast with attributes of darkness and wind. And since its age was a bit low, Qian Rinxue had no intention of absorbing it. The smell of blood gradually intensified, but they did not plan to move. They quietly waited for the next fish to bite. Jilin, who had been maintaining a basic level of vigilance, was awakened by the sounds of the porcupine Douluo's battle. That commotion was quite significant. He wondered who had won in the end. However, seeing no light now, it seemed the situation was not optimistic. Although Jilin had thought about rescuing them from danger, he was just a soul sovereign without a soul ring, feeling powerless. Forget it, don't think too much. When in dire straits, protect oneself, and when successful, help others. At most, he could help them rest in peace. Sleep now, sleep. The next morning, Jilin couldn't wait to arrive at the place where he heard the noise last night, although he wasn't sure if the soul beast had already left. The calmness of the night made Jilin speculate that it might have dragged the food back to its home. Moreover, having killed quite a few soul beasts along the way had boosted his confidence. It was only then that Jilin decided to come and take a look early in the morning. Upon reaching the scene, seeing the mess and the bloodstains on the ground, Jilin realized that the person might be in grave danger. Jilin also discovered the dragging marks beside him. Should he go take a look or not? After a long time, Jilin finally made a decision. If he didn't dare to go, wouldn't that be embarrassing for his seniors? Although he decided to check it out, Jilin still prioritized his own safety and remained vigilant of his surroundings. If something fell off, he would turn around and retreat. The world was vast, but his life was the most important. The further he walked, the stronger the smell of blood became, and Jilin mentally prepared himself for the scene he was about to encounter. After a long search, Jilin finally reached the end of the marks. Looking at the extinguished campfire and the already cold ghost tiger beside it, Jilin felt a mix of confusion and relief. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a sharp sound of something slicing through the air came from behind him. Jilin also noticed it. Before Jilin could take out his dagger, a hand chop struck the back of Jilin's head. Instantly, Jilin became dizzy and fainted, and in a daze, he saw a blonde goddess standing with her back to the rising sun in front of him. Chapter 49. You cannot wake someone who is pretending to be asleep, unless... Looking at Jilin on the ground, the spirit Douluo of the asked Qian Rinxue amiss, this kid seems to be Jilin, whom you recruited before. How should we deal with him? Qian Rinxue also did not expect that the person sensed by the was Jilin. She recalled 2 days ago when she visited the Shrek Academy in the identity of Xue Qinghe to comfort the Shrek team about to head to the Spirit City, and found that 2 people were missing. When she asked about this, their faces all showed a somewhat unpleasant expression, saying that they were sick and resting, and it was inconvenient to meet guests. Ning Fengji also expressed appropriate concern, and then they chatted about sending people from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School to study at Shrek. Qian Rinxue immediately laughed. What a coincidence. They got sick at such a crucial moment. How could spirit masters get sick so easily? Ning Fengji was so eager to change the topic, he must know something, or it was directly related to him. Looking at Ning Fengji, who was discussing with Flander and others with a cheerful expression, Qian Rinxue became more convinced of her judgment after years of acquaintance. Damn it, I shouldn't have listened to Ning Fengji's advice to approach Tang San as a friend. Otherwise, the Shrek Academy would have already become a branch of my spirit hall. She originally planned to send someone to investigate the matter, but suddenly she reached level 70 and had to put aside for now. However, it seemed that destiny was on her side, as this key figure had come to her door. Qian Rinxue couldn't help but marvel. Sometimes luck is truly strange. She then instructed the, take him with you. I have some questions to ask. Saying this, she stepped forward with her long and graceful legs, continuing on the path to search for soul beasts. Looking at the fainted Jilin on the ground, they couldn't help but mutter a curse, honestly carrying Jilin on his shoulder and heading towards Qian Rinxue's direction. Jilin felt a bit ashamed when he woke up to find himself being carried shoulder high, head down and butt up. However, there was nothing he could do. Anyone who could knock him out effortlessly was someone he couldn't hope to resist. Fortunately, they didn't kill him or abandon him to fend for himself after knocking him out, which meant his safety was temporarily assured. In this sunset forest, he believed they couldn't keep an eye on him forever. When they encountered soul beasts, that would be his chance to escape. Just as Jilin was contemplating how to escape most effectively, the Douluo spoke up Young master, we've been searching for so long. Let's take a break. Qian Rinxue furrowed her brow, puzzled as to why this titled Douluo, who should be exhausted, suggested resting when she herself felt no fatigue. But upon seeing the Douluo's glance at Jilin on his shoulder, she quickly understood. All right, it's getting late. We can set up camp here. Seeing that Qian Rinxue had caught on, the Douluo immediately grinned great. Saying this, he withdrew the hand that was holding Jilin's legs, allowing his right shoulder to sink slightly. A bad premonition surged in Jilin's heart upon noticing the Douluo's movement. No way. The Douluo was not concerned about Jilin's thoughts. He suddenly exerted force, and with a mighty shove, sent Jilin flying. He crashed heavily against a large tree and then fell hard to the ground, producing a dull thud. Enduring such a heavy blow, even someone as physically capable as Jilin couldn't help but see stars. I think I saw my dove. Even so, Jilin remained silent, as if he hadn't woken up at all. The Douluo walked over to Jilin while stretching his muscles, muttering to himself, "Finally, I can take a good rest." He plopped down on Jilin. The Douluo couldn't be said to be as steady as a mountain, but he certainly wasn't slender either. The experience of him sitting down could only be understood by Jilin. "You better not let me catch you in the future, otherwise you'll suffer greatly." Seeing Jilin still silent, the Douluo became even more unrestrained, wiggling his butt back and forth. A gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late. I can endure. Feeling the sensation on his backside, the Douluo exclaimed, "This is much more comfortable than grass or stones. Young master, why don't you give it a try?" Qian Rinxue shook her head, not intending to accept the Douluo's invitation. Although she had lived as a man for many years, she was fundamentally still a woman. Moreover, she was currently in her original appearance. As the sky gradually darkened, Qian Rinxue started a campfire, sprinkling spices on the soul beast meat she had collected along the way. Seeing that the Douluo remained seated on Jilin without any intention of getting up, she couldn't help but shake her head and said, "Even someone who would never wake up would still react to external stimuli. You're overdoing it a bit." Just as Qian Rinxue finished speaking, Jilin suddenly pushed the heavy but often with force. The Douluo, being pushed away, quickly reacted, adjusting his posture in the air and landing steadily. He took a piece of roasted meat from Qian Rinxue's hand, bit into it, and mumbled to Jilin, "Oh, why did you stop pretending?" Jilin said unhappily, "You all know I'm pretending. What good does it do to keep pretending? You're just trying to take advantage of me, right? Look at those glaring yellow, purple, and black soul rings on the pufferfish Douluo. The rest of that sentence has been stuck in my throat, and I can't say it." The pufferfish Douluo looked at Jilin with a mocking expression. "What about my mom? Go ahead and say it. Your mom is healthy." Upon hearing this, the soul rings on the pufferfish Douluo slowly dissipated, and he came in front of Jilin, raising his fist the size of a sandbag and gesturing at Jilin. "Kid, watch your words, or else, I'm big, you better hold on." Jilin placed his hand on the fist in front of him, then slowly pressed it down with force, saying in a delicate voice, "Don't worry, big brother, I understand the rules of the road. If you tell me to go east, I won't go west. If you tell me to chase dogs, I won't catch chickens. Just put this thing down, I'm not scared." Upon hearing this, CTN felt goosebumps all over his body and quickly shook Jilin's hand off, rubbing it hard on his clothes. "How unlucky." Jilin sneered, saying, "You think you can compete with me? I won't let you off easily. Do you really think I've been wasting my time here at 428? All right, Elder Pufferfish. I'll have a word with him." Upon hearing this, the Pufferfish first slightly bowed to Qian Rinxue, then ominously turned to Jilin and said, "Kid, watch your words." After saying this, he stepped aside, letting Jilin and Qian Rinxue have a space, and walked over to a large tree to meditate. Jilin also looked at Qian Rinxue. "Is there something you need me to assist you with, my lord from the Spirit Hall?" Chapter 50. The Spirit Hall does not raise lazy fish. Qian Rinxue raised an eyebrow. "Oh, how do you figure that?" She appeared even more beautiful under the glow of the fire. To be honest, among the important female characters in Douluo continent, their appearances are not that different. It's just that their temperaments are unique in their own ways. Jiang Zhu's gentleness, Xiao Wu's vitality, Huo Wu's willfulness, Shui Binger's wisdom, Ning Rongrong's quirky charm, and Zhu Zhuqing's broad-mindedness. Qian Rinxue, on the other hand, embodies both holiness and the spirit of a woman who does not yield to men. Having seen many beautiful women at Shrek Academy and the Soul Master competition, although Qian Rinxue was a type he had never encountered before, Jilin did not linger because of the beautiful sight before him. It seems that besides the Spirit Hall, there would be no other on the continent who could have a title Douluo as a follower. "So what exactly do you want from me?" Qian Rinxue slightly nodded at Ji Lin's response. I want you to answer a few questions. Ji Lin was a bit surprised and asked with a hint of a smile. I didn't expect such a big shot from the spirit hall would actually ask me a question. I wonder what it is. Regarding Ji Lin's tone, Qian Rinxue did not pay much attention. I remember you are from Shrek Academy, right? How come you are here alone in the Sunset Forest hunting soul beasts? Ji Lin shrugged. It's nothing, I just withdrew from Shrek Academy, so they naturally won't help me hunt spirit beasts. Why did you withdraw from Shrek Academy? Ji Lin's eyes twinkled as he said, I plan to work under Prince Xue Qinghe of the Tiando Empire. Qian Rinxue didn't expect Ji Lin to respond this way, but it was clearly a lie. After all, she was Xue Qinghe herself. Is it really because of this? Yi Lin helplessly shrugged. What else could I do? I had already agreed with His Highness the Crown Prince that once I obtained the Soul Ring, I would join his side. Anyway, on the surface, Xue Qinghe would never associate with the Spirit Hall, and you, Qian Rinxue, would also never say that you know Xue Qinghe to shut me up. Ji Lin now can't help but laugh out loud. So what if you're a level 20 and 8? So what if you're the young master of the Spirit Hall? So what if you're the Crown Prince of Tiando? You still can't do anything to me. Come on, let me see the expression of your frustration. Ha ha. Ji Lin couldn't help but turn his head away to prevent Qian Rinxue from seeing the uncontrollable smile at the corners of his mouth. At that moment, Xue Qinghe's voice came, saying that his elder brother Ji seemed very happy and suggested sharing it to make Qinghe happy as well. Ji Lin hurriedly turned around and saw that the stunning beauty had transformed into a perverted man dressed in palace attire. Noticing Ji Lin's shocked expression, Xue Qinghe chuckled. How come I don't remember brother Ji planning to join my ranks? Has Qinghe's memory gotten worse? Ji Lin's entire face was wrinkled together, and his mind was filled with the thought, has this woman gone mad? After a long time, he looked at Xue Qinghe with a complex expression. This is no longer fun. Without paying attention to Ji Lin's words, Xue Qinghe continued to ask, so, Brother Ji, can you now tell me why you withdrew from Shrek Academy? Ji Lin took out the dagger left by Luo and pointed it at Xue Qinghe, saying, I'm sorry. I promised someone I wouldn't speak of this. Qian Rinxue, who had transformed back, frowned in confusion. She wondered why Ji Lin was holding an ordinary dagger. Even if his martial soul lacked intimidation, wouldn't it be better to take out the 7-Night Star blade he had given? Meanwhile, who had been paying attention to this side, walked over while releasing his martial soul. Kid, you better think this through. This broken dagger won't protect you. Ji Lin also infused his soul power into the dagger, preparing to unleash the power left by Luo at any moment. He smiled and said, there's no helping it. Men always have 1 or 2 things they can't share with others. Kid, come back as a man in your next life. Just as he was about to take action, Qian Rinxue called to stop at a critical moment, not out of sudden goodwill, or because she felt threatened by but because she hoped to extract something from Ji Lin. The real reason for Qian Rinxue's intervention was that at the moment Ji Lin infused his soul power, she sensed a fluctuation of divine power that was very similar to her own deity from above. She knew her judgment was correct. Ji Lin indeed had a connection to a divine being. However, this divine power was very concealed. If it weren't for her long-term exposure and the fact that she had absorbed the skull from the angel's set, greatly enhancing her mental strength, she wouldn't have noticed it either. Qian Rinxue's words were still quite useful. Although he was confused and a bit frustrated, he still obeyed Qian Rinxue's command. Qian Rinxue glanced deeply at Ji Lin and then said, all right, put your dagger away. Although this dagger is quite nice, I've seen better. Seeing that they had no intention of attacking him at that moment, Ji Lin breathed a sigh of relief. He was happy not to have to use the dagger, but he didn't retract it into his ring. He simply didn't point it at Qian Rinxue and the others. Qian Rinxue had no objections to this. Although she wanted to leave, Ji Lin already knew her identity as Xue Qinghe. Coupled with her pride that wouldn't yield, she finally spoke up. As long as you tell me why you left Shrek, I can ensure your safe departure. Since you asked sincerely, I will generously tell you. They wanted me to be cannon fodder, so I exchanged Yu Xiaojing's life and a few secrets for my exit from Shrek. What secrets? Ji Lin could only smile wryly and said, now that the secret is out, can it still be called a secret? Don't ask me anymore. I promised them I wouldn't disclose it. Qian Rinxue was a bit angry. How could this man repeatedly refuse her? Did he really think she wouldn't get angry? You better think it through. Although your dagger is indeed exceptional, I also have my ways to deal with it. Ji Lin was already feeling angry from the way he had been treated before, and with Qian Rinxue being so aggressive and holding a weapon, he straightened his back and aimed the dagger at her. If you're not convinced, let's have a go. The nearby sea slug Douluo was not foolish either. Hearing their conversation, he realized that Ji Lin's dagger was indeed something significant. As someone on the side of the grand offering, he naturally knew of the existence of gods. Seeing the two of them in a standoff, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. If Jilin truly used the means within the dagger, he would definitely rush to protect Qian Rinxue, but that would put himself in serious danger. He quickly sent a message, "Young master, why not bring him into the spirit hall, and then we can slowly deal with him?" Qian Rinxue also calmed down to consider the suggestion. It was indeed a good idea. She couldn't take Jilin down herself, but her grandfather definitely could. As long as she could lure Jilin to her grandfather, wouldn't he be at her mercy? "Since you won't speak, I won't force you, but knowing my secret means I can't let you go easily. However, as long as you join the spirit hall, we can negotiate." The sea slug Douluo chimed in, "Kid, the benefits of our spirit hall are quite good. We provide food and accommodation, and even job placements. You can also apply for help in obtaining soul rings. If you excel, you might even become a grand bishop and marry a beautiful heiress. You could reach the pinnacle of being a soul master. Think it over." Jilin looked at the sudden change in demeanor of the titled Douluo, feeling a headache coming on. "Give me back the aloof image of the titled Douluo in my heart, you bastard." But upon further thought, joining the spirit hall didn't seem like a bad idea after all. At least his soul rings would have a place to land. "All right, what position can you give me?" Seeing this, Qian Rinxue also breathed a sigh of relief, finally having a way out. "What position do you want? As long as it's not too excessive, I can arrange it for you." Jilin pondered. "Is there a position with little work, high pay, close to home, high rank, light responsibilities, where I can sleep until I wake up naturally and count money until my hands cramp?" Qian Rinxue frowned. "What is the difference between that and being a salted fish?" Jilin slightly bowed and saluted. "My humble dream is to be a salted fish. So, is there?" After a long pause, Qian Rinxue finally said this sentence. "The spirit hall does not raise salted fish." Chapter 51. On the importance of background. "Then why should I join you?" Jilin came to the campfire, took out his rations, and started to eat them with water. Qian Rinxue also came over and sat opposite Jilin. "Only by doing this can I be assured that you won't reveal my secret." Jilin had a bitter expression on his face. "Then why do you have to expose yourself in front of me? I don't want to know." Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue also felt a bit frustrated. She originally intended to reveal a glimpse of Xue Qinghe to scare Jilin into speaking up about what he knew. But who would have thought that Jilin would directly pull out a weapon imbued with divine power? It should be noted that even she did not possess such a thing at the moment. "Don't worry about it. In any case, if you don't join the spear hall, I won't let you go. Big sister, look, even though you're pressuring me like this, I still haven't revealed their secret. Doesn't that prove my mouth is tight? I assure you, I will definitely not say what the fourth person said. Is that okay?" Seeing Qian Rinxue still looking at him with suspicion, Jilin quickly raised 4 fingers. "Really, I swear." Seeing that Jilin was still unwilling to join the spirit hall, Qian Rinxue was a bit puzzled. Was her spirit hall really that bad? They couldn't even recruit a soul zone. "Isn't my spirit hall the strongest force on the continent?" "Yes, it is." "Then why are you unwilling to join the spirit hall? Is it really just because you can't fulfill your lazy dreams?" Seeing that Qian Rinxue was getting serious, Jilin couldn't help but sigh. "Sister, I can't just point at your nose and say that your spirit hall is the villain and that your ending will be miserable." He thought this in his heart, but naturally, he couldn't say it out loud. "Yeah, I'm just a person without big ambitions. I just want to live a comfortable life as a leisurely rich man." Qian Rinxue rebutted. "Comfortable? That's a naive thought. To survive in this world, you need strength and background." Then she looked Jilin up and down, disdainfully saying, "You come from a common background. At most, you could defeat a soul sect. If it weren't for that dagger of yours, do you really think you have the qualifications to stand on equal footing with me? Moreover, that dagger of yours should have a limit on its use, right? Once the divine power within it is exhausted." Qian Rinxue stared intently at Jilin. A smirk on her lips. "What will you do then?" Feeling Qian Rinxue's probing gaze, Jilin knew he couldn't lose momentum, so he smiled and said, "How do you know I only have this one dagger?" Saying this, he pulled out another identical dagger. Qian Rinxue's smile froze, and she frowned. She couldn't sense any difference between the 2 daggers Jilin held. After all, she could only feel the divine power when Jilin activated it. For a moment, she couldn't distinguish whether Jilin was telling the truth or not. Seeing Qian Rinxue caught in a dilemma, Jilin seized the opportunity. "You see, you can't do anything to me now. Instead of dragging this out, why not just pretend you never saw me? You're making it a bit difficult for me. How about this? Let me think about it." Without waiting for Jilin's response, Qian Rinxue walked over to the side, toward the. Jilin also shouted at Qian Rinxue, "Don't take too long." Qian Rinxue walked even faster. "Elder Spike, Do you have confidence in subduing him? The spiked Douluo shook his head and said, if I hadn't ambushed him earlier, or if he were to retract that dagger into his soul tool now, I would have confidence. But now I don't. Qian Rinxue secretly glanced at Ji Lin and saw him boredly whittling a branch with the dagger, feeling a bit exasperated. It really wasn't easy to deal with him. The spiked Douluo suggested, why don't we just wait him out? I don't believe he can stay this energetic forever. Qian Rinxue shook her head and said, an ordinary soul master can easily stay awake for 2 nights, let alone him, and he is not stupid. He won't give us that much time. So we just let him go. Qian Rinxue sneered, let go? How is that possible? Aside from that woman, I've never felt so aggrieved by anyone else. I said it before, when you're out there, you need to have a background. I want him to know why the Spirit Hall is the #1 power on the continent. Throwing away the 50-second small stick in his hand, Ji Lin boredly watched the two, whispering over there. Haven't you come to an agreement yet? I've waited until the flowers have withered. Just when Ji Lin was getting impatient, Qian Rinxue finally walked over with her long legs. Without waiting for her to come closer, Ji Lin eagerly asked, so, how is it? Have you come to an agreement? We can let you go, but you must ensure that you won't reveal that Xue Qinghe is a woman. All right, I promise. And I feel a bit reluctant to just let you go like this. So, you need to help me hunt a soul beast. Of course. We won't let you work for free. We'll cover your soul ring. Ji Lin frowned, not because the conditions were too harsh, but because they were very favorable to him. He wouldn't think that I would use a dagger to help her, would he? Although he was going to help her obtain a soul ring. He could easily slack off, and in the end, most of the effort would still be put in by that title Douluo. So would there really be such a good thing as a pie falling from the sky? Seeing that, Ji Lin was a bit shaken. Qian Rinxue naturally wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. Moreover, even if you leave now, although there are no soul beasts of 100,000 years nearby, there are still quite a few high-level 10,000-year soul beasts. It's not that I look down on you, right now. Encountering a 10,000-year soul beast would be quite challenging for you. This struck a chord with Ji Lin, although it might not necessarily lead to encountering a soul beast. It's better to be safe than sorry. If he really did run into one, he might indeed have to use a dagger. So why would she let me take advantage of this? It's just that she sees his talent as good and wants to invest in him. Since when can a soul master in their 20s be considered talented? But they do need to help me escape this area densely populated with 10,000-year soul beasts. His face showed a sudden realization, and he said, I see, all right, I agree. Qian Rinxue also revealed a smile on her face, beautiful beyond compare. Ji Lin was also feeling a bit overwhelmed, so he quickly found a big tree to jump onto. Seeing Ji Lin leave, Qian Rinxue's smile disappeared, and she asked the nearby, spiny porcupine, do I look very ugly when I smile? At this moment, Ji Lin on the tree had already calmed down. So what exactly is that woman plotting? Is she planning to attack me while I'm absorbing the soul ring? It really is true that the most poisonous thing is a woman's heart, as Zhang Wuji's mother said. The more beautiful the woman, the more deceitful she is. Once I reach a relatively low-level area to hunt soul beasts, I'll turn against them and leave. Ji Lin held the dagger and closed his eyes. In the Spirit Hall of Spirit City, the huge angel statue suddenly flickered. Qian Douluo, sitting in front of the angel statue, felt something. Oh, did that kid meet Xiao Xue? There are objects imbued with divine power on him. Slowly rising, he thought, this kid is becoming more and more interesting. As he reached the entrance of the Spirit Hall, a massive angelic phantom appeared behind him, with 8 black and 1 red soul rings floating up and down. Well, since Xiao Xue has already spoken, let's go out and stretch a bit. Just as he finished speaking, Qian Douluo transformed into a beam of light and disappeared from the spot. Chapter 52. Qian Douluo's arrival the next day, the sun was shining brightly. Ji Lin and the others were hunting for the 7th soul ring for Qian Rinxue in the forest. Although it was said to be 3 people, only the porcupine Douluo was doing the work, while Qian Rinxue and Ji Lin were standing by as support. This time, the target of the 3 was a holy light Pegasus with a single horn, which was around 70,000 years old. This age was not low. After all, even the porcupine Douluo's 9th soul ring was only 85,000 years old. Moreover, the holy light Pegasus's sacred attribute was quite effective against his poison, making it difficult for the porcupine Douluo to take it down. On the battlefield, a blood-red pufferfish was fiercely battling against a white horse with wings. I don't believe I can't take you down. 5th soul skill, blood poison spike. The blood-red pufferfish suddenly contracted its body and then expanded in an instant, sending a sky full of poisonous spikes towards the holy light Pegasus. Faced with this large area of AoE damage, the holy light Pegasus knew it couldn't dodge and began to charge its power. its pure white wings shining with dazzling light as energy continuously gathered towards the horn on its head. Soon after, a golden energy burst forth, colliding with the incoming poisonous spikes, creating waves of energy, while the other spikes splashed around the holy light Pegasus, raising clouds of dust. Damn, this sacred attribute spirit beast is really annoying. Tidal Douluo, in my true martial spirit form, have been unable to take it down for so long. It's frustrating. It's known that Tidal Douluo among humans are on par with 100,000 year spirit beasts. Even the Tidal Douluo goalkeeper, Douluo, can contend with newly advanced 100,000 year spirit beasts. Not to mention the porcupine Douluo, who is close to level 93. This shows the strength of the holy light Pegasus and its sacred attributes restraint against the porcupine Douluo. However, no matter how much the attributes restrain each other, it cannot make up for the gap in strength between the two. As time passed, the porcupine gradually began to suppress the holy light Pegasus. The two occasionally clashed in the air and occasionally grappled on the ground, making Jilin's blood boil. Since arriving in Douluo continent, this was the first time Jilin had witnessed such a high-level battle. This light and shadow effect is incredible, along with the airflow felt on my face and the vibrations under my feet. Damn, this is the right way to experience another world. Seeing the shock on Jilin's face, Qianrenxue also displayed a proud expression. TSK, you're shocked now? What a country bumpkin. After being pushed back by a spurt of poisonous pufferfish spikes, the holy light Pegasus stabilized its form, panting, knowing that it was no match for this opponent. If this continued, it would surely die. So it had to think of a way, but its attacks required a certain amount of time to charge and could not hit the opponent. However, during the previous battle, the holy light Pegasus realized that the person fighting it was there to hunt it for the person beside it. Therefore, attacking the enemy was vital for survival. Its wings began to glow, and the holy light Pegasus started to gather its power. The porcupine Douluo in the sky laughed, saying, "No matter how many times you try, you won't be able to hit me." The holy light Pegasus launched a large barrage of golden light bullets, which was different from the energy column's usage. But this time the target was Qianrenxue and Jilin. Everything happened too suddenly. What? Jilin quickly reacted, the knife in his hand covered in gold, standing ready, while his other hand also held that dagger. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, his collar was lifted by Qianrenxue, and then the two of them shot upwards at high speed. Jilin didn't expect Qianrenxue to save him, but now was not the time to dwell on that. Though was shocked and could only rush to assist desperately. He arrived in an instant. Even though Qianrenxue reacted quickly and was not slow, both of them were still hit by some stray bullets. Although the gilded armor covering his chest absorbed the impact, the force still left Jilin feeling dizzy and pale. Fortunately, Jilin's lower body, which couldn't be covered by the gilded armor, was not hit. Otherwise, he would have ended up in a wheelchair. It's similar to Tang San's Zhuge Divine Crossbow, but is the penetrating power insufficient? It makes sense, though, even though it's a 70,000-year-old soul beast. It's dispersed into so many parts, and this force is quite impressive. Qianrenxue, who was at a higher level than Jilin and possessed the soul skill Void Wings, had been hit more times than Jilin, but her state was much better. The Holy Light Pegasus had already fled the moment the attack was launched and returned. They rushed to the two and anxiously asked, "Young master, are you okay?" Qianrenxue shook her head in response. "How could I have any issues? But this guy might not be so lucky." As she spoke, Qianrenxue loosened her grip, and Jilin fell. The sudden loss of weight turned Jilin's face even whiter. Damn it. Fortunately, Qianrenxue wasn't flying too high, and the ground of the forest was mostly mud, so apart from being covered in dirt, Jilin was mostly fine. Just as Jilin turned over and wanted to say something, a massive golden giant sword erupted from the ground in the distant forest. In an instant, everything around it was flattened. Jilin's expression was serious in response to the sudden change, while Qianrenxue had a look of joy on her face. In the next moment, a white figure appeared above Jilin and the others, holding the holy light Pegasus that had just escaped. Qianrenxue smiled and said, "Grandpa, you finally arrived." Douluo slowly descended, first tossing the half-dead holy light Pegasus aside before looking at Jilin and the others. After assessing them and seeing that his granddaughter was unharmed, Douluo nodded. He then turned to the porcupine Douluo and said, "Xue, you go on guard around the area first. I need to talk with Xiaoxue." The porcupine Douluo, relieved that Douluo didn't seem to blame him, respectfully replied, "Yes, Grand Elder." After finishing, he quickly disappeared from the spot. Then he looked at Qianrenxue and said, It's impressive that you reached the soul sage level at the age of 24 under such circumstances. Your talent is indeed much better than mine. He continued. Go ahead and obtain your 7th spirit ring. Qian Rinchue's lips curled up as she glanced at Jilin, her eyes seemingly saying, I have grandpa, and you don't. That's my reason to be willful. Qian Douluo also noticed his granddaughter's gaze and smiled, saying, Go ahead, grandpa knows your thoughts. Don't worry, you'll be handled well. With Qian Douluo's reassurance, Qian Rinchue felt at ease and began to absorb her spirit ring. Once he saw that his granddaughter had started, Qian Douluo turned his attention to Jilin, who was covered in dirt, and couldn't help but shake his head and smile, saying, Young friend, how did you become so disheveled after just a few days? Jilin was a bit confused from the reactions of Qian Rinchue and the others. Jilin knew that the middle-aged man in front of him was one of the top powers in the current Douluo continent. However, Jilin didn't remember when he had seen this great offering of the Spear Hall before. Perhaps noticing Jilin's confusion, Qian Douluo slid his right hand across his face, and another face appeared in front of Jilin. You're that bookstore owner. Chapter 53 Jilin's loose-style behavior. Seeing that Jilin had recognized him, Qian Douluo smiled and nodded, then transformed back into his previous middle-aged appearance. Jilin couldn't help but complain, Do you big shots all have some inexplicable quirks? Why do you like to surprise people so much? Please forgive an old man with not much to do for his little hobby. Jilin didn't comment much on other people's hobbies. After all, even the Mad Emperor liked to drink beast milk. Soon, Jilin was distracted by other matters. How did you change your appearance? Is it a soul skill? Qian Douluo smiled and said, It's not that, just a bit of technique and some divine power. Seeing Jilin still wearing a skeptical expression, Qian Douluo explained, After all, I've been around much longer than you. In my 100 years of cultivation, there are indeed many subtleties. Noticing this, Jilin stopped dwelling on it and asked another question. Do you have divine power? Qian Douluo's face showed a hint of despondency. How could that be? I just borrowed a little using my identity as a divine servant. He then sensed a bit and added, Moreover, the dagger in your hand contains quite a bit of divine power. Seeing this, Jilin confirmed that Qian Douluo's visit was not to deal with him, and felt somewhat reassured. I wonder what the grand offering of the Spirit Hall wants with me? Qian Douluo's expression became somewhat serious. I'm here to discuss a business deal with you. Business? Jilin didn't know what qualifications he had to discuss business with Qian Douluo. What kind of game is this old man playing? He couldn't help but feel a bit wary. Are you sure you're negotiating with me? I'm just a little ordinary soul master. I probably don't have the capital to do business with you, right? You don't want this dagger, do you? Seeing Jilin's protective demeanor, Qian Douluo couldn't help but chuckle and shook his head, saying lightly, Don't worry, although your dagger has quite a bit of soul power. The power it can unleash is only equivalent to a full-strength strike from someone like me, a level 99 limit Douluo. While its power is decent, I don't really care much about it. Hearing Qian Douluo say this, although Jilin didn't know if it was true, it still made him relax a lot. So what kind of business do you want to discuss with me? Qian Douluo didn't hesitate and said straightforwardly, I want you to help the Spirit Hall 3 times in the future. Upon hearing this, Jilin had a face full of constipation. Do you want to hear what you're asking? Help the Spirit Hall 3 times? Your Spirit Hall is so big. Do you really need me? Qian Douluo replied flatly. If you don't agree, you won't be leaving today. Although your dagger is indeed troublesome, it's just a nuisance. Jilin's expression darkened. I can't believe that you can protect her from the attack of a god. Qian Douluo lowered his head and thought, I don't have complete confidence in that, but I can certainly survive. Even if I die, do you think you can escape the bloody palm without a dagger? Jilin knew that he absolutely could not retreat at this moment. Otherwise, he would really be squeezed dry. So he smiled and said, It's not a loss for me to bring your granddaughter along. At this time, Qian Douluo frowned slightly, and a powerful pressure emanated from his body. Jilin's heart felt like it was being squeezed by an invisible hand, but he still maintained a smile on his face, albeit a bit stiff. After a while, Qian Douluo finally withdrew his pressure. Then I will take a step back, 2 things. Jilin's already pale face turned even worse, but he still held on and didn't fall down. Looking at Qian Douluo's expression, this should be his bottom line. Jilin didn't dare to continue bargaining. All right, but if you want the horse to run, you have to let it eat grass, right? Seeing Jilin agree, Qian Douluo was also amused. He thought this kid would cut down on my psychological price at least once. But after all, he is still young, unable to withstand the test. Naturally, I won't let you work for nothing. Saying this, Qian Douluo took out an item from his soul guide and said to Jilin, I think this should be enough. When Qian Douluo took out this item, Jilin was already staring at it intently. A soul bone. Yes. What Qian Daolu held in his hand was indeed a soul bone shining with colorful light. Seeing Ji Lin's expression, Qian Daolu nodded in satisfaction and added, "This was obtained when I traveled the continent with 2 old friends and killed a 10,000-year-old golden fox. I wonder if you're satisfied?" Upon hearing that this was a 10,000-year-old soul bone, Ji Lin's breathing became heavier, and even his pale face turned much rosier as he uncertainly asked, "Is it really for me?" Qian Daolu directly dispelled Ji Lin's concerns with action, tossing it directly towards Ji Lin. Ji Lin clumsily caught it and complained to the rough Qian Daolu, "Be gentle. What if you break it? Can you afford to pay for it?" Qian Daolu's mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything. At this moment, Ji Lin was curiously examining the soul bone in his hand that resembled a pair of glasses. But after looking for a long time, he still couldn't tell which part it was from. "What part of the soul bone is this? Why does it look a bit strange?" Qian Daolu said, "It's just a bone from the eye socket." "Oh, the eye socket bone. No wonder it looks so strange. It turns out it's not one of the 6 basic soul." At this point, Ji Lin suddenly realized. "Eye socket bone?" Qian Daolu nodded. "External soul bone?" Qian Daolu nodded again. This. Ji Lin took a sharp breath, but quickly realized that with such a good item, why would Qian Daolu give it to him instead of keeping it for Qian Renxue? Could it be that this soul bone had some drawbacks? Or, at this moment, Qian Daolu's voice came through. He explained that little Shui had a better and more suitable soul bone set for her, and if they recklessly added one more, it would disrupt the overall effect. After hearing Qian Daolu's explanation, Ji Lin glanced complexly at Qian Renxue, who was absorbing the soul ring over there. He gained a deeper understanding of the saying that some people are born in Rome, and he also had a more intuitive feeling about the Spirit Hall, the continent's top power. However, it was precisely because of this that Ji Lin could obtain this 10,000-year external soul bone from the time brocade fox. Now, looking at Qian Daolu, Ji Lin found him more and more pleasing to the eye. This was no longer the blood-sucking boss who oppressed employees. This was his long-lost father. Suddenly, Ji Lin had a brainwave and knelt on one knee. In the puzzled gaze of Qian Daolu, he spoke a language he had never heard before. "Lin, drifting through half a lifetime without meeting a wise lord. If you do not abandon me, I wish to be your adopted father." "What are you saying? I don't understand." "I want to be your dad." Qian Daolu was left speechless. Get lost. All right. The main point was to be obedient. After the joke, Ji Lin showed off a few ginsengs from his rings, and his expression improved significantly. He immediately began to sit cross-legged and absorb the soul bone. As for whether there was any danger, Ji Lin had no such worries at all. Not to mention that Qian Daolu would not hand over the soul bone to him if he intended to harm him. If it were a threat from a soul beast, that would be even more ridiculous. With a 99-level limit Douluo as a protector, even the Titan Giant Ape would have to take 2 slaps. Unlike when he absorbed the Gongjin Tiger soul bone before, this time the Time Brocade Fox soul bone was as high as 10,000 years. Even though Ji Lin's physical strength and spiritual power were far beyond the same level, it was still a bit daunting for him at this moment. Qian Daolu coldly watched Ji Lin, who was trembling all over and sweating profusely. He quietly said, "If you can't hold on, don't blame me for splitting your head open to retrieve the soul bone." This was also Qian Daolu testing Ji Lin, to see if he was qualified to make a deal with him. If Ji Lin succeeded, it would be a win-win situation, but if he failed, Qian Daolu would not lose anything. At least he would keep the dagger for himself. In fact, Qian Daolu did not tell the whole truth about the power of the dagger. Although the dagger's power was indeed equivalent to a full-strength strike from a 99-level limit Douluo like him, the power contained within was divine power, which was far beyond what soul power could match. Even he, as a deity in the lower realm, would mostly perish. So, you might make a profit, but I will never lose. After watching for a while, Qian Daolu turned his gaze away from Ji Lin. Compared to Ji Lin, he was more worried about Qian Renxue's safety. Although Qian Renxue had a 6-winged angel martial soul, absorbing a 70,000-year soul ring as her 7th soul ring should not be a problem. However, as an elder, Qian Daolu couldn't help but worry. Seeing the beads of sweat on Qian Renxue's forehead, Qian Daolu felt his heart rise to his throat, wishing he could bear it for her. But he had to play the role of a stern figure. Watching Qian Renxue, who had grown from a stumbling child to a graceful young woman, a hint of loneliness flashed in Qian Daolu's eyes. In the future, when I am no longer here, little Shui will become stronger. He glanced sideways at Ji Lin, hoping that the kid could hold on and that this move would help little Shui. Time passed second by second. The pitch-black soul ring had completely merged into the six-winged angel's body, and Qian Rinxue's previously chaotic soul power fluctuations gradually calmed down. Qian Daolu knew that Qian Rinxue had completed the absorption of the soul ring. Sure enough, the next moment Qian Rinxue opened her phoenix eyes and looked at Qian Daolu in front of her. Qian Daolu quickly retracted the tenderness in his gaze, replacing it with a calm expression. It's done. Now take the bloodstained one back. After all, you have been out for quite a while. Don't waste all the effort you've put in over the years. Qian Rinxue opened her mouth, then he, yes. Watching Qian Rinxue's departing figure, Qian Daolu's expression was indifferent, and after a long while, he let out a sigh. Ah, if only little Shue's relationship with her mother weren't so strained. Then I would have someone to look after her after I'm gone. The sky gradually darkened. At this point, Ji Lin's absorption was also coming to an end. Slowly opening his eyes, Ji Lin felt refreshed. Never before had the world before him seemed so clear, as if he had previously been wearing a layer of plastic film. But now that layer had been removed. It seems you have succeeded, not bad. Ji Lin scratched his head. Fortunately, this 100,000-year soul bone wasn't as difficult to absorb as he had imagined. Seeing Ji Lin's smug expression, Qian Daolu was a bit speechless. All right, stop showing off over there. Come here. There's one last step. Ji Lin was puzzled. What else is there? You don't think you can take my soul bone so easily? What if you change your mind? Ji Lin thought about it. After all, this soul bone can be considered a top-tier treasure. Just saying it out loud wouldn't make him feel at ease either. So what do you suggest doing? It's simple. Just swear an oath. Qian Daolu said as he took out a small angel statue. This statue looked about 80 similar to Qian Rinxue, which caught Ji Lin's attention. However, when Ji Lin focused and looked closely, he saw a dazzling golden energy flowing on the statue. Huh? Ji Lin looked at Qian Daolu with some confusion and noticed that a faint golden energy was also flowing through Qian Daolu's body. Although it was nowhere near as radiant as that in the statue, the amount was much greater. Could this be the two soul skills given to me by the soul bone? Qian Daolu also noticed Ji Lin's unusual expression and asked, "What's wrong?" Being interrupted by Qian Daolu, Ji Lin snapped out of that state and replied nonchalantly, "Why does this statue look so much like Qian Rinxue? Do you need to concentrate to see it?" Qian Daolu smiled and said, "Of course. Little Shui is the most qualified person in my Qian family to inherit the position of the angel god for hundreds of years." Ji Lin didn't want to discuss this with Qian Daolu either. He had figured it out. This old guy was just a granddaughter fanatic. He casually replied, yes. Qian Rinxue is the best. Qian Rinxue is awesome. Although he didn't know what awesome meant, Qian Daolu instinctively felt it shouldn't be a derogatory term, so he didn't pay much attention to it. With a casual flick of his finger, he unleashed a sword of judgment, cleaving a massive rock in half not far away. Then placed the statue on the smooth-cut surface. All right, come over and make the oath. Yi Lin, hereby swear to do two things for the spirit hall that are within my capability and do not violate my principles. Those who break their word shall suffer the punishment of the Rock of Oaths. As soon as he finished speaking, the wind calmed, but in Ji Lin's eyes, the energy on the statue coalesced into a fundamental colored fine line reaching up to the sky. Then, a voice of indeterminate gender seemed to echo from above. The contract is established. Ji Lin looked up at the tranquil night sky, where only the stars were twinkling. But he always felt as if a pair of eyes were watching him from behind stars. At this moment, Qian Daolu had already put away the statue and was preparing to leave. Yi Lin hurriedly approached. After all, his third soul ring had not yet been settled, and now there was such a big opportunity in front of him. How could he let it go? Wait a moment. Qian Daolu turned around. Do you have anything else? Ji Lin scratched his head a bit awkwardly and said, I haven't obtained a spirit ring yet. Then go hunt a spirit beast. I can't just conjure a spirit ring for you. Wait, you're not asking me to help you hunt, are you? Under Qian Daolu's sharp gaze, Ji Lin shyly nodded. How could you have a nerve to say that? I can't help it. I can't fight them. Is that so? But I have a lot on my plate every day. My time is very precious unless what? You need to pay more. Chapter 55. An unexpected first blood on an official road outside Heavendo City. Ji Lin lay comfortably on his horse, a sword hanging at his waist. It had been 3 days since Ji Lin obtained his third spirit ring and exited the Sunset Forest. In the end, Qian Daolu couldn't withstand Ji Lin's persistent nagging and help him deal with a spirit beast that was around 15,000 years old, and it was free. After Ji Lin absorbed it, he left behind a token and left without looking back. At this moment, Ji Lin didn't know where to go, as he had no friends or family here. After thinking for a while, Jilin suddenly remembered that Luo had left an address when he departed. Taking out the letter Luo left, he skipped over the text he had read countless times and for the first time seriously looked at the address. South of Notting City. A sack. Dismounting, he took out a map, which he got from Old Zhao during his time at Shrek. It was a detailed map of the continent, 3 meters wide and 5 meters long, and it took the Spirit Hall 10 years to create. As for how Jilin knew, it was written on the back of the map. It even thoughtfully noted the expected usage duration of this map. Jilin quickly found Nottingham City on the map, but as he searched slowly south of Nottingham, he did not find a place called a sack. However, Luo shouldn't be lying to him. So why was this a sack town not appearing on the map? With the size of the Spirit Hall, they should know about this place. But why was it not marked even on the maps used by their own people? Was the town already gone, or were they trying to cover something up? At that moment, a few heads were talking in the grass not far away. Boss, when are we going to go? We've been watching for a long time. A bald man with a scar under his eye said, Wait a bit. You guys sneak over quietly, and when I launch the green jade cannon, rush in all at once. Yes, boss. After his underlings reached the designated position, the bald spirit master didn't hesitate, directly summoning his spirit, the green water turtle. 3 soul rings, white, yellow, and purple, appeared, and then the yellow soul ring in the middle flashed, launching a green projectile straight at Jilin. Jilin quickly stored the map back into his storage ring, and the 7-night starry blade appeared in his hand, shimmering with a golden hue. He swung it backward, directly striking the green jade cannon aside. At that moment, a young subordinate happened to see his boss firing the green jade cannon and jumped out from the ambush in the bushes. Before he could even summon his martial soul, he was hit by the cannon and flew back over 10 meters, landing on the ground, unconscious and possibly dead. All of this happened too quickly. The bald-headed soul master didn't expect this. Clearly, he had the upper hand, but his opponent was unscathed while his side had already lost one member. This kid is a bit strange. Does he have eyes on the back of his head? However, the bald-headed soul master remained calm. After all, besides him, there were 3 other great soul masters on his side, while the opponent only had one. Advantage was on his side. With this thought in mind, the bald-headed soul master charged forward, leading his 3 subordinates to attack Jilin. Yet, every time they launched an attack that seemed destined to hit Jilin, he narrowly dodged it each time. This infuriated them, and they attacked with even more effort, giving it their all with each strike. Jilin, on the other hand, didn't fight back and just kept evading their attacks. After 5 minutes, the bald-headed soul master and his group were all bent over, hands on their knees, panting heavily, with one even unable to maintain his martial soul form. Jilin said, I haven't even finished warming up. How come you guys are already down? However, seeing them like this, Jilin also lost the intention to continue. With a burst of power in his legs, like an arrow released from a bow, he completed his attack amidst their wails. Steadying himself, he sheathed his knife. Job done. Suddenly, blood spurted from the bald soul master and his lackeys as they fell to the ground without a word, raising clouds of dust. Jilin walked over, crouched down, and patted the bald spirit master's face, saying, Hey, stop pretending to be dead. I know how to control my strength. Seeing that the bald man could no longer pretend, he opened his eyes and replied with a fierce but weak tone, You can kill or torture me. Do as you please. However, the cold sweat on his face and his twitching lips revealed the fear he felt inside. Jilin, feeling playful, decided to tease him thoroughly. He stood up, gripping the hilt of the knife tightly, and said, Then we'll meet in the next life. With that, he made a show of bringing the knife down. Seeing that Jilin really seemed ready to strike, the bald man, not daring to bet on whether Jilin would hold back after a moment of pleading, quickly shouted, Spare me, my lord! Spare me, my lord! Jilin seemed to not hear anything, ignoring the increasingly terrified voice of the bald man. The knife still came down, and the bald man closed his eyes in despair, but the imagined pain did not come. The bald man opened his eyes, just about to turn his head to see what was happening, when he felt a chill on his neck. It turned out that Jilin's blade was pressed tightly against the bald man's neck, and as soon as he moved the knife, it cut through the skin. Jilin stabbed the knife into the ground, crouched down, smiled at the bald man, and said, Where's your toughness from before? Why is it gone? As long as you can live, it's better to be soft. Jilin shook his head, about to say something, when he keenly sensed movement behind him and instinctively turned around. He saw blood splattering, and the bald man's shiny head rolled away. The little brother who had been knocked away by the jade cannon earlier was also startled. He had intended to launch a sneak attack, but didn't expect Jilin to be so alert. With his big brother now decapitated, he quickly turned and ran. The other little brothers who were pretending to be dead also hurriedly followed his lead. In an instant, only Ji Lin and the bald man's corpse were left. Ji Lin silently looked at the head that had rolled far away, his expression complicated. What is going on? I don't want to kill you. At most, I would just tie you up or hand you over to the nearby city guard. But no matter what, it's a fact that the bald man died at Ji Lin's hands. Ji Lin felt embarrassed to let him rot in the wilderness, so after picking up the head, he chose a lush area and dug a pit. After putting the bald man's body and head together in the pit, he began to fill it with dirt. Looking at the grave mound that barely reached his waist, Ji Lin thought for a moment and took out some fruits and meat from his storage ring. Brother, I didn't mean to. You, as a great person, shouldn't stoop to my level. These fruits and meat were bought from the best shop in Tiano City, and I haven't even eaten them yet, so I'm giving them to you. If you want wine, I can't help it. After all, I don't drink and didn't T bring any. Just make do with this. After saying that, Ji Lin poured a jug of grape juice on the ground. Let us pretend it's wine. Brother, have a safe journey. Ji Lin made a cross on his chest and muttered some words. I wish you ascend to paradise soon, and may there be no Ji Lin in heaven. Amen. Chapter 56. Returning to Lan Village after properly paying respects to the bald spirit master, Ji Lin mounted his horse. He kept murmuring, although you died by my hand, it wasn't intentional, right? If your little brother hadn't sneakily come up behind me, I wouldn't have accidentally killed you. Sigh. If I had known, I would have opened a future vision earlier. The 10,000-year soul bone had given Ji Lin 2 skills. One passive, which grants immunity to all mental attacks, including but not limited to dizziness and charm, and one active, which Ji Lin called future vision. The effect is simple. It consumes soul power and mental strength to foresee the future, with greater consumption for further visions. Right now, Ji Lin could only see up to 20 seconds ahead with all his effort, but the consumption within 3 seconds wasn't too great, similar to Lu Jin. After absorbing that 10,000-year soul ring, Ji Lin's level also rose to level 33. This significant increase, Ji Lin speculated, was not only due to the third soul ring being 10,000 year, but also thanks to the previous consumption of the fragrant and exquisite fairy herb. After all, this time the enhancement of Lu Jin far exceeded previous ones. Now Ji Lin could cover both his upper body and thighs simultaneously, and could also transfer Lu Jin to his face. As for his next journey, Ji Lin had long thought it out. Luo Xin had mentioned needing to finish practicing the book he left behind, specifically to the point of being able to unleash sword chi before moving on. Therefore, Ji Lin planned to find a quiet place to meditate. He already had a target in mind for the location. After several days of day and night travel on horseback, Ji Lin finally arrived at his destination, Lan Village. This evening, if there's south any place on the Douluo continent that Ji Lin feels particularly fond of, Lan Village is definitely one of them. Although it's not far from the official road, most of the people passing through are spirit masters, so very few outsiders enter the village throughout the year, which perfectly meets Ji Lin's desire for tranquility. However, this time, at the entrance of Lan Village, Ji Lin did not receive the same warm welcome from the villagers as before. Instead, it was quite desolate. Ji Lin also found it a bit strange. At this time of year, the village children would usually gather under the big tree at the entrance to play, but today, there wasn't a single shadow of a child in sight. Has everyone in the village gone to bed this early? That shouldn't be the case. The sun hasn't even set yet. With such questions in mind, Ji Lin walked into the village. However, the deeper he went, the more something fell off. The entire village was eerily silent, and Ji Lin couldn't help but raise his guard. At this moment, a figure in a black robe caught his attention not far away. Finally, he encountered someone. Before he got closer, Ji Lin called out, "Fellow villager, what's going on? Where are the others in the village?" The person turned their head upon hearing Ji Lin's voice, and with just a glance, Ji Lin furrowed his brows. It was a face he had never seen before. During the 4 months in Lan Village, while he couldn't name every villager, he had certainly recognized each face, and he was sure he had never seen this person before. After all, Ji Lin didn't recall a man in the village with a scar on his left cheek. "Who are you?" Ji Lin asked. The man smiled. "I just moved here. My name is Wu Lang. You must be the owner of that bamboo house the village chief mentioned, right? It's a pleasure to meet you." Ji Lin showed a look of realization and said, "Oh, I see. What about village chief Li and the others?" "I haven't seen them." Wu Lang sighed and replied, "Well, you know the village chief is getting old and his health isn't as good as it used to be. Just a couple of days ago, he accidentally fell while digesting his food in the evening and hasn't gotten up since. Today is just the day of his burial, and everyone is at the cemetery behind the village to see him off. I was just about to go there myself." Upon hearing this, a touch of sorrow appeared on Jilin's face. How could this happen? He was in good health when I left. How did he die? Wu Lang patted Jilin on the shoulder and comforted him. Brother, take it easy. Everyone goes through this process. What we can do is to see him off with dignity. That's right. He treated me well when he was alive. I should go and give him a proper send-off. I hope they haven't buried the old village chief yet. After saying this, Jilin ran towards the cemetery. Watching Jilin's anxious figure, Wu Lang revealed a meaningful smile and called out, Brother, wait for me. He then ran after Jilin. The two of them arrived at the cemetery of Lawn Village one after the other. The cemetery was located on less fertile land behind Lawn Village, and since the scenery was nice, the villagers used it as a burial ground. There were mounds of graves scattered around, but there was no sign of the funeral procession. Jilin couldn't help but frown and looked at the breathless Wu Lang behind him. Sensing Jilin's confusion, Wu Lang explained that if a new grave was added here, it would seem crowded, so they decided to bury the village chief in the newly selected graveyard over there. He pointed his right index finger towards the woods on the other side, and seeing that Jilin was indeed looking in the direction he pointed, a glint of sharpness flashed in Wu Lang's eyes. Unbeknownst to Jilin, a dagger appeared in Wu Lang's right hand, which he thrust directly at Jilin's unguarded chest. Bang! The dagger in Wu Lang's hand was deflected. Realizing that something was wrong, Wu Lang hurriedly retreated, watching Jilin, who stood still with his head tilted and a smile on his face, and noticed that Jilin's palm had turned golden at some point. Wu Lang touched the scar on his face and asked with a somewhat gloomy tone, When did you find out? From the moment you didn't correct the village chief's name. Jilin replied. Wu Lang realized that the guy's surname wasn't Li, but it should be common for someone who just moved here to get the village chief's surname wrong. However, if you had really stayed in this village for a few days, you would know that the village chief, despite looking old, was actually still in his prime. Wu Lang was stunned for a moment, then showed an understanding expression and laughed. Haha, I see. No wonder that guy's heart doesn't taste like those of other old men. Jilin asked with a hint of suspicion, Did you just say to eat hearts? Upon hearing this, Wu Lang grinned, revealing his sharp white teeth. Of course, how could I miss something as delicious as a heart? You might not know, but the hearts of children are the tenderest, while those of young adults taste the best and are the most substantial. The hearts of the elderly are tougher and more suitable for making soup. Jilin's expression became increasingly grave as Wu Lang spoke. Suddenly, Jilin thought of something and activated the additional ability of soul power vision brought by the eye socket bone. Once activated, the entire world turned gray and white, with only Wu Lang appearing in a blood-red hue mixed with a hint of black. Jilin sensed a violent malice radiating from him. The world returned to color, and Jilin spoke to Wu Lang word by word. You killed them all? Ate their hearts. Wu Lang shrugged nonchalantly. Not really. Although I only eat hearts, I can't finish this much in just a few days. To keep the food fresh, I treat them quite well. Chapter 57. The Wolf of Compassion. Wu Lang's eyes sparkled as he stared at Jilin, but the hearts of soul masters are much tastier than those of ordinary people. He wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, especially at your age. Seeing Wu Lang's predatory gaze, Jilin drew the knife from his waist. Let's see if you have what it takes. Noticing Jilin's stance, Wu Lang revealed his martial soul, the gray wolf, and 5 soul rings, 1 white, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, appeared around him. Wu Lang looked at Jilin with some confusion. Where are your soul rings? Aren't you going to show them? Jilin did not respond, exerting force under his feet, and in an instant, he appeared in front of Wu Lang, delivering a knife strike directly at Wu Lang's neck. Wu Lang was not slow to react either. He leaned back slightly and avoided Jilin's strike. With the first strike missing, Jilin quickly swung his knife again, and from the side, it looked as if Wu Lang was enveloped in golden lines. Although Wu Lang's reactions were quick, it was impossible to completely evade such a dense barrage of attacks. Before long, Wu Lang's body was covered in numerous knife wounds, with some even exposing the white bones beneath the flesh. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Lang used his 3rd soul skill, Shadow Transformation, becoming a shadow and escaping from Jilin's attack range. The shadow only moved a few steps before transforming back into Wu Lang. Jilin also stopped his movements. Was it intentional, or could this soul skill only last for so long? At this moment, Wu Lang was covered in wounds, and his clothes had turned into rags. However, there was no panic on Wu Lang's face. Instead, he even wore a smile, which made Jilin feel uneasy. As expected, the 4th soul skill, Wolf Blood Transformation. In the next second, a surge of dark light erupted, and in an instant, the wounds on Wu Lang's body healed, and the rags on him were blown away, leaving only a tattered pair of shorts. His overall aura had more than doubled. Jilin was momentarily stunned, unable to help but complain. Aren't those shorts just like the Hulk's? So sturdy. Seeing Jilin in a daze, Wu Lang thought he was overwhelmed by his imposing presence and said with a sense of pride, "My fourth soul skill enhances all my 110 attributes and instantly heals my external injuries. Although it requires a certain proportion of my blood to activate, it's all worth it." Now the hunt begins. Wu Lang swiftly moved to Jilin's left side. Second soul skill, Wolf Poison Claw. Sharp claws were covered with an irregular black-green glow as they attacked Jilin's left rib. This series of attacks was completed in an instant, and Wu Lang could already imagine the sensation of Jilin's heart in his grasp. However, what Wu Lang thought would be a guaranteed hit was unexpectedly dodged by Jilin, who even managed to slash at his claw. Wu Lang felt pain and realized he had underestimated his prey, immediately retreating while holding his injured arm, looking at Jilin with a fluctuating expression. Blood dripped through his fingers onto the ground. Seeing this, Jilin also felt a bit of a headache. Although he had seen it once before, he was still amazed at how thick Wu Lang's skin was. Realizing that Jilin was not someone he could easily kill, Wu Lang also became a bit anxious. Although the effect of the wolf blood transformation was outstanding, it had a time limit, and it could not be used a second time in a short period. If the time ran out and he still couldn't take down Jilin, he would be in danger. Thinking of this, Wu Lang decided not to hold back. With a flash of his only black soul ring, he used his fifth soul skill, Split Wolf Explosion. Suddenly, two identical copies of Wu Lang appeared on either side of him. This was Wu Lang's fifth soul skill, Split Wolf Explosion. These two clones had 60 of the main body strength. It might not look like much, but if the enemy attacked a clone, it would explode instantly. As for the power, Wu Lang had killed a Soul King of similar strength with this move, although there was an element of surprise involved. It was enough to demonstrate the explosive power. The range was a bit small, only about 1 meter in diameter. The three Wu Langs began to move around Jilin as if he were the center. Well, the Wu Lang spoke, "Kid, do you know what I ate before I consumed a human heart?" Jilin did not respond, remaining vigilant against Wu Lang's attack. Noticing Jilin's silence, another Wu Lang said, "It's a sheep's heart. Ever since I awakened my martial soul, I've had an inexplicable obsession with it. After eating it, I felt like I transcended as a person. However, after I ate a human heart, the sheep's heart didn't have that same effect anymore. Do you know who the first human heart I ate belonged to?" This time, Wu Lang did not give Jilin time to answer. As the third Wu Lang spoke up, it belonged to a noble soul master with a deep-water, giant sheep martial soul. This guy bullied me in the Soul Master Academy, looking down on my commoner background. But in order not to let my parents down, I chose to endure it. However, seeing that I didn't dare to speak up, he became even more ruthless, and eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. On a dark and windy night, I sneaked into his dormitory, stood in front of his bed for a while, and then cut off his head with one strike. As I watched his head roll on the ground, I suddenly thought about how his martial soul was a sheep. I wondered how different his heart would taste compared to a sheep's. So I dug out his heart, took it to the woods, roasted it, and ate it. That feeling is something I still can't forget. And my soul power increased by 3 whole levels from that extreme enjoyment. Since then, I have also fallen in love with eating human hearts. Not only do I get the ultimate pleasure, but I also went from being a level 17 Soul Master to a level 53 Soul King in just a little over a decade. Bro, why don't you give it a try? Hearing Wu Lang's invitation, Jilin couldn't help but reply, "Eat your mother." To his surprise, Wu Lang lamented, "You came too late by over a decade." Jilin also didn't expect that Wu Lang would be so cruel. He couldn't help but click his tongue and said, "Then your way of seeking death has just increased by 1 more, and I definitely can't let you go." Saying this, Jilin charged towards one of the Wu Langs. After observing for a long time, Jilin discovered that only this Wu Lang had a shadow beneath its feet. Upon seeing this, Wu Lang felt a surge of joy, and the other two also stopped and turned to chase after Jilin, seemingly trying to stop him. The remaining one also rushed towards Jilin, and for a moment, the scene turned into Jilin being surrounded in a triangle formed by 3 Wu Langs. As Jilin got closer to the Wu Lang directly in front of him, the real Wu Lang also revealed a smile, just like that self-important Soul King. Even though he knew that Jilin would likely strike down, Wu Lang still closely followed Jilin's movements with another clone, deliberately controlling their speed to appear slightly slower than the one in front, preparing to deliver a hard blow from behind if Jilin only intended to escape rather than strike. Watching the knife in Jilin's hand shimmer even more golden, The corners of Wu Lang's mouth were already stretching towards the back of his head. Ji Lin swung his knife, the golden blade slashing towards Wu Lang in front of him. At this critical moment, Ji Lin executed a swift maneuver, stabbing the knife into the left rear of Wu Lang's body. The gilded Seven Knights Starshine blade was already sharp, and combined with the speed of both parties and Ji Lin's strength, it was enough to pierce through Wu Lang completely. Whether it was a coincidence or not, this strike happened to pierce Wu Lang's heart. Wu Lang immediately spat out a mouthful of old blood, his breath instantly weakening, and the two clones dissipated on the spot due to Wu Lang's severe injury. How did you know that was my true body? Blood flowed uncontrollably from the corner of his mouth. Ji Lin thought for a moment. My eyes have been kissed by time. Is that so? That's really nice. Ji Lin pulled out the knife, and Wu Lang collapsed to the ground, arching his body and murmuring, "Don't waste it." As he spoke, his right hand reached towards his chest. However, before he could touch his heart, his hand fell down. Looking at Wu Lang, who had already lost his breath on the ground, Ji Lin let out a long sigh. This was Ji Lin's first time actively killing someone, and he had a premonition that he might kill many more in the future. Chapter 58. Immature Thoughts After Resting for a While. Ji Lin's nearly depleted soul power recovered about 70 to 80%. Only then did he get up and start searching the village. According to Wu Lang, there should still be people in Lan village who had not fallen victim to the poison. Sure enough, Ji Lin found survivors in the village chief cellar. Ji Lin counted and found there were 56 people, nearly half less. Fortunately, Wu Lang was not lying. They were indeed well-fed and well-watered. There was no scene of emaciation that Ji Lin had imagined. In fact, everyone looked quite clean and there was no bad smell. According to them, those who did not keep clean would be killed on the spot for fasting. At that moment, Ji Lin was unsure whether it was the villagers' love for cleanliness or Wu Lang's dislike for smelly food. However, after such misfortune, many people's spirits were still somewhat dazed. Ji Lin expressed understanding about this. After rescuing them, he walked alone towards the bamboo house from before. The villagers behind him couldn't help but start crying loudly. Ji Lin walked faster. When he returned to the bamboo house, although it hadn't been cleaned for a few days, it was still relatively clean overall. Lying on the bed, exhaustion hit him from all directions. Although his soul power had mostly recovered, it should be noted that Ji Lin had been using foresight the entire time. Not to mention that using foresight consumed both soul power and mental energy. Simply looking into the future was an extremely draining mental activity. Additionally, Ji Lin had exceeded the safe zone of 3 seconds more than once. Therefore, he could not resist the fatigue and gradually fell asleep. While Ji Lin was sound asleep, the surviving villagers found the bodies of those killed by Wu Lang. Wu Lang only ate hearts, and to prevent the corpses from rotting and affecting his appetite, he always brought 2 survivors to dispose of the body somewhere. When the villagers found them, a few 10-year-old lone wolves were still feeding on the decaying flesh atop the pile of corpses. Upon seeing a dozen robust men with farming tools, the lone wolves were a bit intimidated but still bared their teeth and slowly retreated, eventually disappearing into the woods. The villagers did not complain. They silently loaded the already decaying and mangled bodies onto the carts they had brought. It took them over 10 trips to finish transporting the bodies. When Ji Lin woke up the next day, he saw that the remaining villagers were each pulling something on a cart, and even the few remaining children were working together to push one. Upon closer inspection, he saw several repaired bodies. He gazed at the wooden patches filling the gaps on the corpses, lingering particularly on the area over the heart for quite some time. Although it looked somewhat out of place, it gave the bodies a sense of tranquility. Ji Lin also saw Yang Gui. Although he looked quite old during his lifetime, he now appears much younger. Lying beside Yang Gui are his wife and child. Ji Lin has a vivid memory of the tall 8-year-old boy. Seeing the family like this now, Ji Lin can't help but sigh about how things have changed. At this moment, the acting village head of Lan village approached. He is the only surviving elder, named Tommy, who is currently the oldest and most respected in Lan village. Tommy came to invite Ji Lin to the burial ceremony. Ji Lin did not make any excuses. Everyone gathered around the pit that had been dug in advance, and no one knew how they had managed to complete so much work in just one day, including recovering bodies, preparing them, and digging pits. Looking at the numerous graves in front of him, Ji Lin realized that his earlier estimate of the casualties had been too low. There were at least 100 pits in front of him. The villagers were also working silently, and Ji Lin initially intended to help, but was refused by Tommy, who said that it was better to leave such matters to them. Ji Lin could only stand quietly by the side. The villagers' funeral was very simple, without any grand ceremonies. No musical instruments playing, no scriptures being chanted, and not even a coffin. There were only small, crude graves and the friends and family lying beside them. The process was very straightforward, and soon 100 or so mounds were completed. After a brief pause, everyone got up and started to walk back. Lin walked at the back, and this situation made him feel a bit heavy-hearted. At that moment, Tommy slowed down and came to Lin's side, seemingly wanting to say something to him, but hesitated. Seeing this, Lin also said, "If the village head has something to say, please speak directly." Upon hearing this, Tommy's tone carried a hint of pleading as he said, "Lord G, may I ask if you could stay a little longer in the village?" Lin had originally planned to stay in Lan Village for a while, so Tommy's request was in line with his intentions. When Lin agreed, a smile appeared on Tommy's troubled face, like a blooming chrysanthemum. "On behalf of all the people of Lan Village, thank you, my lord." As he spoke, he intended to bow, but Lin quickly supported him, preventing him from kneeling. "No need for that. No need for that." As he helped Tommy up, Lin also asked his question, "Why? Given the situation, are you not considering moving to a place closer to the city?" Tommy sighed and said, "My lord, you may not know, but Lan Village has only been around for 4 generations, and I am the 2nd generation. 60 years ago, my ancestors left because they could no longer stay in the nearby Soto City, and they fled here to establish Lan Village. Among them, Yang Gui's grandfather was the organizer, which is why their family has been village heads for generations and have been good village heads. It's just a pity that today, the lineage has come to an end." Lin asked, "Is it because it's hard to make a living?" "Not entirely. Soto City is the 2nd largest city in the Balak Kingdom after the capital, Balak City, and it has a large number of soul masters gathered here. If you provoke one, you could end up losing everything or even suffer both personal and financial losses. Sometimes, soul masters even fight in the streets, and it's tough for ordinary people to get caught in the crossfire." Suddenly, old Tommy remembered that the person across from him was a soul master, and since he needed something from him, he changed his tone, saying, "In any case, the foundation laid by our predecessors is something we, their unworthy descendants, are reluctant to just let go of." Lin could roughly guess what old Tommy was thinking and did not continue to ask anything. When they arrived at the village, the two parted ways. Back at the bamboo house, Lin couldn't help but recall everything that had happened in the past few days. The revenge he hadn't had the chance to take on Haichuan, and the uncertainty surrounding Jess's fate. Human life is indeed fragile. A thought slowly took shape in Lin's mind. However, it was still a bit early to talk about it. Without powerful strength, he could easily face setbacks. Ultimately, Lin buried this idea deep in his heart, waiting for the day when he would see the light again. Chapter 59. The Unknown Lord of the Hall. Thus, Lin settled down in Lan Village, where all his needs could be met. Although Lan Village was far from the city, it was conveniently located next to the official road leading to the Stardew Forest, and the villagers were not the kind of insular people who never left their home. Otherwise, no one would go to the city to attend the Soulmaster Academy. The men in the village regularly organized trips to the city to buy supplies and sell agricultural products. Perhaps due to its proximity to the Stardew, the land in Lan Village was very fertile, producing not only a large quantity of agricultural products but also good-tasting ones, which became the main source of income for the villagers. Since Lin had no prior experience and was very curious, he wanted to join them this time. When the villagers learned about Lin's intention, they naturally found it hard to refuse, especially since the procurement team was indeed shorthanded at that moment, worried about potential dangers along the way. Based on these two considerations, Tommy agreed. However, it turned out to be the right decision to let Lin accompany the procurement team. Along the way, they faced not only disturbances from soul beasts but also attacks from bandits. "No, please don't kill me. I have an old parent and young children to take care of. What will happen to them if I die?" Ignoring the pleas of the kneeling bandit, Lin swiftly beheaded him, and the headless corpse fell into a pool of blood. After looking at the blood that had splattered on his clothes, Lin realized that this outer garment was no longer wearable, so he discarded it and put on another one. The others were not surprised. Once Lin finished changing, they continued on their way, urging the horses forward. On the carriage, Lin was spinning a homemade dumbbell, pondering whether he had been a bit too ruthless. Throughout the journey, Lin did not initially wish to eliminate all the bandits, but once, a bandit who had already surrendered suddenly attacked and injured one person. If Lin hadn't reacted quickly, that person might have been doomed. On another occasion, they happened to encounter bandits who had just killed a passing merchant convoy and were planning to attack Lin and the others. Jilin naturally would not sit idly by. As the saying goes, cross-dressing happens only once or countless times. This saying also applies to killing. After Jilin had done it once, he quickly accepted sending these people to the afterlife. The subsequent bandits were all sent off to meet God without leaving a single one behind. During this process, Jilin realized that his mood was unexpectedly much lighter, and even the flow of his soul power became smoother. Finally, after several days of rushing, Soto City was in sight. After witnessing how the villagers handled the agricultural products he brought, Jilin parted ways with them and made an appointment with Tom, the captain of his transport team and the son of the village chief Tommy, to meet at the city gate in 2 days. Jilin first went to the clothing store to replenish some clothes. Then he went to the carpenter's shop and spent 3 gold coins to buy over 100 wooden swords. After leaving the shop, Jilin arrived at the spirit hall. Upon entering the hall, Jilin asked the receptionist, "I would like to claim the bounty. What do I need to do?" The receptionist glanced at Jilin and, noticing he wasn't a handsome guy, immediately lost some enthusiasm. "Please walk this way. The room at the end is where the staff will verify and distribute the bounty." Jilin didn't mind the receptionist's tone. After all, he wasn't a golden soul coin and couldn't expect everyone to like him. Following the directions, Jilin walked to the left corridor to the last room. Inside, a man who looked to be in his 30s was sitting on the central sofa. When he saw Jilin enter, he stood up and said, "Hello, I am the verifier Gu. May I ask which bounty you are here claim?" "This one," Jilin replied as he took out the bounty notice he had just torn off at the city gate, which featured Wu Lang. Gu looked a bit surprised, as if he hadn't expected Jilin to come to claim the bounty for this Soul King. "Do you have any proof?" Jilin shook his head. After all, he didn't have the habit of bringing a corpse on the road. "Then we can't offer you a reward. I wonder if the Soul Guide device can serve as proof." Gu shook his head. "We can't be sure if this Soul Guide device belongs to the bounty issuer, so I'm sorry. If you can't provide direct evidence or have a guarantor with sufficient weight, we cannot acknowledge that you have completed the bounty." Jilin was not in a hurry. If he dared to come, he must have confidence. He took out the token given to him by Douluo from the ring and handed it over. "I wonder if this can guarantee me?" Gu took the token and looked increasingly surprised. "I was a bit uncertain and didn't know if I could ask the palace master to come and take a look." Jilin naturally had no objections. After Gu Lu hurriedly left with the token, Jilin was also bored, looking around. On a nearby counter, there were several pieces of paper. Out of curiosity, Jilin walked over to take a look and found that they were 3 wanted notices. Jilin also discovered 2 acquaintances, Tang San and Xiao Wu, each with a bounty of 1 million gold soul coins. So this must be Tang Hao. A bit disappointing. But this amount is a bit high. A full 10 million. The spirit hall really is quite wealthy. Just as Jilin was looking at the bounty notice, the master of the spirit hall in Soto City also saw the token. He immediately asked Gu to take him to meet Jilin. When he saw Jilin, the master respectfully returned the token. "My lord, I didn't know you were visiting. I apologize for the lack of hospitality." Jilin did not expect this token to be so useful. After reaching out to take it, he asked, "I wonder if this token can guarantee me?" "Of course it can." Saying this, a gold card was taken out and respectfully handed to Jilin. "This is the bounty for Wu Lang, a total of 105,000 gold soul coins." Upon hearing this, Jilin was a bit surprised but still accepted the gold card. "Thank you then." No need. Your Excellency has worked hard to eliminate harm for the people." Since the purpose had been achieved, Jilin had no reason to stay any longer. Under the warm send-off of the palace master, Jilin walked out of the gate of the Martial Soul Palace. Looking at Jilin's disappearing figure, Gu asked in confusion, "Palace master, wasn't Wu Lang's bounty 100,000? What did it increase by 5,000? The palace master patted Guhu's shoulder meaningfully and said, "That's why I am the palace master, and you are my subordinate." After saying this, he left Guhu standing there alone. "Doesn't that person still know your name? What is the use of flattering him?" Guhu shook his head, deciding not to think about it anymore, and went back to work. Once back in the office, the palace master immediately began to write a letter. "Respected Bishop Salas, someone with a dedication token has appeared in Swoto City, and I do not know. Swoto City Martial Soul Palace Master." Perfect. Chapter 60. 3 years later, Xingdo meets an old friend. 3 years later, many old branches in the bamboo forest outside had broken, and the newly sprouted bamboo shoots had grown into many new bamboos. The once quiet lawn village had also become lively during this time. Jilin divided the bounty from the Wolf King, giving 90,000 to everyone. During these 3 years, under the leadership of the village chief Tommy, Lan Village began extensive construction. The once dilapidated houses are now completely renewed, and even the village roads have been paved with smooth stone slabs. Lan Village has also attracted many people to settle down, and the population has returned to the number it was before the Wolf King, even exceeding it. After experiencing such a disaster, Lan Village had a period of decline, but fortunately, with the influx of new residents, the Spirit Hall has come every year to awaken the spirit for children of appropriate age. Whether it's due to the increase in the external population or not, there have been quite a few people in Lan Village awakening their spirit power, with 1 or 2 each year. Although the spirit power is not high, it still made Tommy quite happy for a while. Boom, boom. The muffled sounds resonated throughout Lan Village, and the villagers were not panicked but excitedly discussing. Is it time already? Isn't it? Do you think Master G can chop down that hill today? It should take a few more days. After all, they just started chopping yesterday. Not necessarily. Master G has chopped down more than a dozen hills this past year. The first time took a month, the second time took 25 days. The third time took 22 days, so it shouldn't be too much to say this time will take just 2 days, right? I wish my child could be as strong as Master G in the future. Zhao Laosan, it's not even dark yet. Why are you talking nonsense? You still don't know what level your son is at? I was just saying. About 5 minutes later, the voices also quieted down. Jilin wiped the sweat from his face and looked at the mountain peak that had already descended quite a bit, feeling a bit relieved. This should be the fastest record, right? In the past 2 years, Jilin successfully completed the secret manual left by Luo by using a wooden sword to chop stones, and he mastered the sword aura. However, at that time, both the power and durability were rather unsatisfactory. Jilin also realized that his lack of skill was the cause, so he worked even harder to chop the stones. In just a few days, the stones in the village were gone, and Jilin had no choice but to turn his attention to the nearby hill. He relentlessly lowered the nearby mountain by several meters with each chop. When the villagers came up to check out of curiosity, they were shocked by the devastated mountaintop. Thus, the story of Jilin chopping down the hill became widely known and circulated among everyone. After resting well, Jilin returned to the bamboo house. He was preparing to set off to hunt for his 4th soul ring. Jilin's cultivation speed had slowed down significantly in the past 3 years. He had barely reached level 40. Although most of his time was spent on sword energy cultivation, his progress was more than just twice as slow compared to before. Jilin has a feeling that after reaching level 40, these routine exercises may no longer be effective for him. At this time, he can't help but fondly remember Zhao Wujia's gravity skills. That speed was truly remarkable. However, that's just a thought for now, as he is currently at odds with Shrek Academy, and it's better to avoid meeting them. Now that he has nearly mastered his sword aura and has a real offensive capability, it's time to obtain a soul ring. Jilin found Old Tommy and told him about this matter. Old Tommy thought Jilin was just going to hunt for soul rings and would come back. However, Jilin indicated that he might not return. This left Old Tommy silent for a while, and after a long pause, he smiled and said, "Then I wish Master G a smooth journey and a bright future." Jilin smiled and nodded. "Then I'll take your good wishes." The two walked together towards the village entrance, and the villagers they encountered along the way also greeted them with smiles. Jilin also responded with a smile. When they reached the village entrance, Jilin said to Tommy, "All right, this is where I'll drop you off. The bamboo house will always be kept for you by the adults." Jilin smiled and said, "No need, I'm just a passerby. There's no need to leave it for me. If fate allows, we will meet again." After speaking, Jilin placed his left hand on the hilt of the knife at his waist and left Lan Village. This departure might truly mean that they would only meet again by chance. Tommy stood at the village entrance, and even though he could no longer see Jilin, he did not leave. The Starry Forest was the place that left the deepest impression on Jilin. He woke up here, escaped death here, obtained his first soul ring here, and received his first soul bone here. This place carried too many of Jilin's firsts. Before he could express his emotions, Jilin saw a familiar figure in the small town. Just then, there was a stone at his feet, and without hesitation, Jilin kicked it away, sending it flying through the air. The figure noticed it, turned around, and caught the stone in his hand, scanning the passing pedestrians warily. Seeing this, Jilin clapped his hands and walked over, saying, "Long time no see, Feng Xiantian, your skills have improved even more." Feng Xiantian first sized up Jilin, uncertainly saying, "Yixiong?" Jilin, after 3 years of training, had grown a few centimeters taller, now standing at about 1.9 meters. Looking at the masked man, who was 1.82 meters tall, Jilin smiled and reached out to wrap his arm around Feng Xiantian's neck. "Necharali, Feng Xiantian sensed Yelina's intention, smiling as he stepped back and said, Ji Xiong, isn't it a bit inappropriate to hug right after we meet? Not discouraged by the missed attempt, Ji Lin moved his feet and, before Feng Xiantian could react, placed his hand on his shoulder, laughing, You're making me feel a bit cold-hearted. It's been so long since we last met. Aren't you going to be a bit more affectionate? The corner of Feng Xiantian's mouth stiffened under the mask. This speed? I actually didn't react in time. He slightly raised his head, looking at the not-so-handsome face. And for a moment, he didn't know what this guy was up to. Ji Xiong, what brings you to find Feng? Seeing Feng Xiantian was being straightforward, Ji Lin didn't hide anything. Since Feng Xiong is here, you must also be here to hunt soul rings. Take me along. How about it? Feng Xiantian was about to refuse on the grounds of strength. But thinking of the speed Ji Lin had just shown, he couldn't bring himself to say it. After a long pause, he finally said, I'm helping someone else hunt soul rings. My word doesn't count. Ji Lin was even more curious. What kind of person could make Brother Feng come to help hunt for soul rings? A man or a woman? A woman. Ji Lin nodded and said, Oh, it's a girl. Could it be your crush, Miss Wu Wu? Ji Lin looked at Feng Xiaotian, whose ears had turned red, with a mischievous smile. How did you know? Feng Xiaotian asked. Come on, is it that hard to find out? Everyone in Shenkong Academy knows that you, the handsome Feng, are already taken. Feng Xiaotian scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Is that so? So let me join, all right? You felt my strength just now, and I don't want any other rewards. Just help me hunt a soul ring, he said. Feng Xiaotian asked a bit uneasily, what kind of soul ring? As soon as Ji Lin heard there was a chance, he quickly said, it's just a fourth soul ring. Feng Xiaotian was a bit surprised. He didn't expect Ji Lin to have advanced 2 major levels in just 3 years, reaching the Soul Master rank. Then he thought to himself that having this guy join wouldn't be a bad thing. An extra bit of strength is always good. After all, they had 2 Soul Emperors on their side, so they didn't need to worry about Ji Lin being a quasi-soul sage. It would just try to make up for the regret from the Soul Master competition back then and see this guy's true strength. Chapter 61. Back to Star Do, following Feng Xiaotian, Ji Lin also arrived at the hotel where they were staying, just in time to find the rest of the group having a meal in the lobby. Feng Xiaotian walked over and said, Our team might be adding a new teammate. Hua looked curiously at Ji Lin behind Feng Xiaotian and asked, Who is this? He looks a bit familiar. Ji Lin stepped forward and said, My name is Ji Lin. You might recognize me because you saw me at the last Soul Master competition. At this moment, a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a blue outer garment, said, Are you the Soul Master with 2,000-year soul rings from the Shrek team? Ji Lin nodded and said, It's me. Hu sat on the chair with her legs crossed, arms crossed over her chest, and coldly snorted. What are the people from Shrek doing here? Ji Lin didn't understand why Hua Wu would be so angry. He thought it might be due to Tang San's comment about being sorry and his blue-silver grass fire immunity. Thinking of this, Ji Lin explained, Let me clarify. I was from the former Shrek Academy. However, Hua Wu insisted, So what? You have to remember, you were once from Shrek, and once a Shrek, always a Shrek. Feng Xiaotian frowned and said, Hua Wu, stop talking. Hua Wu replied, You, Hua Wu didn't expect Feng Xiaotian would speak up for someone else, which made her so angry that she ran back to her room, and Hua Wu Shuang quickly followed her. Meanwhile, Ji Lin was still immersed in the words of General Hua earlier and began to wonder if Hua Wu was actually from his hometown. Feng Xiaotian looked at Ji Lin with some apology, and when Ji Lin came back to his senses, he said, What are you looking at me for? Go after her and comfort her. With that wooden head of yours, don't say you're my disciple when you go out. Feng Xiaotian rolled his eyes at Ji Lin, but still got up to chase after Hua Wu. At this moment, the middle-aged man who had just recognized Ji Lin spoke up. It seems you and Xiaotian have a good relationship, but I'm curious. What did you teach Xiaotian? Ji Lin waved his hand, pulled out a chair, and sat down. It's nothing, just a bit of experience. Speaking of which, when did your relationship with Shrek become so bad? When you recognized me just now? There was quite a bit of hostility in your eyes. It eased up a lot once I said I'm no longer with Shrek. The middle-aged man was a bit surprised, not expecting Ji Lin's senses to be so sharp. It seems you really have left Shrek, and you're not living in Heaven Do City. Ji Lin remained non-committal. At this moment, a voluptuous middle-aged beauty next to him picked up the conversation. Ever since Tang San and his team defeated the Golden Generation and won the Soul Master Contest Championship, the royal family has been strongly supporting Shrek Academy. The other academies, as one can imagine, have been struggling. Apart from the Elephant Armor and Thunder Academy, which are mostly composed of disciples from their own sex, our 3 families, including the Royal Academy, have been greatly affected. The number of students has decreased year by year over the past 3 years. And if this continues for a few more years, we might have to shut down our operations. Hearing this, Jilin's face showed no change, but he was already cheering inside. It was truly fate on my side. In any case, Feng Xiaoyan's words were still somewhat useful, and Jilin successfully stayed. The next day, during the assembly, although Huo Wu still looked down on Jilin a bit, her attitude was undoubtedly much better than yesterday. Jilin quietly approached Feng Xiaoyan and gave him a thumbs up, whispering, "Bro, not bad. You actually got it done so quickly." Upon hearing this, Feng Xiaoyan straightened his slightly bent back and replied, "Of course. You should know as long as a man." This woman, although Jilin didn't understand what Feng Xiaoyan was saying, it didn't stop him from nodding in agreement. Seeing Jilin acknowledge him, Feng Xiaoyan became even more animated. Noticing the two behind them with their heads down, seemingly lost in conversation, Huo Wu shouted, "What are you two talking about? We're about to enter the forest. Hurry up and catch up." This trip had 3 people who needed soul rings: Huo Wu, Huo Wushuang, and Jilin. Huo Wu and Huo Wushuang each needed a fire attribute 10,000-year soul beast, while Jilin needed a 4th soul ring. Wait a minute. Feng Xiaoyan stroked his chin, feeling a bit uncertain. Did I forget something important? However, seeing that everyone else seemed fine, he buried this doubt deep in his heart. It must be my illusion. Finding soul beasts was inherently a test of luck. Sometimes, you could encounter the right one as soon as you entered the forest, while at other times, you could search through the forest multiple times without finding anything. Unfortunately, on this first day, Jilin and his companions did not find a suitable soul beast. But that was to be expected. After all, they were looking for a 10,000-year soul beast, and they had just entered the Douluo forest. It was unlikely to find one so quickly. As the sky darkened, everyone found a place to spend the night. Fortunately, this was the outskirts of the Douluo forest, where there were no powerful soul beasts, and the group's strength was enough to support a campfire. They all sat in a circle, waiting patiently for the roasted meat to be ready. Jilin couldn't help but sigh. It had been more than 4 years since he arrived at Douluo continent, and this was only the second time he had been in the forest like this with others. To pass the time, everyone started chatting about trivial matters. Ling Feng, the middle-aged beauty, asked little Linzi, "Why did you leave Shrek Academy?" After 2 days of getting to know each other, Jilin had become familiar with them. Although he was already used to being called little Linzi back on Earth, it still felt a bit strange to be called that by someone from Douluo. However, since Ling Feng was older and of a higher rank than him, he decided to let it be. Jilin thought for a moment and replied, "It might be due to differences in personality and how we interact with others. Also, the timing of my joining wasn't great." Qin Yao, the middle-aged male soul master, became interested and urged him to elaborate. For example, the second motto of Shrek Academy is that those who don't dare to cause trouble are mediocre. However, my usual approach to life is that if others don't offend me, I won't offend them, but if they do offend me, I'll dig up their ancestors' graves. The crowd fell silent upon hearing this, unsure whether to commend his gentle disposition or his vengeful nature. Feng Xiaoyan awkwardly said, "Brother Ji really has a strong personality. It's not too bad. As for why I said my timing for joining was wrong, that's also easy to understand. I don't know what Shrek is like now, but 3 years ago, it revolved around the Shrek's 7 monsters led by Tang San. The entire academy operated centered around them. To obtain better resources, joining the Shrek 7 monsters was a good route, but they were quite exclusive. I can summarize their exclusion levels. While Shrek was excluding people from Lamba Academy, they were also excluding someone like me who joined Lamba Academy halfway. Those who had already joined Lamba Academy were collaborating with the Shrek 7 monsters to exclude me. Finally, one day, I slammed the table and shouted, "A true man born between heaven and earth cannot remain in the shadows for long." And then I resolutely left Shrek. Jilin observed everyone's every move, especially the suspected fire general, Huo Wu, but found no signs of anything unusual. Could it be that I am overthinking? Let's give her a test. Come, try the Imperial Jade liquor from the Douluo Empire that I bought in Soto City, brought by the Tiendo Royal Merchant Team. 180 per cup. Unfortunately, Huo Wu still showed no special expression. Feng Xiaoyan took a sip and tasted it. For a drink priced at 180 a cup. Is this it? Could it be that I meant copper coins? Oh, I see. Chapter 62. Soulbones Jilin and Feng Xiaoyan squatted on a branch, looking for suitable soul beasts. This was already the 3rd day since they entered the Douluo forest. Brother Feng, I found a soul beast that perfectly meets Huo Wu's requirements, a 12,000-year-old flame mane lion. What do you think? Since absorbing that external soul bone, Jilin's vision and spiritual power had significantly improved. Although it wasn't as dramatic as Tang San's combination of the spirit gathering skull and the purple extreme magic eye, which multiplied his spiritual power 100-fold. A few times stronger was still achievable, and it continued to strengthen with his own evolution. With 2 purple and 1 black soul rings, plus the nourishment of a 100,000-year soul bone, Jilin's spiritual power had condensed into a pool of silvery liquid, which he could feel whenever he calmed his mind. After hearing Jilin's words, Feng Xiaotian fell into thought. 12,000 years. Is that a bit too high for Huowu? After all, this is a 10,000-year soul ring. What if she can't absorb it? Seeing Feng Xiaotian hesitating, Jilin spoke up. Are you worried too much? Anyone who can cultivate to the rank of Soul King is not simple, right? You should have more confidence in your girlfriend. Besides, this is her absorbing the soul ring. The decision is in her hands. After saying this, Jilin jumped down without waiting for Feng Xiaotian and prepared to talk to Huowu. Feng Xiaotian thought about it and felt that Jilin's words made sense. Huowu's talent was naturally excellent. Otherwise, his parents wouldn't have agreed to his pursuit of her. Moreover, 12,000 years was only 1,000 years more than the common 5th soul ring. Didn't he just absorb a 13,000 year one? With that thought, Feng Xiaotian stopped hesitating and also headed towards the camp. In terms of instantaneous explosive speed, Jilin was definitely stronger than Feng Xiaotian. But in terms of long-distance speed, Feng Xiaotian, with his wind attribute martial soul, was still unmatched. Although continuous bursts weren't impossible, it wasn't a fight, so why tire himself out? Feng Xiaotian quickly caught up with Jilin, who had set off earlier, and the two returned to the camp together, informing the others about the discovery of the flame mane lion. As expected, upon hearing this news, Huo Wushuang immediately decided to give this opportunity to her sister. Strong-willed Huo Wu naturally chose not to give up. This made Feng Xiaotian feel both relieved and worried. With the decision made, everyone didn't linger, and Jilin immediately led the others to find a previously discovered flame mane lion. With the combined efforts of the 2 soul emperors, Ling Feng and Qing Yao, they easily captured the lion, clearly leaving some strength in reserve. This also boosted Jilin's confidence for the upcoming soul ring hunt. Looking at the flame mane lion in front of him, which had no ability to resist, Huo Wu was unceremonious, delivering a strike straight to its face, sending it off to the afterlife. Time passed as Huo Wu absorbed the soul ring. The others surrounded her, guarding her. Feng Xiaotian watched Huo Wu's trembling body with a heavy expression, while Huo Wushuang also showed concern. 2 hours later, Jilin, feeling a bit bored, leaned against a big tree, yawning repeatedly. Out of boredom, he used his soul power vision to observe the others. Although the red energy within Huo Wu was somewhat scattered, it was not out of control and was continuously growing, so it seemed there should be no problem. Jilin glanced at the others in turn. Naturally, the 2 leading teachers had the strongest energy, but Feng Xiaotian's was the brightest. It was still unclear why the brightness of the energy varied, but thinking of the energy from the angel statue and Qian Douluo, Jilin speculated that the brighter the energy, the purer and higher its level. When he caught sight of the corpse nearby, Jilin was a bit surprised, then drew his knife and walked over. The others, noticing this scene, were puzzled about what he was up to and were about to ask when, at that moment, the aura around Huo Wu surged, and she slowly opened her eyes. Everyone quickly shifted their attention to Huo Wu, forgetting about Jilin. Huo Wu, how do you feel? Is there anything uncomfortable? How are you feeling, sister? What soul skill did Huo Wu obtain? Several people asked in a flurry, leaving Huo Wu a bit dizzy. I'm fine, nothing feels off, and the soul skill is great. I'm very satisfied. Hearing this, both Feng Xiaotian and Huo Wushuang breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Jilin stepped forward and said, "Oh, it looks like you succeeded." Huo Wu couldn't help but frown. Although she had developed a decent impression of Jilin after a few days, she could never see him as a friend, especially thinking that he was once from Shrek. Jilin threw the thing in his hand onto the leg of Huo Wu and said, "Then let's have it fresh and hot." Seeing Jilin still holding a dirty piece with traces of blood on his leg, Huo Wu was about to explode. However, a voice of uncertainty came from the side. "Is this a soul bone?" Huo Wu, upon hearing this, picked up the bone on her leg and, after a moment, looked up at Jilin with a complex expression. Huo Wu confirmed that it was indeed a soul bone. Everyone was staring at Jilin. None of them expected that there was such a fool in this world. Someone who could have kept it all to himself, but instead brought it out. Jilin shrugged and said, "What are you looking at me for?" "I know, I got mixed up, suck it in." "Huo Wu, hurry up, or it won't be fresh anymore. This soul beast was defeated by you all, and the soul ring was absorbed by you. This soul bone has nothing to do with me." Ling Feng smiled and said, since Ji Xiaoge has said so, Xiaowu, just accept it. But auntie, unruly children are not cute, you know. At this moment, Feng Xiaotian said, Ji brother, let's talk over there. After saying that, he turned around first. Ji Lin placed his hand on the handle of the knife, and after a moment, he lowered it and followed Feng Xiaotian, though his face had turned a bit pale. The two arrived at a secluded spot, and Feng Xiaotian spoke first, Brother Ji, thank you. Ji Lin waved his hand and said, just put in some effort when helping me hunt the soul beast later. Feng Xiaotian smiled and said, don't worry, it's just a 10,000-year soul beast. We've got this. Then Feng Xiaotian thought of something and asked, what type of soul beast are you planning to go for? Ji Lin was a bit surprised, but the smile at the corner of his eyes could not be concealed. Didn't I mention it to you? It seems I really didn't. I want one that is about 30,000 to no more than 40,000 years old, and the type is not limited. This is the result Ji Lin has obtained through his soul power vision over the past few years. At this moment, Feng Xiaotian also recalled something he had previously overlooked. This guy in front of him was even more exaggerated than Tang San. So what about your third soul ring? Ji Lin looked calm. It's 15,000 years. Feng Xiaotian frowned. Are you speaking human language? You're not going to back out, are you? No way. No way. No way. Who is backing out? That's good. Let's go back. Watching Ji Lin's silhouette, Feng Xiaotian seemed to be deep in thought. A 30,000 old soul beast is far inferior to a 10,000 old soul bone. Moreover, he had already agreed to it earlier. This guy is indeed not bad. Chapter 63. Qingshu Mantis. By the time the two returned, Huowu had already started absorbing the soul bone. In fact, Huowu was somewhat resistant to absorbing the soul bone, but Ling Feng whispered in her ear, don't you want to keep up with Feng Xiaotian? Feng Xiaotian is actually the most talented in this generation of the Five Elements Academy. With a mutated wind, dual-headed wolf martial soul, and innate full soul power. If he hadn't been focused on researching the 36 winged slash of the wind demon wolf, he might have achieved the rank of Soul King 4 years ago. It's worth noting that the innate soul power of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall is only level 9, and Hulaina is slightly better, but still not at level 10, only level 9.5. Huowu, with an innate soul power of only level 8.5, could previously match Feng Xiaotian, but now that he has completed his self-created soul skill, his cultivation speed has naturally increased. He achieved the rank of Soul King 1.5 years ago, while Huowu only reached the Soul King stage now. And Feng Xiaotian is already a level 55 high-level Soul King. With this soul bone, while it may not allow her to catch up, it won't let her fall too far behind. Therefore, Huowu had no choice but to accept the soul bone. The absorption of the soul bone went very smoothly, as the soul bone and soul ring originated from the same source, which, according to Yu Xiaojing's theory, maximizes the effect in such a case. Indeed, after absorbing the soul bone, Huowu's face was filled with excitement. Feng Xiaotian curiously asked, how does it feel after absorbing the soul bone? Very good. Not to mention the enhancement in physical quality and soul power, this soul bone has given me a soul skill that suits me perfectly, Ignite. It can increase my fire attack by 30, and my 5th soul skill can boost by 50. Even you're no match for me now. Feng Xiaotian couldn't help but be amazed. He didn't expect such a huge boost from a soul bone. Since confirming their relationship with Huowu, they had sparred many times, always ending with Feng Xiaotian's victory. But now that Huowu could say this, it seemed that he really wasn't her match for the time being. However, Feng Xiaotian didn't mind much. After all, he liked her. Then Huowu looked at Ji Lin and hesitantly said, thank you. Ji Lin said nonchalantly, it's fine. Just put in a bit more effort when you help me hunt the soul beast later. Huowu smiled and replied, no problem. Perhaps luck was on their side, as the group soon encountered a fire lizard. Although it was only around 11,000 years old, it was stronger than the previous blaze lion. However, this time the two leading teachers did not take action. Huowu, who had just become a Soul King, naturally took on this task and pulled in Feng Xiaotian, who was standing by. Under Ji Lin's amused gaze, a somewhat reluctant Feng Xiaotian rushed out. It must be said that the two of them had a very good synergy. Although both were fire attribute, Huowu's damage output was limited, but with Feng Xiaotian around, it was different. Moreover, Huowu was a control-type soul master, and dealing damage wasn't her main task. Creating attack opportunities for Feng Xiaotian was what she should be focusing on now. Amidst Huowu's occasional resistance against the fire rings and the disturbances from the newly acquired lion dance skills, and under Feng Xiaotian's shameless kite tactics, the fire lizard was eventually brought down. Huo Wushuang also obtained his first 10,000-year soul ring, becoming a soul king. Feng Xiaotian and Huo Wu were busy rummaging through the corpse of the fire lizard. Jilin was a bit curious about what they were doing. We're looking to see if there are any more soul bones. How could we be so lucky to find 2 soul bones in a row? Jilin said lightly as he turned off his soul power vision. Upon hearing Jilin say this, the two of them also gave up on the idea of finding another soul bone. Huo Wushuang didn't hold out too much hope either. Now, they just needed to find a suitable soul ring for Jilin before they could go back. However, Huo Wu and Huo Wushuang took quite a bit of time to absorb the soul ring and soul bone, and by now, the moon was high in the sky. Everyone gathered around the campfire again. Ling Feng said, Shaolin, are you interested in coming to my Qihua Academy? You probably don't have anywhere to go right now, right? No, Ling Ai, I'm used to being free. I plan to take advantage of my youth and wander around the continent. Later, I want to find a place to retire. And when that time comes, I'll come to disturb you. You can't pretend not to know me then. Ling Feng laughed at Jilin's little joke. Don't worry. I'll save you a spot. Just as Jilin was about to say something else, his expression suddenly became serious. Qing Yao and Feng Xiaotian also noticed the slightly chaotic wind and became alert, sensing that something was coming. The group turned their backs to the campfire, cautiously watching their surroundings. Huo Wushuang, where are you? Feng Xiaotian asked. I don't know. Although I didn't sense anything, the wind seemed off for a moment. Jilin suddenly pulled Feng Xiaotian to the side and shouted for everyone to retreat quickly. The others, at least Soul Kings, reacted swiftly and left their original positions. In the next second, a giant mantis appeared where Feng Xiaotian had just been standing. The mantis was over 3 meters long, its body a dark greenish black, and its forelimbs resembled 2 seven-night star knives. Its triangular head was tilted as it stared at Jilin, seemingly surprised that its attack had missed. As Jilin was still searching for information about this soul beast in his mind, Feng Xiaotian beside him exclaimed in surprise, the Qingshu mantis really exists. Jilin's eyes were fixed on the Qingshu mantis in front of him as he said, Brother Feng, please explain in detail. I also saw on the left by my ancestors that one of my ancestors, who like me, possessed a dual-headed demon wolf martial soul, discovered a mantis over 7 meters long while searching for his 9th soul ring. He intended to capture it, but was unable to defeat it. Fortunately, with the help of his companions, he did not perish and later named it the Qingshu mantis. Everyone be careful. My ancestor said that this type of soul beast not only has extremely high attack power, but also possesses a spatial ability. Hearing Feng Xiaotian say this, Jilin had already decided to give up hunting the soul beast. After all, once the time came, the type of soul beast didn't make much difference to him. There was no need to provoke a difficult opponent. He thus took the lead in retreating, and the others, noticing Jilin's actions, also began to slowly back away while keeping their eyes on the mantis. However, while Jilin wanted to leave, the Qingshu mantis did not want to let them go. Suddenly, the Qingshu mantis disappeared from everyone's sight. Jilin shouted, Skitter. Everyone obeyed. The Qingshu mantis reappeared in front of the crowd, seeing it was another miss. It angrily waved its forelimbs, and the tree that 4 people were hugging fell to the ground as smoothly as a hot knife cutting through butter. Jilin twisted his neck, drew his sword from its sheath, and it seemed this guy didn't intend to let us go. Huo Wu snorted coldly, saying that they would let him see who the real prey was. Chapter 64. Ambush in the firelight through the soul power vision. Jilin discovered that the soul power within the Qingshu mantis before him was not very vast, compared to other soul beasts he had observed earlier. It seemed to be just over 30,000 years old, but its brightness was the brightest he had seen among soul beasts. Huo Wu acted first. 6 lion dance bombs, each with a diameter of 50 centimeters, surrounded her. Then, under her control, they shot towards the Qingshu mantis like arrows. The Qingshu mantis responded to the incoming fireballs with just a single slash. The lion dance bombs were cut in half and then exploded, flames engulfing the mantis. However, no one relaxed their vigilance. A soul beast that could make a quasi-tidal or retreat could not be so easily dealt with. Sure enough, the next second, the Qingshu mantis appeared behind Huo Wu, its sharp forelimbs reflecting the explosion's firelight as they sliced through the air. Huo Wu's head flew off in shock, blood spraying everywhere from her neck. Seeing this scene, Jilin shouted urgently, Huo Wu, forward, get away from there. Huo Wu instinctively obeyed Jilin's command, and the Qingshu mantis's sickle-like blade grazed her neck, taking away a few strands of hair. The mantis was puzzled as to why it had failed again. Its triangular head tilted, red eyes staring at Jilin, who had caused it to fail twice. Although the Qingshu mantis had an intelligence level akin to a 5 or 6-year-old child, it still knew it should eliminate the one who could predict its actions. Seeing the mantis focus on him, Jilin felt a bit of a headache but did not worry too much, as the time goddess was still behind him. In a sense, he was the most suitable person to hold off the mantis, given his foresight. After all, relaying what he saw to others would waste a lot of time. This time he succeeded, but who could guarantee continued success? If one person died, the chances of surviving against the Qingshu mantis would be even lower. The Qingshu mantis once again vanished from its spot. Seeing this, Jilin did not wait in place and began to move around. At the same time, he communicated with Huo Wu and the others. Wait a moment. I will try to hold it off. When the time comes, don't worry about me. Just unleash your strongest moves. Meanwhile, the Qingshu mantis had appeared in front of Jilin, raising its sickle to strike down. However, Jilin had already seen this scene in his foresight and had made sure to react with over 3 seconds of safety margin. He swung his sword to meet it. Although the golden light could not completely block the sharpness of the mantis's forelimb, the Chiyue Starshine blade was indeed a masterpiece, crafted by a master capable of withstanding Soul Emperor-level attacks. Although the golden light was sliced through, the blade still managed to block the significantly weakened strike. The attack was thwarted. The emotional mantis was momentarily stunned, but Jilin would not let it off easily. He directly trapped its forelimb under his arm. At that moment, the attacks from the others also arrived. Seeing that the Qingshu mantis had not vanished, Huo Wuxuang excitedly said, "It seems this guy cannot use that spatial ability when entangled. We VE1. However, Ling Feng showed a worried expression, fearing that Jilin would be hit by the attack. Feng Xiaotian said this was his suggestion. He should have a way to protect himself. I hope so. Just a second before the group attacked, Jilin felt empty under his arm. The attack successfully hit, and Jilin's figure disappeared in the flames. The fire, fueled by the wind, sealed the flames, and the combination of 3 fires and 2 winds was naturally more powerful than just 5. Everyone focused intently on the scene. Suddenly, the Qingshu mantis appeared in front of everyone, showing no signs of being injured. Huo Wu and the others could not help but be on guard. But the Qingshu mantis ignored them, tilting its head to observe the area where the fire burned, seemingly checking if Jilin was still alive. As both sides awaited the outcome, several blue energy blades rushed toward the mantis, which was Feng Xiaoyan's first soul skill, Wind Blade Array. However, the emotional mantis only appeared to relax on the surface and did not neglect the several blobs of meat over there. One slash dispersed those wind blades. With Feng Xiaoyan's interference, the Qingshu mantis no longer focused on Jilin and shifted its gaze to Feng Xiaotian, who had just attacked, vanishing once more. Feng Xiaotian did not sit idly by and directly used his second soul skill, Dual Wolves Attached, breaking away from the main group. Huo Wu frowned, wondering why he would choose his second soul skill. Although Dual Wolves Attached increased speed significantly, using the flying skill, Swift Wind Wings, would have been more suitable at this moment. Ling Feng was also puzzled, thinking perhaps there was some deeper meaning we did not understand. The Qingshu mantis did not think much of it, appearing in front of Feng Xiaotian with a slash. Even with quick reflexes and the wind surrounding the wolf head from the second soul skill, Feng Xiaotian was still grazed on his left arm. Xiaotian, seeing Feng Xiaotian injured, Huo Wu was very anxious, but also knew that rushing him would not help and might even hinder him. So despite her concern, she controlled herself not to charge forward. Having succeeded with its strike, the Qingshu mantis did not greedily pursue further and vanished once more. Feng Xiaotian pressed on his wound, realizing it was indeed difficult to deal with. Ignoring the pain, he headed back towards the firelight. You better still be alive. Another spray of blood flew out, this time from Feng Xiaotian's right thigh, and he knelt down a few meters from the firelight. Xiaotian, Huo Wu truly could not control herself this time, ready to rush in, when Ling Feng instantly knocked her out. I'm sorry, Xiao Wu, I can't let you go to your death. Ling Feng was also anxious, but, as a soul emperor who had weathered many storms, was naturally much calmer than the young soul kings like Huo Wu. Teacher Qingyao from Shunfeng Academy hasn't even moved. Why are you so anxious? The Qingshu mantis appeared before Feng Xiaotian, its right forelimb raised high. Seeing this, Feng Xiaotian did not show fear. Instead, he smiled and said, You're finished. A golden glowing knife emerged from the mantis's neck, and Jilin's voice came from behind. You did well. If you had been any later, I would have really died. There was no other way. This was the most likely method I could think of to kill it. At this moment, the Qingshu mantis was not yet dead, preparing to use its last strength to take away the kneeling Feng Xiaotian. But would Jilin allow it? With a twist of a knife handle, Jilin forcefully threw the Qingshu mantis into the still-burning flames. Jilin turned around, resting the knife on his shoulder. You stay here to heal. Don't move. I'll go kill a bug. Then he stepped into the flames and disappeared. Feng Xiaotian knelt on spot, taking a long time to regain his senses. Why is my butt so perky? Chapter 65. Fourth Soul Ring. Before anyone could come forward to help, Feng Xiaotian had already stood up by himself. Although he looked rather bad, his injuries were not as serious as imagined, more due to the pain. After simply stopping the bleeding for Feng Xiaotian, Ling Feng voiced her doubts. Feng Xiaotian smiled. Didn't that guy Jilin send us a message earlier? Besides telling us to attack with all our might, he also asked me to cooperate with him. He said he would feign death, remove himself from the vision of the Qingshu mantis, and let me find a way to lure the Qingshu mantis there, making it think I no longer had the strength to fight, thus lowering its guard so he could strike for the win. He really knows how to make things difficult, throwing this problem at me and then going silent. Luckily, the intelligence of a 10,000-year soul beast isn't high. It should fall for something so obvious. After hearing Feng Xiaotian's explanation, Ling Feng suddenly understood and looked at Qing Yao. So you already knew their plan? Qing Yao shrugged. Xiaotian sent me a message earlier. Although he didn't say it outright, he told me not to act unless there was a life-threatening situation and to stop Douluo. But you acted first. Ling Feng, upon hearing this, couldn't help but glance at the flames, which were gradually weakening. How did that kid survive under our attacks? Although his soul ring is quite abnormal, he shouldn't be able to bounce back from an attack that could severely injure a soul sage. Who knows? After all, such guys haven't appeared before, right? Hearing this, Ling Feng stopped dwelling on it. Looking at Jilin, who had already revealed his figure, she walked forward. All right, I'm going to check on that kid. Jilin was wiping the blood on his hands with his tattered clothes. Ling Feng saw this and couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. You really went too far this time. If it weren't for these two front limbs being so distinctive, I wouldn't even recognize this as the Qingshu mantis. There's no helping it. This guy has caused me so much trouble that I had to be a bit rough. Ling Feng nodded in understanding, but added, that said, can you please put on some clothes first? Although your physique is decent, it's still a bit lacking to meet my satisfaction. Damn, this is awkward. Jilin covered the key points and rushed toward the nearby grove at the fastest speed of his life. Ling Feng shook her head. He was still young after all, so concerned about his reputation. Then Ling Feng arrived in front of the severely damaged Qingshu mantis. Was it really just for revenge that it was chopped up so badly? At this moment, Jilin changed his clothes behind a big tree. It was his first time doing something like this, and he was really nervous. He didn't even realize he was naked. His temperament really wasn't up to par. Just as Ling Feng finished assessing the situation, Jilin returned. Feng Xiaotian and the others also came over, looking at the Qingshu mantis, which was now unrecognizable. The corners of Feng Xiaotian's mouth involuntarily rose beneath his mask. Brother Ji, what indescribable things have you done to it while we were away? Jilin walked slowly towards Feng Xiaotian. Under the puzzled gazes of everyone, Jilin slowly raised his right hand and then slapped Feng Xiaotian hard on the buttocks, saying, "Come to my room tonight, and I'll tell you slowly." Feeling the hand on his butt, Feng Xiaotian nervously said, Isn't it a bit inappropriate? Jilin rubbed it and replied, "Don't worry, my bed is quite big, and I have some nice things there." As he spoke, Jilin winked at Feng Xiaotian and increased the strength of his hand. No way. Watching the interaction between the two, Ling Feng felt a headache. I can't believe I'm doubting that this guy has ulterior motives. After the joke, Jilin began to get serious. Are you ready, Brother Feng? I'm about to start. Feng Xiaotian replied earnestly, "Don't worry, I've come early. I'm here." Hearing this, Jilin stopped delaying, sat cross-legged, and prepared to absorb his fourth soul ring. Seeing this, everyone consciously took their positions around. Although, as Feng Xiaotian said, with such a commotion, those who should come had probably already arrived, but better safe than sorry. Nothing is absolute, so caution is wise. While Jilin was absorbing the soul ring, Hu also slowly woke up, looking at Feng Xiaotian, who was facing away from her, and Jilin, who was not far away absorbing his soul ring. Hu knew that nothing major had happened and breathed a sigh of relief. Noticing the movement behind him, Feng Xiaotian turned his head. "You're awake?" Hu saw the bandaged wound on Feng Xiaotian and asked, "Your injury?" "Don't worry, it's just a superficial wound." "That's good." She then shifted her gaze to Jilin, who was sitting cross-legged, and seeing the black aura that was much deeper than her own, she couldn't help but say, "I'm really envious. I'm a soul king and only have one 10,000-year soul ring, while this guy already has two. I really don't know what this guy and Tang Sen grew up eating." Feng Xiaotian, I heard a rumor before that Jilin's ability to absorb soul rings beyond their age limit is exchanged for soul skills. Oh, now that you mention it, it does seem like I haven't seen him use any soul skills. As expected, all strength has its unseen hardships. Feng Xiaotian agreed. Yeah, where does power come from without reason? 3 days later, at a small town outside the Stardow Forest, Jilin was bidding farewell to Feng Xiaotian and the others. Ji brother, are you really not coming back to Shinfeng with us? I still want to wander around the continent. Besides, I'll inevitably run into people from Shrek Academy when I get to Tiando, which will be a bit awkward. Feng Xiaotian stopped persuading him. Then come find me in Tiando when you have time. The door of Shinfeng is always open for you. Don't worry, there will definitely be an opportunity. Take care. Take care. Just as Jilin was watching them leave, Huowu suddenly turned around. Hey, when you get to Tiando, don't forget that this miss is still in Chihua. After saying that, she quickly turned around and ran ahead of the smiling Feng Xiaotian and the others. Jilin also shouted with his hand by his mouth, don't worry, as long as Brother Feng doesn't get jealous, staying at your place is no problem. A wind blade came rushing in, and Jilin easily dodged it. Get lost. Watching Shun Feng and the others disappear at the end of the road, Jilin turned around and re-entered the forest, casually killing a bear-type soul beast. He had no time to look at the rising white soul ring. Jilin kicked the corpse aside, sprinkled some powder to cover the scent, and then walked straight into its cave. He moved a huge rock to block the entrance, and Jilin took out the biggest gain from his operation. A left leg bone floated in Jilin's hand, emitting a dark blue glow. Jilin took a deep breath and began absorbing his third soul bone. Chapter 66, Inconsistent Suyuntao. The left leg bone of the Qingshu mantis granted Jilin its signature spatial ability, which Jilin named Void Walking. With this ability, Jilin could enter a void state, with the duration determined by the amount of soul power he had. While in the void, he could see the outside world, but could not interfere unless he exited the void state. He could also move within the void, appearing wherever he exited it. Jilin was very satisfied with this soul skill. As soon as he emerged, he couldn't wait to use it. Looking around, he noticed several lone wolves gnawing on the carcass of a bear-type soul beast, having already eaten half of it. Although Jilin had sprinkled a lot of scent masking powder before, the lone wolves' noses were quite sensitive and were still able to find it. Just right. I'll use you as my test subject for this skill. In the next moment, Jilin disappeared from his spot, walking step by step toward the lone wolves while in the void state. At that moment, Jilin could clearly see every hair on the lone wolf's body and couldn't help but reach out to touch it. His hand passed right through the wolf's head. The lone wolf seemed to sense something and suddenly broke free from Jilin's control, crouching low and baring its teeth at him, causing the other lone wolves to look on in confusion. Did it realize something only after the contact? Looking at his hand that had just passed through the lone wolf's body, a bold idea emerged in Jilin's mind. What would happen if I pushed out of the void state while inside the lone wolf's body? Without hesitation, Jilin extended his claw toward another lone wolf, and the moment he reached in, his figure reappeared in the outside world. The sudden change startled the lone wolf, which quickly ran away, then, like its previous companion, bared its teeth at Jilin. Jilin, however, did not have the time to look at them. He raised his right hand, only to see that his palm had vanished without a trace, the smooth as a mirror, revealing the bones and flesh inside. Strangely, not a single drop of blood fell, and Jilin did not feel a hint of pain. Jilin remained silent, quietly disappearing from his original spot, and then reappearing beside the snarling lone wolf. Naturally, the lone wolf felt fear at Jilin's sudden appearances, and, to dispel the fear in his heart, he directly launched an attack on Jilin. Jilin was not merciful either. He drew his sword and split it in half. Blood and flesh splattered, shattering the last stubbornness of the other lone wolves, who tucked their tails and ran away. Jilin did not pursue the fleeing lone wolves to the end. After glancing at them, he turned back to the hotel. It's worth mentioning that Jilin came in by passing through the wall. This ability consumes quite a bit of soul power, and just that short while used up nearly half of it. Looking at the hand he had regained, Jilin speculated that it should be feasible to manifest directly within other objects, but this would require a large amount of soul power. Right now, even restoring a hand is beyond my capabilities, so I'll have to temporarily give up on that idea. Passing through inanimate objects is indeed much easier than passing through living ones. It seems that soul power is the key. Although the skill of void walking is not as perfect as Jilin imagined, it is still quite powerful. Overall, Jilin gained a lot this time. Not only did he break through to level 43 and obtain the left leg bone, but more importantly, the golden armor can now cover his entire body. The only regret is that the 100,000-year eye socket bone did not absorb energy to strengthen itself like the right arm bone did. It's unclear whether it can't be strengthened or if it just looks down on it. Fortunately, it is itself an external soul bone, and it can still grow stronger as Ji Lin becomes more powerful, even without absorbing energy. Next, he needed to find the town of Asak that Luo mentioned. 7 days later, Ji Lin arrived at Nodding City, looking worn out. After witnessing the grandeur and prosperity of Tiando City, he felt a sense of liveliness in Nodding City. Since he was in Nodding City, he naturally couldn't miss the lone wolf soul master Su Yuntao. With the token given by the Thousand Paths sect, Ji Lin was able to meet Su Yuntao without any obstacles. Looking up and down at the young man standing respectfully in front of him, Ji Lin asked, "Are you Su Yuntao?" "Yes. May I ask what you need from me, sir?" Su Yuntao felt quite anxious, not understanding why this important figure, whom even the Hall Master treated with respect, would seek out a 31st level soul master like him. But he didn't dare to ask. "I heard you're preparing to help those villages awaken their martial spirits?" "Yes." "Well then, take me with you." Su Yuntao did not dare to refuse. So the two set off on the road to benefit the common people. After a few days, they helped several village children awaken their martial spirits. Unfortunately, none of them had any soul power. This left Ji Lin quite puzzled. Why did Su Yuntao think that Tang San's innate full soul power was inferior to a good martial spirit? Was it because of his second-level soul power? "Su, if you found a child with innate full soul power, what would you do?" Su Yuntao didn't know why this adult would ask such a question or what he wanted to hear, but he still answered according to the rules of his position. "Of course, I would invite him to join the Spear Hall. Even if he doesn't agree, I would keep pestering him until he does." "Then how did you let Tang San go?" "Tang San? Who?" Ji Lin frowned. "It's that blue silver grass soul master Tang San who shone brightly in this year's soul master competition. I haven't heard of him. People like us in small places don't pay attention to that. However, speaking of blue silver grass soul masters, I do remember that a few years ago, a child with soul power came out of Holy Soul Village, and his martial spirit was blue silvergrass. His innate soul power is... Wait, what was it? Innate full soul power? How is that possible? If he really had innate full soul power, I would have already knelt down to beg him to join the Spirit Hall. After all, introducing someone with innate full soul power comes with substantial rewards. But his martial spirit is blue silvergrass. So what if it's blue silvergrass? There's no rule about the type of martial spirit. An innate full soul power blue silvergrass can still receive rewards. Looking at Su Yuntao's expression, which didn't seem to indicate he was lying, Ji Lin felt that things were a bit deeper here. Oh, I must have remembered it wrong. Just as the two were talking, Holy Soul Village also arrived. Old Jack had long been waiting at the village entrance with the children, and upon seeing Su Yuntao, he hurriedly came up to greet him. "Respected Master Su Yuntao, it's great to see you again." Su Yuntao waved his hand. "Old village chief, we are old acquaintances. There's no need for such formalities." Old Jack looked at Ji Lin and asked this adult is, without waiting for Su Yuntao to introduce him. Ji Lin quickly said, "I am here to help Master Su awaken his martial spirit." "Oh, then thank you, Master." With one more person to help awaken the martial spirit, Old Jack naturally wouldn't refuse. Chapter 67, finally arriving at Asak. They had already awakened 7 or 8 children, but so far, not a single person in Holy Soul Village had awakened their soul power, and Old Jack's face was filled with disappointment. Ji Lin approached and said, "Village Chief Jack, I heard that a soul master with blue silvergrass and soul power emerged from your village a few years ago." Upon hearing this, Old Jack, who was originally hunched over, straightened his back, and his face no longer showed the previous disappointment. "Yes, that child, Little San, is the pride of our Holy Soul Village." "Really? Do you remember what his innate soul power was?" Elder Su couldn't quite recall. Innate full soul power. At this moment, Su Yuntao had also helped the last child awaken their martial soul, but still did not detect any soul power. "All right, Old Jack, we should be on our way." Although no one had awakened their soul power, Old Jack remained polite. "You two take care, and thank you once again." This shows that Su Yuntao had a good relationship with these villages. After leaving Holy Soul Village, Ji Lin suggested parting ways at a fork in the road. "Elder Su, I cannot accompany you any longer. Let's part ways here." Hearing this, Su Yuntao felt delighted. He had long been hoping Ji Lin would leave quickly. However, having been a basic staff member for so long, he understood that surface politeness was still necessary. So he pretended to be regretful and said, "It's unfamiliar territory for you, so let me accompany you a little further." Ji Lin was a bit confused. Clearly, he was wearing a happy expression, yet he uttered those words. No need. You have your duties, and I have my journey. Well then, take care. You too. After parting ways with Su Yuntao, Jilin suddenly thought of Tang San and Tang Hao, who had been living in Holy Soul Village. His mother, the Blue Silver Emperor, was also planted behind a waterfall by Tang Hao. Given the nature of the Tang family, Jilin suspected that Tang Hao might have taken the opportunity to visit his wife while Tang San was away. Although this is a fantasy world and the Blue Silver Emperor is one of the top soul beasts in this world, after all, it is still just a plant. It used to be a human, which is fine, but now that it has turned back into grass, it shouldn't be able to move freely, right? Perhaps it is just planted near Holy Soul Village? Should I go look for it? This idea was quickly dismissed by Jilin. Not to mention whether Tang San was currently in the Slaughter City. Even if he was, Tang Dechue would most likely be guarding there, right? Wouldn't that be sending oneself to death? Even if both Tang San and Tang Hao were truly not present, what could Jilin gain? Destroy a plant? Or obtain a piece of 100,000-year-old Blue Silver Emperor's right leg bone? To be honest, Jilin looked down on this soul bone a bit. Flying? Besides having an impressive ability of rapid healing that was as resilient as wildfires that couldn't be extinguished, it seemed to have no other remarkable features. However, even so, it still couldn't compare to Bibidong's ninth soul skill, the Undying Body. After all, Bibidong was shattered by the sea god and could still recover. Tang San would probably have been dead by then. Although Jilin didn't have much fondness for Tang San and Tang Hao, he still admired the Blue Silver Emperor. 18. For a mother, just being able to sacrifice herself for her child is commendable. Qin Shuanji was really weak. Even 3 against 1, he was still beaten badly, especially since Tang Hao had just obtained his 9th soul ring. If it were useful, the world would have long been under the Qian family name. However, this also indirectly demonstrates how significant a 100,000-year soul ring is for a soul master. In summary, taking such a huge risk for a piece of soul bone is not worth it. Moreover, the spirit hall has searched for so long without finding it. How much time would Jilin alone consume? Putting this matter behind him, Jilin continued southward. After more than half a month of climbing mountains and crossing valleys, let alone Osaka town, he hadn't even seen a single shadow of a person. Jilin, somewhat exasperated, threw the map on the ground. Damn it, did Luo get it wrong? How could there be a town built in such a remote place? After a moment of venting, Jilin picked up the map again and muttered, I'll search for 3 more days. If I still can't find it, I'll head back home first. I'll let Tang San go to Sea God Island first. Even if I can't obtain the Sea God's legacy, it wouldn't hurt to take advantage of it. It was no wonder Jilin was so anxious to increase his strength. After all, following the 5-year agreement, it was an era of explosive combat power, and one needed at least the strength of a soul Douluo to avoid being treated as cannon fodder. Just as Jilin expected, ever since he obtained a 4th spirit ring nearly a month ago, regular training had become ineffective, meaning there was no increase in his soul power. This was a first since coming to Douluo. Therefore, Jilin was eager to find the Osaka town that Luo mentioned. Jilin had some guesses about Luo's identity. He should be a god, but he couldn't be certain which one. However, since it was a god who provided the address, it shouldn't be a simple place. Not to mention the legacy of a deity, it should help him quickly increase his strength. If there really was nothing there, then he would have to go to Sea God Island. Hopefully, Tang San hadn't arrived there yet. Another day passed, and looking at the buildings in front of him, Jilin was a bit surprised. There really was such a town. After entering the town and looking around, Jilin didn't notice anything unusual. Is this really the Osaka town that Luo mentioned? It feels no different from an ordinary town. Jilin caught a glimpse of someone sneaking a look at him from a corner behind. Besides the strange behavior of the townsfolk, many people he encountered along the way seemed to have malicious intent towards him, which felt quite exclusionary. However, it was understandable. After all, desperate circumstances can lead to unscrupulous people. Before long, Jilin had wandered around the town. It wouldn't be accurate to say he found nothing at all, but he certainly had no clues. After all, it was his first day there, and it was normal not to discover anything. So, he decided to ask a local for information. Where would be the easiest place to gather intel? Drawing from his experience, Jilin headed to the town's only tavern, which he had noticed while wandering. The moment he stepped into the tavern, all eyes turned to him. This made Jilin frown and deepened his feelings of the townspeople's exclusionary attitude. Under the weight of those hostile gazes, Jilin walked towards the bartender at the bar. As he approached the counter, he couldn't help but wonder why there was no price list, and he didn't even know what they had for sale. Although he was speechless at the tavern's lack of information, Jilin still asked, "What do you have for sale here?" The bartender gave a strange smile and replied, I only have one kind of drink, but I don't know if you'll be able to handle it. Jilin turned to look at the customers in the store and saw that everyone was savoring their drinks, as if it were an exceptionally rare delicacy. However, what was quite strange was that everyone was sitting against the wall, and no two people were sitting at the same table. Jilin became interested and wanted to try a drink. Hearing this, the bartender directly brought out a large glass from under the bar. This is the house specialty. Bloody Mary. Chapter 68. Divine Eagle Hero. Bloody Mary? No way. Looking down, he indeed saw that the glass was filled with a red liquid, and with a slight movement of his nostrils, he could clearly smell a fishy odor. At this moment, Jilin's mind was a bit confused. Oh no, Bloody Mary. Human blood? The city of slaughter? Azura god? The bartender nearby heard Jilin's murmured words and asked in surprise, "You know about the city of slaughter?" Then the bartender laughed. Really? How could I ask such a silly question? Anyone who can come here must know about the city of slaughter. The bartender then looked Jilin up and down and said, "It seems you also came for the city of slaughter. No, you must have come for that. So why not drink it? Only by drinking it can you possibly enter the great city of slaughter. Then what about those people? Didn't they drink too? Why didn't they get in?" The bartender glanced at those people and sneered. Just a bunch of cowards. They clearly crave the taste of blood, but dare not go in to enjoy it fully. They can only come here once a week for a drink. Then why don't they kill for blood here? The rules of the city of slaughter state that only the inner city does not prohibit killing. They don't have the guts to break that rule. Yilin nodded, and he had an answer to why the townspeople were looking at him with such malice, yet dared not make a move. Leaning on the bar, Jilin smiled and said, "I don't want to drink this, but I want to enter the city of slaughter. What should I do?" At that moment, the others in the tavern stood up excitedly, while the bartender coldly said, "Those who violate the rules of the city of slaughter will not be protected by it." All the patrons summoned their martial souls and charged at Jilin. However, these were merely weak soul kings, and Jilin had little interest in them. The person at the front was just about to touch Jilin when he suddenly clutched his chest and fell. As Jilin flicked the blood off his knife, a crescent-shaped sword energy flew from the blade, cutting one person in half before continuing its assault on the rest. Although the patrons who were prepared managed to dodge, the energy still struck the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. From within the dust, occasional screams and splatters of blood could be heard. When the dust settled, only Jilin was still standing. The others were sprawled on the ground and tables in disarray, with red soaking the entire floor. Jilin sheathed his knife and returned to the pale-faced bartender. "You haven't answered my question yet. Can I go in? Can I go in?" The bartender maintained a stern expression and after a long pause, finally managed to say, "Yes." Jilin made a gesture, and the bartender reluctantly pressed a mechanism under the counter. With the sound of machinery, the entire bar split in half, revealing a dark hole. Wouldn't it have been easier to do this sooner? What a hassle. As Jilin entered, the bar slowly closed again. The bartender dragged the bodies into the kitchen and casually took several new tables and chairs. By the time the bartender returned, the blood that had just covered the floor had disappeared. Shortly after the bartender arranged the tables and chairs and returned to the bar, new customers arrived at the tavern. "Give me a Bloody Mary." "I'll have a Bloody Mary." Each patron occupied a table alone, sipping their drinks, lost in their thoughts. As time passed, Jilin had been walking for 10 minutes. Although the tunnel was pitch black, he could still feel himself going downward. At that moment, a cold, mocking voice echoed from nowhere. "Welcome to the city of slaughter, the capital of hell, a world filled with carnage. Here, you can obtain everything you desire at the cost of your life." Hee. Jilin was somewhat speechless. To him, such words sounded a bit outdated. Surely, you don't say this to everyone who comes to the city of slaughter, right? It's so unoriginal. You should think of something more sophisticated to say. For example, "Lost Lamb, you are about to step into the capital of hell, a world filled with slaughter. So choose. Will you return in shame like a coward, or will you forge your glory through slaughter, using it to shape your life? So choose." "All right, I'll give you a chance. You have 3 minutes to organize your thoughts." After waiting for several minutes, the voice still did not respond. In a certain unknown room in the city of slaughter, a tall figure hidden above the throne couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Where did this oddball come from? It's truly a once-in-100-years encounter. After walking for a few more minutes, Jilin suddenly found himself in an open space. A purple moon hung above, illuminating the entire area, and a striking red and black gate loomed high at a height of 100 meters. In front of the gate, there seemed to be some small black dots, and with his strong eyesight, Jilin was able to clearly see that they were a group of soldiers in black armor. As Jilin approached, he discovered that the leader was a character resembling a godly hero from Douluo. Jilin remembered that this should be a knight. Adhering to the principle of asking questions when in doubt, which his teacher liked, Jilin asked, "Where's your horse?" As soon as these words were spoken, the previously quiet soldiers became even quieter, collectively taking a few steps back. Scott's forehead furrowed with several lines, and he said, "You're the only one who has dared to tease me to my face this year. I want you to know that even with one arm and no horse, Scott can still fight." Saying this, he picked up the 2-meter-long knight's lance with his remaining left hand and thrust it straight at Jilin. Jilin felt a bit helpless, wondering why he was so agitated. Out of curiosity, he didn't draw his sword. Instead, he covered his right fist with gold and smashed it against the spear that was charging towards him. With a loud bang, the two collided. A tremendous force surged through, and Scott couldn't maintain his grip on the spear. The spear spun and flew backward, embedding itself in a nearby rock. Jilin retrieved the gilded object, shook his hand, and said, "Are we still fighting?" Scott looked at his still trembling left hand and thought to himself, "Am I falling behind the times? Why are these newcomers so fierce?" After a long while, he finally managed to say, "Let's go in." As the big door slowly closed, Scott approached the rock, preparing to draw his gun. He pulled, but it wouldn't budge. Taking a deep breath, Scott shifted his weight down, exerted force with his left hand, and with veins bulging on his neck, he managed to draw the gun out. Upon closer inspection, he found that the tip of the gun was dented by several centimeters. Ever since he lost his right arm a year ago, he had been strengthening his left arm. Plus, the long gun had been shortened by half. And in pursuit of ultimate attack, this gun was meticulously crafted from solid iron. Looking at the tightly closed door, Scott couldn't help but mutter, "Isn't this a bit ghostly?" Chapter 69. A big event. Right after entering the big door, Jilin played with the skull token handed to him by a soldier, which was engraved with the number 9527. This number, how should I put it, feels a bit. At that moment, the messenger of the King of Slaughter, a graceful girl veiled in black, approached him. "Welcome to the city of Slaughter, 9527. I am a messenger of the King of Slaughter and also your guide. For the next 24 hours, I will be by your side to explain everything about the city of Slaughter. During this time, you will be under the protection of the King of Slaughter, which is also a benefit provided to newcomers by the city of Slaughter." Jilin glanced at the girl in front of him, noting that her cultivation level was not very high, probably around a high-level soul master. He gave her a slight nod and said, "Then I will trouble you." After that, the two set off together. The girl also fulfilled her role as a guide. Although Jilin did not ask, she introduced, "The city of Slaughter is divided into two parts, the inner city and the outer city. We are currently in the outer city." The streets of the outer city were quite desolate, with hardly anyone to be seen on the vast roads, and the buildings along the streets were very dilapidated and old. Occasionally, they encountered some emaciated, spiritless people. The moment they saw Jilin, their eyes seemed to light up, but upon seeing the girl beside him, their gaze visibly dimmed. Jilin naturally noticed the changes in those around him and said to the girl, "They seem to be afraid of you." The girl glanced at him disdainfully and replied, "Of course, those useless people staying in the outer city, who offer 2 Bloody Marys every month, would naturally be afraid of me." "Oh, does the city of Slaughter require a monthly tribute of human blood?" The girl gave Jilin a deep look, and even through the veil, Jilin could see the coldness in her eyes. 9527, please mind your wording, she said with a hint of reverence. "It's called Bloody Mary, the most sacred thing in the city of Slaughter." Seeing that the girl in front of him had gone mad, Jilin didn't want to argue with an irrational fanatic, as it would not only waste time, but also be foolish. All right, Bloody Mary, can you tell me now?" The girl ignored Jilin's perfunctory response and answered only after he changed his words. "To stay in the city of Slaughter, one must pay a certain price. Besides that, there is another way, participating in the Hell Slaughter Arena. Just participating once allows you to stay in the city of Slaughter for a year, and you can accumulate this. But how do you determine if someone has met one of the above conditions? I don't think everyone would be so honest, right?" Upon hearing this, the girl excitedly reached out her hands towards the tallest building in the city of Slaughter, saying, "No lie can deceive the great King of Slaughter." To prevent Jilin from asking further questions, she continued, "The great King of Slaughter will issue a decree, and at that time, the enforcement team will come to demand Bloody Mary. And don't even think about resisting. The enforcement team includes titled Douluos who can use soul skills." This last sentence was directed at Jilin. Jilin shrugged, indicating that he had no intention of being an enemy of the law enforcement team. At that moment, the two passed by a food distribution point, and Jilin walked over to take a look with concern, then turned to the girl with a bit of disappointment, saying, "Is this what you're using to fool us?" Lin reached out to pick up a hard bread, smelled it under his nose, and found it a bit stinky. When he broke it open, he saw that it was all moldy inside. Looking at the water again, Lin rubbed his eyes several times to confirm it wasn't his floaters, but rather mosquitoes flying inside. The girl snorted coldly, saying that the City of Slaughter was not a charitable organization. These scraps were only fit for such food. Of course, if you wanted to eat better delicacies, you could choose to go to the inner city. Putting down the bread in his hand, Lin curiously asked, "Is food supplied in unlimited quantities?" "Of course not," she replied. "Although it's free, it's not unlimited. There's a fixed amount every day, and once it's gone, you can only fight for it." Lin quietly memorized this information. He could go a lifetime without drinking that Bloody Mary, but he couldn't go without food for a meal. After leaving the food supply point, the two set off again, and before they knew it, a low, doorless wall appeared before them. The girl said that inside was the inner city, the core of the entire City of Slaughter. Without needing much introduction from the girl, Lin understood the difference between the inner and outer cities. The streets behind the wall were clean and tidy, and the buildings were exquisite, with many people walking back and forth, though their eyes were very cold. The purple moon above emitted a bluish-purple glow, as if draping the entire inner city in a dreamy veil. The girl continued to explain, "We do not prohibit communication between the two cities and encourage entry into the inner city, but not everyone has the courage to do so. Unlike the outer city, the inner city does not prohibit random killings. Any method of murder is permitted. Once you enter the inner city, do not stray too far from me, or I cannot guarantee your safety. If you die, we will not take responsibility for you." Unlike the outer city, the people in the inner city not only appeared physically stronger, but also seemed bolder. Even with the presence of the messenger of the King of Slaughter, many still cast greedy glances at Lin. The girl beside him was also slowly channeling her soul power, ready to act at any moment. The further they walked, the more people there were, and the more chaotic it became. Along the way, Lin had already witnessed 3 incidents of street killings for blood. At the center of the inner city stood a tall building resembling the Colosseum of ancient Rome. That was the hellish arena the girl had mentioned. However, at that moment, nearly 100 people were lurking at the exit, each with a serious expression, but their eyes were filled with madness. A chilling aura rose from them, gathering into a mass above their heads. Lin only used his mental power to sense it, and he was already breaking out in cold sweat, as if a 100,000-year-old beast was staring at him from behind. Is this what killing intent feels like? Even the girl beside him stuttered while speaking. Let's observe here before entering the hell arena. That's a good idea. What? Let's do it. In fact, it wasn't just Lin and the others. Many people around the hell killing field were also watching. Each of them was eager to join, unsure if they wanted to participate or just pick up the spoils. At that moment, someone said, "Isn't that the Wolf Gang? Who are they waiting for?" Another person replied, "Who else could gather so many people to act in the entire City of Slaughter? Are you saying it's the Azura King? Why can't it be the Hell Messenger? Come on, the Hell Messenger isn't participating today." Chapter 7088-48 saved for last. As footsteps sounded, the 100 or so members of the Wolf Gang licked their already cracked lips, their eyes fixed on the exit. Lin and the others also perked up. Under everyone's eager gaze, a shadow could be seen slowly emerging from the exit of the slaughterhouse. As he approached, everyone was able to clearly see his appearance. The newcomer was about 6 feet tall, with a slender build, deep blue shoulder-length hair, and wearing a somewhat tattered blue-black robe. His once handsome and gentle features now appeared quite stiff, as if someone owed him a considerable sum of money and had yet to repay it. Lin took out a mirror and admired his extraordinary appearance, then looked up at Tang San and thought, "Damn, did Tang San go to Xiaoxiba for cosmetic surgery?" When the Wild Wolf Gang saw their leader had arrived, they charged at Tang San without any greeting, a swarm of people rushing towards him, turning the not-so-large exit of the hellish slaughterhouse into a chaotic scene. The sounds of bear roars, tiger howls, wolf howls, eagle cries, snake hisses, and horse neighs filled the air, showcasing a diversity of species. There were all kinds of weapons: swords, spears, halberds, axes, and hooks. In contrast, Tang San simply held a large hammer that was taller than the others and charged alone into the crowd of thousands. Suddenly, he threw the hammer in a strange manner. After leaving his hand, the Haotian hammer spun and knocked down 7 or 8 people in the second wave. Tang San didn't remain idle. His hands, unbeknownst to him, were already filled with hidden weapons, which he threw out at high speed while catching the returning Haotian hammer. This was indeed the Tang Sect's technique of chasing the stars and the moon. The first few people charging at him were also hit by Tang San's hidden weapons and fell to the ground. Even though Tang San had taken down more than 10 people in just a few exchanges, it did not affect the morale of the Wild Wolf gang at all. They continued to charge at Ji Lin relentlessly. Tang San leaped into the air and delivered a powerful blow that smashed into the crowd. It was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, resulting in a chaotic massacre. However, even though the weak sheep were many, they could only attempt to withstand the ferocious wolf. After forcefully killing over 90 people, Tang San himself was also injured, leaning on the Haotian hammer. He gasped for breath and surveyed the remaining members of the Wild Wolf gang. Although at this point the Wild Wolf gang was feeling the urge to retreat, they were unwilling to give up just like that. Even in the constantly bloody city of Slaughter, such a large-scale ambush was rare, and it was unprecedented for an ambush to be fought like this. Spare me. I promise I will never provoke you again. Please, spare me. The Haotian hammer, covered in chunks of flesh, ignored the pleas and came crashing down. Bang! The white semi-solid substance scattered everywhere. After smashing the last person's head, Tang San was already covered in wounds, and his once decent robe was stained red, though it was unclear whether it was from his blood or something else. Seeing this, Ji Lin couldn't help but ponder, does the city of Slaughter change a person so much? Although most of those people didn't have high soul power, there were still 2 soul emperors among them. The rest were at least soul masters. If it were Ji Lin, he could also do it, after all. These people couldn't use soul skills, and he was already accustomed to it, but he definitely wouldn't be so quick and so crazy. Yes, crazy. At this moment, Tang San was no longer the strategist from the Soul Master competition. He resembled a wolf on the prairie, fierce and decisive. Several times, he exchanged injuries for opportunities to attack. Tang San scanned the surroundings with cold eyes, and when he saw Ji Lin, a flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes. Seeing Tang San like this, no one dared to approach him. However, the next moment, Tang San transformed into a ghostly figure and rushed into the distance. The onlookers immediately reacted. The Shura King was already at the end of his strength, and everyone decided to join forces to take him down. As long as they took him down, they wouldn't have to live in fear anymore. If they could take down the Shura King, then what about the Hell Messenger? Hee. Except for Ji Lin and the girl who remained in place. Everyone else chased after Tang San's fleeing direction. The city of Slaughter has always revered killing, and the girl was no exception, gazing dreamily at the already invisible Tang San. Even when Ji Lin waved his hand several times in front of her, he couldn't bring her back to reality. Just as Ji Lin was contemplating whether to leave her there and enter the hell-killing field alone, the girl spoke up. No wonder you are the Shura King. Even your posture while fleeing is so handsome. Looking at the girl who was starstruck in front of him, Ji Lin retorted, "You're just infatuated with his looks, you shameless person." The girl rolled her eyes at Ji Lin. At least the Shura King is much more handsome than your plain ordinary face. This sentence struck Ji Lin like a sharp arrow straight into his heart. He clutched his chest and staggered back a few steps. Seeing Ji Lin like this, the girl nodded in satisfaction. "All right, I've introduced the basic situation here. Do you have any questions?" Ji Lin raised the skull token in his hand and asked a question that he was very concerned about. What does this number mean? For example, does it mean I am the 9,527th person to come here? No, it's just a code. Here, whenever someone dies, their code is passed on to the next newcomer. After listening to the girl's answer, Ji Lin nodded and then pointed to the nearby hellish slaughter arena. Can I go in and take a look? Yes, but it requires a Bloody Mary to enter. Do you have one? Ji Lin pointed to the bodies lying haphazardly over there, and quite a few people were already busy with them. Aren't there ready-made ones? Saying this, Ji Lin took out a container and hurried over excitedly. The girl slapped her forehead, forgetting about this aspect. Then she hurried to catch up with Ji Lin. Ji Lin discovered an interesting phenomenon. The large pool of blood that had been visible before had now disappeared. The others were not surprised, as they were all drawing blood from the fresh corpses. Ji Lin was also imitating others, perhaps due to the influence of the city of Slaughter. The blood remaining in these corpses was quite easy to extract. A small cut on an artery would yield a trickle of blood. However, the quantity was rather touching. After a long struggle, Ji Lin managed to collect about a liter of blood. According to the size of the cups in the city of Slaughter, that would be about 4 cups. Isn't that enough? Hearing Ji Lin's proud tone, the girl rolled her eyes but said nothing. The two then walked into the hell-killing arena. The audience seating in the hell-killing arena was also interesting, arranged in a series of tiered seats. The two casually found a spot to sit. Interestingly, everyone was sitting quietly, mostly just verbally attacking each other. Noticing Yelena's confusion, the girl explained that in the hell-killing arena, Apart from the ring below, no killing or even fighting was allowed in any other area. Those who violated this rule would face the personal judgment of the King of Slaughter. 3512, 621, 250, 1234, 6481, 520, 1314, 9494, 9898, and 8848. Please come to the stage. The 10 entrances to the arena opened simultaneously, and one person walked out from each. The slaughter then began. In the end, it was the one who was 8,848 who stood victorious, and all the spectators erupted in cheers. 8848 stood in the ring, basking in the glory of victory, while the desire for slaughter in his mind grew even stronger. Jilin could clearly see a faint crimson energy drilling up from the ground, entering into 8848. And then 8,848 became even more excited. Jilin doesn't know what that is, but should be something bad. However, experimentation reveals the truth. Jilin stood up, stretched his body, and even I felt excited. Where can I sign up? The girl looked a bit surprised, not expecting Jilin to participate. I'm reminding you, if you join now, it will be considered as automatically giving up protection. I know, after watching Jilin for a while. The girl shook her head and prepared to leave. One last question. Have you heard the Termasac? No. Oh. Chapter 71. Opponents using crossbows. Perhaps it was because Tang San and Hu Laina did not participate, but shortly after Jilin registered, the announcement came that the competition was about to begin. Contestants 45, 68, 95, 27, please come to the stage. Standing at the contestant passage, Jilin took a deep breath to adjust his state. After all, there would be a fight to the death soon. Quickly, the stone gate in front of Jilin slowly opened, and he walked into the arena with a diameter of 100 meters. The 10 contestants emerged from their respective passages, cautiously watching each other. According to the rules of the Hellish Slaughter Arena, contestants in the same match cannot have more than a 5-match gap in their participation, and no one can participate in more than 1 match per day. This is to prevent powerful contestants from wantonly slaughtering those with fewer matches and to enhance the excitement of each duel. After all, only when there is a glimmer of hope for survival will living beings unleash their strong desire to survive. Among these 10 people, Jilin noticed that 2 seemed quite nervous, apparently newcomers like himself, while the others appeared much more relaxed, clearly seasoned players. With the closing of the gate behind them, it signified the beginning of the slaughter to determine the last one standing. It's a simple truth that it's better to pick on the weak. And although it might consume a bit of energy, killing others would significantly boost one's bloodlust and morale, allowing one to perform at their best, or even beyond. Thus, the 7 veterans rushed towards Jilin and the other 2 newcomers, ready to treat them as an appetizer. 3 people charged at Jilin, while the other 4 paired up to take on the remaining 2. Watching the 3 coming towards him, Jilin took a deep breath and raised his knife to meet them. The first was a soul master with a hawk spirit, who, although unable to use soul skills, possessed powerful iron claws enhanced by his spirit, capable of breaking rocks. Jilin's blade collided with the opponent's claws, producing a metallic clash. But how could the power of the soul master of the eagle compare to Jilin, who specialized in physical training? With just one encounter, he was sent flying backward by Jilin's strike. At this moment, the other 2 soul masters arrived. One, with a mountain-splitting blade, martial soul, launched a horizontal slash at Jilin. Jilin leaped into the air, flipping to evade, and with a golden sheen covering the blade, he swung down toward the last soul master, the mighty bear. The mighty bear's soul master, relying on his tough skin and considerable strength, gathered his soul power, crossing his arms to brace for Jilin's strike. However, he underestimated the power of the blade, enhanced by the golden sheen. A flash of gold passed by, and 2 hands were left on the ground. Jilin, seizing the opportunity, loosened the grip on his blade only to quickly grasp it again. In that instant, he reversed his hold into a proper grip, and with an upward slash, he split the mighty bear in half. The organs spilled onto the ground, a scene that should have been horrifying, but instead filled Jilin with excitement. It seemed he hadn't felt this exhilarated in a long time. He then turned his gaze to the remaining 2, licking his lips. Let me enjoy this even more. The 2 soul masters exchanged glances, charging at Jilin without a hint of fear, one above and one below. Jilin gathered his strength in place. Suddenly, he swung his sword, and a sharp sword energy struck the unsuspecting hawk, bringing it down. At the same time, Jilin quickly exerted his strength and rushed to the front of the mountain-splitting blade before the opponent could recover from the shock of the sword energy, swiftly beheading him. Then another sword energy followed, bisecting the descending hawk. The audience was stunned by this scene, and a voice shouted, "Soul bone! That kid has a soul bone." Instantly, greedy gazes from the empty audience seats were cast upon Jilin. What happened here not only shocked the audience, but even the other soul masters on the field were drawn in. After slaying the hawk soul master and the mountain-splitting blade soul master, Jilin, still unsatisfied, looked at the remaining 5 soul masters. One had already died. Without needing to communicate, the 5 soul masters simultaneously teamed up to attack Jilin. A beam of sword energy, much larger than before, shot out, with Jilin closely following. No one was willing to test the power of the sword energy, and they all dodged. The formation of the 5 was thus disrupted, and Jilin seized the opportunity to target the one furthest from the main group, taking him down with just a single encounter. In this way, using sword energy to carve a path and picking off the isolated ones, Jilin quickly reduced the number of opponents to just 1. At this moment, the remaining 1 spoke. "Someone like you should be sought after by every force, right? Why did you enter the city of slaughter?" Jilin retorted, "Why do you think I would be so popular? It's obvious. A soul king with a soul bone would be treated with respect wherever they go, right? But why did you enter the city of slaughter? If it weren't for the inability to survive outside, who would be willing to enter this damn place? It seems like you have quite a few stories. Are you interested? Go ahead and tell me." Then the soul master recounted how he was bullied by nobles and how, after becoming a soul master, he was hunted down by powerful forces. Jilin stroked his chin, savoring the story he had just heard. What a good opportunity. The soul master reached behind his waist and pulled out a crossbow, shooting it directly at Jilin. The arrow was about to hit Jilin's face, but he seemed completely unaware, showing no reaction at all. A flash of golden light passed over Jilin's face, and the smile on the soul master's face abruptly stopped. Bang! The arrow struck the ground nearby. Jilin stood up and walked step by step towards the soul master. The person still wanted to struggle and kept shooting crossbow arrows, but each time they were blocked by a streak of gold. Jilin seized a crossbow arrow and curiously examined it, finding it somewhat similar to Tang San's Zhuge Divine crossbow. When did soul masters here start using such external objects? The person resigned to their fate and self-deprecatingly said that ever since the Azura King arrived a year ago, such things had begun to become popular. Jilin is a bit curious. Do any of you know how to make such things? In the city of slaughter, with nearly 10,000 people, there are bound to be some skilled craftsmen. Jilin nodded, feeling enlightened. Give me a straightforward answer. Jilin patted his shoulder, saying it was fine. Just as the two brushed past each other, that person fell to the ground. With the last person being slain by Jilin, the door symbolizing the victor slowly opened. The city of slaughter was small, and Jilin's performance today spread at an astonishing speed. At dusk, after defeating the last pursuer, Tang Sin dragged his exhausted body and sat down in a dark corner. Coughing, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and murmured, "Could it be him with the black blade?" Meanwhile, the Hell Messenger Hulaina also heard about Jilin's matter, gently taking a sip from her drink, her eyes slightly red. A newcomer with a soul bone? This is getting more interesting. Chapter 72. They've run away in the city of slaughter in a certain scarlet room. I heard another good newcomer has arrived today. A low, hoarse voice lazily came from the throne. The voluptuous chief steward serving beside replied, "Yes." How did he perform? He almost single-handedly ended that match. Oh, a pale, sinister face emerged from the shadows of the throne. Do you remember who the last one with such performance was? The Azura King. Indeed, the King of Slaughter said with some distress. Who was responsible for guiding him? The chief steward respectfully answered, "Number 24. Let her come to see me." After speaking, the face returned to the darkness. Soon, the girl who guided Jilin arrived at this room, kneeling on one knee, her voice barely concealing her excitement. "I participated in the great King of Slaughter. Tell me everything about you in 9527. Upon hearing Jilin's achievements, the girl didn't expect him to possess such strength, let alone attract the attention of the King of Slaughter. She felt a bit jealous inside, but didn't show it. She recounted in detail her conversations with Jilin to the King of Slaughter. After listening to the girl's account, the King of Slaughter pondered Jilin's origins. If he wasn't one of those 2 killing gods, he could be pursued. If not, then he should be killed. After all, there could never be another killing god. Resolving this in his mind, the King of Slaughter said to the girl indifferently, "You may leave." Yes, the girl stood up, and just as she was about to exit, she suddenly remembered something and asked. He did ask a strange question at the end. What question? Have you heard the Termisac? The girl's vision blurred, and then her delicate neck was grasped, lifting her completely off the ground. Did he really ask that? The girl was nearly choking, but managed to reply, "Why, yes." "Is that so?" the king of slaughter murmured. With a crack, the king of slaughter directly snapped the girl's neck and tossed her body into the darkness, followed by a splash sound. Why does 9527 know the name is Sack? No one should remember it in this era. "Come in." The chief steward pushed the door open. Not seeing number 24, but not questioning it either, feeling it was not unusual. After all, this wasn't the first time. "What does the king of slaughter command?" "Issue a blood-red wanted order to kill 9527. I can make an exception to grant him the title of killing god." Without hesitation, the steward immediately turned and went to execute the king of slaughter's orders. The king of slaughter returned to his throne, beckoning with his right hand. A cup of crimson, human blood floated into his palm. After downing the Bloody Mary, the king of slaughter felt slightly calmer. "No, this isn't secure. Although my enforcement team can't act recklessly, if that really happens, he will definitely strike. But aren't there two ready-made thugs right here?" Because of Ji Lin's arrival, the entire city of Slaughter was in turmoil. At this moment, Ji Lin was unaware that a storm was brewing. Returning a few minutes earlier, after exiting the hellish slaughter arena, Ji Lin went straight to the food supply point. A rather large building was one of the 3-time supply points in the inner city. The main door was tightly shut, and there were no windows in the building, making it exceedingly mysterious. At this time, quite a few people were already waiting at the door. As noon approached, the supply point's door opened. Almost everyone rushed forward at the same instant. When the crowd swelled, chaos was inevitable. If it were a law-abiding place, it might be different. But here in the city of Slaughter, killing was a point of pride. After several people died, everyone successfully entered the supply point. There was an unwritten rule in the city of Slaughter that once inside the supply point, no one could act violently, not out of fear, but rather to ensure they could eat. If they didn't get anything to eat, those who ate well at other supply points wouldn't let this good opportunity slip away. Indeed, as the girl said, the food in the inner city was like heaven compared to that in the outer city. Ji Lin picked up a piece of pork knuckle and started gnawing on it. The taste is good. While eating, Ji Lin also used his ring to collect some food. Although he wanted to pack everything up and take it away, doing so would surely provoke the anger of the crowd. So, Ji Lin only took enough for himself for the day. After all, although soul-guided devices can store items, time inside them does not stop. The flow of time is the same as outside. This was one of the reasons Ji Lin didn't take more, if possible. Who would want to eat stale food? Although Ji Lin only took his own day's worth, his appetite was considerable. The others watched as Ji Lin had taken more than 50 portions of food and frowned, but no one stepped forward to stop him. After eating his fill, Ji Lin also walked out of the supply point, but the gazes of the people on the street were intentionally or unintentionally glancing at the token at Ji Lin's waist. This made Ji Lin secretly raise his guard. "You are 9,527? A gaunt man stepped forward, pointing an iron rod directly at Ji Lin. Someone with sharp eyes recognized the man in front of them and exclaimed, "ISNT, that 2,580? 2,580? The one with 45 victories? The one second only to the Hell Messenger and Azura King? That's right, it's him. I didn't expect you would come out too. ISNT that obvious? That's the title of the god of killing, able to freely enter and exit the city of Slaughter. Who would be tempted?" Hearing the discussions around him, Ji Lin realized that this man was here to deal with him. So he immediately got into a defensive stance to show his seriousness toward the Soul Saint. 2,580 licked his lips, looking at Ji Lin. "It must be 9,527. As long as I kill you, I can obtain the title of God of Killing, and 1T have to face those two freaks." Ji Lin sneered, thinking that taking my life is not so easy. Neither side had the upper hand. 2,580 couldn't use soul techniques, so there was no advantage to be gained, thus maintaining the status quo. Ji Lin was quietly observing the surroundings. The others were holding their breath, ready to play the role of the fisherman. Suddenly, Ji Lin moved, and 2,580 stood ready. Ji Lin dashed at high speed towards the alley beside him, which was the best route determined through observation and foresight. "Run away." Everyone was caught off guard by Ji Lin's sudden move. No one expected him to retreat without a fight, although they didn't understand the meaning of Ji Lin's words. It was clear that it was a provocation aimed at them. Chapter 73. Let's wear rings to each other. 9527 is here. Come quickly. Go. The title of the God of Killing is right in front of us. Oh. The blood-red wanted poster for the King of Slaughter spread throughout the entire Slaughter City in a very short time. Almost everyone participated in the encirclement and pursuit of Ji Lin, as this was the closest they had ever been to the God of Killing. Pursuers surrounded from all directions. If viewed from above, Lin was like a turtle in a jar. Hearing the footsteps getting closer around him, Lin immediately turned into a nearby alley. Behind him, 2580 and a hunchman chased after him. The hunchman's nose was larger than normal, and his tongue hung out, giving off an impression of not being very smart. He was sniffing something on the ground. 3654, how is it? Where's he? 3654 looked up and pointed to the alley where Lin had entered, confirming here. Looking in the direction pointed by 3654, 2580 smiled and said, "Heaven is helping me." I didn't expect he would run into the encirclement, simply throwing himself into the net. Saying this, he reached out and patted 3654's head. "Your nose has done well today. When we go back, I'll reward you with 10 Bloody Marys." "Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master." 3654 kept bowing, causing 2580 to laugh heartily. "Let's go." What 2580 didn't know was that a mysterious light flickered in 3654's eyes behind him. However, before 2580 and the others could enter the alley, 2 more groups found their way here, indicating that among them were talents like 3654. The 3 groups stared at each other in confusion for a moment. After a while, 2580 said, "It's not a good idea for us to just waste time here. If someone else gets ahead of us, we'll be in big trouble. How about we team up?" The leaders of the other 2 groups understood that fighting now wasn't wise. So they agreed, but when they followed the alley, they ran straight into another group, and everyone looked at each other in confusion. The encirclement gradually tightened around them as more and more people arrived. No one expected Lin to escape their hunting without anyone noticing. Seeing the scene, 2580 angrily punched the wall beside him, causing it to collapse with a loud crash. A poor fellow standing on the wall didn't have time to react and fell directly down. That person instantly got angry and didn't hold back, immediately starting to retaliate. 2580. "Are you sick? Can't you see I'm still up here? Are you blind?" 2580's face darkened, swinging his iron rod. "Are you looking for death?" The other person was also unwilling to back down, producing countless fine needles in his hand. Seeing their dark color indicated they were poisonous. "If you're not convinced, let's have a go. Just see if I can stab you." Although they talked tough, both of them knew that fighting would only benefit others. In the outer city, in an unknown room, Lin took a sip of water from the soul-guiding device to calm his nerves. Relying on void, walking, and foresight, Lin successfully escaped from the encirclement and arrived in the outer city. What is up with that old bat? Did I provoke him? Lin really doesn't understand why the King of Slaughter is targeting him so specifically, even offering an astronomical prize for the title of Slaughter God. It's important to note that while there may not be a domain of the Slaughter God, this title allows one to freely enter and exit the city of Slaughter, and its status is only second to the King of Slaughter, truly placing one beneath him and above everyone else. This illustrates the immense attraction it holds for those individuals, to the extent that they might even be willing to set aside their grievances. However, the pressing issue at hand is how to cope with the current situation. As there is a saying, a thief can only steal for 1,000 days. How can one guard against a thief for 1,000 days? In the inner city, the purple moon in the sky has now extinguished, and the streetlights have begun to work. However, unlike the purple moon, the streetlights have a limited range of illumination. Lin walked on the edge of light and stopped in front of a building. The plan began. Lin murmured softly, and in the next second, his figure disappeared from the spot. Inside the supply point, a shadow suddenly appeared, and it was Lin. Looking at the empty room, Lin furrowed his brows, but did not leave. Instead, he found a corner to sit down and began to rest with his eyes closed. Time passed unknowingly, and it was almost time for the doors to open and distribute food. At that moment, a subtle wave of soul power startled Lin in the corner. Holding a glowing crystal, Lin witnessed a phenomenon that could be described as magical. He saw shelves filled with food slowly rising from the ground, and soon the originally empty room was filled with all kinds of food. Lin scratched his head, thinking that this would work. However, he did not forget the main task, and immediately began to use the soul-guiding device to collect food. To improve efficiency, Lin also hid his own items elsewhere. Soon, Lin's ring was already full, and seeing that there was still quite a bit of food left, he took out the bracelet, which belonged to the soul master who used a crossbow. It was only about 5 cubic meters in size, but it was just enough to hold everything. At this point, Lin could already hear sounds from outside. The wind was strong and howling. Wearing a hood, a mask on his face, and a cloak draped over him, Lin blended into the crowd of people waiting for food. Although Lin's outfit was a bit strange, it wasn't the strangest thing around. Others merely glanced at him and didn't pay much attention. The moment the door opened, Ji Lin dashed off, leaving others unable to react as he bolted out of the supply point. What is up with this guy running so fast? Damn, is he a starving ghost reincarnated? I hope he chokes. But when everyone else went in, they only saw empty shelves with not a trace of food in sight. Everyone was furious. The kid has guts. Lao Mo, I feel like drinking blood. Everyone silently issued a kill order on Ji Lin, but they all rushed to other supply points. After all, people are like iron, and food is like steel. If you skip a meal, you feel anxious. In this city of slaughter, most people had low soul power, so maintaining physical strength was crucial. Finally, after sacrificing a dozen lives, the turmoil subsided. Meanwhile, Ji Lin looked at the person he had knocked out with satisfaction and nodded. Not bad, not bad. This figure looks about 90% like mine. Just the face, well, that's no big deal. Saying this, he raised the knife in his hand and struck down. With this, even if your own mother came, she wouldn't recognize you. With that, Ji Lin also snatched the soul guide ring from the person's right hand. Oh, 12 cubic, not bad. Not bad. I'll trade this for you. Saying this, he put on his own ring. Chapter 74. 9528 takes a hit useless. So many people can't even handle 19527. In a city of slaughter, in an unknown room, the king of slaughter threw his wine glass, spilling Bloody Mary all over the ground. The chief steward picked up the glass that had rolled to his feet and approached the king of slaughter, saying, "The Azura king has replied." Upon hearing this, the king of slaughter paused. Oh, really? What did he say? He said, "As long as you arrange his matches quickly and let him complete 100 matches soon, he will take out 9527. What about the Hell Messenger?" Same condition. The king of slaughter lowered his head in contemplation. Although this would create 2 more killing god domains, since there are already 2, having 2 more wouldn't hurt. While it does increase my threat level, as long as I can eliminate this 9527 who knows about a sack, it's worth it. Moreover, these 2 are from the Haotian sect and the Spirit Hall, 2 rivals. Perhaps they will end up killing each other after going out. After coming to this conclusion, the king of slaughter felt much better. He took out another glass of Bloody Mary from somewhere and took a gentle sip to calm his emotions. Reply to them. Just say I agree, and let them act sooner. Yes. The steward bowed and then slowly retreated. The room was left with only the king of slaughter. After a moment of silence, he downed the remaining Bloody Mary in one go and then clenched his right fist, slamming it heavily on the throne. Having plotted for so long and paid so much, there must be no accidents. Hey, have you found 9527? If I found him, would I tell you? You looking for death? Just based on you? Damn it. Although everyone was trying hard to find Ji Lin, they were all looking out for themselves, not united in purpose. Sometimes, when in a bad mood, they would resort to violence at the slightest disagreement. Many mistakenly thought Ji Lin was responsible and ended up wasting their efforts in the investigation. Crack. After breaking the neck of the last pursuer, Ji Lin couldn't help but complain, "These people are too excited. It's late at night, and they're out looking for me. Really." Looking at the numerous energy orbs near the supply point, Ji Lin was a bit surprised. Are these people reacting this quickly? What a pity. Ji Lin appeared at the supply point, looking at the food around him with pride, saying, "I can walk through walls. How about that?" But he felt an uneasy premonition that something had changed. This time, Ji Lin did not rush ahead alone, but stayed in the front line with a few others. Suddenly, the 7-Night Star Blade appeared in Ji Lin's hand, and he unleashed a series of sword energies, catching everyone off guard. The few closest to Ji Lin fell to the ground instantly. The sword energy kicked up dust, and Ji Lin quickly withdrew. When the smoke cleared and everyone entered the supply point, they found a clean room. Damn, this guy dares to do this. 9527, don't let me catch you. There was no choice but for everyone to head to another supply point to grab some food. Ji Lin quietly followed behind them, climbing onto the roof. Sure enough, the supply point had an abundance of food. This king of slaughter moves quickly. I haven't even used this tactic for 2 days, and it's already resolved. Just as Ji Lin was pondering his next strategy, a cold gleam shot towards the back of his head. Ji Lin turned to the side to dodge and saw that it was Tang San. He never expected that the Shura King would also be interested in my head. I'm truly flattered. Tang San raised an eyebrow, seemingly not recognizing me. Well, it's true that my transformation is quite significant. The Haotian hammer pointed directly at Ji Lin, accusing him of being a despicable thief of food, a villain who incites slaughter, one whom everyone should seek to eliminate. Ji Lin was dumbfounded by Tang San's words. So your ambush just now wasn't despicable, and your actions are beyond reproach? At that moment, a massive foxtail swept in. Ji Lin executed a mid-air flip to evade it. The attacker was tall and curvaceous, embodying the elegance of embracing the sea. With a face that could rival even Daji in beauty, featuring enchanting eyes, a delicate nose, and luscious lips. He never expected that even the Helm Messenger had come. What merit do I have to be treated this way by both of you? Stop the nonsense, Hulaina said coldly in a voice that didn't match her charming appearance. We are here to take your life. With that, the enormous foxtail behind her launched another attack towards Jilin. Seeing this, Tang Sen also rushed forward with the Haotian hammer, unwilling to back down. Jilin was covered in gold, leaving only his head unprotected. When he saw the foxtail coming, he immediately swung his knife to strike. However, just as the foxtail was about to touch Jilin's knife, it became unusually agile, like a sensitive snake, wrapping around Jilin's knife and continuously exerting force, trying to pry the knife from Jilin's grip. In terms of strength, his right hand instantly exerted force, throwing Hulaina towards Tang San, declaring, "I've never lost." Tang San had no choice but to stop, spinning his body to catch Hulaina. At the same time, 9 flying knives shot out, resembling a phoenix flapping its wings, leaving people in awe. These were the 8th-ranked hidden weapons of the Tang sect, the phoenix leading 9 chicks. Facing Tang San's terrifying killing move that had once instantly obliterated a soul saint and 2 soul emperors, Jilin directly plunged his knife into the beam of the roof and then smiled, spreading his arms wide. Seeing Jilin's contemptuous attitude, Tang San let out a cold laugh, arrogant. The next second, a crisp sound rang out. 8 flying knives simultaneously targeted Jilin's chest, back, 2 kidneys, and the sides of his neck, with even Jilin's second brother and his posterior being attacked by flying knives. Jilin commented that it was quite flashy, but unfortunately, with a quick raise of his hand, he pinched the 9th flying dagger aimed at his forehead between his index and middle fingers, unable to break through the defense. Tang San's face turned pale and then flushed, that arrogant remark still ringing in his ears. Jilin shook his head slightly, his right hand holding a flying knife gently tapping on his left palm. With a clever technique, he suddenly hurled the flying knife. Although it didn't have an unpredictable trajectory, its speed was several times faster. Tang San's purple-tinged pupils narrowed as he blocked the flying knife with the Haotian hammer. The clash of the knife and hammer produced a crisp sound, and the flying knife lodged itself in the beam of the room, causing Tang San to stagger back 2 steps. It was nothing to worry about. Tang San's gaze turned completely cold. For the sake of his teacher's injury, for the safety of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, for the glory of hidden weapons, for the honor of the Tang sect, and most importantly, this person cannot be spared. Holding the Haotian hammer, stepping on Ghost's shadow, mysterious steps, with flashes of red light occasionally flickering in his eyes, Tang San charged forward. Chapter 75, The 36 Stratagems. The Golden Cicada sheds its shell. The battle between Jilin, Tang San, and Hulaina on the rooftop quickly attracted everyone's attention. Look, the Azura King and the Helm Messenger seem to be fighting against 9527. Wow, it really is. Well, with those 2 here, it looks like we won't have a chance. Who said that? Can't I just be a fisherman? A few days ago, those who followed the Azura King after he was injured by the Wolf Gang thought the same way, but now their graves have grass growing over them. What grass grows so fast? Blue silvergrass. Even though Tang San and Hulaina had a notorious reputation, there were still people who wanted to be that yellow sparrow, and 2580 was one of them. Hulaina once again used her foxtail to entangle Jilin's blade, although she knew her strength was far inferior to Jilin's. As long as she could make him reveal a flaw, Tang San would surely be able to deal him a heavy blow. Tang San naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity and swung the Haotian hammer directly at Jilin's head. Just as Hulaina expected, Jilin was unable to shake her off and throw her towards Tang San. Faced with the fierce Haotian hammer, Jilin directly released his grip on the knife with his right hand, turned around, and punched towards the Haotian hammer.